Chapter 1. The Funeral Theft. At the funeral, the adults donned garments of utmost solemnity, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Those acquainted with the deceased offered solace to the grieving family, while others bowed their heads, sorrowfully weeping to one side. A group of young people shared poignant memories of the departed, their voices breaking as they wept, while the others maintained a respectful silence, deeply affected by the somber atmosphere. Sumu stood at the edge of this gathering, his demeanor impassive, his gaze flicking from side to side. In his mind, he felt that he was the least deserving of mourning for the deceased, not because of a lack of familiarity, but rather because he was a complete stranger to the departed. For Sumu, the identity of the deceased held no significance. His sole concern lay in the realization of his own plans. As the moment seemed opportune, Sumu quietly slipped away from the group of young mourners and made his way to the courtyard, ascending the stairs to the second floor. Fortunately, the house was devoid of occupants. As everyone else was preoccupied with the funeral, even the household servants were busy attending to the guests below. Confirming Sumu's suspicions, he approached a door he knew well, glancing around to ensure he was alone before attempting to turn the handle. However, it was locked. Sumu felt no dismay. A locked door was preferable, for had it been unlocked, he would have been compelled to wonder if anyone was inside. He retrieved a piece of iron wire from his pocket, deftly twisting it before inserting it into the keyhole. With a quick flick of his wrist, the door clicked open. Hastily, he entered and closed the door behind him, allowing himself a quiet sigh of relief. Indeed, this was the room of the deceased. Sumu had expended considerable effort to ascertain its location. The room was lavishly adorned, with a thick carpet covering the floor and everything impeccably tidy. Without hesitation, Sumu began to rummage through the space, seeking valuable items. His long-planned objective was to pilfer treasures during this funeral, a motive driven by a singular desire: survival in the face of life and death. Sumu harbored no thoughts of propriety. If it meant preserving his existence in this world, he would not shy away from profiting from the dead. After a considerable search, the disarray on the floor grew, prompting him to frown. It was evident that the room had been thoroughly cleaned, with nearly all valuable items removed, leaving behind only lesser trinkets. There were, of course, some ornate antiques, but their size rendered them impractical for removal. Sumu's expression darkened. What should he do? Should he risk another room? Time was of the essence. Those attending the funeral could return at any moment for the deceased's memorial banquet. Sumu sighed inwardly. If all else failed, he could always dismantle the pillowcases and blankets to sell the fabric, which was of decent quality and worth something. That moment, his gaze instinctively fell upon the bed, where he noticed a peculiar indentation in the pillow. Without hesitation, he approached and unfastened the pillow. From within tumbled a flurry of goose feathers and a small box. Upon opening the box, he beheld a gem the size of a fingernail, shimmering with a deep azure hue. Countless stars sparkled within the gem, captivating him. Sumu was astounded. It was a magic identification stone. Such stones were typically possessed only by the nobility and academies, though this one was a small, single-use item. It was exceedingly rare in this remote southern town. Sumu's spirits soared as he licked his lips, closing the box and swiftly concealing it in his garments, leaving the room in disarray. Having located a valuable item, it was time to flee. No sooner had he stepped into the second-floor corridor than he encountered the house's steward. "Who are you?" The steward, somewhat elderly, squinted at the young man before him, noting the faded black of his attire and the cold indifference in his eyes, which contrasted with his pale complexion. Sumu remained composed, offering a slight smile. "Steward Liu, do you not remember? I am a child of the Feipu family. I used to play in the yard with Otto, and you once brought me water." Steward Liu's eyes widened in recognition, although he could not recall Sumu's identity. However, anyone familiar enough to address him so casually must have been close to young Master Otto, who had many friends during his lifetime. The steward, wary of being impolite, bowed his head. My apologies. I must confess my memory has grown quite poor with age. But what brings you inside? I believe the prayer banquet has yet to commence." Sumu feigned nostalgia and replied slowly. "I fondly recall my childhood visits to Otto's home. I felt a wave of nostalgia and simply wished to stroll through and reminisce about my experiences with him." "I see," said Steward Liu, placing his hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. "Please do not be saddened. Young Master Otto would surely be comforted to know you cherish his memory." Sumu nodded in acknowledgement. Exchanging a few polite words with Steward Liu before parting ways, the steward had entered the house to prepare for the prayer banquet and to check on the cleanliness of the rooms. Although the Otto family was not of noble lineage, they held significant influence in the town and placed great importance on the etiquette of noble social interactions. As the steward passed by the room of the late young Master Otto, he paused, noticing deep scratches around the keyhole. The Otto family prided themselves on maintaining their property. Such signs of wear were unexpected. He approached to investigate further and instinctively turned the handle. Astonished when the door swung open, the streets of the town were anything but pristine. In truth, such remote locales were rarely clean. The ground was sticky and muddied, littered with refuse, and a foul stench permeated the air. Cloaked in a short robe and hood, Sumu hurriedly clutched the bulging box against his chest. The clothing he wore had been discarded. He had salvaged this outfit from a pile of refuse, having deemed its quality acceptable, and had spent several days cleaning it. Half a month prior, he had learned of young Master Otto's illness, a condition for which there was little hope of recovery in the southern, isolated town, and summoning a physician from elsewhere was out of the question. At that time, Sumu had devised a plan to fabricate an identity to attend the unfortunate man's funeral, thereby providing a legitimate cover for his theft. Upon receiving news of Otto's death, his excitement was palpable. Beneath the hood, his cold gaze betrayed a maturity beyond his years. No one could fathom the trials he had endured. Not even Sumu himself could fully comprehend how he had managed to survive. Yet now, he was acutely aware that he was on the brink of a fortune. He would finally possess the means to live. Sumu turned into a dimly lit alley, where, at its end, a notorious black market shop lay. This establishment was known among the impoverished as a place to sell illicit goods, items procured from dubious means. That Sumu was well acquainted with this black market. Over the years, he had resorted to thievery and deception for survival. Stopping short of murder and arson, he had even resolved that if he found himself at his wit's end, he would abandon his meager principles if it meant preserving his life. The corners of Sumu's mouth curled into a sly smile at the thought of the magic identification stone, worth at least 5 gold coins. He pushed open the door to the black market, where an array of goods adorned the shelves, from weapons to ornate decorations, all bearing the unmistakable mark of their dubious origins. The proprietors were 2 burly brothers, their eyes bulging like light bulbs. They were known to frighten local children out of sheer boredom, possessing a notoriously foul temperament. Upon reaching the counter, Sumu noticed a customer already engaged in conversation with the brothers. He was taken aback to discover that the customer was a woman. "You say this sapphire is worth only 10 silver coins. Are you jesting? Do you even know the value of goods?" The elder brother glared, his irritation evident. "Don't test my patience. Your pitiful gem isn't worth much more than that. If you think you can find a better price outside this shop, I'd gladly lose my head." Sumu glanced at the counter and spotted a sky-blue elongated gem strung on a red cord. A necklace. It was indeed a fine gem, but she was selling it to the wrong establishment. "This was a gift from my mother for my birthday when I was a child. I have cherished it all these years. It cannot possibly be worth such a meager price." The woman, cloaked in a robe and hood, revealed only her delicate nose and enticing red lips. Her full visage remained obscured. The elder brother scoffed. "Keep spinning your tales. Those who dare to step foot in our shop usually come equipped with a story. I'm curious to hear what you can conjure." The woman, incensed by his taunts, snatched the necklace back and turned to leave. "I won't sell it after all." As she pivoted, she nearly collided with Sumu, her anger palpable as she shot him a disdainful glance before storming out of the shop. The elder brother's smile faded as he exchanged a knowing look with his sibling. The younger brother understood the cue and quietly exited. Sumu shook his head inwardly. The woman had unwittingly stirred trouble. "Ah, look who is back. What have you brought me today?" The elder brother beamed upon seeing Sumu. He regarded him as one of the shop's primary sources of illicit goods. Known for his discretion and reliability, unlike other thieves who often met with capture and violent ends, Sumu managed to complete his transactions smoothly, and their clandestine partnership had endured for several years. Sumu chose not to respond immediately, instead inquiring with a smile, "What was the deal with that woman just now?" "Just some ignorant wretch. Pay her no mind." The elder brother grunted before continuing. "By the way, you probably haven't seen her around the slums before. Have you?" "Not until today." "Well, that's a relief." Sumu let out a soft grunt, realizing that the shopkeeper could only resort to preying on outsiders. If he were to exploit locals, the moment the truth came to light, his establishment would be doomed. He remained calm and casually inquired, "By the way, shopkeeper, do you have enough coins on you today?" The shopkeeper, whose eyes were already as large as light bulbs, narrowed them slightly and replied, "Oh, are we talking about quality goods? Far better than you can imagine," Sumu responded. "Worry not, I have sufficient coins on hand. As long as the item is of great quality and does not bring excessive trouble, I can manage." Sumu could hardly place his trust in the shopkeeper's words, yet he still retrieved a square box from his pocket and laid it upon the counter. "What is this?" the shopkeeper asked, taking the box and casting a curious glance at Sumu. Upon opening it, his eyes widened even more, surpassing the size of light bulbs. A magic identification stone. Chapter 2. AI Lu. This world is starkly divided. The impoverished are destitute. The affluent are extravagantly wealthy, and those in power wield immense authority. Upon arriving in this realm, Sumu perceived it as an opportunity, for it was rife with experiences he had never encountered before: nobility, magic, and a chaotic hierarchy. If he had just stepped into this world, he might have considered using the magic identification stone, eager to discover if he possessed any magical abilities. However, after living here for several years, he had long abandoned such notions. Rather than discerning his own magical potential, he preferred to exchange it for wealth to live a semblance of a human life. Over the years, Sumu had grown cold and indifferent, having witnessed too many injustices, and he had become embroiled in the sordid affairs of this world, unable to afford the luxury of moral superiority. Upon his unexpected arrival in this land, Sumu was branded as a lowly commoner due to his lack of identification. It was not that he could not apply for a replacement, rather, he did not belong to this world at all. Initially, he was even unaware of the name of the town he had entered. How could he possibly apply? He could indeed apply for identification and become a citizen, but the costs were exorbitant. Having just arrived in this world, Sumu had no money to spare. First, he had hoped to leverage his unique knowledge and insights to secure a good job in this town and eventually rise above his circumstances. Yet, in this world, no one would hire a commoner. Commoners were relegated to begging on the streets, venturing into the woods to hunt for food, running errands for others in exchange for scraps, or becoming playthings for the scions of the powerful. Over the years, Sumu endured hunger to the point of gnawing on tree bark and quenched his thirst with muddy water, barely managing to survive to stay alive. He had shed all pretenses. In order to steal, Sumu learned to pick locks. To combat the cold, he ventured out at night to strip the clothing from corpses outside the town for warmth, and no longer did Sumu share light-hearted banter with the shopkeeper. His cold, indifferent gaze scrutinized the man beneath the hood of his short robe as he slowly asked, "So, how much?" The shopkeeper regarded Sumu, stroking his chin, and inquired, "Though it may be against the rules. I must ask, lad, where did you acquire this item? You already mentioned that it's against the rules, yet you still inquire." The shopkeeper chuckled heartily, resting his chin on one hand while tapping his fingers on the counter with the other. Sumu subtly reached for the dagger concealed at his waist. The shopkeeper, noticing this slight movement, laughed boisterously. "Don't worry, lad. While I do engage in black market dealings, I wouldn't turn on someone I know. After all, I have to live, and losing your source of goods would be a significant loss for me." Sumu was never one to easily trust the words of those in this world, and he regarded the shopkeeper's claims with skepticism. "So, how much?" he pressed again. 2 gold coins. "Are you jesting? A magic identification stone is worth only 2 gold coins. The shopkeeper waved his hands in protest. "I certainly know this item holds considerable value, but we both understand where it came from and the troubles that may follow. Moreover, reselling it will be quite the challenge." Sumu had anticipated that the shopkeeper would attempt to lowball him, but he had not expected such a drastic reduction that he wanted to negotiate. Yet he felt the pressure emanating from the shopkeeper's gaze and dared not do so. With a soft grunt, Sumu turned and noticed a finely crafted dagger on another counter. Its double-edged blade far superior to his own. That he reached out, took the dagger, and tucked it away, muttering, "Very well, consider this dagger a gift, and also provide me with some provisions." The shopkeeper, realizing Sumu had acquiesced, felt elated at the prospect of a quick profit. He knew he could easily sell this item for 3 gold coins. What was a dagger and some food in comparison? He laughed. "What is the rush? Planning to head out. I must leave to avoid detection." "That's true, but it's getting late, and the night roads can be perilous. Why not stay for the night?" "No need. Where do you plan to hide?" "Goth Town." Sumu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he looked at the shopkeeper. Perhaps, when executing his theft plan, Sumu had already prepared for his escape, having packed his belongings prior to setting his scheme in motion. The advantage of poverty was that he had little to carry. Sumu squeezed the 2 gold coins in his hand, feeling somewhat lightheaded. After all these years, the total value of the goods he had stolen and swindled did not amount to this sum. Even a single gold coin was enough to sustain a family of 3 for 5 years. Sumu set off with his belongings, leaving the town that had tormented him for years that he would not return. He intended to use his hard-earned money to live better elsewhere, at least to live like a human being. He had already familiarized himself with the surrounding areas and carried a map, so traveling at night without a torch would not pose a problem. As he walked, Sumu suddenly recalled the woman he had encountered at the black market. He wondered if she had met a grim fate, perhaps already a victim of the shopkeeper's accomplice. The pinned sapphire she wore, though heavily worn, was undoubtedly worth more than 50 silver coins. Unfortunately, she had exposed her value, mentioning that the gem was a gift from her mother, implying she possessed other valuable items. What was the use in worrying about her? What concern was it of his? Sumu pulled his hood lower and resumed his journey. Murphy's Law was ever present. Just as he had been preoccupied with thoughts of her, he now stumbled upon a situation that made him want to scoff at the absurdity of crossing social strata. Thankfully, Sumu had no habit of carrying a torch. Otherwise, he would have been spotted by the individuals ahead. He quickly sidestepped into the shadows to approach stealthily. In the darkened path, 2 torches shone brightly. Though one had been discarded on the ground, the woman from the black market bit her lip, compelled to discard her torch for her own protection. Her right hand rested at her waist, indicating she, like Sumu, concealed something there. Facing her was the shopkeeper's brother, who held a torch aloft, his eyes wide as saucers, a boisterous grin on his rugged face. The woman remained hooded, and the brother could not discern her features. Yet he seemed confident, asking, "Are you Miss Ai Lu?" The hooded woman stiffened momentarily before slowly replying, "You have mistaken me. I am not. Do not play coy, Miss Ai Lu. Though my intellect may be lacking, I am not foolish." The brother chuckled. Red-brown hair, entering the town without presenting identification, only daring to travel at night. Heh. Do you presume to identify me as Ai Lu based solely on those details? You could very well not be her. However, the condition remains that you must unveil your hood for us to ascertain. Why should I comply with your demands? Since you are unwilling, we shall have to forcibly uncover your identity. The brother laughed again, his voice grating. The hooded woman clearly faltered, "You too." As her words fell, a towering figure emerged from the shadows beside the road. It was the shopkeeper himself. The brother complained to his sibling, "Brother, you arrived too late. If this woman truly intended to flee, I may not have been able to stop her." The shopkeeper laughed heartily. "But I have arrived, haven't I? That wretched boy Sumu brought in some fine goods, and I wasted a bit of time with him." "Sumu? That wretched boy," the brother spat. "Just a lucky little thief. What valuable goods could he possibly have? At least 3 gold coins in profit. No way. I had intended to pry some information from him. He plans to flee for a few days tonight. But alas, time is of the essence, and we must deal with this woman first. Otherwise, I would have had a chance at reclaiming those 2 gold coins." The 2 brothers began to converse as if the hooded woman were inconsequential. She gritted her teeth and began to retreat. "Hey, miss," the shopkeeper called out, his gaze shifting to halt her. "I did not grant you permission to leave. And what do you intend to do? Are you not afraid I will scream for help? The town is not far, and I can summon the guards." Upon hearing this, the brothers erupted into laughter. "Then go ahead and shout. Let us see if you dare." The hooded woman scoffed softly, as if she truly had something to hide. Deterred by the threats of the 2 men, Ai Lu, the noble family has fallen. Your family was stripped of its title for opposing the king, and your kin were hunted down and killed by royal decree. You, fortunate enough to be away studying magic, narrowly escaped. Did I speak the truth? The shopkeeper produced a scroll from his waist pouch. "Your wanted notice is right here in my possession. Would you care to take a look? TSK, the bounty is a staggering 50 gold coins. If my brother and I deliver you to the guards, we would never have to worry about sustenance again, if you truly are not Ai Lu. Then remove your hood and let us see your face clearly." Upon hearing someone unveil her scars, Ai Lu ceased her attempts at concealment, her voice sharp and piercing. "What? Do you 2 think you can capture me alone? Why not call a few more?" The leader chuckled. 2 are sufficient. We wouldn't want to share the spoils with more." At this moment, the second brother urged the first, "Brother, let's finish this quickly. That wretched Sumu has likely scurried off to Gute town again. Once we deal with this woman, we might yet catch up to him." Indeed, just as the 2 brothers prepared to act, Ailu moved with swifter resolve. Red demonic sigils began to materialize around her, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. With her lips pressed together, her left hand formed a palm facing the brothers. The red sigils unleashed a wave of fiery wind, spiraling upward from Ailu's grasp, illuminating the entire road. Ailu began her incantation, her tone cold and resolute. "O great god of flames, lend me your hand and incinerate my foes." The flames in her hands sensed an impending threat and surged forth like a whirlwind toward the brothers, their speed unparalleled. As the fiery vortex approached, the brothers felt an intense heat enveloping them. The searing flames struck them with tremendous force, resulting in a blinding explosion, sparks scattering in all directions. The conflagration's blast swept away Ailu's hood, revealing her stunning visage. Her chestnut red hair danced in the fiery gust, framing her captivating features and enchanting obsidian eyes. Ailu sighed, relieved that the two brutish men could be dispatched with such ease. The fire spell was among the most destructive of beginner magic. Having practiced for only a brief period, she felt uncertain about how to handle the two if she failed, realizing that the flames would surely attract attention. Ailu resolved to depart swiftly. Just as she turned to leave, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 3. The Stone of Magical Identification. From the site of the fiery explosion, a glowing flame began to snake along the ground, coiling toward Ailu with a speed nearly matching that of the fire vortex. By the time Ailu sensed the danger, it was too late. As the flame reached her feet, it erupted, forming a prison that ensnared her completely. Ailu's expression turned to one of shock as she glanced back at the spot where her fire vortex had struck. The remnants of her attack dissipated, revealing the brothers' sinister smiles, their forms surrounded by a brilliant barrier of light, which seemed to have nullified Ailu's fire magic. Holy barrier and fire cage. Ailu recoiled in fear, only to be scorched back to reality by the flames of the cage. The holy barrier was one thing, but a fire cage was an intermediate-level spell. How could such magic possibly exist in this remote town? Ailu turned her gaze to the leader, only to discover he held a scroll in each hand, unfurling to reveal sigils of two distinct colors, radiating with an almost blinding brilliance. "So, they are magical scrolls," Ailu murmured to herself. Magical scrolls are crafted by mages who inscribe ancient spells upon them. Though this process is incredibly taxing, the resulting scrolls are remarkably easy to use, allowing even a 6-year-old child to cast spells merely by reciting the incantations. However, the greatest drawback of magical scrolls is their exorbitant cost. "Brother, these scrolls are exceptionally useful. In my lifetime, I've scarcely encountered such magic," the second brother jeered playfully. The leader's expression turned pained. "These 2 scrolls are my entire fortune. Acquiring them was no easy feat without them. I wouldn't dare attempt to capture this woman." "It's fine, brother. Once we bind this woman and deliver her to the guards, the cost of the scrolls will be easily recouped." The second brother laughed heartily. Suddenly, one of the scrolls in the leader's hand dimmed, turning to ash that scattered across the ground, causing the shimmering shield surrounding the brothers to begin to fade. "Curse it," the leader muttered under his breath, urging his brother. "The fire cage can hold for a while longer. Quickly, go knock that woman out." The second brother complied, discarding his torch and retrieving a club from behind him. He didn't need to strike Ailu directly. He merely had to push her toward the edge of the fire cage through its gaps, allowing the flames to incapacitate her. As for whether Ailu would be harmed, who cared about that, as long as she remained alive? Regaining her composure, Ailu realized that escape was no longer an option. Despite her panic, her thoughts remained clear. Magical scrolls, after all, do not rely on prayer for casting. Once the magical energy contained within the scroll is exhausted, it will turn to ash, and the fire cage will naturally vanish. The scorching fire cage beside her crackled ominously, and with gritted teeth, she formed her hands into an unusual gesture that resembled a triangle. The faint red glow emanated from her eyes, and red sigils reappeared beside her. "That woman is about to unleash magic again. Hurry and stop her," the leader urged his brother. Sensing Ailu's unusual behavior, the second brother understood what needed to be done, raising his club to thrust through the gap in the fire cage, determined to disrupt Ailu's incantation and shove her toward the flames. However, just as the club was poised to reach her, it was suddenly consumed by an unexpected surge of fire, leaving him momentarily stunned at the sight of his now shortened weapon. "What are you doing? Why are you dawdling? Hurry!" The second brother was about to explain, but the unfolding events before him filled him with dread. Ailu had closed her eyes, her lips moving in incantation, and a fiery barrier began to manifest around her. This barrier isolated Ailu from the fire cage and all external influences, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that her complexion had begun to pale, though the brothers remained oblivious to this detail amid the flames. This woman, the leader ground his teeth in frustration, internally cursing his brother for his sluggishness. They should have easily dealt with her by now, yet the situation was growing increasingly precarious. The commotion and the flames' visibility in the night would surely attract the attention of the town's guards before long. "Brother, what should we do?" the second brother exclaimed in confusion, glancing back at his sibling, only to widen his eyes in horror. "Brother, watch out behind you." The leader furrowed his brow, opening his mouth to respond. But suddenly feeling a chill in his throat rendered him mute. The fire cage scroll slipped from his hands, and as he reached for his throat, he discovered it was drenched in crimson blood. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a man cloaked in a short robe and hood, with cold eyes that he recognized all too well. He had seen those eyes numerous times over the past few years. The leader attempted to speak, but all that escaped his lips was a gurgling sound. His face contorted in terror. Su Mu held a razor-sharp dagger, its blade unstained by blood, appreciating its fine quality. Having spent considerable time in this world, it was his first encounter with magical scrolls. In the act of casting magic. He had observed the initial confrontation, noting how Ailu had gained the upper hand, only to see the tide turn due to the two magical scrolls. Yet, Ailu's subsequent struggle had once again rendered both sides at a stalemate. Su Mu had initially planned to leave after watching the spectacle, but upon noticing the second brother moving away from the leader, who was preoccupied with controlling the fire cage, an idea sparked within him, black on black, utilizing the stealth cultivated from years of thievery in this world. He stealthily approached the leader from behind. Although the second brother had sensed his presence and attempted to warn him, it was too late. You wretched little brat," the second brother recognized Su Mu, his rage boiling over as he realized that Su Mu dared to attack his brother, who now appeared doomed. Su Mu ignored him, stepping forward to knock the leader to the ground and swiftly plunging his dagger into him multiple times. This marked Su Mu's first experience with killing, and while he felt a twinge of reluctance, he had fantasized about such actions countless times over the years. The second brother, discarding his half-broken club, drew a single-handed short sword, enraged as he charged at Su Mu. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. The disappearance of the fire cage scroll freed Ailu from her constraints, although she was still immersed in her incantation. The fiery barrier surrounding her began to expand. The second brother, closest to the barrier, barely had time to react before being engulfed in flames, crying out in agony as he dropped his sword. Unable to maintain his grip, he was completely enveloped in the flames. He was violently propelled away, rolling on the ground as he screamed, his voice gradually diminishing until he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Su Mu watched this unfold, swallowing hard. The sheer power of the magic was astounding, explaining the saying that in this world, all else is inferior, only magic reigns supreme. Gazing at the ever-expanding barrier of flames, Su Mu pondered his next move, only to witness the barrier dissipate. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Ailu had ceased her incantation and had collapsed to the ground, seemingly unconscious. With a sigh of relief, Su Mu sidestepped the residual flames and approached Ailu, crouching beside her to examine the woman who had wielded magic. To his surprise, she was indeed beautiful, with fair skin, a petite nose, and chestnut-red hair cascading along her profile, highlighting her feminine allure. Her lips, though alluring, appeared pallid, as if the exertion of casting two spells had taken a toll on her. Su Mu contemplated for a moment before gently nudging Ailu, who seemed to retain a flicker of consciousness, her long eyelashes fluttering before her eyes opened wide. Upon realizing she had collapsed and found a man crouched before her, she instinctively drew a dagger from her waist and lunged at Su Mu. Su Mu instinctively attempted to evade, yet he had not anticipated that this woman still possessed strength. In his desperate attempt to avoid her, the back of his hand was inadvertently sliced, and blood gushed forth. Under the dim glow of the fading embers, Ailu finally discerned that the man before her was not the robust figure of the two brothers. Suddenly recalling something, she murmured, "It's you." Su Mu, cursing his misfortune for being injured, was about to reprimand the woman when Ailu unexpectedly rolled her eyes and fainted again. Gazing at Ailu, who had succumbed to unconsciousness once more, Su Mu found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, He had some medicinal supplies in his belongings, and it was prudent to bandage his wound first that in this world, devoid of healing magic, an untreated wound could lead to fatal infection. He swiftly tended to the injury on the back of his hand, then cast Ai Lu aside momentarily. The black market boss had been right. The guards would be arriving soon, and he had little time left. Sumu hurried to the side of the boss's corpse and began to rummage through his belongings in no time. Valuable items were strewn about, including the magic identification stone he had sold to the boss that very day. Sumu silently rejoiced. What a fortunate turn of events. The wheel of fortune had turned in his favor. With a quick resale, he could earn a few gold coins. Carefully, he opened the small box to verify that the magic identification stone was still inside. Upon opening it, he found the stone resting peacefully within, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He intended to discard the box, preferring to carry the magic identification stone directly, as the box was rather bulky and took up considerable space. As Sumu reached for the magic identification stone, the blood seeping from the wound on the back of his hand inadvertently touched the stone. Although he had superficially treated the wound, it had not yet ceased bleeding. Moreover, the fact that he could identify this stone as a magic identification stone was already impressive, yet he remained entirely unaware of its activation method by utilizing one's own blood. As the blood from his hand seeped into the magic identification stone, Sumu cursed under his breath, wishing to wipe it clean promptly, fearing it would diminish its value. Just as he prepared to clean the stone, the originally azure magic identification stone began to shimmer, and the tiny specks of starlight within emitted an infinite radiance. The light shifted in hues of red, blue, white, and black, before evolving into shades of yellow, green, and black. Sumu was left dumbfounded by the dazzling display. The magic identification stone in his hand grew increasingly warm, almost scalding, yet the vibrant colors were undeniably real. Before long, the stone returned to silence. But it was no longer the azure hue. It had transformed into a small white clump of clay that crumbled to ash with the slightest pressure. Sumu snapped back to reality, but found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 4. The Kingdom's Night Brigade. Sumu looked at Ai Lu, who lay unconscious on the ground, and without hesitation, seized his water pouch, splashing water onto her face. Moments later, Ai Lu stirred awake. Her complexion still pale. As she regained consciousness, her awareness seemed hazy. Seated on the ground, she stared blankly at Sumu for a while before finally speaking. "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little importance," Sumu replied coldly. "I heard you are wanted, with a bounty of 50 gold coins." Ai Lu's pupils widened as she fervently shook her head in denial. "No, that's not true." Sumu snorted softly, producing the wanted notice he had retrieved from the black market boss's corpse. Comparing the image on the notice to Ai Lu's face, he sneered, "Miss Ai Lu." Her complexion paled further, and she suddenly recalled something. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the elder of the two brothers was undeniably dead, while the younger had vanished without a trace. However, her anxiety did not dissipate. Her gaze remained fixed on Sumu, and as she attempted to move, she discovered that her strength had not yet fully returned. Sumu seemed to see through Ai Lu's thoughts and spoke slowly. "Miss Ai Lu, it's best to keep your little schemes to a minimum." Ai Lu gritted her teeth. "What do you want from me?" Sumu appraised her from head to toe, his gaze making her feel uneasy and vulnerable. He raised the hand she had injured, stating, "Look, you just wounded my hand, and you still ask what I want." Realizing her unintentional harm, Ai Lu felt a pang of guilt. Although her instinctive actions had been to protect herself, she had not truly intended to injure him. "I didn't mean to. If you require an apology, I can sincerely say I'm sorry." Sumu let out a cold laugh. "So, it turns out that nobles like you can apologize to commoners like me?" Ai Lu defiantly lifted her chin, meeting Sumu's gaze. "Are you mocking me? You should know that I am no longer a noble." Sumu remained silent, extending his hand towards her, mistaking his gesture for an offer to help her up. Ai Lu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she placed her hand lightly in his. Upon feeling her delicate touch, Sumu was momentarily taken aback and swiftly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? I was asking for money. I was injured by you. A little compensation for the medicine is not too much to ask, is it?" Embarrassed by her misunderstanding, Ai Lu felt a surge of shame. Yet she maintained her composure. "I don't have much money. That's all right. I don't mind a little something," Sumu replied. Upon mentioning money, Ai Lu's cold eyes seemed to sparkle with a flicker of life. She trembled slightly, adjusting her robe, and produced a small pouch from her waist, handing it to Su Mu. Upon inspecting the contents, Su Mu was astonished to find only 13 copper coins. "This is all," he exclaimed. 100 copper coins equated to a single silver coin, and 100 silver coins equated to a gold coin. Though Ai Lu was a fallen noble, surely she couldn't be this impoverished. 13 copper coins wouldn't even cover the cost of a room in town, which required 5 copper coins. Noticing Su Mu's astonishment, Ai Lu felt compelled to explain, "This is truly all I have. If you really want money, I can sell my sapphire needle, but you'll have to share the proceeds with me." Su Mu maintained a stern expression, contemplating the small pouch in his hand as silence enveloped them. Ai Lu grew increasingly uneasy. "Don't forget about the medicine," Su Mu said nonchalantly. "Huh." Su Mu gestured toward the ashes and the boss's corpse nearby. "Don't forget that I saved your life." Ai Lu felt a wave of frustration. She was acutely aware of the implications. The two brothers who had sought to capture her had certainly not met their demise without reason, yet she remained uncertain of Su Mu's intentions and was wary of any form of repayment. "But all I have of value is that gemstone," she protested. Su Mu shook his head. "I can forego the money," he stated, pulling out several silver coins from his waist and placing them into the small pouch. Observing Su Mu's actions, Ai Lu questioned, "What are you doing?" "I'm willing to overlook your injury to me and the debt of my saving your life. But I have one request," Su Mu said, returning the small pouch to Ai Lu. After pondering for a moment, Ai Lu asked, "What is it? Could you teach me magic?" Ai Lu's eyes widened in shock, and she hastily shook her head. "That is impossible." Su Mu furrowed his brow. "Why not? Only nobles and royalty can study magic. You are merely a commoner," Ai Lu explained, then fell silent before continuing. "You must understand. Practicing magic as a non-noble or non-royal is a capital offense. But you are no longer a noble. How can you still wield magic?" Su Mu countered. Ai Lu shook her head. "It's different. Although I am no longer a noble, a fallen noble still retains the right to use magic, a privilege bestowed upon us by the king, which cannot be revoked. Yet, that privilege has been stripped away by royal decree," Su Mu retorted without hesitation. Ai Lu fell silent. Lowering her gaze, Su Mu showed no intention of apologizing, continuing, "Since you are no longer a noble and are now wanted by the kingdom, why bother with such trivialities? Is saving your life not worth teaching me some magic?" Ai Lu lifted her head. Meeting Su Mu's cold gaze once more, perplexed by his unwavering desire to learn magic. "Even if I could teach you, it's not that simple. Each person's affinity for different types of magic varies. Without the magic identification process, how can one determine what type of magic they can practice?" Ai Lu sighed, beginning to explain to Su Mu. "For instance, I have a strong affinity for fire magic, which is why I specialize in it. If I were to teach you, it would only be fire magic, yet you may not be able to practice it. Do you understand?" "I can practice fire magic," Su Mu stated calmly. "However, I am not well versed in the magic identification stone. Miss Ai Lu, could you please explain how to determine one's affinity for the 7 types of magic through the phenomena of the magic identification stone?" Ai Lu was taken aback. "You have already undergone magic identification?" Su Mu nodded. Ai Lu gasped, realizing that in such a remote place, there was no magic academy. If this commoner claimed to have undergone magic identification, he must have used a disposable magic identification stone, which was quite costly. "When I underwent magic identification at the Magic Academy, I did not use a disposable stone, but the standard should be the same. For example, if you see a fiery red color during the identification, it signifies that you can practice fire magic. Magic is divided into 7 types, each corresponding to a different color: water to blue, fire to red, light to white, darkness to black." Su Mu impatiently interrupted Ai Lu, her explanation affirming his inner suspicions. He had inadvertently activated the magic identification stone, and the brilliant display of colors he had seen corresponded perfectly to the 7 types. Could it be that he could learn all forms of magic? "Since I can practice fire magic, will you teach me?" Yet, the answer was not what Su Mu had hoped for. Ai Lu shook her head once more. Upon witnessing this, Su Mu felt that Ai Lu was jesting with him. Was this woman, in her stubbornness to uphold the last vestiges of dignity as a fallen noble, truly unwilling to teach him magic for the sake of some so-called kingdom regulations? "Studying magic is not as simple as that," Ai Lu remarked, tucking the small pouch back into her waist. After sitting on the ground for a considerable time, her strength had finally returned, and she stood up. "Magic identification is merely the first step. The next is to undergo the awakening ritual." "Awakening ritual, indeed." AI Lu reminisced. Only after the body awakens can one fully perceive magic and then communicate with the magical seals. Su Mu continued to inquire. Is the awakening ritual similar to the magic identification stone? Involving some kind of awakening stone? If so, how much does one typically cost? AI Lu stared at Su Mu in disbelief. You truly know nothing. There is indeed an awakening stone, but it is not a one-time use. Moreover, each awakening stone is enormous. Currently, the awakening stones are in the possession of various royal families and academies, which is why I said that your desire to study magic is quite improbable. Was the pursuit of magic thus doomed to fail? Su Mu had only just decided to embark on this path, initially unaware of his potential. Now that he had discovered his body's remarkable affinity for the 7 magical elements, it would be a waste not to learn magic. However, hearing AI Lu's words, it seemed that to study magic, one must first undergo identification and then awakening. The identification part was manageable, as he had already completed that, but the awakening stone was exclusively held by the royals and academies. In other words, only nobles could approach the royal family in the capital, and only nobles could attend the academies. Su Mu silently cursed this wretched social hierarchy. When would this world achieve a harmonious society, where the light of Marxist ideology could shine upon the land? Noticing Su Mu's despondence, AI Lu tried to console him. If you truly wish to study magic, I believe it would be more prudent to seek the king's noble reward. Su Mu, shaking off his disappointment, asked earnestly and resolutely, what is the fastest and most direct way to obtain noble status? AI Lu was taken aback by Su Mu's demeanor and after a moment of hesitation replied, the most straightforward method would be to enlist in the king's army and then participate in battles to earn military merit. Su Mu observed AI Lu's hesitance. Knowing she was implying that gaining military merit through enlistment was indeed the quickest route, but also the most perilous, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved that he must find a way to become a noble and study magic. Otherwise, it would be an egregious waste of his exceptional talent. Suddenly, Su Mu wondered if he could attempt to reach out to someone from the royal family and reveal his ability to practice the 7 magical elements. Perhaps that might secure him noble status. Su Mu had some understanding of the various magical elements that are in this world. Every individual had some degree of affinity with the magical elements, yet each person primarily resonated with only a few. Other elements could only be gradually awakened through persistent effort. Furthermore, it was important to note that those capable of practicing fire magic typically could not master water magic, and similarly, those adept in light magic could not wield dark magic. Thus, it was quite remarkable to master even 3 types of magic within one's lifetime. Yet, Su Mu had just identified his ability to wield all 7 elements, which astonished him. If he truly did not pursue magic, it would be an utter squandering of his extraordinary gift. If your sole aim is to study magic, there are indeed alternative methods. AI Lu suddenly interjected. Su Mu felt a flicker of hope and quickly looked up at her. Pray tell. Similar to joining the army, you could also enlist in the kingdom's Knight Order. The kingdom's Knight Order. Yes, AI Lu hesitated, uncertain whether revealing this to Su Mu was wise. The Knight Order is dedicated to serving the royal family, and the requirements for becoming a knight are much less stringent. One does not necessarily have to be a noble to join. Does becoming a knight equate to becoming a noble? AI Lu shook her head. Not exactly. If you are accepted as a knight candidate, you can enter the kingdom's magic academy to study for 2 years, after which, upon successful assessment, you can officially join the Knight Order and serve the royal family. If you achieve significant merit during this period, there is a possibility of receiving a royal reward and even being granted land to become a noble. I see. Su Mu nodded. Point 1 need not fear hard work, provided there is a clear goal to strive toward. Before AI Lu could elaborate, the distant sound of clanking armor interrupted them, and several flickering lights became visible in the darkness. The town's guards had finally arrived. Su Mu furrowed his brow and quickly told AI Lu, regardless of the circumstances, I sincerely thank you, Miss AI Lu, for enlightening this humble commoner on so many matters. Should fate allow, we may meet again. With that, he turned and prepared to flee the area. He could not afford to be caught. Although his reputation was not particularly noteworthy among the upper echelons of the town, he was well known among the guards, especially since any household that mysteriously lost possessions would first be suspected of his involvement. The scene was grim. There were corpses riddled with holes and others reduced to mere ashes, with remnants of extinguished flames and charred wood littering the ground. If Su Mu were captured, it would be impossible to explain his innocence. Upon realizing Su Mu's intention to leave, AI Lu snapped out of her stupor and hurriedly followed him. Su Mu maintained a steady pace, though it was not slow. However, AI Lu struggled to keep up. That on one hand, she wanted to match Su Mu's speed, but her strength had only just returned. On the other hand, Su Mu was navigating the dark path without a torch, which was challenging for her. The roads in this world, unless near major cities, were generally uneven and treacherous. Even carts needed to navigate carefully to avoid damage. After a considerable distance, Su Mu finally stopped and turned to examine AI Lu, finding her presence curious. Were it not for their lack of enmity and her own status as a fugitive, he would have considered eliminating her. Miss AI Lu, is it not time for you to part ways? Do you intend to follow me all the way to Gothic Town? By the faint moonlight, AI Lu gazed into the cold eyes of the hooded figure before her and felt a shiver of fear, as if being watched by a snake. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Speak plainly. I would like to request your assistance. Oh. Su Mu chuckled. What could a humble commoner from a remote town like me possibly do for you? Miss AI Lu, you should seek help from someone else. That if all else fails, consider placing a request at the guild in Gothic Town for a bounty hunter to assist you. AI Lu bit her silver teeth and quickly replied. It would be inappropriate for me to place a request at the guild, and my current situation is quite sensitive. Moreover, the matter I wish to discuss is somewhat. Su Mu scrutinized AI Lu, slowly stating, why don't you tell me what it is that a commoner like me could possibly assist you with? AI Lu stepped closer to Su Mu and after a moment of contemplation, began. You know I am no longer a noble, and my family's title and lands have been reclaimed by the king. Even my family members have perished. And then, Su Mu furrowed his brow, suspecting AI Lu might want him to become her retainer and assist her in regaining her title. Though I am unclear about the events that transpired within my family, I know that it cannot be as simple as it appears. My father and brother would never have defied the king's orders to the point of execution. AI Lu's eyes darkened, revealing a hint of malice. So, Miss AI Lu, what do you wish for me to do? Although the night road was deserted, AI Lu still glanced around before continuing. Since childhood, my brother has told me of a hidden chamber in our home, where rare family heirlooms are concealed. I hope you can help me retrieve something from that chamber. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that AI Lu sought to pilfer her family's legacy for survival. AI Lu sighed deeply. The lands are not like this remote place. Even with a bounty on my head, not everyone would recognize me if I were to return to those lands. Capture would be inevitable. And how much compensation can you offer me? Miss AI Lu, Su Mu felt a flicker of temptation. Treasures hidden away in a noble's secret chamber could surely be worth a fortune. To attain financial freedom often required cunning, and to become wealthy overnight necessitated unscrupulous means. This was a lesson Su Mu had learned well since arriving in this world. AI Lu took a deep breath. I do not require any of the treasures from the hidden chamber. I only wish for one book. One book? Su Mu was astonished. He had expected AI Lu to propose a 50-50 split and had been prepared to negotiate. But to his surprise, she sought only a single book. This piqued his suspicion. That book is an item my father and brother have safeguarded until now that I can forego all other treasures. But that book is essential to me. It is my last glimmer of hope. AI Lu's gaze dimmed, and her head bowed slightly. Su Mu pondered the situation, weighing the pros and cons. Though he was tempted, he was no fool. Noticing Su Mu's hesitation, AI Lu grew anxious and quickly added, although I cannot ascertain the exact value of the treasures in the hidden chamber, I am certain they exceed 100 gold coins. I understand that seeking your assistance is somewhat abrupt, but I truly have no one else to turn to. My situation is delicate, and I cannot approach the guild for help. Nor can I contact former acquaintances for fear of endangering them. This night, you saved my life. That I ought to express my profound gratitude, yet I find myself in circumstances that do not permit it. Had this been a different time, in light of the immense favor you have bestowed upon me, I would undoubtedly have recommended you as a candidate for the King's Knights. However, at this moment, I understand. Lu, with her inherent charm, spoke with a hint of melancholy as her petite nose twitched slightly, evoking a softness in Su Mu's heart. I can agree to your request. Really? Lu exclaimed in surprise. However, I have a few conditions to discuss with you. Speak. First, if there is any danger to life in this matter, I shall withdraw. Though I have a penchant for wealth, I will not jeopardize my life for it. Of course. Second, if you wish to accompany me on this venture, You must adhere to my arrangements that I do not desire anyone throwing a noble lady's tantrum while I am directing operations. No problem. Thirdly, I hope you can teach me some basic knowledge about magic along the way. Ailu blinked in astonishment at Su Mu's fervor for magic. That, too, is not an issue. Su Mu smirked slightly. Very well, I accept. Ailu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, offering a faint smile. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Ailu. Su Mu. After they finalized the details of their agreement, Ailu even established a magical contract with Su Mu in this world. Once both parties agree to a commission, they may mutually sign a magical contract, which serves to protect the rights and obligations of both. Should either party violate the contract, their minds would be troubled. Typically, such contracts are signed in the presence of a guild representative, but lacking such conditions, Ailu took it upon herself to facilitate the process. She even worried Su Mu might suspect her of tampering with the magical contract, though Su Mu remained unconcerned, knowing Ailu, as the spellcaster, could terminate the contract at any moment. Ailu's fiefdom lay in the western part of the kingdom. Near the border, conveniently en route to Gothic Town, which Su Mu had originally planned to visit, they set off towards Gothic Town to prepare, as Ailu's fief was still quite distant, necessitating their readiness for a long journey. They also needed to gather some equipment. As the closer they got to the fief and larger towns, the more likely they were to encounter individuals who might recognize Ailu, posing a potential risk. Although the contract they established did not ensure either party's personal safety, Su Mu felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of Ailu encountering trouble without cause, provided that he did not find himself entangled in issues beyond his capacity to resolve. After Ailu's recent troubles at home, she had evidently faced numerous challenges and hardships outside, proving her resilience to endure the rigors of night travel. On the journey, Su Mu directly posed his inquiries regarding magic, and Ailu readily provided answers without hesitation. For instance, there are 3 methods to cast magic, the simplest being magic scrolls, the second is magical prayers, and the third is spell chanting. Magic scrolls are easily understood, especially as Su Mu had witnessed one in action just that evening. However, the distinction between magical prayers and spell chanting left Su Mu puzzled. With Ailu's detailed explanation, he finally grasped the differences. For instance, the basic fire spell Ailu had cast that night was a result of magical prayer, while the intermediate firewall she subsequently conjured was a product of spell chanting. It is not to say that the firewall could not be invoked through magical prayer. Rather, sustaining spells and area spells are more effectively executed through chanting, as it enhances the stability and operability of the sustained magic, significantly amplifying its power. Nevertheless, spell chanting has its drawbacks, such as slower casting speed and the inability to be interrupted during the incantation. Conversely, magical prayers are simpler, as they involve specific casting formulas, making the process more straightforward. With Su Mu, who was accustomed to night travel, leading the way, Ailu felt her worries dissipate, allowing her to relax considerably. As her mood lightened, Ailu found herself intrigued by Su Mu. A mere commoner from a remote town possessed the means to purchase and utilize a magic identification stone, even defying national regulations to pursue the study of magic, an endeavor that could result in a death sentence for common folk. On the other hand, Su Mu's demeanor left Ailu perplexed. She prided herself on having encountered many individuals, arrogant noble offspring, humble prodigies, and meek lower-class citizens. Yet, she had never met someone like Su Mu. He was remarkably composed, and despite being a commoner, he remained calm and analytical even after taking lives, engaging her in discussions of mutual benefit. While he appeared to possess a stark realism, there was something oddly trustworthy about him that Ailu found curious. Chapter 6. Sleta. Each person's environment varies, shaping a multitude of diverse individuals. Su Mu was unaware of Ailu's profound grief from losing everything, just as Ailu remained oblivious to Su Mu's moral compromises for survival. Their values ultimately diverged. One pursued spiritual fulfillment, while the other was solely focused on survival and self-preservation. In Su Mu's words, his greatest lesson upon arriving in this world was to make the most suitable choices, speak the most appropriate words, and take the most fitting actions. Upon reaching Gothic Town in the still of night, Ailu, having already expended considerable energy through her magical efforts, felt increasingly disoriented. Had Su Mu not been there to guide her, she might have sought refuge in the nearby woods to rest. Su Mu had visited Gothic Town several times and was quite familiar with it, leading them to an inn. The innkeeper, drowsily nodding off, quickly perked up upon their entrance. Upon seeing the pair, a woman in a long hooded robe, her face obscured, and a man in a shorter hooded cloak, his features similarly concealed but slightly more visible. The innkeeper was unfazed, accustomed to the shrouded visitors of this remote locale. "How many nights will you be staying?" he inquired. "One night. With identification, it's 3 copper coins per night. Without it, 5 copper coins. Is that acceptable?" "That works," Sumu replied, producing 5 copper coins from his waist and placing them on the counter. "Your room is on the 2nd floor." Suddenly, Ailu shivered, recalling something, and turned to Sumu. "I will not share a room with you." Sumu looked taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Of course. I have no intention of sharing a room with you. If you wish to sleep, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Do you expect me to cover your expenses?" With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Ignoring Ailu, frustrated by his response, Ailu clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, retrieving her own copper coins to place on the counter before hastily following him upstairs, muttering, "Truly lacking in gentlemanly conduct." The innkeeper blinked in surprise, having assumed the two were a couple, only to be taken aback by their exchanged eye in the afternoon. Sumu and Ailu agreed to explore Gothic Town together. Logically speaking, Ailu, being wanted, should not have been wandering so freely in the town. However, given its remoteness and the dazed demeanor of its inhabitants, it was better to avoid attracting attention as long as they did not roam too close to the guards or the guild. The likelihood of being caught was low. The earlier incident with the black market thugs had stemmed from Ailu's own overreaching. In this world, aside from the capital and major cities, towns generally suffered from poor sanitation. Vendors paid little mind to muddy floors, believing that what they bought would require washing regardless. Ailu, evading capture, had grown accustomed to such conditions in small towns. Otherwise, she would never have set foot in a place so filthy, given her previous living standards. As they strolled, a figure suddenly darted from a nearby alley, nearly colliding with Sumu. Upon closer inspection, it was a small girl, clad in tattered garments with a short cloak, her inner shirt dirty and ragged, clutching 2 stale loaves of bread. Hot on her heels was a man who seized the girl, kicking her to the ground. The bread fell from her arms, landing in the muck. "You filthy little thief. I turned my back for just a moment, and you steal from me." The man furiously kicked the girl, who seemed oblivious to the pain, silently crawling towards the fallen loaves. A crowd gathered, their laughter ringing out in amusement. "It's that girl. Sleta, again. Indeed, she's stolen from several homes this week. Last time, I caught her taking vegetables from my garden. I let her off with a few swats, thinking she was just a child. And what happened next? The very next day, she stole from me again while I wasn't looking. I caught her and gave her a proper beating. Some people just can't be indulged." Eventually, the girl lay still on the ground. And Ailu, witnessing her plight, turned to Sumu, unable to bear the sight. Beneath his hood, Sumu's eyes remained cold and indifferent, devoid of any empathy. Ailu felt a sense of helplessness but gently ventured, "Should we save her?" Sumu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the girl sprawled on the floor. The man, seemingly exhausted from kicking her, paused. "Damn it, I've lost 2 loaves of bread." His anger flared as he glared at the dirty bread on the ground. Lowering himself, he grabbed the girl by her hair, lifting her head to reveal her trembling eyes. "You're still alive? I'll sell you to the slave market. What a nuisance. Those 2 loaves of bread are worth 3 copper coins. I wonder how much you filthy little whore, are worth." Upon hearing the man's intent to sell her into slavery, the girl's eyes widened in terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "Do not sell me," the girl whimpered, her lips already chapped and cracked, her voice barely audible to the man. "Oh, if I don't sell you, do you think these 2 loaves of bread will simply go to waste?" the man retorted, pressing the girl's head into the muddy floor. "Do you have any idea how many items you've stolen from various shops these past few days? If it weren't for your youth, you would have met your end long ago." The man's fury escalated as he kicked her again. The girl, enduring the pain, remained silent. "Help me," she lifted her head, her vacant eyes scanning the crowd, yet all she received in return were mocking gazes, as if no one cared for her plight. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a pair of indifferent eyes, as still as a stagnant pool. The owner of those eyes regarded her as if she were a lifeless corpse. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, she found herself pleading, "Can you save me?" Upon hearing her call for help, the crowd fell silent, their attention shifting to Sumu. Meanwhile, Ailu, witnessing the girl's desperation, instinctively tugged at the hem of Sumu's robe. The man, still kicking the girl, paused. If someone were to rescue her, it would conveniently compensate for his loss of the 2 loaves. A mere 3 copper coins would settle the matter. Sumu approached the girl, his expression stern as he crouched before her. Her hair fell over her face, her eyes quivering and dulled, her cracked lips still whispering, "Help me. Why should I save you?" Su Mu's voice was barely above a whisper, yet his tone was icy. The girl was taken aback by his question, her mouth open to respond, but no words came forth. She seemed at a loss. When you are powerless, you can do nothing. Once you gain power, do you believe you will be capable of anything? Su Mu's words, though not loud, left those around them puzzled, uncertain of their meaning. The girl's eyes widened again, but the numbness seemed to fade slightly. She refrained from further pleas. "Young master, do you or do you not wish to save her? If you want to save her, just give me 3 copper coins, and I shall hand her over to you." The man interjected impatiently. Ai Lu could no longer contain herself and reached for her coin pouch. She had some money, but she had previously agreed with Su Mu that they would adhere to his decisions during their travels. Su Mu ignored the girl, standing up and casting a cold glance at the surroundings and the man before he silently walked away from the crowd. Ai Lu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and followed suit. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with some mocking the man. 3 copper coins to save this thief. You think others are benevolent souls? Stop dreaming. The man sighed in frustration. What a misfortune. He picked up the 2 loaves from the ground, although they were unsellable. The unsoiled parts could still be consumed. He then grabbed the girl by the arm and left, seemingly intent on selling her at the slave market to recoup his losses. Whether or not he would follow through was of no concern to the onlookers. And soon the crowd dispersed, leaving the street as if nothing had happened. Su Mu. Ai Lu caught up to him, struggling to suppress her anger. Why didn't you save that girl? Su Mu halted, casting a cold gaze at Ai Lu. Why should I save her? At this, Ai Lu lost her composure. Do you not feel a twinge of sorrow seeing her like this? Is it truly the 3 copper coins that hold you back? If so, just tell me, and I shall provide. She is not worth your 3 copper coins. This is not merely about a few copper coins. Ai Lu seethed. How can you be so heartless? Su Mu regarded the furious Ai Lu without immediate response. Then slowly said, when she is powerless, she can do nothing. If you save her once or twice, she will still be unable to do anything afterward. You must understand, given her current circumstances, she is truly not worth 3 copper coins. If one seeks help, they must first be able to help themselves. Enraged, Ai Lu disregarded Su Mu's words, hurling a few more insults before turning away, claiming she would return to the inn at Su Mu. His expression impassive, did not attempt to stop her, knowing that a magical contract bound them. Even if Ai Lu were genuinely angry, she wouldn't abandon him to pursue the treasures of the secret chamber alone. Watching Ai Lu's graceful figure depart, Su Mu shook his head and turned away. That he hadn't anticipated that there could be noble youths possessing such kindness. After all, in the town, any child of influence typically viewed the impoverished as mere playthings. Although he felt conflicted about this perspective, Su Mu couldn't help but admire Ai Lu a little more. In the dimly lit alley, a bakery stood, prompting Su Mu to wonder how a bakery could thrive in such a dismal location. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that establishing a bakery here would surely lead to ruin. Sleta was discarded in a corner of the bakery, her body marred with numerous wounds, a large bruise marring her cheek, yet her muddy face held a pair of eyes no longer clouded by confusion. Once more, she caught a whiff of the bakery's distinct scent of wheat. She was hungry, but alas, her attempts at thievery had failed today. Had she succeeded, she could have feasted. Chapter 7. Sleta's struggle. A man from the bakery approached, carrying a bucket of water, and poured it directly over Sleta. The water soaked her clothes, and she looked up at him. The man snorted, and suddenly noticing something, he crouched down, grasping her chin. I never expected you to be quite pretty. Perhaps I could fetch a good price for you at the slave market. At the mention of the slave market, Sleta's small frame trembled once more, yet this time, she refrained from begging for mercy. Damn it, still no one has come to buy bread today. The man glanced outside, frustrated that his shop had seen no customers all day. He looked down at the unblemished Sleta, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he thought, since I'm going to sell you anyway, I might as well have a little fun first. With that, his hand reached toward Sleta, but unexpectedly, she extended her small hand to grasp his palm. The man, thinking she was about to resist, intended to slap her into submission, only to realize she was not. The once numb eyes revealed a hint of tenderness not befitting her age. Meanwhile, Su Mu had completed his shopping, having discovered a considerable sum of money from the corpse of the black market leader. He found himself with a substantial amount of coins. Naturally, he intended to spend wisely and purchase the equipment he had previously desired. He even bought a sturdy horse from the stable, his largest expense of the day. And well worth it, After all, it wouldn't do for him and AI Lu to walk all the way to the kingdom's border. Sumu even paid extra for a pair of saddles, which, while costly, was still more economical than buying a second horse. Whether AI Lu was willing to share a mount with him was beyond his concern. If she refused, she could simply walk. Sumu returned to the location where Sleta had encountered trouble, only to find the crowd had gathered once more, a cacophony of voices rising. Wow, that girl actually bit off the baker's finger. How terrifying. She must be starving and mistook his finger for bread. Sleta is likely not going to escape this time. Sumu frowned and pushed his way through the crowd. Discovering the man who had kicked the girl now bleeding profusely from his right hand, having lost a finger. At that moment, the man was wielding a club as thick as an arm, mercilessly striking the fallen Sleta, each swing accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Sleta lay on the ground, enduring the blows in silence, as if she were already dead. It seems Sleta may indeed be beaten to death. This is too cruel. The clamor of the crowd pierced Sumu's ears, and he felt a knot of discomfort in his stomach as he lowered his hood, contemplating leaving the scene and pretending he hadn't seen anything. However, a single remark resonated within his mind. That girl. Sleta, what is she struggling for? Even if she is sold at the slave market, at least it offers her a place of belonging, better than starving to death outside. The man felt deceived. He had sensed the tenderness emanating from the young Sleta, even considering taking her in. Yet, unexpectedly, she had bitten off one of his fingers. If he hadn't endured the pain and chased after her, she might have truly escaped. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more his severed finger throbbed with pain, causing him to swing the club with even greater ferocity. Just then, someone kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the ground in confusion. He looked up to see the hooded figure he had encountered earlier that day. The man was about to unleash his fury when Sumu's cold gaze silenced him, rendering him unable to utter a word. What do you want? Sumu ignored him, bending down to assess Sleta's injuries. Sleta seemed to sense something, forcing her head to turn towards Sumu. Their eyes met once more. Sleta's lips were stained with blood, yet her eyes no longer bore the veil of numbness. Sumu's expression softened, his eyes no longer cold but trembling. Sleta's cracked lips parted slightly as she spoke again. Help me. Yes, Sumu replied without hesitation. Sleta appeared to have heard the most beautiful words in the world, a smile breaking through her pain as she fainted. Retrieving 3 silver coins from his pouch, Sumu tossed them onto the man's face. Consider this 3 silver coins as compensation. Sumu lifted Sleta in his arms, casting a cold glance at the man seated on the ground. The man hurriedly picked up the 3 silver coins, his face instantly lighting up with joy as if he had forgotten the pain. Completely ignoring Sumu. Noticing that there were no further troubles, Sumu carried Sleta away from the crowd. The onlookers began to whisper and point at Sumu. How could someone who could casually part with 3 silver coins not astonish them in this remote little town? On the second floor of the inn, AI Lu sat in her room, having calmed down, and felt regret for losing her temper at Sumu. After all, Sumu was right. There was indeed no need to save that girl. Even AI Lu herself was unable to save herself, so how could she have the capacity to rescue others? Moreover, they had previously agreed on certain terms, stating that any subsequent actions would follow Sumu's arrangements. Just as AI Lu was lamenting her temper, a noise from Sumu's room next door caught her attention, prompting a sigh as she rose to apologize to him. Upon opening Sumu's door, she was taken aback. A girl, covered in mud, lay on the bed. It was the very girl she had seen being bullied on the street earlier that day. Sumu glanced at AI Lu and said matter-of-factly, "Come help me clean her up." "All right," AI Lu responded quickly. Snapping back to reality, AI Lu took charge of cleaning the girl, while Sumu rummaged through his bag in search of medicine, pulling out everything he could find, regardless of its potential usefulness. How could this girl be injured so severely? AI Lu wondered aloud as she inspected the wounds while cleaning. But the results left her in disbelief. Sumu set the medicines down beside the bed and asked, still composed, "How bad is it?" "A few broken bones, and I can't tell if she has internal bleeding," AI Lu replied. Frowning, Sumu raised an eyebrow. "You know healing magic, right?" "I do, but the effects aren't particularly strong, and my magic power is insufficient. I can only mend the bones. For everything else, she'll need medicine to recover." "Very well. You can start now," Sumu instructed. "Healing magic isn't omnipotent. The process of mending bones will be excruciating, so please help soothe her during it," AI Lu said, taking a deep breath. Sumu nodded, saying, "This girl hasn't cried out in pain yet. She should be fine." Without further delay, AI Lu placed her right palm over Sleta, her left hand resting on her own chest, softly murmuring incantations as red magical symbols reappeared around her. This time, Su Mu observed closely. The magical symbols twisted and contorted like withered wood, yet within them emanated a rich natural energy. Compassionate Earth Mother, please bestow your mercy upon this suffering girl. May your loving spirit grant her healing. As the words left her lips, the previously red magical symbols transformed into a gentle green, a warm spring breeze rising from Ai Lu's right hand and enveloping Sleta. Green light began to radiate from Sleta's body, as if she were a withered tree blossoming in spring, dazzlingly beautiful. As Ai Lu had forewarned, the process of repairing the bones was excruciatingly painful, and the previously unconscious Sleta suddenly screamed in agony. This was the first time Su Mu witnessed Sleta cry out in pain, and his heart ached, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Sleta's small body stiffened, her eyes wide open, her face contorted in agony. Turning her head, she caught sight of Su Mu's indifferent expression, and with trembling hands, she mouthed, "Brother, Sleta hurts so much." Su Mu grasped Sleta's outstretched hand, his demeanor softening as he gently reassured her. "It will be over soon. Brother, someone hit me with a stick. Sleta hurts so much. I'm here, don't be afraid." Once the healing magic was complete, the room fell silent, and Sleta ceased her cries of pain, her small hand resting quietly in Su Mu's. The most effective healing magic came from water and light attributes, and Ai Lu's forced use of healing magic had taken a significant toll on her own body, especially since she had not yet fully recovered her magic power after the fight with the two brothers from the black market the day before. Ai Lu's face was pale as she sat at the edge of the bed, watching Su Mu hold Sleta's hand, and despite her fatigue, she couldn't help but smile, saying, "You truly saved her." "I thought. I did not save her. She saved herself," Su Mu replied coolly. "Is that so?" Once, Su Mu's gaze dimmed. "I too was on the verge of starvation, and in my desperation, I resorted to stealing food from others. Like her, I was caught and mercilessly beaten, nearly believing I would die in that moment. I cried out for help, hoping someone would save me. But the crowd merely watched coldly, indifferent to my plight." Ai Lu felt a pang of sympathy at Su Mu's rare display of emotion. "Yet I survived. I vowed that no matter what happened, no matter how difficult life became, even if I had no power, I would grit my teeth and endure. Even if it meant risking death, I would struggle to live. One must save oneself before seeking salvation from others." Su Mu sighed. "Today, I saw her eyes devoid of hope for the future, and then she turned to me, pleading for help. In that moment, I saw my past self, lying on the ground, begging for assistance that I desperately wanted to save her. But her numbed expression resembled that of a walking corpse." Suddenly, Su Mu felt his hand, which held Sleta's, enveloped by a gentle grip. Looking up, he found it was Ai Lu. Her pale face broke into a smile as she said, "I understand now." Su Mu gazed at the three hands intertwined before him and smiled. "So please, do not blame me for not saving her immediately." "How could I ever blame you?" Chapter 8. The trio Sleta lay in a serene slumber, while Ai Lu, exhausted from the healing magic, found herself drained. Though Su Mu wished to assist, he recognized the boundaries between genders and thus entrusted the tasks of applying medicine and cleaning to Ai Lu. Listening to Su Mu recount his prior encounters with Sleta, Ai Lu felt a surge of compassion for the girl's heart. She was kind, and she no longer saw herself as nobility. The heirs of aristocracy had long been stripped away. That Su Mu entered Ai Lu's room, finding a place to sit and gazing out at the bustling scene beyond the window, lost in thought. Initially, Su Mu had set out from the town with the mere intention of acquiring a status certificate in Gothic Town with 2 gold coins, and then finding work to sustain himself. After years of navigating this world, his desires had diminished. Apart from the instinct to survive, he sensed no shred of dignity or aspiration as a human. In this world, the lives of commoners held little value. Perhaps if one encountered a benevolent noble overseeing their lands, it might be considered a stroke of good fortune. Yet such improbable events had never graced his path. When he encountered Ai Lu and the 2 brothers from the black market, he merely thought of taking advantage of the situation. After all, the leader of the black market had initially aimed to attack him, and striking back seemed only fair. However, he never anticipated that the girl he had casually saved would later entrust him with a task. Had he not fortuitously discovered his adaptability to all 7 schools of magic through the magic identification stone, igniting his desire for magic, he would not have accepted Ai Lu's commission. The coins he had found on the black market leader's corpse were more than sufficient for him to live comfortably in Gothic town. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Su-mu, now fueled by a desire for knowledge, chose to embark on the path of learning magic. Having never been exposed to magic before, he felt an insatiable thirst for understanding. Previously, the only question before Su-mu was survival. Now, he faced the challenges of mastering magic, fulfilling Ai Lu's commission, and caring for Sleta. Sleta was a pitiful girl. At her age, had she lived in a different world, she would have been a carefree child. Little did she know that in this world, a girl must endure such hardships alone. Su-mu, the girl has awakened. Su-mu, still lost in thought, was brought back to reality by Ai Lu's voice as she stood at the door, smiling at him. All right. Together, they returned to Sleta's bedside. Sleta lay on the bed, with medicine applied to various parts of her body, and the room was filled with the scent of medicinal herbs. She squinted her eyes, gazing at Ai Lu and Su-mu, who had saved her, her mouth slightly opening as if to say something, yet no sound emerged. Does your body still hurt? Su-mu inquired. Sleta gently shook her head. Sleta no longer hurts. Sleta. What a lovely name, Ai Lu said, sitting by the bed and engaging Sleta in conversation. Sleta's name was given by her father. And what of your father? He passed away a year ago. Ai Lu's eyes dimmed slightly. Is that so? Do you have any other relatives? Originally, Sleta glanced at Su-mu. Sleta had an older brother, but he was captured by the guards a few days ago and was killed. Sleta spoke in a flat tone, devoid of emotion, recounting a deeply tragic event. Ai Lu looked up at Su-mu, seeking guidance on how to proceed. With Sleta lacking family, it implied that they had a responsibility towards her. They could not simply abandon her to wander to the western border. Su-mu also sat at the edge of the bed, smiling as he asked, Do I resemble your brother? Sleta hesitated before responding. Not entirely, sir. Your eyes are very similar to those of Sleta's brother. After our father passed away, my brother brought me to Gothic town, working tirelessly every day to make a living. His eyes, like yours, gradually grew cold, but beneath that coldness lay boundless warmth. Is that so? Sleta thanks you for saving her and for the lessons you imparted today. Sleta is still young and has no means to repay your kindness. A smile graced Sleta's lips. I know you and the lady are in a difficult position, having saved me, and you must be troubled about how to handle my situation. Therefore, sir, please do not feel troubled. Although I am unable to repay your kindness, I assure you that Sleta will never become a burden to you or the lady. Upon hearing this, Ai Lu could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears as she clasped Sleta's hand in silence. Sleta smiled and continued, All I require is a brief respite, just for a little while. I shall rise this evening to return to the slums. Regarding Sleta's situation, Su-mu had already made arrangements in the adjacent room. And her words further solidified his resolve. He spoke slowly. Do not worry. I shall reserve this hotel room for you for a few more days. During this time, you may rest comfortably, and there is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Sleta was taken aback by his statement. Sir, you. I am Su-mu. If it brings you joy, you may call me brother. Su-mu smiled, adding, Of course, you may also address her as sister. I am certain she would not mind. Sleta glanced at Su-mu and then at Ai Lu, timidly inquiring, Is that truly permissible? Ai Lu beamed. Sleta, of course it is. Brother, sister. A few days later, a well-prepared Su-mu and Ai Lu set forth on their journey towards the western border, leaving Sleta behind in the hotel. Although her injuries had not fully healed, daily medicinal care had allowed her to walk normally. Su-mu left her 2 silver coins, which for a 10-year-old like her, was undoubtedly a small fortune, as long as no significant issues arose. It would suffice for her to find a way to survive. The hotel even extended her stay and provided her with some medicine and new clothing. Su-mu even gifted her the short cloak he had recently purchased in Gothic town. Sleta, whose height barely reached Su-mu's chest, donned the cloak, the hem brushing against her heels, yet she delighted in it, especially since she shared Su-mu's fondness for wearing hoods. After Su-mu and Ai Lu departed, Sleta felt an emptiness within her. The companionship and care they had provided over the past few days had rekindled the long-lost warmth of family. Draped in the short cloak, she strolled through Gothic town. The vendors along the way could hardly fathom that the girl passing by, who had narrowly escaped death as a thief just days prior, was now Sleta. Clean and well-dressed, she emanated a scent of shampoo. And passers-by instinctively stepped aside, believing her to be a child of some influential family in the town, not daring to provoke her. Sleta reveled in this newfound sense of superiority, relishing the feeling of no longer being bullied. Before long, she arrived at the very street where she had been assaulted. Gazing into the dim alley, she seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a man emerged from the shadows, his right index finger bandaged, a look of melancholy etched across his face. Seemingly in a daze, Sleta's body quivered slightly at the sight of him. Oblivious to his surroundings, the man walked straight towards Sleta, who did not shy away but stood her ground as he approached. The moment he collided with her, Sleta staggered back from the impact. "You fool, who isn't?" The man began to curse but abruptly recognized that the figure before him was a girl cloaked in a hood. Though her attire was not particularly extravagant, it was well-crafted and clean, a rarity for someone to wear so casually in Gothic town. He quickly changed his tone to one of submission. "My apologies. Esteemed young lady, it was I who failed to notice you." Sleta, initially trembling, suddenly froze, then relaxed her posture. Indeed, the filthy, lowly Sleta was no more. She was now the clean and noble Sleta. With a scoff, Sleta replied, "Is it customary for mere commoners to apologize in such a manner upon encountering me?" Hearing this, the man's cold sweat broke out. He had indeed been correct in his assumption that this girl was not to be trifled with. "Esteemed young lady, it is my fault. I offer my sincerest apologies." With that, the man knelt on one knee, bowing his head and pressing his left hand to his chest. Sleta couldn't help but chuckle. So this was the man who had once tormented her. Now trembling in fear. "Do you know who I am?" Once again, the crowd began to gather, intrigued by the sight of a girl being apologized to in such a manner, especially upon witnessing Sleta's attire. Speculation ran rampant about her identity as the child of a powerful family in Gothic town. Some claimed she was the daughter of a magistrate, while others suggested she was the niece of the town's lord. Each eager to demonstrate their own perceptiveness. The man, kneeling and bowing, felt a surge of fear at the crowd's conjectures. Could it be that he had stumbled upon the child of someone influential? The moment he stepped outside. "Pupa, I do not know." "You truly do not know?" "Pupa, I truly do not." Sleta let out a cold huff, her voice menacing. "You, a mere commoner, dare to lay your filthy hands on me. Slap yourself." "Yes, yes." Pupa, terrified by Sleta's tone, hastily raised his hands and struck his own face. He put forth no effort to restrain himself, and after delivering over 20 slaps, both sides of his face were swollen. He was already in pain and dared not strike harder. Yet the hooded girl before him showed no signs of forgiveness. Sleta retrieved a silver coin from her waist and tossed it onto the ground. "Strike yourself 100 more times. Consider this silver coin as your medicinal fee. Of course, if you fail to knock out your teeth in those 100 slaps, I shall send someone to have you hanged tomorrow." Seeing the hooded girl casually toss a silver coin, Pupa dared not hesitate any longer and promptly began to slap his own face again. Meanwhile, Sleta turned away, weaving through the crowd, which parted to make way for her, with individuals bowing and placing their left hands upon their chests, all paying their respects to Sleta, observing the crowd that bowed before her. Sleta couldn't help but smile internally. Is this the power of nobility? Ultimately, Sleta departed and made her way to the stable in Gothic town, producing another silver coin and tossing it at the stable owner's face. "Saddle your horse and take me to the western border. I must catch up to 2 individuals." Dazed by the silver coin, the stable owner nodded vigorously without a word. As Sleta mounted the horse, a wave of worry washed over her. She had exhausted the 2 silver coins Su Mu had given her. Surely, Su Mu and Sister Ilu would not scold her, would they? Chapter 9. Entering the city on the road to the western border, a sturdy horse trotted along, bearing a double saddle occupied by 3 individuals. They appeared as a family, all cloaked in hoods. The younger girl sat in the man's lap, while the auburn-haired woman sat behind, watching the sleeping girl ahead with amusement. Fortunately, they carried little in the way of luggage, or else the horse would have struggled under the weight of 3. Sleta slumbered peacefully, and Su Mu dared not urge the horse to gallop, opting instead for a leisurely pace. "I thought you might give Sleta a bit more money to send her on her way," Ilu whispered close to Su Mu's ear. "Since she has come along, there is no need to abandon her. She has suffered greatly from a young age, which has made her quite sensible. She understands the dangers we face on our journey to the western border, and her presence indicates her preparedness," Su Mu replied coolly. "Indeed, Sleta is quite perceptive," Ilu sighed. "How is it that a girl so young can possess such wisdom?" Su Mu pondered for a moment before responding. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Children of the poor grow up early'?" Sleta and I are different from you. You were born into nobility, sheltered from worry, with servants catering to your every need. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Ailu felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he spoke the truth. We, on the other hand, are merely commoners, toiling daily for survival, forced to navigate the whims of others. You must understand, Sleta has spent her life attuned to the moods of those around her, making her sensitive to potential trouble. This heightened awareness stems from her ability to recognize others' anger early and sense impending danger. Is that so? It is merely a method of self-preservation, particularly for the vulnerable. I'm feeling a bit weary. May I lean on your shoulder? Ailu rested her head against his sturdy shoulder, softly stating, I never expected you, a mere commoner, to possess such depth of understanding. Su Mu remained silent, gazing at the sleeping girl in his lap. Understanding comes from experiencing life. The two fell into a comfortable silence as they continued their journey. Su Mu gazing into the distance, uncertain whether the western border awaited them with surprises or dangers. Meanwhile, Sleta, nestled in his arms, had shared all her recent escapades in Gothic town with them. Ailu was taken aback. While Su Mu found it entirely natural, Ailu could hardly believe that a little girl could be so cunning and manipulative, whereas Su Mu viewed it as a natural expression of desire. A person who has endured starvation would not choose to remain hungry after a satisfying meal, just as one who has faced oppression would not willingly submit to it again. Rather, they might seek to exert their own power. What Su Mu did not know was how the seed of ambition planted in Sleta's heart would ultimately manifest. Nevertheless, Sleta remained a charming and sensible girl. 1 month later, at the western border they drew ever closer to the ancestral lands of the Ailu family. The number of individuals capable of recognizing Ailu increased significantly. Consequently, the trio was compelled to traverse the forest paths and navigate the mountains, all to evade the throngs and the primary thoroughfares of the kingdom. Now, they had finally arrived at the wooded surroundings that once encompassed the Ailu family's estate, huddled around a fire for warmth. Ailu and Sleta engaged in playful banter, while Su Mu busied himself nearby, polishing his gear. As he paused, cloth in hand, to observe the cheerful countenance of Ailu and Sleta, a sense of warmth enveloped his heart. All three were solitary souls in this world, yet after a month of companionship, they had forged a bond akin to that of family. In their leisure, Sleta unabashedly expressed her longing to ascend to nobility and harbored profound admiration for Ailu, who had once belonged to such a class. Frequently, she would seek Ailu's counsel on matters of aristocracy, even mimicking her tone and gestures, resembling two sisters. Throughout this month, Su Mu had been engrossed in pondering the intricacies of magic. His fascination with the study of sorcery surpassed any interest in worldly matters. Whenever a question arose regarding magic, he would eagerly approach Ailu for clarification. Initially, his inquiries were rather elementary, easily addressed by Ailu. However, as time progressed, the complexity of his questions escalated, leaving Ailu at times unable to provide satisfactory answers. Su Mu's queries became increasingly intricate, effortlessly drawing connections from fundamental magical principles to more refined theories. He even simplified the established incantation process for fire spell casting, a domain he had never ventured into before. For instance, the conventional procedure for casting fire spells involved 4 fixed stages: creation, maintenance, movement, and explosion. After Su Mu's theoretical analysis, he proposed eliminating the explosion phase, suggesting instead to terminate the maintenance stage. While this alteration may seem trivial, the ramifications for the fire spell were substantial. The loss of the explosion phase diminished its potency significantly. Yet the incantation time was reduced by 1/3. Ailu could not help but regard Su Mu as a prodigy in the realm of magic. As a person entirely unversed in sorcery had managed to revolutionize an incantation process based solely on her fragmented explanations. Who would believe such a feat? Yet Su Mu remained unconvinced, preferring to refer to Ailu's incantations as formulas. As they neared the original lands of the Ailu family, Ailu maintained a facade of merriment while frolicking with Sleta. Yet the worry etched upon her brow was unmistakable. Indeed, since the upheaval within her family, she had not had the opportunity to return to her estate. Now, having finally made the journey back, she found everything irrevocably altered. And even the act of returning to her own home required utmost caution to avoid detection. Ailu, do you still have your identification on you? Su Mu interjected, interrupting the playful exchange between the two sisters. Yes, I still have it, but it is of no use now. Why do you ask? We have arrived at our destination. Tomorrow I shall attempt to enter your family's town estate to ascertain the situation. Su Mu contemplated. Hand me your identification. I wish to see if it might prove useful later. Without further thought, Ailu retrieved a card from her waist and handed it to Su Mu. He examined it briefly, noting her personal information and likeness on the front, while the reverse bore a family crest, also known as a noble emblem, signifying the uniqueness of each noble family within the kingdom. Do you require my company when you enter? Ailu's long-held anxiety finally surfaced, her face awash with trepidation. Su Mu tucked the identification into his boot. Do not jest. A month prior, Ailu might have been indifferent. After all, she had issued the commission, and Su Mu was merely the executor. How he carried out the task was his concern, not hers. However, as their relationship deepened, she now feared Su Mu might not return. What if I accompany my brother into the town? Sleta suggested, her eyes wide with hope. Perhaps I could assist him. Su Mu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. Throughout the month, Sleta had exhibited remarkable obedience, showing great diligence in all matters around her, and despite her tender age, she radiated a maturity often reserved for adults. She could perceive Ailu's distress and made efforts to uplift her spirits through playful antics. Ultimately, Su Mu's foray into the town was primarily to gather intelligence regarding the commission, and with Sleta by his side, certain aspects would undoubtedly be more manageable. Unlike Ailu, they were not bound by the same apprehensions should Ailu decide to enter the town without proper attire. She risked being apprehended by the town guards. Ailu remained concerned. If the commission proves too challenging, perhaps it would be best to abandon it. Your safety is of utmost importance. I understand. You need not worry, Su Mu reassured her. I have memorized the map you provided, and should matters prove insurmountable, I would never gamble with our lives. Su Mu produced a sheathed dagger from his belongings and handed it to Sleta, then divided the coins in his pouch, giving half to Ailu. You shall remain here in the woods for the next 3 days. If Sleta and I have not returned by then, wait for us at the stables in the neighboring town. If 2 more days pass without word, you must depart alone. Ailu clutched the pouch, her lips pressed together in silence. Sleta, however, appeared unperturbed, playfully toying with the dagger before mimicking Su Mu by tucking it into her waist. Do not overthink this. Remember your promise to me. The execution of the commission is entirely in my hands. I know, Ailu replied. Closing her eyes and bowing her head slightly. Su Mu's words cast a somber pall over the trio, and their conversation dwindled. Su Mu began preparing his gear for the following day's venture into the town, setting aside unnecessary items for Ailu. Sitting upon a weathered stump, Ailu clutched her pouch, her face obscured beneath her hood. Sleta, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, remained cheerful. Su Mu had previously informed her of the dangers associated with their mission in the western borderlands. Thus, her decision to accompany him was not made lightly. At dawn the next day, Su Mu, fully equipped, set off hand in hand with Sleta. Ailu, filled with concern, bid them farewell before returning to her seat upon the stump. Palms pressed together as she softly recited a prayer. May my family find peace beyond the horizon, and may my dear friends navigate their trials and return safely. Upon arriving in the town, Su Mu noted a marked difference in the discipline exhibited by the town guards compared to those in their remote village. Even the officials collecting entrance taxes conducted themselves with decorum. In contrast, the guards in their own town often appeared drowsy in the early hours. The influx of people entering the town was modest, and Su Mu and Sleta quickly found themselves at the front of the line. The guards gestured for them to remove their hoods, and upon seeing their unremarkable faces, they relaxed somewhat. From which village do you hail? What brings you to our town? Do you possess identification? To answer your inquiry, esteemed guards, we come from a nearby impoverished village, seeking to procure off-season seeds, Su Mu replied, his initially aloof demeanor transforming into one of obsequiousness. As for the identification, the guard grunted, very well. Without identification, you are permitted to remain in the town for 3 days only. I shall issue you an entry card. Should you overstay your welcome, you must return to the gate to pay the requisite fee. He added, should the card expire and you fail to renew it, do not blame me if the patrol apprehends you. Understood. The fee for your entry is 5 copper coins. Su Mu immediately reached for his pouch, but Sleta suddenly grasped his hand, halting him. Chapter 10. Count Oliver with a pleading expression. Sleta implored, esteemed guard, my brother and I come from a village, and our funds are nearly exhausted. Might you consider reducing the entry fee? The guard was about to refuse but softened upon witnessing Sleta's youthful desperation. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he relented. Fine. Were it not for my own humble origins, I would not entertain this request. 2 copper coins will suffice. Thank you, kind guard. After paying the fee and receiving their entry card, Sumu and Sleta successfully entered the town. Sleta beamed at Sumu, saying, Brother, we are indeed from a poor village. If we had recklessly paid 5 copper coins, it might have raised suspicion. Even if he wouldn't reduce our fee, we had to put on a pretense. Sumu smiled gently, ruffling Sleta's hair. He often found himself admiring her keen attention to detail and sensitivity to her surroundings. The pair donned their hoods once more and commenced their tasks for the day. The town was evidently better managed than their own. While the streets were not entirely clean, they were at least not as muddied as those of their village. Patrols of guards were frequently sighted, lending an air of unease to the atmosphere, though the townsfolk appeared largely untroubled. Brother, the guard seems somewhat on edge, Sleta noted, having encountered 3 patrols in just a few blocks. Indeed, Sumu replied. What shall we do now? First, let us visit the estate of Sister Ailu, then find an inn to gather intelligence. Sumu, recalling the map Ailu had drawn for him, navigated effortlessly to her family's residence. The estate, adorned in a manner reminiscent of a palace, featured a circular fountain in the courtyard, encircled by a wrought iron fence, with lush greenery flourishing all around. At the entrance stood 2 armored guards on watch. Sumu frowned, glancing upwards at the estate. Through the windows, he could discern several figures moving within. Is this truly where Sister lived? It is quite extravagant, Sleta remarked, her eyes shining with admiration. Some questions arise as to why there are still so many people at her residence, even if there are guards. It shouldn't be the case. Sumu observed the demeanor of the 2 guards at the entrance, which did not reflect idleness, but rather a hint of tension. Brother, Sleta looked towards Sumu. Let us depart from here. The 2 prepared to seek lodging nearby. And as they searched, a commotion echoed from the distance, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. It turned out to be a procession approaching, led by 2 knights, resplendent in their armor and mounted upon steeds adorned with crested capes. Following them were 2 rows of guards, and behind them trundled a grand carriage, lavishly decorated with a flag emblazoned with a golden noble crest. Sumu quickly grasped Sleta's hand and pulled her to the side of the street. Awaiting the procession to pass, Sleta gazed at the crests on the uniforms and her eyes sparkled with longing. Isn't that the noble crest you mentioned, sister? Indeed. So the person in the carriage is a noble? Presumably. How impressive. I wonder if Sleta will ever experience such a day. Sumu smiled and ruffled Sleta's hair. Once this matter is resolved, brother will find a way for you. Really? Indeed. As the procession passed, the merchants and passers-by on the street bowed their heads in deference. Only after the procession had moved on did the crowd exhale a collective sigh of relief. Ever since Count Oliver arrived, it feels as though the town has deteriorated significantly, one remarked. Hush, do not speak so recklessly, lest you find yourself on the gallows. Hearing the cautious whispers around him, Sumu took note of the name Count Oliver, sensing a possible connection between the disturbances at the Ailu family and this count. Initially, Sumu had thought the Ailu family would have someone watching over them, but given the extended period of vacancy, it seemed they would be in a state of disrepair. However, having just observed the condition of the estate, with spring still flowing and the foliage well tended, it did not appear to be abandoned for long. He had hoped the situation would be simpler. If the Ailu family had few inhabitants, he could stealthily infiltrate and retrieve the items from the hidden chamber. Yet now, it seemed that much of his plan would have to be discarded. Sumu and Sleta settled into a nearby inn, where they ordered some local delicacies in the lobby. Throughout the month, the trio had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal in the town, subsisting instead on provisions or what they could catch. Sleta had not savored delectable food in quite some time. Watching her delight in the meal eased Sumu's own restless spirit. Brother, why aren't you eating? I am lost in thought. What are you pondering? Sumu leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze drifting to the side. It is not so much about how to gain entry. I have an unsettling premonition, a sense that matters are not as simple as they appear, as though your sister Lu has withheld something from me. Sleta blinked. Should we continue with sister's request then? Since we are here, we shall gather information first and then decide. Just then, a patron in the lobby lamented, Count Oliver raided several commoners' homes yesterday. I wonder when it will be my turn. The innkeeper's face paled upon hearing this, and he hurried over, hushing the guest. Sir, Could you please lower your voice? Even discussing such matters here is unwise. The patron glanced around, sighing. Innkeeper, it's not my intention to worry you, but aren't you afraid it might happen to you as well? What can I do? He is a noble, and since the incident with Marquis Ai Chi, the state of the town has worsened. We have hardly any patrons left. The innkeeper, who had been holding back his frustrations, finally let them spill forth. If nothing changes, Count Oliver will take over this town. By the way, is Count Oliver searching for something in the town? He seems rather anxious. Who knows? The actions of nobles are beyond our comprehension. We only hope they spare our lives as we scrape by in this town. That day, the commoners' homes were raided, and they merely tossed a few coins as compensation. How absurd. Listening to the grievances of the patron and the innkeeper, Sumu could not help but speculate that Count Oliver's objectives might align with his own. Could he also be searching for the hidden chamber of the Ai Lu family? As for the chamber's exact location, Sumu knew well. It lay behind a secret door in the Ai Lu family's bedroom, but Sumu gritted his teeth. It appeared he must confront the Ai Lu residents after all. While others held a sense of reverence, even fear, towards nobility, Sumu felt no such regard. After all, they were merely individuals with heads upon their shoulders. What right did their social status have to constrain his thoughts? I must devise a way to enter your sister Lu's home. Sleta inquired. Brother, do you have a clever plan for entry? Not at the moment, Sumu replied pensively. If only we could obtain a set of guard armor, it might ease our passage. Sleta's eyes brightened. Should we steal a set? That may prove difficult. This town is not like Goth Town, where the guards are less vigilant. What if we asked the blacksmith to forge a comparable set? A sufficiently realistic suit of armor cannot be produced in just a few days, and the blacksmith may not even agree to it. Considering, Sumu did not fault Sleta's imaginative thinking. It was only natural for her to be unaware of the blacksmith's intricacies. Then shall we simply take a set? The notion of stealing a set sparked Sumu's interest. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. Indeed, they could snatch one, though it would not come without its complications. Firstly, the guards in the town were not accustomed to acting independently, so they would need a clever strategy to isolate one. Secondly, if one guard went missing, it could raise suspicions over time, especially since Sumu did not intend to hold back. Incapacitating a guard might not keep them out for long, and even binding them posed a risk. If action were to be taken, it would be best to eliminate them outright. However, the greatest drawback remained the absence of the guard. Should the town's guards awaken to the situation, locking down the town would effectively trap them. Thus, if they were to steal a suit of armor, their subsequent actions would need to be swift. Sleta, sensing Sumu's resolve, fell silent and resumed her meal. As night approached, Sumu and Sleta returned to the vicinity of the Ai Lu residence, where Sumu noted that the guards' armor differed slightly from that of the town's patrols. The guards at the entrance bore the crest seen on the carriage earlier, suggesting they were retainers of Count Oliver. If they wished to enter the Ai Lu residence freely, it seemed imperative to procure a set of armor bearing the Count's insignia. Sumu pondered this and casually asked, Sleta, how might we persuade those two guards to act separately? Sleta thought for a moment. Perhaps we could wait for them to feel the urge to relieve themselves. Sumu sighed, finding her response somewhat amusing. Realizing the absurdity of her suggestion, Sleta added, of course, even if they do, someone would replace them. Actually, Sleta has a point, though it seems rather challenging. Oh, do tell. We could forge a document, ordering one of the guards to be reassigned. This way, the remaining guard would not suspect anything. Sumu listened with interest. Go on. However, the difficulty lies in how to forge such a document. I have never seen an official document before. Have you, brother? Sumu, recalling a potential solution, smirked and coldly replied, I have not seen one either, but we need not limit ourselves to documents to reassign a guard. Brother. Sleta looked at Sumu quizzically. Sleta, how about I take you to buy a beautiful dress? What do you think? Sleta's eyes sparkled. Of course, I would love a beautiful dress, but what exactly do you intend to do? Sumu took Sleta's hand and turned to leave. I will explain later. For now, let's find a clothing store that hasn't closed yet. Seeing Sumu's urgency, Sleta refrained from questioning further. Nonetheless, the prospect of new clothes filled her with joy, especially after spending a month with Sumu, during which she had noticed he possessed a fair amount of coin. Though Ai Lu often teased Sumu for being a miser, she understood that he was generous when it came to spending money where it mattered. If he promised her a beautiful dress, it was certain to be costly. Chapter 11. The plan as the clothing store was about to close, Sumu and Sleta rushed in just in time. After a brief negotiation with the owner, the door was reopened. The owner could not afford to be obstinate. The feeling of a silver coin hitting his face was far too unpleasant, since the incident with Marquis Ai Chi. Business in the entire fief town had plummeted, and the shop had not seen customers in quite some time. Upon reaching the counter and revealing his intention to order a dress for his sister Sleta, the owner scrutinized her for a long while. Upon hearing Su Mu's request, the owner's jaw dropped. Su Mu's requirements were simple. 2 words: nobility. The owner did not feel burdened by the request. He had previously crafted garments for the AI chief family. However, such clothing was typically reserved for nobles or powerful families. Observing Su Mu and Sleta, it was evident they had been traveling tirelessly, appearing rather disheveled and not at all resembling individuals of high status. Yet, this was not the primary concern. The owner's foremost worry was whether Su Mu could afford to pay. Su Mu, showing no hesitation, pulled out 30 silver coins and placed them on the table. I will return in 2 days to collect the dress. The owner's eyes widened at the sight of the coins, nearly drooling at the prospect. However, upon hearing Su Mu's timeline, he immediately panicked. Sir, is 2 days not a bit too tight? Would 5 days be acceptable? Su Mu scoffed. No, it must be 2 days. The proprietor appeared quite troubled. Sir, this is not the attire suited for common folk. We are crafting garments of noble quality. It requires meticulous work, and I fear there may be issues with the quality if I am to complete it in less than 5 days. If you cannot manage it, I shall seek assistance elsewhere, Su Mu retorted, his eyes narrowing. Surely, the town cannot have only your establishment. Ah, please, don't. The proprietor, sensing Su Mu's intention to leave, hastily implored him to reconsider, understanding that one does not simply dismiss a business opportunity. Sir, it is primarily the time frame that is too tight. 3 days, I assure you, I will have it ready. 2 days, Su Mu insisted, as the proprietor's face contorted in distress, not wishing to engage in further debate. Su Mu retrieved 5 silver coins from his pouch and placed them on the table. Is it feasible or not? Yes, indeed. The proprietor's eyes glistened with excitement as he swiftly gathered the coins into his grasp. Resolute to complete the task even if it meant sacrificing sleep over the next 2 days, after assisting Sleta in taking her measurements, Su Mu and she exited the tailor's shop. Sleta, brimming with excitement yet tinged with worry, grasped Su Mu's hand. Brother, do you truly intend to buy such an expensive outfit for me? With 35 silver coins, you could accomplish so much, couldn't you? Su Mu affectionately ruffled Sleta's hair and replied with a gentle smile, Fear not. This garment will serve you well. Besides, did you not wish to become a noble? To do so, one must possess a fine outfit. Consider this an advance gift from your brother. As for the matter of nobility, we shall address it later. Sleta understood Su Mu's motivation for making such a promise. Alu had mentioned that Su Mu aspired to learn magic, and the first prerequisite for studying magic was to become a noble. Logically, Sleta should have been skeptical of Su Mu's assurances, for attaining nobility is no simple feat. Were it so, there would be nobles aplenty. Yet, she found herself yearning for nobility, which symbolized power and spiritual belief. However, having spent considerable time with Su Mu, Sleta came to trust in his success. His unwavering determination and confidence when discussing magic were palpable, though she remained unaware of the means by which Su Mu intended to secure his nobility. She felt that as a child with nothing to lose but her life, her best bet was to believe wholeheartedly in Su Mu. Then, brother, what shall we do now? Return to the inn? No, we must make a visit to the blacksmith shop. Unlike the tailor's establishment, the blacksmith's was unlikely to close early. Upon their arrival, the forge burned brightly, and the blacksmith was hard at work, his bare arms glistening as he hammered away, while his apprentice busied himself with the tools. Sleta, upon seeing the blacksmith's bare arms, quickly covered her eyes in embarrassment. Realizing his oversight, Su Mu understood that in this world, young girls should not be exposed to the sight of men's flesh. Noticing the blacksmith's continued diligence, Su Mu cleared his throat. The blacksmith paused, grinning as he noticed the little girl shielding her eyes. He tossed aside his tools and retreated into the back room to don a shirt before returning. Sir, are you seeking to purchase finished goods or to place a custom order? We have excellent scythes and hoes. If you require a quantity, I can offer you a discount. Su Mu gently lowered Sleta's hands and smiled at the blacksmith. I wish to place a custom order, though it is for intricate work that I wonder if you are capable of such a task. Of course, we can negotiate the price. The blacksmith's eyes lit up. Oh, what sort of intricacy do you have in mind? A decorative sword, perhaps. Not quite. Something akin to the work of a jade craftsman, though not entirely the same. Su Mu gestured toward the back of the shop. Shall we discuss this inside? Once inside the workshop, the blacksmith hastily wiped down a chair with a cloth. Su Mu, feeling no need for formality, pulled Sleta down to sit. What exactly do you wish for me to create? Sumu narrowed his eyes. I need you to craft a noble crest. Oh, this. The blacksmith's expression changed, and he fought to maintain his composure. Which noble's crest do you refer to? If it is from outside the region, the price can be negotiated. It is the crest of the Earl of Aeoli, local to this town. This. The blacksmith's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shook his head, noticing that his apprentice was not nearby. He lowered his voice. What are you planning, sir? Is it not possible to create it? It is not merely that. Sumu, unfazed, produced 20 silver coins from his pouch and placed them on the table, causing the blacksmith's eyes to widen further. Can it be done? Worry not. This matter shall remain between the three of us. Yes. Yes. The blacksmith nodded vigorously, then suddenly recalled something. However, it may take some time that I must verify the design of the Earl's crest, after all. Before he could finish, Sumu interrupted, requesting pen and paper from the proprietor. To the astonishment of Sleta and the blacksmith, Sumu skillfully sketched the Earl's crest with exquisite detail, capturing even the finest edges as if he had designed it himself. Sumu slid his drawing across the table to the blacksmith. Can it be ready in 2 days? It can. After departing the blacksmith shop, Sumu held Sleta's hand as they made their way back to the inn. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sleta inquired, Brother, you can draw beautifully. I've never seen such artistry before. Were you perhaps a court painter for a noble? Sumu chuckled at her words. Nonsense. It's merely a bit of casual drawing. Prior to arriving in this world, Sumu had attended a 7-day sketching crash course out of boredom after work, although he only attended 5 days. Nonetheless, he had learned a few techniques, which, while unimpressive in his original world, were quite remarkable in this realm, astonishing both the blacksmith and Sleta. Brother, you truly are impressive, Sleta exclaimed, tightening her grip on Sumu's hand. Today on the street. You merely glanced at the Earl's crest a few times and memorized it. I was simply intrigued and looked a bit longer. Sumu replied. It was not that Sumu possessed extraordinary talent. Rather, the crest designs in this world were symmetrical, allowing one to easily remember half of it, as the other side mirrored it. There was little difficulty involved. Upon returning to the inn, Sumu finally shared his plans with Sleta. He had commissioned the garments and crest to facilitate Sleta's impersonation of a member of the Earl's household. This idea had been inspired by Sleta's earlier suggestion to forge a document, since they had never seen what a document looked like. They would not attempt to forge one. After all, it was not necessary for those commanding the guards and attendants to possess official documents. As long as Sleta donned a splendid noble outfit and displayed the Earl's crest. Sumu believed the guards would be compelled to kneel and pay their respects. He was confident that the guards stationed at the entrance would be unable to recognize all members of the Earl's family. And it was not unusual for nobles to have several wives, or even a multitude of children. As long as Sleta could convincingly portray the role with confidence, their plan would succeed. Sumu was particularly concerned about Sleta's mental state, fearing she might feel pressured or frightened. After all, impersonating a noble was a serious crime in this world, where the common folk and citizens held a deep-seated reverence for the rights of the aristocracy. When Sleta heard Sumu's plan, her reaction was somewhat unexpected. Rather than the fear and resistance Sumu had anticipated, she was filled with exhilaration and excitement, recalling Sleta's earlier antics in Gutay towns, where she had impersonated a child of a powerful family to intimidate a man. Sumu felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Sleta was different from other children. Her yearning for nobility was something he could not fully comprehend. For her, as a child with nothing, the opportunity to impersonate a noble, even just once before her demise, would suffice. In the 2 days leading up to the delivery of the garments and crest, Sumu dedicated himself to helping Sleta adjust her mindset, and they frequently enjoyed playful outings in the town. Sumu was incredibly generous with Sleta. Whatever she desired, he readily provided. Their relationship deepened as a result. For the prior month had largely been spent in travel and evasion, leaving them little time for quiet conversations. This waiting period granted them the opportunity to share their feelings. Sumu regarded Sleta as he once viewed himself in this world. He had never encountered anyone he could trust until now, and that person was this 10-year-old girl before him. Though Sleta was young, her maturity often surprised him. She approached many matters with a rational perspective and was keenly aware of her place, never wanting to burden those around her. She truly resembled a little sister. In Sleta's eyes, Sumu was her savior. Though he had rescued her from the grasp of others, he consistently insisted that she had saved herself. This notion instilled a profound sense of dignity in Sleta, empowering her in her struggle for survival. The words Sumu had shared with her remained etched in her memory. When one feels powerless, They choose inaction. Yet, when one possesses the ability, what can they achieve? Chapter 12. The beginning 2 days later, in their inn room, Sumu was carefully brushing Sleta's hair. Today marked the commencement of their plan. And to ensure Sleta appeared the part, Sumu had spent a considerable sum at the local perfumery to procure a small bottle of perfume for her. The room was tranquil, filled with a delicate fragrance. As Sumu moved with great care, the comb provided by the inn was rather poor quality, and he feared it might snag Sleta's hair. "Brother," Sleta suddenly spoke. "What is it?" After a moment of hesitation, she slowly continued, "Thank you for saving me a month ago." Sumu smiled and said, "Did I not already mention that it was you who saved yourself, not I?" "I know, and so does Sleta." Sleta's eyes glistened slightly with redness, although my brother has never spoken to me about his past. I understand that he must have endured hardships. Otherwise, how could his gaze be so devoid of warmth? Even when you spoke of your plan to kill, your tone was unnaturally cold. Sumu paused in his actions and inquired, "Did I frighten you then?" "No," Sleta sighed. "Regardless, my life was saved by my brother, and I am willing to do anything for him. Besides, he has treated me so well. In these past few days, he has indulged my unrealistic and capricious desires." Sumu chuckled. Ruffling Sleta's hair, "You are my sister. Naturally, I will provide you with what you wish for, as long as it is within my means." "Brother, do you truly consider me your sister?" Sleta turned her head, her eyes revealing longing, laced with a timid plea. Their gazes met, and Sumu replied without hesitation, "Of course. Do you not despise Sleta?" "Why would I despise you? In Gothic town, everyone knows Sleta is a troublesome girl. A tainted and unclean child. Staying by your side makes me feel as though I am bringing you shame." Sleta turned her head downcast. "In truth, ever since you saved me, I have felt as if my former self has perished. The filthy, thieving girl is truly gone. Yet being near you constantly reminds me of the deeds I committed before my death. Though Sleta was once a wicked child, I now bask in your protective embrace, receiving your gentle care and concern. No, in my eyes, Sleta has never been a bad child." Sumu's typically indifferent gaze softened as he pinched her flushed little ear. "To me, you have always been a well-behaved and obedient girl. Is that true? Do you truly not resent the misdeeds I have committed in the past?" "Sleta, listen to me." Sumu spoke earnestly. "Every individual possesses the right to choose to live, and the actions taken in the pursuit of survival, while not necessarily right, can never be deemed wrong. The desire to exist is not merely a human instinct. It is a fundamental right. Thus, no matter what choices you have made to survive, they can never be considered errors, and so I do not despise the past actions of Sleta." Tears silently streamed down Sleta's face, tracing her youthful cheeks before falling onto her garment. Her voice choked, "I understand now." At the Ailu estate, the sunlight glinted off the armor of the guards stationed at the entrance. The gentle breeze rustled the small trees within the courtyard, and the fountain continued its melodic operation. The two guards, though fatigued, remained vigilant, unwilling to slack off. Suddenly, their noses twitched beneath their helmets. Catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance, they turned to investigate. They beheld a girl approaching them, adorned with a small hat, and wearing an exquisite black gown embellished with sparkling jewels. She moved gracefully, her steps accompanied by a subtle sway. A faint smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with a sense of pride and superiority, an unmistakable mark of nobility. The guards exchanged astonished glances, wondering which noble family this young lady belonged to, as she seemed to be traveling alone. Instinctively, they glanced towards her chest, where the noble emblem was prominently displayed, a splendid longsword pointed skyward. The expressions beneath their helmets turned peculiar as they recognized the emblem of Count Ali. Were they not the guards of Count Ali himself? Having been in the Count's service for so long, how had they never encountered this young lady before? Perhaps she was a child of one of Count Ali's other wives. Neither considered the possibility of her impersonating a noble, as that would be a capital offense, a thought too dangerous for any commoner to entertain, especially given the exorbitant costs associated with such a ruse. The price of the clothing, including the emblem, would not be less than several dozen silver coins, money that a commoner would surely spend on more pressing needs. Furthermore, the nobility had their own unique etiquette, one which commoners could not easily replicate. Fortunately, during the past month, Sleta had shown great interest in learning about noble etiquette from Ailu. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently revealed her true identity. Although the girl's grasp of noble etiquette was not perfect and appeared somewhat awkward, the guards attributed this to her youth, as she was just beginning to learn such manners, before Sleta even reached them. The guards could no longer contain themselves and knelt on one knee. Despite the discomfort of their armor, Better to show respect than risk incurring the wrath of Count Ollie's family. In this world, nobles were regarded as extremely petty by the common folk. Sleta was taken aback by the guard's sudden display of deference. She had yet to arrive before them, and according to noble customs, she still had a few moments to walk. She had not anticipated their promptness in kneeling to pay their respects. Taking her time, Sleta approached the two guards, gently waving her hand, the lingering scent of her perfume wafting through the air. In a voice that demanded compliance, she said, "Rise." "Yes, esteemed young lady." Once the two guards stood, Sleta smiled and inquired, "Is the count inside?" The guards exchanged glances, and one replied first, "Honored young lady, the master is within. Would you like us to announce your arrival and have a servant come to greet you?" Hearing such respectful words filled Sleta with a sense of satisfaction, and she replied with a gentle shake of her head, "No need. I have just arrived in this town to explore. It is unfortunate that my personal attendant fell ill on the way, or I would not be without someone to hold an umbrella for me." The guard felt a shiver run down his spine. He suddenly realized something and quickly lowered his head, humbly asking, "Esteemed young lady, would you require my company? I have lived in this town since childhood and am quite familiar with it." The other guard, overhearing his comrade's suggestion, inwardly cursed himself for not grasping the opportunity sooner. How could he have missed such a chance to ingratiate himself? If he could serve this young lady well, she might speak favorably of him to the count, and perhaps he would no longer be stationed at the gate. He might even become a retainer to the count. Sleta feigned hesitation, her expression conflicted. "Is that appropriate? After all, the count has assigned you to guard the entrance, and I am concerned he may reprimand you." What a jest! If Sleta were truly a relative of Count Ollie, how could a guard of the count's household be blamed for accommodating his family? The guard quickly smiled. "How could that be? It would be my utmost honor to accompany the young lady." Sleta's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Very well then, by the way. What is your name? I shall mention you to the count at tonight's banquet, to spare you any blame. My name is Rhett." "Rhett the guard. I thank you." The guard quickly smiled in response, then entered the house to retrieve a ceremonial umbrella, returning to accompany Sleta on her outing. The other guard watched his companion's actions with clenched teeth, lamenting that he had not been quicker to realize the opportunity he had missed. As Rhett followed Sleta, holding the umbrella to shield her from the sun, he inhaled the delightful scent of her perfume, daring not to make a sound, even fearful that the rustling of his armor might disturb the mood of the young lady from the count's household. Although he had seized the chance to accompany her, how well he performed would depend on his own efforts. During their walk, Sleta engaged in light conversation, inquiring about the count's recent well-being, to which Rhett replied carefully. Anxious not to provoke her displeasure, as they continued their conversation, they arrived at a narrow path with few passers-by. Sleta had intended to visit this place all along and pretended to inquire, "Where are we?" "Esteemed young lady, this is the common street of the town, where the common folk reside. Should we not take a detour? There is nothing of interest here that I fear that an unobservant commoner might inadvertently offend you. And should the master find out, I would be in serious trouble." Rhett smiled apologetically. However, the common folk would see the emblem on the guard's armor and Sleta's attire and would not dare approach. Many even scurried away in fear. After all, Count Ollie had recently raided several commoners' homes, and no one knew when their turn might come. "You are quite considerate, Rhett." Sleta smiled faintly. "By the way, it must be difficult for you to wear that helmet all day. Why not take it off? I would like to see your face." "As you wish, esteemed young lady," Rhett replied, removing his helmet to reveal a humble, gentle smile, sweat dampening his hair. Sleta squinted her eyes, gazing up at Rhett. "You are not unpleasant to look at. You flatter me." "Young lady." Rhett felt elated. To earn Sleta's admiration was a rare stroke of fortune. However, just as he finished speaking, a large hand suddenly covered his mouth. As he struggled, he felt a cold sensation at his throat. Looking down, he saw a dagger plunged into his neck. Rhett's pupils dilated in terror. He attempted to scream, but his mouth was covered, and as blood gushed from his throat, he could only emit muffled sounds. In a panic, he glanced at the young lady from the count's household, hoping she would escape, but all he met was her indifferent gaze. The cold gaze should not have been present on the face of a young girl. The corners of Sleta's mouth no longer bore a gentle smile. Instead, she regarded the stranger with an unsettling calmness, her indifferent eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Even the blood from her throat still lingered on Sleta's tender visage. Yet, she merely wiped it away with her hand, utterly unconcerned. Sleta picked up the fallen umbrella to shield Sumu, while Sumu noticed that Rhett's struggles were growing weaker, prompting him to drag him towards a nearby alley. Chapter 13. The Grimoire. "Brother, what am I to do now?" In the alley, Sleta observed the lifeless body of Rhett on the ground, her tone cold and seemingly indifferent. Sumu continued his task of prying off Rhett's armor. Speaking as he worked, you should head back to the inn and change your clothes. I organized your luggage earlier this morning. Wait for me at the city gate with it. All right. By the way, Sumu recalled something and pulled out the identification document given by Ailu from his shoe, thrusting it into Sleta's hand. Later, drop Ailu's identification at the guild's entrance and leave immediately. Sleta's adorable brows furrowed in concern as she exclaimed, Brother, if the guards find Ailu's identification, won't Count Ali be forced to seal the town? Will we not be able to leave then? Sumu raised his gaze to see Sleta's worried expression and reassured her. Do not fret. I asked you to drop the identification at the guild's entrance to stir up chaos among the bounty hunters in town. I don't believe that the bounty hunters would report Ailu's identification to the guards. After all, the bounty on Ailu's head is 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins, Sleta exclaimed. Astonished, she was aware of Ailu's wanted status but had never inquired about the bounty. What do you think? Are you tempted? Sumu chuckled. If one day we find ourselves destitute, we could always capture Ailu and sell her. Upon hearing Sumu's jest, Sleta rolled her eyes playfully, suddenly noticing the bloodstains on her dress and hurriedly trying to clean it. When the bounty hunters cause a ruckus in town, the guards stationed at Ailu's home might be dispatched, which would aid my actions. Sumu's smile faded as he said seriously, I am saying that if, by evening, I have not returned, you must leave the town on your own to search for Ailu. And wait for me at the stable in the neighboring town. Of course, if 2 days pass and you have not seen me, brother, do not say such things. Sleta ceased her efforts to clean her dress and glared at Sumu fiercely. You will come back. I will wait for you at the city gate. The two exchanged glances, and Sumu shook his head in silence. With Sleta's assistance, Sumu finally donned Rhett's guard armor, while Rhett's body was unceremoniously discarded deep within the alley, covered with debris. Now, aside from Rhett's former equipment, Sumu possessed nothing of value. All his wealth and possessions had been entrusted to Sleta. Should this operation go awry and prevent his return to Sleta, she would still fare well with the money he had given her. Not to mention that Ailu would also look after her. Sumu swiftly made his way to Ailu's residence, where only a solitary guard remained on duty at the entrance. Sumu had no intention of sneaking around. Boldly approaching and in a menacing tone inquired, Where is Rhett? The guard, momentarily caught off guard by Sumu's shout, froze, noticing Sumu clad in the Count's guard armor, his helmet obscuring his face. Yet, he assumed him to be a companion from within the guardhouse. My lord, Rhett has accompanied the Count's family. Is that so? Sumu feigned indifference. Then never mind. I thought he was merely slacking off. The guard responded with a nervous smile. How could that be? Sumu disregarded the guard entirely and entered Ailu's home. Internally, the guard cursed his fate. Being close to the Count certainly emboldened one. Yet, he found it strange that the guard's regulations typically prohibited solo actions. Why was this individual entering and exiting alone? Navigating through the garden and fountain, Sumu arrived at the entrance, unhesitatingly pushing the door open. Ailu's home bore the charm of a quaint western loft. The floor was covered with a thick layer of brown carpet. Yet the sound of the wooden floor creaking under his armored steps revealed it had long been neglected. The surrounding curtains were beautifully adorned, and unique candlesticks lined the stairway. However, the guards were rather stringent, with one stationed at every door, causing Sumu to frown. Ailu had previously sketched out the layout of her loft for him, and Sumu had committed it to memory that he ascended to the second floor. Determined to approach the room where the secret door lay, upon reaching the second floor, he encountered someone exiting a neighboring room. Leading the group was a corpulent man, clad in opulent attire, his tight black trousers contrasting grotesquely with his large belly. Surrounding him were numerous individuals, some in guard armor, others in lavish clothing, and some wielding swords and daggers. Sumu felt a rush of alarm and quickly knelt on one knee, mimicking the other guards in greeting. My lord, we have just received word that the bounty hunters at the town guild have suddenly begun to stir. The corpulent man, who was Count Ali, responded haughtily, What of it? I merely dismantled a few peasant homes. Does the guild intend to defend the commoners? The guild's overseer spoke with me a few days ago. I extended them a courtesy. Of course. But I find it rather strange. While most bounty hunters are locals and share common roots, it's only natural for them to harbor resentment when their homes are destroyed. Yet for them to stand against the master, they must possess quite the audacity, unless someone offers a hefty sum to incite them. Count Ali scoffed. Send out a few men to parade around town. Do not let those fools in the guild cause trouble in my domain. Do they truly believe that old man Aki still holds sway over them? My lord, regarding the search for the treasures of the Aki family, should we continue, or shall we take a break? This cannot be halted. Rather, I want you to intensify your efforts. Examine the town's construction maps closely to identify where items might be concealed. Count Ollie's expression grew anxious. Yesterday, the king's letter urged me once more. Aki has hidden those dark tomes of magic for too long. They cannot have been destroyed when his home was raided. They must be concealed somewhere in the town. If I do not find them soon, the king will hold me accountable. Understood, my lord. The king. Dark tomes of magic. Sumu instinctively associated this with the book Ailu had mentioned. Could Ailu's family troubles stem from that very tome? Was it possible that even the king had his eyes on it, striking against his own noble lords? The more Sumu pondered, the more perplexed he became. He suddenly realized that Ailu had omitted many details from him, and he could not believe she was entirely unaware of the book's connection to the king. Otherwise, she would not have been so fixated on it, even disregarding the treasures in the secret chamber. Insisting on a mere book.as, he observed the group descend the stairs. Shortly thereafter, a figure resembling a leader approached and called out a few names before hastily departing Ailu's residence, noticing the reduction in Ailu's guards. Sumu let out a silent sigh of relief, assuming that Sleta had successfully discarded Ailu's identification at the guild's entrance. The bounty hunters, upon discovering Ailu's identification, would undoubtedly create a commotion in the town. After all, it was worth 50 gold coins. With the second floor now quiet and the guards diminished, no longer was there one guard per door. Sumu felt a sense of reassurance. He adeptly made his way to the bedroom with the secret door. But a guard stood at the entrance. Sumu approached confidently and commanded, "You were absent from the parade. Why are you still here?" The guard, clearly taken aback, stammered, "I believe the captain did not call for me." "Are you daft? The captain was just looking for you below. Hurry, or you might miss out, and the captain will be furious." Hearing this, the guard broke into a cold sweat, hastily nodded, and expressed his thanks before departing. Internally, Sumu cursed the fool. People in this world were not so easily deceived, devoid of any suspicion. But then again, clad in the count's guard armor, who would doubt him? Sumu glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly opening the door to enter the bedroom. Fortunately, the door was unlocked. Otherwise, he would have had to expend more effort. This bedroom had once belonged to Ailu's brother, and as such, it bore clear signs of being ransacked. Despite some attempts to tidy it up, it remained in disarray, indicating they had not found anything of value. Sumu secured the door, removed his helmet, and found himself drenched in sweat. Being a guard was no easy task. He crouched beside the bed, noticing signs of a search beneath it, yet the carpet remained intact. Relieved, Sumu felt assured that the secret door had not been discovered. In truth, the hidden entrance to Ailu's family's secret chamber lay beneath her brother's bed, concealed by the carpet. Without lifting it, one would never know it was there. With caution and considerable effort, Sumu gently moved the bed aside, mindful that any noise would be unfavorable, though the solid wood frame was quite heavy. After expending considerable effort, Sumu finally managed to shift the bed aside. He lifted the carpet, revealing a hidden door the size of a square table beneath the wooden planks. Sumu casually found a wooden stick to pry open the secret door, which swung upwards, exposing its true form. The descending steps led into an abyss of darkness. However, Sumu felt no fear and confidently stepped forward. Before long, he reached the bottom and began to explore the walls. Suddenly, flickering candlelight flared to life on both sides, startling him. It turned out that magic crystals were controlling the candle holders, functioning like automatic lights that illuminated whenever someone passed by. Sumu licked his lips. After all, magic crystals were typically found within powerful magical beasts and were usually utilized for crafting magical equipment or other enchanted items. He had not anticipated that the Ailu family would employ magic crystals to operate candle holders. After taking a few more steps, he arrived at the secret chamber. The chamber was modest in size, with its walls adorned with flickering candles. However, upon entering, Sumu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The walls were lined with equipment and lavish decorations. It was indeed true that some individuals in this world forged swords from gold, glimmering under the glow of the candlelight. Not to mention, the value of a golden sword was immense. Just melting it down to create gold coins would yield a significant fortune. There were even many unknown precious gemstones present. Regaining his composure, Sumu recalled the books required by Ailu. After searching for a while without success, he was puzzled until he caught sight of a wooden box on a shelf. The box was somewhat heavy and spacious enough to contain a book. Yet it was primarily the magical scroll affixed to the box that drew his attention. The red magical seal on the scroll emitted a faint glow, indicating that the scroll was still active. After a moment of hesitation, Sumu decided to unroll the magical scroll. As it unraveled, it disintegrated into ashes, and the wooden box opened, revealing a spellbook nestled within. The spellbook was pitch black, featuring a carving of a roaring beast in the center. devoid of any text. The beast's mouth resembled a vortex, exuding a magical aura that seemed intent on drawing Sumu into its depths. He hastily shook his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He cursed under his breath and quickly stuffed the book into his clothing. Was this the dark spell book the king sought to seize? Chapter 14. Ailu has disappeared faced with the abundance of treasures in the secret chamber. Sumu had no choice but to remove all his armor. His initial plan to stealthily depart while still clad in armor was now rendered futile. He began to search for easily transportable valuables. However, the chamber contained no coins, only precious items, most of which were unsuitable for him to carry. For instance, the golden sword. Though he gritted his teeth at the thought of leaving it behind, he understood it was impossible to take with him. Sumu primarily collected gemstones and trinkets, as these items were also of considerable value. Ailu had previously mentioned that the treasures in the chamber were worth no less than 100 gold coins. It seemed she was unaware of the true extent of the riches. For the entirety of the secret chamber's wealth far exceeded 500 gold coins. With each treasure Sumu stuffed into his pockets, a sense of unease grew within him. Would he truly be unable to take the remaining treasures? Did he intend to leave them for those scoundrels, the Earl of Oliver? Would he allow outsiders to benefit from them? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. After gathering his belongings, Sumu also pried loose the active magic crystals. His arms were laden, yet as he glanced back at the chamber still brimming with treasures he could not take, he gritted his teeth in frustration. If he could not carry them away, he would ensure that those scoundrels did not benefit either. Returning to the bedroom, Sumu dragged the carpet inside and ignited it with the candlelight. He intended to incinerate both the secret chamber and the bedroom. As the flames began to grow, a smile crept onto Sumu's otherwise cold face. If he could not have it, neither would they. As for whether the entire house would be consumed by the flames, that was of no concern to him. After all, he would not mention this to Ailu. Once back in the bedroom, Sumu approached the window and looked down. Ailu had previously mentioned that a section of the rear wall had been broken down, serving as a passageway for her and her brother to sneak out and play during their childhood. The fire in the secret chamber intensified, and thick black smoke began to billow into the bedroom. It would not be long before someone discovered the blaze. He needed to leave quickly. The height of the second floor was manageable for Sumu. He pushed open the window, prepared himself, and leaped down, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact and ensure a safe descent. Who goes there? Unexpectedly, a patrol of guards happened to be nearby, and they were astonished to see a hooded figure in the Ailu family's yard. Sumu cast a quick glance but paid them no heed as he hurried towards the wall Ailu had mentioned. The guards, noticing him, immediately pursued in an attempt to apprehend Sumu. At that moment, one sharp-eyed guard spotted the unusual activity on the second floor. "Captain, the second floor is on fire." "What?" Seeing the thick black smoke billowing from the windows, the lead guard halted, glancing back at Sumu's retreating figure. With a snarl, he commanded, "Quickly, bring water to extinguish the flames. And you, issue an order to lock down the city. First, we must contain the fire, then search the town thoroughly to capture this sneaky individual." Finding a wall hole concealed by grass, Sumu wasted no time in slipping through. Once he turned back and saw the guards had not followed, he deduced they had gone to extinguish the fire. However, Sumu was not at ease. He needed to reunite with Sleta and leave immediately. The longer he lingered in this town, the greater the risk of trouble, now that he had acquired the book Ailu requested, along with treasures whose worth exceeded the bounty on Ailu's head. Sumu felt satisfied. Upon reaching the city gate, he found Sleta, who, seeing Sumu drenched in sweat and looking anxious, noticed the bulging fabric of his clothing, indicating he had gathered quite an impressive haul. Relieved to see Sumu unharmed, Sleta felt her worries ease as she had been anxious while waiting at the city gate with their luggage. The two exchanged no further words. Sumu took Sleta's hand and began to run. As they exited the town, Sleta even exchanged greetings with the guards they had encountered a few days prior. The guards, observing the siblings in a hurry to depart, shook their heads in nostalgia for their own days spent in the village. By the Earl's orders, the city is to be locked down for 3 days. A knight clad in armor bearing the insignia of the Earl of Oliver arrived. Brandishing an official document, he shouted at the dazed city gate guards. The Earl's family has just reported a hooded figure setting fire to the estate. The Earl is furious. Remember, if you spot a man in a brown hooded cloak, seize him immediately. As Sumu retraced his steps, he recounted his gains from Ailu's residence to Sleta, omitting the detail about the fire. For he believed education should begin early, and having one such rogue was sufficient. Of course, he was not concerned about Sleta informing Ailu that he had set her home ablaze. Sleta, witnessing Su Mu's substantial haul, was naturally delighted, for such wealth would afford them the ability to do anything and alleviate their worries about living expenses. Su Mu and Sleta hurried back to the forest where Ai Lu resided. Retracing their previous markers, before long, they returned to the spot where the three had hidden. However, Ai Lu was nowhere to be found. The decaying wooden stumps bore no trace of her, and the damp ground was marked with chaotic footprints. While their horse remained tied to a nearby tree, fully equipped, the campfire continued to burn brightly. Sleta, sensing something was amiss, dared not call out. She rummaged through the makeshift shelter only to find it empty. Her heart racing. Brother, Ai Lu is missing. In truth, Su Mu's mood had soured since leaving the town, for Ai Lu had concealed the true nature of the situation, underestimating the peril associated with the task. It was crucial to understand that the king was willing to betray his own nobles for the sake of the book Ai Lu had mentioned. The Earl of Oliver was equally determined to retrieve this book. His intent to scour the entire town was a clear indication of the kingdom's regard for the Ai Lu family's tome. Su Mu had initially intended to return and have a serious conversation with Ai Lu, to return the book to her, and to part ways amicably, although it seemed somewhat heartless, given that they had shared a month as friends. Su Mu detested being deceived, especially when such deception could threaten the lives of himself and Sleta. Yet upon returning to their hiding place, Ai Lu was nowhere to be seen. Su Mu knelt to examine the footprints on the ground. Soon furrowing his brow in contemplation, Sleta waited anxiously beside him, holding her breath. The wind rustled, and leaves fell to the ground. After much deliberation, Su Mu sighed as if having reached a decision. He removed the treasures from his person and placed them into Sleta's hands. Then stripped the spare gear from their horse and loaded the remaining valuables into the saddlebags. Sleta clutched the glimmering treasures in her hands, casting Su Mu an odd look. Brother, what are you doing? Take the horse and these belongings and leave immediately, Su Mu commanded in a cold tone. But where should Sleta wait for you? Brother, there is no need to wait for me or Ai Lu. You must be cautious on your own. These treasures are enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. What? Sleta exclaimed in alarm. Brother, are you abandoning Sleta? Su Mu's cold gaze silenced her, and he replied tersely, I no longer require your company. Leave at once. Brother. Sleta's eyes widened in disbelief. Quickly, go. Su Mu untied the horse's reins and handed them to Sleta, giving her a firm slap on the head, causing her to wince in pain and tears to spring forth. Brother, I don't want the money. Please let me stay. Leave now. Su Mu let out a furious roar, seizing Sleta and tossing her onto the horse's back. With a swift slap to the horse's flank, it galloped away, carrying Sleta into the distance. As she turned to glance back at Su Mu's cold, indifferent visage, her lips parted as if to call out, yet no words escaped her mouth. Once the horse and Sleta had departed, Su Mu drew the single-handed sword from the ground, gripping the hilt tightly as he sprinted towards the chaotic trail of footprints. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the imprints of 4 individuals, one of which belonged to Ai Lu, while the other 3 varied in size. Notably, one footprint was deeply embedded in the soil, indicating that its owner was clad in full armor. The remaining 2 were likely similarly equipped. In a world devoid of firearms, a person in heavy armor resembled a tank. Without magical means to counter such an opponent, few could effectively challenge them. After careful examination and deduction, Su Mu feared that Ai Lu might have been discovered and subsequently pursued by the trio. After all, the town was not far away, and it wouldn't be surprising if someone inadvertently wandered into this area. Was it truly a stroke of bad luck for him and his companions? Su Mu's emotionless eyes, hidden beneath his hood, revealed no hint of feeling. If anyone were to inquire whether he felt confident in confronting 3 adversaries, particularly one clad in full armor, his response would be unequivocally simple. There was no possibility of success. In truth, he could have easily taken the treasure and fled with Sleta, disregarding Ai Lu's fate. Su Mu was fully aware of his capacity to do so. Yet he found himself unable to abandon her. The saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. While this principle holds true, the real question lies in how one chooses to live and endure. After recognizing the utter depravity of this world, Su Mu's courage expanded, not because he had grown stronger, but because he understood that every action demanded a life-or-death struggle. However, fighting for one's life did not equate to disregarding it. Rather, it meant that when facing any challenge, one must exert their utmost effort. Abandoning Ai Lu was simply not an option for him. It was a matter of principle. Su Mu was determined to fulfill his promises to others, striving to do what he could, even if such principles were of little value. Yet it was this internal conflict that proved he was not a mere shell in this world. He was a living, breathing individual who could not accept the death of a friend with whom he had shared over a month of companionship. Alu was one of the few genuinely kind people Sumu had encountered in this realm. She treated others with gentleness and warmth, devoid of any aristocratic airs. Although she occasionally displayed a bit of temper and stubbornness, she always endeavored to consider others' feelings. Despite Alu having deceived him and intentionally withheld information, he was indeed furious. However, it was up to him, as a friend, to determine how to punish her. Thus, whether she lived or died, he was resolved to investigate thoroughly, even if it meant risking his own life. If Alu had not been harmed, that would be ideal. But should she perish, he would seize her body regardless. Though the magical contract between him and Alu did not explicitly state that he was responsible for her safety, it did not imply that he would betray his own feelings. Chapter 15. Sleta feared not pain. As for Sleta, Sumu trusted that she could take care of herself. He did not wish for her to accompany him on this perilous venture, as he was confident of his safe return. Thus, he had little to offer in terms of safeguarding her. Following the trail of footprints, he soon discovered traces of magical spells and sword strikes upon the nearby trees. Intensifying his unease as evening approached, the deep yellow sunlight filtered through the forest leaves, casting a glow upon Alu's pale visage. With her back against a tree, her hood draped behind her, revealing her enchanting features. Her hair cascaded down, and her trembling dark eyes glistened beneath her fringe, her red lips lightly biting down in a show of defiance. She found herself encircled by 3 individuals, and there was nothing worse than this predicament. Not far from Alu stood a figure clad in full armor, the surface of which bore numerous dents, yet this did not diminish its imposing presence. The helmet revealed narrow eyes as he breathed heavily, surveying Alu. "Miss Alu, I suppose you finally have nowhere left to run. If you escape any further, I may well tire myself out. Why waste time with her? Hurry and deal with her. Night is approaching, and we must return to the town with her for our reward." A woman adorned in a cloak and a magical hat stood beside the armored man, wielding a 1-meter-long staff that unmistakably identified her as a sorceress. "Miss Haltet, to try not to be so hasty," a man, lacking armor, stood a short distance behind Alu, simply brandishing a dagger with a lecherous grin that was rather unsettling. "Miss Alu is, after all, a noble of our town. We even crossed paths in our youth. Why not reminisce a little before we proceed?" Although she is no longer a noble, Alu felt a throbbing pain in her head, realizing that she was utterly powerless to change her fate. Had it merely been the armored man, she might not have feared him. After all, his speed was lacking, and in this forest, his advantages were significantly diminished. With her own magic, she could have managed. Yet, there was also the scout and the sorceress to contend with. The sorceress expressed her irritation. Why give her the courtesy of consideration? She isn't even a noble anymore. Do you really believe she'll remember your kindness? Let me tell you, we need to act quickly. I may be a fire magic user, but that woman casts spells far faster than I do. If something goes awry, I cannot guarantee I can divert her attention. The scout shrugged with a smirk. Miss Alu is a product of a prestigious magic academy. How could you possibly compete? The sorceress seemed to hit a nerve, cursing angrily. Mind your own business. This world was indeed perverse. If others were present, they might mistakenly think the scout was showing kindness by defending Alu. In reality, he was merely expressing his resentment as a commoner, long oppressed by the nobility, reveling in the opportunity to turn the tables on the daughter of a former noble lord. How amusing. How delightful. Such an occurrence was rare, an opportunity to assert oneself in front of the aristocracy. A feeling far too pleasurable. It was evident that the scout was lost in this twisted state of mind. Meanwhile, the sorceress held a significant apprehension towards Alu. Her companions may have been ignorant of magic, but she understood. During Alu's spellcasting, her speed was astonishing, outpacing the sorceress by a quarter. Had it not been for their numbers, Alu would have certainly triumphed against any one of them alone. "Both of you, cease your chatter." The armored man, wielding a massive sword, fixed his gaze on Alu, stating earnestly, "Miss Alu, I respect you as the daughter of the town's former noble lord. Kindly raise your hands and allow us to bind you for our return. This way, we can avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, you alone cannot contend with the 3 of us. If this escalates, I fear I might inadvertently harm you, perhaps even severing a limb or 2. And I would not want that on my conscience." Alu remained steadfast, glaring defiantly at the armored man. "Surrender to you? Not a chance. I had already resolved to face any challenge upon returning to my territory, no matter the circumstances. I shall not retreat. You 3 are utterly unworthy. You are right about one thing. I currently lack the capability to confront you all, but I am the daughter of Marquis Ai, she of the town. Although I am no longer a noble, my pride as one remains intact. Surrendering to 3 commoners? Dream on. From the moment you sought to capture me, You should have been prepared to face death. Ailu's form radiated with a crimson magical sigil, her eyes ablaze. If you lack the resolve to die, then let me assure you, I possess it. The armored man gestured for the scout to take action, while the sorceress began to sway her staff. Preparing a spell, their movements appeared cautious. Just as Ailu braced herself for a desperate struggle, a familiar figure emerged nearby, one who had granted her a sense of security and trust throughout the month. Hey, you three, look over here. The trio turned to the source of the voice, spotting a hooded figure cloaked in a short robe. The man's eyes, calm and devoid of emotion beneath his hood, conveyed a chilling tone. Are you enjoying yourselves at the expense of my people? Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, and the armored man scrutinized the hooded figure's attire before scoffing. Who is this little brat? Shouldn't you assess your own abilities before recklessly intervening? Do you even know who this woman is? Your people. I certainly do. Sumu hoisted the drawn sword onto his shoulder, casting a glance at Ailu and noting her pale complexion but lack of visible injuries, prompting a sigh of relief. I find it curious that you three have no shame. Ganging up on a single girl. Care to send someone my way for a proper challenge? Sumu, Ailu exclaimed, you need to leave. Ah, so it seems these two are indeed acquainted. The sorceress chuckled. What a nuisance, the armored man remarked, advancing towards Sumu while brandishing his heavy sword. Ailu witnessed the armored figure advancing towards Sumu, and as she contemplated issuing a command, the female sorceress, wielding her staff, pointed it at Ailu. The crystal atop the staff gleaming ominously. Miss Ailu, it would be prudent not to move recklessly. The scout behind her maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly intrigued by Sumu's sudden appearance, eager to observe how he would fare against the armored foe alone. The armored figure, hefting a colossal sword, charged forth with a fearsome roar, akin to a ferocious beast, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Sumu assumed a defensive stance, fully aware that confronting the armored figure head-on was futile. He could only evade and maneuver. The descending sword struck with the force of an indomitable artifact, and although Sumu deliberately sheltered himself behind the trees, they proved no barrier against the onslaught, splintering under the relentless assault. Barely managing to evade, Sumu felt a cold sweat beat upon his brow, acutely aware of the disparity between theory and practice. He had initially believed the forest trees would provide sufficient cover. Yet the armored figure's strength was overwhelming, effortlessly piercing through trunks as thick as his thigh, a truly terrifying sight. After narrowly dodging the initial strike, Sumu raised his short sword to counterattack. However, the armored figure laughed boisterously. Relinquishing his grip on the great sword and, fortified by his armored gauntlets, caught Sumu's strike with a single hand. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging blows. After a few exchanges, Sumu felt his hands grow numb. His grip beginning to tremble, the armored figure charged forward, colliding violently with Sumu, forcing the air from his lungs and sending him staggering back, coughing uncontrollably. Yet the armored figure showed no mercy. Lunging forward with an armored gauntlet aimed at Sumu. Sensing the imminent danger, Sumu attempted to retreat, but the armored figure seized him by the collar. Brat, do not overreach. Do you truly believe you can contend with that woman? The armored figure hoisted Sumu effortlessly. The disparity in their sizes and equipment starkly evident. Unwilling to concede, Sumu kicked at the armored figure, but it was like striking stone. The armored figure, unfazed, swung Sumu towards a nearby tree with tremendous force. The impact reverberated through the air, shaking the tree violently and causing leaves to rain down. Sumu was left reeling from the collision, saliva spilling from his mouth. Sumu, Ailu cried out, her heart aching at the sight. She could hardly comprehend why Sumu did not simply flee. Since you are acquainted with Miss Ailu, I shall take you back to the town to meet Count Olivier. Perhaps you will fetch a bounty. The armored figure continued to hold Sumu aloft. Akin to an adult bullying a child, gritting his teeth, Sumu seized the opportunity during the armored figure's speech, drawing a concealed dagger from his waist and thrusting it towards the narrow slit of the armored figure's helmet. Take that. The scout and female sorceress gasped in shock as Sumu's dagger successfully pierced the helmet. Ah! The armored figure howled in pain, flinging Sumu to the ground and yanking the dagger from his helmet. Pal, are you all right? The scout inquired, concern etched upon his face. I'm fine. Damn it. You nearly struck my eye. The armored figure, discarding the dagger, approached Sumu menacingly, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Sumu felt as though his entire visage had gone numb. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground. The armored figure retrieved Sumu's short sword and advanced towards him. You little brat, you are courting death. Please, don't harm him. I will go with you. I will go with you. Ailu wept, powerless as she sank to the ground, pleading with the two figures nearby. I implore you, spare him." The female sorceress, witnessing Ailu, once a noble, now so humbly beseeching them, could not help but burst into laughter. "My goodness, look at Miss Ailu, who just moments ago declared she would never surrender. Now begging for mercy at the sight of that man being beaten. That it appears your noble pride is not as formidable as you believed, and I wonder, is this man truly your lover?" The armored figure, standing before Sumu, intoned darkly, "Miss Ailu, it is too late. This brat must die." With that, he raised the short sword high. "No." Ailu's tears streamed down her face as she cried out in desperation, "I beg you." Sumu lifted his gaze. Seeing the sword glinting in the sunset, feeling like a condemned criminal awaiting execution, squinting his eyes, he longed to struggle but found himself utterly drained from the preceding encounters. Am I truly destined to perish? I have accomplished nothing. The most profound anger in life arises from one's own helplessness. If only I were stronger, better equipped, steadier in my demeanor, or perhaps possessed magical abilities, maybe things would not have come to this. Yet, perhaps it is best to simply embrace death. This wretched otherworld holds no appeal for me. In the moment the short sword descended, Sumu closed his eyes, relinquishing all hope. He heard the sickening sound of the blade striking flesh. As if the entire world fell silent. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt no pain. His eyelashes fluttered gently as he reopened his eyes, and the oppressive sight of the armored figure was replaced by the fragile silhouette of a small figure desperately striving to shield him. The diminutive figure, clad in a familiar short cloak and hood, caused Sumu's pupils to dilate in disbelief. Sleta slowly fell into Sumu's embrace, her chest marred by a gaping wound the length of an arm. Her clothing torn, flesh exposed, blood gushing forth. "Brother," Sleta murmured, noticing the tremor in Sumu's gaze. She instinctively sought to comfort him, her voice barely audible. "Sleta does not hurt." Chapter 16. Ailu's kindness. Ah, ah, ah. Sumu's anguished cries echoed like thunder. His trembling eyes filled with torment. The armored figure stared at the bloodied short sword in his grasp, and then at Sleta's fragile form, disbelief coursing through him. How could he have harmed a child? Ailu, witnessing Sleta's selfless act of protection for Sumu, trembled uncontrollably, whispering Sleta's name, her eyes vacant. Sumu raised his head to face the armored figure, his eyes bloodshot, his lower lip bitten and bleeding without him noticing. Blood trickled down his chin, and his visage contorted into a fearsome mask. The armored figure instinctively recoiled. Sumu laid Sleta down, an inexhaustible power surging within him. He charged at the armored figure with ferocity. The armored figure gritted his teeth, raising his short sword to strike once more, but Sumu's speed surpassed his own, sending the armored figure crashing to the ground. Sumu pinned the armored figure down, seizing a stone from the ground and smashing it against the helmet. The impact dented the helmet, and as the armored figure attempted to raise his arm to dislodge Sumu, the reverberations from the blows rendered him momentarily dazed. He yearned for self-preservation, yet found himself unable to muster the strength. Ah! Sumu shattered a stone, discarding the fragments, and grasped the short sword from the ground, aiming for the exposed throat of the armored figure. "Great god of flames, grant me boundless magic, fireball." The female sorceress, witnessing her comrade in distress, raised her staff in prayer, unleashing a fireball towards Sumu. The fireball soared like a sentient flame, streaking towards him, scorching the leaves of the trees in its wake. Firewall. Suddenly, a wall of flames materialized before Sumu, absorbing the impact of the fireball, which detonated upon contact, scattering sparks and igniting the surrounding dry foliage. Ailu extended her hands towards Sumu, her body enveloped in a radiant red magical aura. And upon seeing the female sorceress raise her staff, she too began to pray. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and restrain Ailu. Do not allow her the chance to cast her spell." The female sorceress, incensed at her attack being thwarted by Ailu's magic, shouted in frustration. The scout, regaining his wits, brandished his dagger and charged at Ailu. As the flames dissipated, a figure emerged from the remnants of the fire. Sumu, bloodied short sword in hand, charged at the scout, his eyes vacant, his expression feral, like a beast unleashed from the mountains. Sumu's speed was such that the despair within his heart could not keep pace. The scout moved swiftly, but Sumu's swiftness eclipsed his own. The short sword darted forward like a striking serpent, its tip fixated on the scout. Sensing the impending danger, the scout froze, a chill running down his spine at Sumu's gaze. He attempted to sidestep, but Sumu, seemingly prepared, concealed a dagger in his left hand. As the longsword swept past the scout, the dagger plunged into his chest. "You," the scout gasped, shock registering on his face as he felt the searing pain in his chest. But it was not over. Sumu twisted the dagger viciously, causing it to rotate within the scout's chest. The dagger acted like a meat grinder, tearing into flesh. Ah! The scout kicked Sumu away, the flailing dagger slicing into Sumu's arm as he fell backward. Yet, Sumu felt no pain, his gaze fixated on the scout as he approached, short sword in hand. Please, don't kill me. The sword fell, and blood splattered. Sumu was drenched in the crimson spray, yet beneath the vivid red, his eyes remained hollow and numb. He turned to the female sorceress, who was paralyzed with fear, having never encountered such violence before. Once a candidate for royal knighthood, she had studied magic for a year at the academy but was forcibly expelled from the knightly order due to her poor magical aptitude, despite her limited abilities. She had found favor within the guild, her status as a magic user affording her some esteem. With the adoration of her companions, she gradually grew haughty, even proclaiming herself a sorceress, beginning to believe herself superior to many. Yet now, she was filled with dread. Stay back. Coming to this forest was not my decision. We merely accepted a guild commission, and it was a matter of convenience. I truly had no intention of capturing Miss Ailu. I beg you, do not approach. The female sorceress, suddenly enlightened, discarded her wand and flung her magical hat to the ground, kneeling as she rummaged through her satchel, pleading, "This wand contains a magic crystal worth dozens of silver coins. And the hat cost me 5 silver coins. I will give you everything I possess. Please, spare me." Sumu lunged forward, seizing the sorceress by her hair and yanking it upwards, causing her to weep profusely. Even wetting herself, the stench of urine assaulting the senses. Her appearance resembled that of a sow awaiting slaughter. The tip of his sword pressed against her abdomen, the blood staining her garments, and the terror of death only intensified her cries. Do you believe the lives of you 3 could measure against a single hair of my sister? The moonlight in this world instilled a sense of unease, casting a greasy pallor that prompted a feeling of nausea upon prolonged gaze. Su Dai's wounds had been bandaged, and he sat upon a prepared blanket, the flickering flames of the campfire illuminating the slumbering Sleta in his arms. Observing her steady breathing, Su Dai sighed deeply. He had come to a profound realization of a saying in this world. All things are inferior, only magic reigns supreme. Previously, he had grasped only a fragment of this truth. But now he had developed a genuine understanding of magic's capabilities. Magic was not solely for destruction, it could also bring salvation. Su Dai turned his gaze to Ailu, who appeared worn and weary. Leaning against a nearby pack in a shallow slumber, her pale visage evoking a sense of compassion. Despite Sleta having been grievously wounded, her flesh torn asunder, and Su Mu's hands stained with her blood. He had believed she was beyond hope, spiraling into despair. Yet, unexpectedly, Sleta had been saved by Ailu's healing magic. This revelation further clarified Su Mu's perception of magic, solidifying his pursuit of it, though he had previously relinquished everything, his life, his hopes. When he closed his eyes and let go of all burdens, he felt he owed nothing to anyone in this world. He had done all he could for Ailu, even willing to sacrifice his own life. He had given Sleta all his valuables, ensuring she could live well on her own. However, Sumu recalled a saying, "When one genuinely wishes to give up, those who care for you will push you from behind." Indeed, Sumu had felt he had given up entirely, yet Sleta's actions had propelled him forward. Now, his desire for magic blazed more fervently than ever, since magic could dictate everything in this world. He would claim it for himself. Suddenly, Ailu let out a soft whimper, her delicate brows furrowing, her eyelashes trembling. She appeared to be in distress. Ailu. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu gently roused her. Ailu blinked awake, realizing it was Sumu who had nudged her, and relaxed. "Are you unwell?" Ailu hesitated before shaking her head. "No, I'm fine. Don't lie to me." Sumu, uncertain of his thoughts, glanced once more at the greasy moon. "You once told me that the most suitable elements for casting healing magic are light, water, and earth. A month ago, when you used healing magic to mend Sleta's broken bones, your complexion was quite off. Today, during battle, you cast numerous spells, and you still need to restore Sleta's body." Ailu forced a smile. "I'm fine. How about you? Are you hurt?" "No need." "Is that so?" In truth, Sumu felt pain in several areas, with significant bruising on his chest and face, yet he did not mind. He couldn't possibly ask Ailu to heal him. Sudai regarded Ailu seriously, their eyes locking as he inquired, "Using healing magic recklessly is detrimental to your magical imprint, isn't it?" Ailu lowered her gaze, hesitating before admitting, "Indeed, my magical imprint has suffered damage. It may take months to recover." "I see." Sudai suddenly recalled something. Retrieving a black book from behind him, he studied it for a few seconds before presenting it to Ailu. "This is what you wanted." Ailu gazed at him in disbelief. Since the skirmish earlier that afternoon, she had had no time to consider this item. Never anticipating that Su Mu and Sleta would actually bring it back to her, as Ailu reached out to take the book. She noticed Su Mu had not relinquished his grip. Now, is there nothing you wish to say to me? Ailu paused, then lowered her head, avoiding Su Mu's gaze. What do you want me to say? Is that so? Su Mu finally released his hold, allowing the book to rest in Ailu's hands. She stared blankly at the dark, beast-covered tome. This is a bag of treasures, taken from your family's secret chamber. Su Mu produced a pouch from the side and pushed it toward Ailu. Although we agreed that you need not take all the valuables from the secret chamber. I'm not petty. I have acquired plenty from this commission enough. Ailu clutched the book, her expression one of disbelief as she asked, Su Mu, what are you planning? Our commission has concluded. It is time for us to part ways. You want me to leave? It is not I who drives you away. But rather it is simply the nature of our original agreement. Ailu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her lips moved slightly, yet no words escaped. Before we part, I wish to offer you a piece of advice. As a friend. This time, it was Su Mu who averted his gaze. You are a kind person, at least in this world. You are one of the few I have encountered who extends a hand to others out of genuine kindness. There are many kind souls in this world, yet I have only seen you dare to reach out. Is that so? And then what? Ailu, you possess a goodness that harms no one, yet you lack an aura that protects you from harm. Should you find yourself without anyone to safeguard you in the future, I implore you to temper your kindness with a hint of sharpness. After all, taking care of oneself is of utmost importance. Chapter 17. Resentment. Ailu bit her lip, seemingly suppressing something. Thank you for your advice. Following this, a profound silence enveloped them. Aside from the whispering wind and the crackling of the firewood, neither moved nor spoke. What are your plans now? Ailu finally broke the silence. Me. Su Mu pondered for a moment. I decided a few days ago that I would cross the border into the western Kingdom of Xini. You must be aware of this kingdom. Yes, I know a bit. Half a year ago, the King of Xini passed away, and subsequently, the second princess ascended to the throne. Exactly. Whenever the throne changes hands, the Royal Knight Order is also disbanded and reformed. Therefore, I intend to travel to the capital of the Xini Kingdom and seek to join the knight candidates. After all, I can no longer remain in the kingdom beneath my feet. And Sleta. Su Mu looked down at the sleeping Sleta in his arms. Sleta will, of course, accompany me. Is that so? Ailu's delicate hands tightened around the black book, her grip seemingly firm. Just then, the previously slumbering Sleta stirred awake. Sleta, you're awake. Brother, next time, don't be so foolish. It would be best not to engage in such actions again. Brother. Sleta is not foolish. When you shouted at me to leave, I understood what was happening. Although I am unsure of what I can do, you once saved my life, even if I am powerless. I must at least die alongside you. Sleta's voice was like that of a kingfisher, soft and delicate. Moreover, I have nothing left besides you, brother. Su Mu gently patted Sleta's head, grabbing a cushion from the side to support her head. Then stood up, saying, You too should rest. I will take the watch. After slaying the 3 hunters from the guild, the trio began their escape toward the border. Su Mu was aware that the incident would have caused a stir in the town. In fearing pursuit, they had fled a considerable distance before resting. Though they had already traveled far from Ailu's family estate, keeping watch remained essential, not only out of fear of attacks from others but also of wild beasts. After Su Mu departed, Ailu continued to embrace the black book, lost in thought as she gazed at the pouch of treasures before her. Sister Ailu. Ailu snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. What is it? Do you feel any pain? Sleta is no longer in pain. She merely feels a bit fatigued that a few days of proper rest will suffice. Sleta turned her head slightly to look at Ailu. Actually, I heard your conversation with brother earlier. With a forlorn gaze, Ailu inquired, Is that so? It seems that brother harbors some reservations towards sister Ailu, although I, Sleta, do not quite understand the reason behind it. Brother should have felt quite happy after coming out of the town. Yet, his mood appears rather bleak. We have made a substantial profit and fulfilled sister Ailu's commission, Ailu remarked as she shifted closer to Sleta. Choosing not to respond further. Instead, she smiled and asked, Sleta, are you afraid of going to the Kingdom of Xini with Su Mu? Afraid? Sleta pondered for a moment. I am not afraid at all. Then, don't you feel a twinge of sadness at the thought of leaving your homeland? The land that nurtured you? With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Sleta replied nonchalantly, Sister Ailu thinks too much. Have you forgotten? I have always been someone with nothing, so how could I feel sorrow? If I can accompany brother on adventures and witness his steady success, that brings me great joy. Nothing at all. Indeed, that I currently have no family, no home, and no skills to sustain myself. But I have brother. The mention of having no family or home made Ailu's heart ache. Prompting tears to well up in her eyes, Sleta reached out, clasping Ailu's delicate hand, offering comfort. Actually, Sister Ailu, you are not so different, are you? Perhaps I, sister, and brother are all individuals who have lost everything. So why does Sister Ailu not choose to journey with us? To me, this kingdom holds nothing but sorrow and pain from memories. Ailu forced a smile, but Sumu just mentioned wanting to send me away. Yet you did not express your desire to leave with us, Sleta countered. Did I not express it? Ailu was taken aback. Brother is not a heartless man. Though he may seem cold and indifferent on the surface, he possesses a gentle heart. Sleta praised Sumu, her cheeks flushing slightly. If brother were truly a cold and heartless person, a man of extreme selfishness. Do you think Sister Ailu would feel he would abandon me, leaving me behind to rescue you alone? Ailu appeared to emerge from the labyrinth of her sorrow, her cheeks flushed by the firelight as she contemplated. Brother may indeed have some reservations towards Sister Ailu. Though Sleta does not comprehend the situation, however, I believe if Sister Ailu were to speak with brother, expressing a desire for the three of us to continue our journey together to the Kingdom of Xini, brother would not refuse you, Sleta smiled. Of course, I think it would be better if sister were able to resolve any misunderstandings with brother. The two fell into silence once more. Sleta was not in a hurry. She felt quite confident in Ailu's feelings. Unless Ailu had deceived her over the past month, her words held truth. Ailu was, like them, someone who possessed nothing. During their month together, Sleta could not believe Ailu would feel no sense of reliance on their companionship. If Ailu had relatives or friends in the kingdom to depend on, that would be a different matter. Yet it was clear that Ailu lacked such connections. She even refrained from contacting her close friends for fear of implicating them. Would Ailu truly wish to abandon them at dawn and revert to her solitary life of evasion? Sleta felt assured, for the taste of loneliness was indeed daunting. Finally, Ailu seemed to have come to a realization. Smiling as she gently ruffled Sleta's hair, signaling her to rest. With that, she gathered her books and made her way towards the spot where Sumu stood guard for the night. Sleta could not help but smile. Believing that the outcome would be favorable, interactions between people are reciprocal. If one feels joy, those around them will share in that joy. That if one experiences warmth, those nearby will sense a comforting atmosphere. If Ailu fears loneliness, then Sumu likely fears it too. Sumu gazed at the moon in the night sky, which seemed overly greasy, shaking his head into stace. It was indeed quite nauseating. Yet at this late hour, there was little else to behold. Listening to the whisper of the wind, Sumu sighed, contemplating whether it was necessary to address these matters, as he could have chosen not to bring them up. And Ailu would have silently followed him away, yet he had spoken, which meant Ailu could no longer evade. She must stand up and provide Sumu with an answer. Ailu had been of great assistance to him. And they were indeed friends. But could friends not be candid with one another? Though everyone possesses untold secrets, when one's secret begins to affect their friends, remaining silent would only create discomfort for Sumu. The sound of soft footsteps drew closer. Sumu turned to see Ailu approaching with her books in hand. Why aren't you resting? Ailu stood beside Sumu, adjusting her robe. I came to chat with you for a bit. Is that so? The two lapsed into silence once again. Finally, Ailu could no longer contain herself, whispering, Why are you always so ungallant? As a man, can't you show me a bit of courtesy? Sumu was taken aback. How am I not gallant? You know I want to come speak with you. You know I feel shy, and you know I am afraid, yet you remain silent. Is it to see me make a fool of myself? Ailu's eyes reddened, her suppressed emotions threatening to spill over. Sumu felt momentarily disoriented. How was this his fault? Fool, blockhead. Ailu cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she desperately tried to stifle her sobs, clearly not wanting Sleta to hear. Seeing Ailu dissolve into tears, Sumu became flustered. Hey, please don't cry. Let us talk this out. Don't cry, all right? Sumu, tell me, do you dislike me? Ailu bit her trembling lip, gripping Sumu's robe collar, her question earnest. What? How could I dislike you? Then why did you want to send me away? I already said I am not sending you away. Sumu turned his gaze aside. As I mentioned earlier, our commission has indeed come to an end. Don't you want me by your side? Don't you wish to take me along? You could have said nothing at all, and I could have stayed by your side. Leaving with you. Why did you want to send me away? Once the floodgates opened, Ailu could not stop her tears, her sorrow pouring forth uncontrollably. Seeing Ailu in such distress, Sumu felt a pang of guilt. Did he truly wish to rid himself of Ailu? Certainly not. He only desired the three of them to remain together and to be honest when it mattered. Gently, he wrapped his arm around Ailu's delicate shoulders. Tenderly stroking her hair, The unique fragrance of Ailu enveloping him. Initially stiffened by Su Mu's embrace, Ailu gradually relaxed. After a while of comforting her, Ailu finally ceased her tears. She pulled away from Su Mu's hold, holding up the black book in her arms, asking, "Is it because of this book that you harbor some reservations towards me?" "Indeed," Su Mu replied, nodding as Ailu spoke candidly. "Then let me tell you what this book is." Ailu's gaze was intensely serious, as if making a momentous decision. "This book contains the dark magic of my family, hidden for decades." Dark magic. The term dark magic book had been mentioned during Su Mu's time posing as a guard at Ailu's estate. Though he had not paid much heed to its significance, noticing Su Mu's confusion, Ailu sighed and gently wiped her tears. "Su Mu, do you know, when I first met you, my intention was to return to my territory and seek death." "Seek death?" Su Mu was taken aback. "Yes," Ailu replied with a bitter smile. "This dark magic book is something my family has concealed for decades. Something we dared not use, nor let it be known to the world. My original plan was that once I returned to my territory, if you truly retrieved it for me, I would destroy this dark magic book. However, upon reflection, my entire family was executed by the kingdom for their crimes, so returning to my territory to die would be akin to returning to my roots. So that's why you said you didn't want any of the treasures in the secret chamber? Is that your reason for rejecting the treasures?" Ailu nodded. "Exactly. At that time, I had already resolved to seek death. Since I sought death, those treasures would be of no use to me, hence I offered them as commission funds. What if I had not retrieved this magic book for you?" Su Mu inhaled deeply, asking, "Would you still seek death?" "Yes. If you had not retrieved this dark magic book, I would have canceled our magical contract and sought out a place near my territory to end my life," Ailu replied, her voice trailing off. "Sleta once said she is a child with nothing. Yet I am not so different. I too am someone who possesses nothing anymore." Ailu took a deep breath, turning her gaze towards the pitch-black distance, reflecting, "It is truly good to be able to share certain thoughts with you, Su Mu. What does it feel like to have nothing left?" Su Mu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It feels like loneliness. The feeling of loneliness is one that you must have experienced as well. Despite your greater strength, unwavering faith, and relentless determination. Yet, I believe you too have felt isolated at times, a sensation that is truly suffocating." Ailu felt the wind brushing past her, and once again, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. "I have lost everything. No family, no home, and no friends. This world holds no place for me anymore." Su Mu, "Do you know, when I heard about the incident at home, I desperately fled from the Magic Academy. That I truly felt so alone. As if nothing belonged to me anymore. I possess nothing. Even the wind seems to avoid me now." Su Mu, feeling a pang of sympathy, placed his hand, which was wrapped in medicinal cloth, gently on Ailu's head, offering comfort. "Is your intention still to seek death?" "No." Ailu turned her head, her eyes seemingly filled with hatred. "Initially, before returning to my fief, I planned to do just that. But after you saved Sleta in Gothic Town, I found it peculiar. You appear so cold and indifferent on the surface. Why would you extend a hand to Sleta, although you later claimed that Sleta was saving herself and that you were merely rescuing yourself? Sleta confided in me, saying that you are a kind and gentle person. That it was only through this month spent with you that I came to understand what kind of scoundrel you truly are. If you wish to praise me, then do so without the insults," Su Mu replied, a surprisingly apologetic smile gracing his face. "Regardless of whether you can retrieve the dark magic book, I no longer seek that. For the past 3 days, I have prayed and hoped for your safe return, and I want to accompany you wherever you go, even though you are a scoundrel. You." As Ailu spoke, her voice cracked with emotion, and she began to cry again. Su Mu drew Ailu into his embrace, sincerely apologizing. "I am sorry." "No, the one who should apologize is me," Ailu sobbed, still weeping in Su Mu's arms, but feeling the warmth radiating from him, which only made her cry louder. "I knew I shouldn't have taken that book. I knew it was dangerous for you to retrieve it. Yet, I remained silent and let you all set off. I could have stopped you. I could have terminated this commission. Su Mu, do you know, those 3 days I spent alone, I was truly terrified, hearing Ailu's heartfelt confessions. The disquiet that had lingered in Su Mu's heart dissipated, leaving only guilt. Over the past month, Sleta had noticed Ailu's unease and had remained by her side, while Su Mu, knowing Ailu was troubled, failed to reach out to her. He had foolishly assumed that Ailu was merely afraid of returning to her fief. "Ailu, when you first entrusted me with this task, I felt uneasy. However, for the sake of the so-called treasure you mentioned, I chose to accept. Yet, After spending a month with you, the strange commission I took on lost its unsettling quality. Even 3 days ago, when Sleta and I set out, I still felt no sense of foreboding. Ailu had already expressed so much. If Sumu chose to remain silent now, it would be his fault. However, while investigating your family's situation and the peculiar actions of the Count in the town, I became curious. It seemed that Count Oliver's objective aligned with mine. They too were searching for your family's treasure. Sumu stroked Ailu's head gently. At that moment, I didn't think much of it, but when I successfully infiltrated your home, I discovered that both the king and the count were fervently obsessed with the dark magic book you mentioned. It seemed they were determined to acquire it, and the count was frantically raiding homes in the town for this very book. While I found it strange, that uncomfortable feeling spread within me. Sumu grasped Ailu's delicate shoulders, looking intently at her enchanting face, and said, "Questions ravaged my mind. Does Ailu not realize the significance of this book? Is she truly unaware of anything? Why, knowing how vital this magic book is, important enough for the king to take lethal measures against nobles he himself had granted titles, would Ailu withhold this information from me? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Ailu wept, constantly apologizing. "I was so afraid that if I spoke up, you would terminate this commission and leave with Sleta. That I truly didn't want that." Sumu embraced Ailu tightly once more, gently saying, "It's all right. Everything is okay now that it's all in the past. Sometimes, people are strange. They choose to conceal their fears of loss, yet often it is the very act of hiding that leads to loss. It is a wonderful thing when two individuals can communicate openly." At this point, their small trio had escaped the town, despite the arduous journey over the past month and the fierce battle they faced. They were still alive together. The misunderstandings in Sumu's heart were resolved. Ailu was ultimately a kind-hearted girl, burdened by guilt for her secrecy, praying day and night in the woods. Even if Sumu and Sleta returned empty-handed, even if the commission failed, she merely wished for their safe return. Sleta was not a perfect child. Having been bullied for too long, she was unwilling to be victimized again, resorting to retaliatory measures. Ailu, too, was not entirely innocent. Having lost so much, she was averse to further loss. Even if it was their initial agreement, she preferred to conceal the truth and bear the guilt rather than allow Sumu to leave her. Feeling the soft body trembling in her embrace, Sumu, now fully aware of everything, wondered if he could return to the moment he first met Ailu and Sleta. Would he still accept the commission? Would he still rescue Sleta? The answer was yes. Sumu would still choose to accept Ailu's commission and save Sleta. However, he hoped to do better. People should seek progress through continuous growth. Not just Ailu and Sleta, but Sumu as well. The two remained in each other's arms for a long time, until Ailu had cried out all her pressures and bittersweet emotions before they resumed their conversation. Once Ailu finished explaining, Sumu learned that magic indeed has both narrow and broad definitions. The narrow definition categorizes magic into 7 schools, while the broad definition divides it into 2 types, white magic and black magic. The 7 schools of magic found within the Magic Academy's tomes are all white magic, as they communicate with natural elements through magical seals, resonating to invoke the essence of magic before casting it. However, black magic is different. It is not limited to merely releasing spells through seals. The methods of casting black magic are incredibly diverse. There are curses, blood sacrifices, and various other arcane rituals. The very nature of casting black magic is peculiar, and the effects it produces are often bizarre. Illness, confusion, enslavement, and destruction are merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, all nations in this world have issued proclamations banning the use of black magic. Ironically, the most prevalent form of black magic in circulation is the slave contract. Despite the prohibition, the slave contract itself is a type of black magic, binding the souls of slaves to ensure loyalty. The benefits derived from such contracts are immense. It is said that the taxes from the slave trade alone account for 30% of a certain kingdom's revenue. The dark magic tome hidden within Ailu's family is akin to a nuclear bomb. Although all kingdoms publicly declare a strict ban on black magic, their royal families are exceedingly eager to obtain it. I may choose not to use it, but I cannot be without it. Possessing powerful black magic equates to holding sway over national authority, akin to the principle of nuclear deterrence. The black magic tome Ailu now possesses contains no less than 30 different dark magic incantations, which is indeed astonishing. It is no wonder the king would resort to extreme measures to seize this book. Initially, Ailu intended to destroy the tome upon retrieval, preventing its emergence into the world. But Sumu intervened to in his words. Magic itself is not inherently wrong. The issue lies in who wields it. White magic has also caused death, has it not? Sumu ultimately persuaded Ailu to keep the book. Not out of a desire for the magic contained within, but because he believed the tome would hold significant value for both Ailu and himself. If utilized wisely, it could prove beneficial. As for whether they could protect this nuclear bomb, that remains to be seen. Chapter 19. Truth, the Trio. After thoroughly understanding Ailu's thoughts and the nature of black magic, Sumu's comprehension of the world's magic advanced further. Upon returning to the campfire, they found Sleta still lying on her side. Awake, it turned out Sleta had been waiting for their return, and seeing that both of them appeared free from sorrow and worry brought her joy. However, the night still required vigilance, and Ailu, concerned for Sumu, ultimately allowed him to keep watch at the camp. Sumu felt quite pleased, as he appreciated the care and preferred not to endure the cold wind outside. Yet, matters were not so simple. Sumu sat on a blanket, with Sleta resting her head on his right thigh and Ailu on his left. He wrapped his arms around his shoulders, gazing at the flickering flames, listening to the comforting sounds of whoosh as both girls slept peacefully beside him. Lost in thought, the torment of the spirit, coupled with the strain of the body, is hardly preferable to standing guard outside through the night. It was not until morning that Sumu found the opportunity to rest. While the two who had slept well began to sort their belongings and prepare lunch. Once Sumu had awoken in the afternoon and managed his affairs, the trio set off once more. This time, their destination was no longer some desolate corner of the earth, but the capital city of the Kingdom of Xini. Although the peculiar trio initially appeared to be harmonious, each harbored their own distinct thoughts. For instance, Ailu concealed her worries, Sleta exhibited a sensitive caution, and Sumu maintained an outward indifference. As they journeyed from their beginnings to this point, each had become more open. Ailu no longer shrouded her concerns in secrecy. Sleta was less sensitive and fearful in the company of the others, and Sumu often displayed a smile. Despite their odd appearances, one with a damaged magical seal due to a forceful healing attempt, another nursing a fresh wound from a cut across her chest, and the last one without major injuries but with numerous minor scrapes. They were all resilient and possessed enough resources for their travels. Aside from the discomfort of their ailments, the trio was quite joyful. Upon crossing the border into Xini's territory, they all felt a sense of relief. After all three were wanted individuals. The only fortunate one among them was likely Sleta. Being just a little girl, of little concern to others, arriving in the Kingdom of Xini, the kingdom's intent to capture them was undoubtedly a daunting task. Thus, the trio made their way to the capital of Xini amidst warm laughter and merriment. Time flew by like an arrow, days and nights weaving swiftly past, like a galloping steed that silently raced away from the trio. 4 months later, in the capital of the Kingdom of Xini. The city was bustling with activity. Despite it being noon, the streets were overcrowded, yet every face bore a smile, as if something delightful was afoot on the roadside. 3 figures cloaked in hoods squeezed their way through the throngs. One petite figure bubbling with energy. Had she not been held by someone, she might have vanished into the crowd. I can't believe in just 5 days it will mark the 1-year anniversary of Queen Xini's ascension to the throne. What a fortuitous time to arrive. Sumu held Sleta's hand with his left, while Ailu stood on his right. Ailu pulled back her hood, revealing her enchanting features, and gazed at the colorful banners and the lively crowd, exclaiming, "Indeed, I never imagined Queen Xini would have been on the throne for a whole year. The celebrations in 5 days will surely make the entire capital incredibly lively." Sleta's little face radiated excitement as she tugged at Sumu's hand, eager to explore the stalls, exclaiming, "Brother, look over there. They're selling all sorts of strange and wonderful things." "Sleta, don't run off. There are so many people. Be careful not to get lost," Ailu cautioned. Unable to suppress her concern, however, no sooner had she spoken than Ailu was suddenly shoved aside by the crowd, only to have a large hand reach out and pull her back to Sumu's side. "You should be more careful. What if Sleta doesn't get lost?" "But you do." The firm yet calm voice reached her ears, and feeling the warmth of the hand around hers made Ailu's cheeks flush. "Understood," she replied. Sumu felt a sense of relief watching the lively Sleta. Having never encountered such a throng before, especially in a city with such splendid surroundings, Sleta was captivated by the clean and orderly streets, where even the vendors appeared well managed. Prior to arriving in the capital, they had passed through various villages and towns, but none compared to the cleanliness and orderliness of this place. which had only improved as they approached the capital in a small town before reaching the capital. Sumu had intentionally spent some money to secure a small courtyard for a few days, allowing Sleta to play with the other children there. After all, Sleta had missed out on a proper childhood. And Sumu wished for her to enjoy herself, rather than remain alone, consumed with suspicion and worry. However, what transpired next left Sumu utterly astonished. A little girl, drawn to Sleta's charming appearance and neat attire, had sought to invite her to play. Yet for reasons unknown, upon distancing herself from Sumu and Lu, Sleta's demeanor had suddenly turned haughty, completely disregarding the little girl's invitation. Hurt by the snub, the little girl became envious and went so far as to tug at Sleta's clothing, inadvertently breaking the button of her hooded robe. In a fit of rage, Sleta retaliated by taking scissors and shredding the little girl's clothes in a fit of vengeance. The little girl then cried as she ran back to her parents. While it is normal for children to act thoughtlessly, the parents were horrified by the scene, though Sumu and the others appeared dusty from their travels. Their attire was clean and of good quality, clearly distinguishing them from ordinary folk. Terrified, the parents rushed to apologize to Sumu and Lu, nearly bowing their heads to the ground in penance. Sumu remained unperturbed by the incident, but Lu expressed concern about Sleta's temperament and its potential implications for her growth. In Sumu's eyes, the world owed far too much to the kind-hearted. Thus, there was no need for Sleta to become an overly naive soul like Lu. A little temper might serve her well to avoid being bullied in the future, while Lu felt it inappropriate to voice too many objections regarding Sumu's leniency towards Sleta. She could only acquiesce. By the way, Sumu, now that we have arrived in the capital of Xini, what are our next plans? Lu gently grasped Sumu's hand and inquired softly. First, we need to find an inn to stay, and then I'll go out to gather some information. If my initial thoughts are confirmed, I will discuss them with you. Sumu replied. Lu could not help but tease. If you've already decided, then it's hardly a discussion, is it? Sumu paused. I assent it. Sleta suddenly turned around. Yes, brother, you always seem to have made up your mind before telling us, and every time you discuss things with us. Your expression is so stern that Lu and I wouldn't dare to disagree. Sumu was taken aback. Am I really that imposing? Lu, seeing his bewildered expression, chuckled. Whenever you share your thoughts and plans with us, our choices are merely to accept or reject them. This hardly constitutes a discussion. It's more akin to your dictating terms. In that case, I shall amend my approach next time, Sumu said. Having always felt confident in sharing his well-considered plans, after all, one must take responsibility for their words. Lu giggled, her laughter ringing like a clear bell. All right, I was just teasing you. If you've made up your mind, then do as you see fit. However, if there is anything you're uncertain about in the future, remember to share it with us. After all, the strength of three is greater than that of one. Hand in hand, the trio finally maneuvered through the crowd and found an inn. The inn was lavishly decorated. Even the sign outside was gilded, which was quite startling. Upon entering, the bright lights and opulent decor dazzled them. A few patrons were seated in a corner, enjoying snacks and chatting. The trio, undaunted, knew their funds were ample for extravagant expenditures, and staying in a slightly pricier inn was no cause for concern. Sumu approached the innkeeper. We'd like 2 rooms for 10 days. How much will that be? The innkeeper scrutinized the travel-worn trio but detected nothing amiss. In a high-pitched voice that grated on the ears, he replied, 20 copper coins per room per day, totaling 4 silver coins for 10 days. Without hesitation, Sumu retrieved the coins and their identification documents. Presenting them to the innkeeper, their identification was newly issued, having arrived in the Kingdom of Xini not long ago, and possessing such documentation made many matters far more convenient. However, upon seeing the documents, the innkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically. You 3 aren't trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? This is the North City, not the West City. Sumu was taken aback. What do you mean? The innkeeper sized Sumu up. Scoffing, I'm afraid we can't accommodate you 3. I'll return your money. Sleta, upon witnessing someone daring to treat Sumu with disdain, immediately bristled. Are you blind? We're not thieves or criminals. We've paid our dues. Why won't you take us in? Lu also felt a twinge of indignation, but upon hearing Sleta's fervent words, she quickly grasped Sleta's hand, hoping to avoid any trouble in the capital. Oh, where did these 3 country bumpkins come from? Do you think having money means you can strut around in the capital? Do you even know where you are? The innkeeper's expression darkened. This is the North City, and our inn is among the finest. Do you really think we'd accept just anyone who walks in with money? Sumu frowned, surprised that they would encounter such trouble just trying to find a place to stay. Sleta, incensed, retorted, if you refuse to serve customers, what's the point of running this establishment? You might as well shut it down. Hey, you little brat, watch your mouth. I'm letting you off easy because you're just a child. If anyone else had said that, I would have had the guards throw you out. Then perhaps you should explain why you refuse to serve us. Sumu maintained his composure. Seemingly unfazed, Sleta was about to unleash another tirade when Ai Lu intervened. Sensing there might be a misunderstanding, seeing Sumu's calm demeanor, the innkeeper finally softened. North City inns cannot arbitrarily accommodate people from outside the city. It's a rule. But we have our identification. Don't we? However, your identification documents are not from the capital, so we cannot accommodate you, the innkeeper said with a hint of impatience. When I inquired about the regulations upon entering the capital, I do not recall hearing of such a rule. Moreover, your establishment has no official notice regarding this, Sumu calmly retorted. The innkeeper's temper flared once more. Have you no shame? Do you even know where the royal palace is? It is within the northern district. Our inn does not accept guests from the outer cities. This has been a rule for decades. In Chapter 20, the seat of Sleta, Sumu remained unperturbed. It became evident that the Xini royal family resided within the northern district, explaining the stringent governance of the area. The innkeeper's mention of the western district likely indicated it was more suitable for individuals of their ilk. The innkeeper's repeated insults of country bumpkin ignited Sleta's fury, and she retorted vehemently, I no longer wish to stay in this wretched establishment. How dare you look down upon us? Child, I advise you to learn some manners from your family, the innkeeper scoffed. Turning away from Sleta without further regard. It matters not. I can forego this inn. Sumu suddenly interjected, seizing the innkeeper by the collar and pulling him close, stating coldly, Yet you should not underestimate us. Do you believe I would hesitate to set your establishment ablaze? After all, though I may be a country bumpkin, I lack nothing but money. What do you intend to do? Guards, guards, someone come, the innkeeper exclaimed in shock. Shouting frantically towards the outside. At that moment, 2 guards rushed in, and upon seeing the innkeeper being manhandled, they approached to intervene. Guards, these 3 outsiders are causing a ruckus. They even threatened to burn down my inn. Sleta was about to scream again, but Ailu grabbed her, tugging on Sumu's short robe to signal him to refrain from further provocation. Sumu huffed in annoyance and released the innkeeper. One of the guards glared at Sumu, demanding, Did you just say you would set the inn on fire? I was merely jesting, Sumu replied with a faint smile. Is it against the capital's regulations to joke? The guard fell silent, taken aback, while the other guard chimed in, Then what was the purpose of your earlier actions towards the innkeeper? Sumu shrugged, But I have released him, have I not? The 2 guards exchanged glances, astonished by the calmness of someone who had just provoked them. Typically, commoners would tremble at their reprimands, yet here was someone who remained unfazed by merely tugging at the innkeeper's collar. This is the capital. It would be wise for you 3 not to cause any disturbances. The guard made a gesture, clearly wishing to escort Sumu and his companions away. Unfazed, Sumu smiled lightly and stepped away. As Sleta walked a few paces alongside Ailu, she turned back and glared at the innkeeper, saying fiercely, My brother shall one day become a noble of the Xini kingdom, and you shall be held accountable for your words today. Both Sumu and Ailu were momentarily taken aback by Sleta's proclamation. The innkeeper erupted in laughter. You think you will become nobles? Do you think nobility is as common as cabbages by the roadside? Just because you say so, it doesn't make it so. If your brother becomes a noble, then I too shall become one. Sleta narrowed her eyes. You have insulted my brother and continue to belittle him. I, Sleta, shall ensure this inn is torn down. The innkeeper and guards clearly dismissed the child's threats, and the innkeeper laughed even harder. Very well. When you come to smash my inn, do let me know so I can prepare a proper welcome. Sleta fell silent, glaring at the innkeeper before being led away by Ailu. After the trio departed, laughter erupted from within the inn, further darkening Sleta's expression. Suddenly, she was lifted off the ground, startling her, only to realize it was Sumu carrying her on his shoulders. From this elevated position, she could see further into the bustling crowd, and her discontent began to dissipate. Do not be upset, Sleta. You are the best, always believing in my potential, Sumu thought to himself, feeling a touch of embarrassment at Sleta's earlier bravado. Yet warmth blossomed in his heart as he recognized her genuine anger. I have never broken a promise, and I assure you, I will become a noble, Sumu declared. Indeed, my brother will become a noble. Then you shall be our little master, free to do as you please. Sumu replied with a joyful smile. When you become a noble, I will surely come back to smash that in. Yes. Smash it. We shall smash it. Haha. Sumu steadied Sleta. Now, let me take you for a flight. Ailu, initially worried, could not help but chuckle as she witnessed the siblings' carefree banter, even as they spoke of vandalizing another's establishment. The unpleasant incident was swiftly cast aside. The capital was vast, divided into 4 districts: east, west, south, and north. The northern district was the largest and best managed, primarily due to the presence of the Xini Palace. Though the other districts were not significantly inferior, the disparity was evident in the number of patrolling guards. Unfamiliar with the capital, Sumu and his companions had stumbled into a misunderstanding. However, this did not imply that Sleta would accept such an affront lightly. Despite Sumu and Ailu dismissing the incident, it seemed to plant a seed of resolve within Sleta, one that would eventually take root and flourish. After spending considerable time reaching the western district, they finally found an inn to stay in, albeit one far less opulent than those in the north. However, they were not overly concerned. After a light meal and a refreshing bath, the trio gathered in Sumu's room to discuss their subsequent plans for their adventure in the Xini kingdom. Sumu, our objective should remain unchanged, correct? Ailu inquired. Sumu hesitated for a moment. Of course, it has not changed. My goal is still to study magic and subsequently become a noble, although attaining nobility may prove challenging. I believe in the power of determination, and I have promised Sleta. Sleta smiled. No matter if it takes 20 years for my brother to become a noble, I will still be very happy. Ailu pondered and frowned. Then we must register for the Knight Candidate program early tomorrow. There will be written examinations and identity verification. Although you are not a local of the Xini kingdom, that should not pose an issue. However, Sumu suddenly realized that Ailu was from the fallen nobility of the Kaler kingdom. Although her status had diminished, her lineage was still evident. Should the Xini kingdom discover Ailu's noble heritage, they might suspect her of being a foreign spy rather than consider her for the Knight Candidate program. Then does that mean Ailu cannot accompany me to study magic? Sleta asked. Ailu shook her head. Perhaps not. But do not worry. I have already learned some magic. It will suffice. If it were possible, Sumu would have preferred Ailu to remain by his side. She had imparted a wealth of magical knowledge over time, and the prospect of learning magic together filled him with joy. Sumu remarked. However, I inquired downstairs, and it seems that during the festivities leading up to the celebration, many officials are on break. The Knight Candidate program has also been postponed. Ailu considered this and affirmed that is indeed the case for this period, but it will not be so in a year, after the Xini queen ascended to the throne. The old Royal Knight Order was disbanded. The new Knight candidates have only just begun their studies at the Magic Academy for a year, and according to the 2-year study requirement, the new Royal Knight Order has yet to establish any members. Hence, there is no immediate urgency this year. It is only natural for officials to delay for the festivities. Sumu asked, by the way, what exactly is the role of the Royal Knight Order? Although you've mentioned it before, I still find myself somewhat unclear about the details. The Royal Knight Order, as previously stated, is a group of knights directly commissioned by the royal family. Each knight must possess a clear lineage, exceptional magical abilities, and unwavering loyalty, reporting directly to the Xini queen. Ailu continued, the Royal Knight Order is closely tied to many matters concerning the queen. To put it simply, if the Xini queen wishes to leave the city, it is not permitted this year. She must wait until the first batch of knight candidates returns in 2 years, from which she will select the most outstanding knights to form the new Royal Knight Order, enabling her to venture outside. The Royal Knight Order is crucial to the Queen's reputation and safety. Then according to your reasoning, Sumu frowned. Does that mean you cannot participate in the Knight Candidate program? Why did you not mention this earlier? Ailu smiled. What could you have done if I had told you? It is better not to say anything. Regardless, I am simply delighted to have accompanied you here. Once the festivities conclude, you can register for the Knight Candidate program. I will wait for you in the capital with Sleta, with your remaining funds, and considering the Knight candidates receive a monthly stipend, living in the capital should not pose a problem. Sumu could not help but close his eyes, frowning. If possible, he truly wished for Ailu to remain by his side. Sleta, not fully grasping the conversation, was nonetheless attentively listening, but upon noticing Sumu's silence, she sensed his distress regarding Ailu's inability to join the Knight Candidate program. Ailu Jie cannot accompany you, dear brother. It is simply beyond our control. So do not fret. Sleta gently pinched the furrowed brow of Sumu. While we were dining below, I overheard someone mention that on the day of the celebration festival in 5 days, Queen Xini will parade through the entire capital. It is bound to be a lively spectacle. Let us go and witness it together. Do not dwell on it too much. Brother and sister have worked hard to reach this point. We should at least find some joy. Suddenly, Sumu was struck by a terrifying thought, one that, despite its alarming nature, seemed exceedingly plausible. He opened his eyes wide. Queen Xini is to parade through the capital, is she? Upon noticing Sumu's puzzled expression, Sleta inquired, Brother? Alu felt a sense of foreboding. Sumu, what absurd notion have you concocted this time? Sumu pondered for a moment, feeling that this idea was entirely feasible, albeit fraught with danger. It was worth the gamble. In the coming days, I shall prepare myself. During the 5-day celebration festival, I intend to crash the Queen's parade. Chapter 21. Crashing the parade 5 days later, the celebration festival of the Kingdom of Xini commenced in the capital. The townsfolk set aside their labors, gathering along the streets to enjoy the festivities with their families. Even the usually stern and serious guards wore smiles, mingling joyfully with the people. The previous king of Xini had passed away a year ago, and the second princess had ascended to the throne in a time of crisis. While the various towns and cities of the kingdom were not entirely without troubles, they were steadily developing. With no wars on the horizon and relatively low taxes in the capital, fostering a sense of hope among the populace regarding Queen Xini's rule. After all, she was only 19 years old. Far too young, and many had been exceedingly concerned about the future of the Xini kingdom at her coronation. That a year had passed, and peace reigned. There was no greater joy for the people. The queen is soon to parade through here. Step aside immediately. As the announcement echoed from afar, the once bustling streets fell silent, with everyone standing on either side, eagerly awaiting. Those unable to find solid ground climbed onto balconies or counters, all joyfully welcoming Queen Xini. The sounds of musical instruments grew closer, heralding the imminent arrival of the royal procession. That on either side of the street stood 2 hooded figures. One, biting her red lip anxiously, tugged at the hem of the other's cloak, her body trembling. Sumu, are you truly not reconsidering this? I have repeated myself 1,000 times over these past few days. I am not afraid, so why should you be? But you intend to crash the Queen's parade. That is a capital offense. What if the knights simply run you through? That is not without possibility, but fortune favors the bold. Should I succeed, the Queen may grant me an audience, and I am confident we could both become knight candidates. Ailu was almost in tears out of fear. Please do not frighten me. I do not mind not being a knight candidate. Sleta and I could just wait for you at home. What if something truly happens to you? Sumu sighed and gently squeezed Ailu's delicate hand. Do not worry. If the Queen does not grant me this opportunity, I will turn and flee immediately. In such chaos, who could possibly catch me? How can I possibly feel at ease? Remember, if something should happen to me, do not venture out. Stay at the inn and take care of Sleta. Sumu smiled. The only reason I insisted on leaving Sleta at the inn is to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Considering her straightforward nature, I fear she might find herself in trouble. Ailu looked up at Sumu, contemplating seriously for a moment. All right, but I must accompany you. What nonsense is this? Did you not understand what I said? You cannot come with me. If something happens to me, that is one thing, but if you were to get caught up in it as well, what would become of Sleta? Sumu shook his head vigorously. Ailu grasped Sumu's hand tightly. No, I must go with you. This time, I have brought the dark magic book with me. If the Queen does not grant us an opportunity, I shall present the book to her. That should at least ensure our survival. Sumu felt a warm sensation in his heart and wanted to laugh. You foolish girl, offering the dark magic book to some kingdom could easily earn you a noble title. Is that so? Then perhaps we should use it to exchange for a noble title and avoid this peril. Ailu's interest was piqued by this notion. That Sumu leaned closer to Ailu, whispering softly. The dark magic book is of immense importance. Its political and military value is unparalleled, and it cannot simply be bartered for a few noble titles. I truly appreciate your concern for me. It brings me joy, but the die is cast, and I must take this risk. After all, this is for our magical future, and I refuse to let your magical journey come to an end. I have a 70% chance of success in crashing the Queen's parade. If I should happen to fall into the other 30%, I will do my utmost to escape. Ailu's lovely face flushed a deep crimson. In such close proximity, the fine hairs on her flawless skin were strikingly visible. If you say it is for me, then I must accompany you, Sumu. You cannot be so selfish as to leave me behind. Sumu opened his mouth, ultimately saying nothing, and instead broke into a smile, teasingly whispering in Ailu's ear, causing her to feel faint. You, all right, but let us save the matter of the dark magic book for when it becomes unavoidable. Ailu stepped away from Sumu, her cheeks flushed, utterly adorable. She saw Sumu grinning like a mischievous child, and could only nod in agreement as the conversation between the two drew to a close. The Queen's procession finally approached. Leading the parade were 3 columns of knights, clad in armor and flaunting the royal banners. The magnificent steeds they rode shimmered in the sunlight, and the knights sat tall and proud, creating a stunning spectacle. Yet, the insignias on the knights' armor were not of the royal crest, but rather those of various Xini nobles who had hastily assembled their own knights. Once the first batch of knight candidates returned a year later, the newly reformed Royal Knight Order would no longer require the presence of these noble retainers. Following the knights was a lively band of musicians, their drums and gongs creating a festive atmosphere. Behind them trailed a luxurious carriage, drawn by pure white horses, one of which boasted a singular horn, an actual unicorn. The opulent carriage was adorned with precious gems, and a thick veil obscured its window, through which a graceful figure could be glimpsed. The townsfolk, unable to kneel due to the crowding, placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed their heads, shouting, "Long live Queen Xini! May the Kingdom of Xini enjoy everlasting peace." The cheers surged like waves as the Queen's procession passed, with everyone offering their most sincere blessings. However, just as the parade moved forward, 2 figures suddenly surged from the side of the street. The leading knight assumed they had merely stumbled into the path and barked, "Commoners, step aside." Sumu and Ailu knelt on one knee, and he called out, "Your Majesty, I have something to say to you." The knights, recognizing the disturbance, scowled. "Quickly, clear the way. How dare you disrupt the Queen's procession? Are you seeking death?" Feeling the pressure from the 3 columns of knights, cold sweat beaded on Sumu's forehead, yet he remained steadfast on one knee, showing no intention of retreating with Ailu. The foremost knight shouted angrily, spurring his horse forward, drawing his gleaming sword, the tip aimed directly at Sumu and Ailu. With the knight charging towards them, Sumu knew he could not wait any longer. He leapt to his feet, embracing Ailu, and rolled to evade the knight's strike. "Your Majesty, what I have to say will surely pique your interest. You insolent fool. Do you dare speak further?" Just as the knight prepared to deal with Sumu and Ailu, a voice finally emerged from the luxurious carriage, somewhat languid. "Oh, you say I will surely be interested." Upon hearing Queen Xini's voice, the knight looked down at Sumu and Ailu with disdain. "Your Majesty, what I speak is the truth. If I utter a single falsehood, or if you possess no interest, I am willing to take my own life." Ailu, filled with concern, grasped Sumu's hand. "Very well, tell me, what could possibly draw my interest? This matter is not suitable to discuss in public." "If possible," the knight, unable to contain his fury, interrupted, "what nonsense is this? You, a commoner, have already committed a capital offense by disrupting the Queen's procession. Do you think you can impose conditions? Your Majesty, allow me to remove this scoundrel from your sight, and we shall not have to endure such disturbances during the celebration festival." The veil of the luxurious carriage was gently lifted, revealing a pair of reddish-brown eyes that Sumu raised his head to meet the gaze of the figure behind the veil, unflinching, refusing to avert his eyes. Before long, the veil was once again lowered. "Knight, you shall escort them back to the court. After the parade concludes, I wish to converse with them." The dismounted knight was utterly taken aback that Her Majesty the Queen genuinely desired to meet with these 2 commoners. Though somewhat flustered, he obediently led the horses away from the procession, careful not to disrupt the Queen's celebratory march. Ailu clutched the black magic tome tightly, should the Queen refuse to meet them. She was prepared to produce the book at a moment's notice. However, upon realizing that Her Majesty was indeed willing to see them, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sumu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had a good grasp of the delicate nuances of authority. To gain the Queen's audience, they must pique her interest. Although Sumu refrained from voicing his thoughts, he endeavored to exude an air of unwavering confidence. Should he appear timid or uncertain, it was likely that the Queen would dismiss them entirely. The knight, in silence, guided Sumu and Ailu to the magnificent Xini Palace in the northern city. The palace's grandeur was overwhelming. It took nearly 20 minutes to traverse from the main entrance to the reception hall. At the heart of the palace, there was even a circular fountain the size of a football field, While Su Mu was astonished, he maintained his composure, and Ailu, having seen her fair share of grandeur, did not react overly. This left the knight somewhat perplexed. Typically, ordinary citizens would tremble at the sight of a knight, yet these two audaciously disrupted the procession merely to seek an audience with the queen. Could there truly be something of significance they wished to discuss? As for what Su Mu and Ailu intended to say to the queen, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire. His position dictated that he was merely a knightly retainer to the queen, and he dared not meddle in royal matters. Should these two commoners report him, his head would surely be on the line. Chapter 22. The queen's sister the knight delivered the pair to the reception courtyard of Queen Xini and departed without uttering a word, seemingly too intimidated to break the silence within the palace. Shortly thereafter, several attendants entered to search their persons, advising them of certain protocols and etiquette before leading Su Mu and Ailu to a somewhat smaller reception room, where they were even offered water and fruit. It appeared they were wary of the two commoners pilfering from the palace, as two attendants stood watch at the entrance, were it not for the watchful eyes of others. Su Mu might have entertained the idea of theft, given that his career had been built on such endeavors. Observing the room adorned with numerous magic crystals, he was acutely aware of their immense utility. Not only did they control the lighting, but the chill that lingered outside was replaced by a comforting warmth within the reception hall, likely owing to these very crystals. Su Mu felt a twinge of desire at the sight of the crystals. After all, he had sold two he had previously acquired from Ailu's home for 3 gold coins. Ailu, removing her hood, felt a wave of anxiety about meeting the queen, for the only tangible asset she possessed was the black magic tome. Yet, Su Mu had advised her against revealing it too readily, leaving her feeling utterly unprepared. After all, she had no inkling of what Su Mu intended to discuss with the queen. "Su Mu, what will you say to Queen Xini?" she inquired. "Naturally, I shall express our desire to join the ranks of the knightly candidates," he replied. Ailu was taken aback. "Is that all? What else?" Su Mu blinked. "Do not fret, since the queen is willing to meet us. I am confident in our prospects. 10 out of 10. Ailu furrowed her brow adorably. "But Su Mu smiled, taking her hand reassuringly. "Trust me, you will understand soon enough. Besides, when have I ever deceived you?" Seeing Su Mu's self-assured demeanor, Ailu relented with a nod. "Remember, do not bring out the black magic tome indiscriminately. If mishandled, it could bring about our ruin." Su Mu's earnest warning struck a chord with Ailu, and she nodded vigorously in agreement. While she was acutely aware of the tome's potential dangers, her perspective was limited to its value. Unlike Su Mu, she could not see the political and military ramifications entwined with it. As for military aspects, Ailu's tome might not even contain particularly destructive spells. However, any item tied to politics could drastically shift in nature, and should it be mishandled, the consequences could be dire, as evidenced by Ailu's own family's downfall. With Su Mu by her side to reassure her, Ailu's worries gradually dissipated. As for her apprehension about meeting Queen Xini, Ailu had encountered the king of Kale Kingdom before, and though she was now to meet Queen Xini, she was not entirely intimidated. Su Mu, on the other hand, felt no trepidation whatsoever. He had already dared to disrupt the queen's procession. What fear could he possibly harbor? The two awaited in the reception hall for a considerable time, with Su Mu nearly dozing off in his chair while Ailu closed her eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, a door on the side of the hall swung open. A woman emerged, draped in a long black fur cloak, her slender figure adorned in a delicate black gown. Despite her youth, her presence was commanding, with a notable figure accentuated by her attire. She approached the foremost seat of the hall, wielding a sword staff. The lower half resembled a sharp black sword, emanating an icy aura, while the upper half was embedded with a dark magic crystal that seemed to absorb light itself. This woman was none other than the reigning power of the Xini kingdom, Queen Xini. Her golden hair was elegantly tied back, and atop her head sat a black crown, adorned with gleaming gemstones. "You have been waiting long." Her voice was calm yet slightly languid as her brown-red eyes assessed the drowsy Su Mu and Ailu. Accompanying the queen was an elderly man leaning on a cane, dressed in noble attire, his small eyes suggesting he was an official of the Xini kingdom. Ailu promptly nudged Su Mu awake, and he shook himself back to consciousness. The two knelt in the center of the hall. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Queen Xini reclined in her seat, lazily leaning on her sword staff, appearing somewhat disinterested. "You two dared to disrupt my procession. You cannot be mere commoners, can you?" Su Mu raised his gaze to meet the queen's, their eyes locking defiantly. "I am Su Mu, born in a remote town of the Kale Kingdom." Ailu. After a moment of silence, bowed her head, and spoke. Your esteemed majesty, I am Ilu, formerly of the nobility in the Kale Kingdom. Nobility of the Kale Kingdom. The official beside Queen Xini gasped in astonishment. Even the queen appeared momentarily stunned, not expecting that the individuals who had interrupted her procession hailed from the Kale Kingdom. However, my family has fallen from grace, stripped of our titles. I am no longer a noble of the Kale Kingdom. Two individuals from the Kale Kingdom. How intriguing. Queen Xini seemed genuinely intrigued, straightening her posture to inquire, pray tell, what is the purpose behind your disruption today? Your Majesty, Ilu and I wish to pledge our loyalty to the Xini Kingdom and become knightly candidates. That is impossible. Sumu's declaration was immediately met with the official's vehement refusal. His voice booming with rage. You two foreign commoners dare to aspire to become knightly candidates in the Xini Kingdom. Moreover, you have the audacity to disrupt Her Majesty's procession. This is a capital offense. Guards, seize these two and execute them. Queen Xini tilted her head, observing the official, Tora, as he raged at Sumu and Ilu. A thought crossed her mind, and a smirk played upon her lips as she interjected. Tora, there is no need for such fury. As the guards prepared to act on the official's command, Sumu was about to defend himself when unexpectedly, Queen Xini intervened on their behalf. Tora, bewildered, questioned, Your Majesty? Tora, when I ascended to the throne, you became my chief minister. This is the utmost trust one place in you. Tora looked perplexed, uncertain of the queen's intention. Your Majesty, what do you mean? I have recalled something. These two from the Kale Kingdom may indeed prove useful. Queen Xini turned her gaze back to Sumu and Ilu, appraising them with a languid grace, her golden hair cascading elegantly. You wish to pledge your loyalty to me. Indeed, Sumu responded without hesitation. Very well, your desire to become knightly candidates shall be granted. Your Majesty, Tora exclaimed in disbelief, hastily attempting to interject. Do not worry, Tora. It is but the addition of 2 knightly candidates. What is the harm in that? The Xini Kingdom dismisses 2/3 of its knightly candidates each year. Whether these two from the Kale Kingdom can withstand 2 years at the Magic Academy remains to be seen. Yes, Queen Xini pondered for a moment. I shall grant your wish. But I have a secret task for you. With a wave of her hand, the attendants and guards present bowed and exited the reception hall. Your Majesty, please give your orders, Sumu replied resolutely. Once the outsiders had departed, Queen Xini spoke. I need you both to enter the Magic Academy and monitor my sister's every move. Any unusual activity must be communicated to me via magical correspondence. Sumu and Ilu exchanged bewildered glances. Your Majesty, how can we entrust such matters to foreigners? Moreover, the Magic Academy already has our people monitoring Princess E. What need is there for these 2 outsiders? What difference does it make? Even if they dare to leak information, it requires someone to believe them. Furthermore, your people cannot possibly keep a close watch on my sister within the Magic Academy. Can they? It would be better to let these 2 handle it. Tora, her face flushed as if she had just consumed a foul cockroach, could not utter a single word. It is as simple as that. Will you agree? Sumu sensed that there was clearly a significant issue at play. Yet he had no choice but to press forward. After all, refusing could jeopardize his survival until the next day, especially after overhearing such royal secrets. I, along with Ilu, consent. Sumu, that is quite an unusual name. Your behavior is peculiar, and your speech as well. Queen Xini lazily reclined back in her seat, speaking to herself. Tora waved her hand, signaling Sumu and Ilu to withdraw. Upon seeing this, Ilu sighed in relief. Never expecting the matter to conclude so easily, and it appeared they had not sacrificed anything. Their positions as knight candidates had been secured with such ease. However, Ilu was somewhat troubled by Queen Xini's commission to monitor her sister. After rising, she noticed Sumu still kneeling on one knee, his expression conflicted as if he were contemplating something. She hurried over to nudge Sumu. Coming back to his senses, Sumu clenched his teeth, made a decision, and rose, saying, Your Majesty, I have yet to discuss my own matters with you. Tora, having already gestured for them to leave, felt her temper flare anew at their lack of awareness. What is the end of your persistence? You 2 commoners. Oh, I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Pray tell, what is it that piques my interest? The queen's body remained unmoved, her chestnut-red eyes glancing towards Sumu. Your Majesty, this matter is somewhat clandestine and inappropriate for others to overhear. As Sumu spoke, his gaze shifted towards Tora, clearly indicating that others referred to her. You, very well, Tora, you may step outside. Your Majesty, How can you be alone with two commoners from another land? It matters not. I am curious to hear what he has to say that might capture my interest. Should I find it unworthy of my time, I shall naturally impose punishment. Now leave." Queen Xini's tone turned firm, and Tora, upon hearing this, had no choice but to grit her teeth and shoot Sumu a fierce glare as she exited the parlor. Chapter 23. Oath. Now, the parlor was occupied solely by Queen Xini, Sumu, and Ailu. Ailu found it strange. Their needs had been met, so why did Sumu feel the need to complicate matters further? However, being obedient by nature, she rarely contradicted Sumu's intentions and thus stood quietly beside him. "Your Majesty, perhaps you could cast a magic barrier. I fear our conversation may be overheard by outsiders." "Oh." Queen Xini rose from her seat. Intrigued by Sumu's audacity, despite having no leverage, he spoke boldly and made demands. This certainly piqued her appetite. Dark magical sigils began to manifest around her, and without uttering a word, she raised her staff and tapped it against the ground. Instantly, the entire parlor was enveloped in a dark-hued magical shield. Dark magic sigils. Sumu observed the sigils upon Queen Xini, licking his lips in anticipation. After all, he had been pursuing magic for nearly half a year. "Now, may we speak?" "Indeed." Sumu smiled lightly. "In truth, I primarily wish to request something from Queen Xini." "You have further requests?" Upon hearing Sumu's words, Queen Xini couldn't help but chuckle. "Commoner, do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? I am the highest authority in the Kingdom of Xini. If you cannot present something that captivates my interest, the matter regarding your knight candidacy shall be moot, and neither of you shall leave the palace today. I assure you, I will not disappoint your Majesty." Sumu placed his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. "In fact, I seek to borrow something from Queen Xini." "What is it you wish to borrow?" "I wish to borrow the Royal Magic Awakening Stone for a time." Upon hearing this, not only was Queen Xini taken aback, but even Ailu felt that Sumu had perhaps lost his senses. What was he doing, making demands without any prior agreement? Fearing the outcome, she reached out to grasp Sumu's hand. As Sumu felt her warmth, he turned to see Ailu's face filled with concern. He gently smiled to reassure her, indicating that all was well. "Oh, why would I agree to that? If Queen Xini is unwilling to lend me the Magic Awakening Stone, then I fear that when I eventually arrive at the Magic Academy, you may find yourself in significant trouble." "How intriguing. Do enlighten me on the nature of the trouble I might face." Queen Xini laughed. Sumu retrieved a magical power identification stone from his pouch, which he had purchased in the capital. Fortunately, this was the capital, not some remote corner of the kingdom, where even wealth would not secure such an item. A magical power identification stone. Indeed. Sumu took a deep breath. Holding the stone in one hand while biting down hard on his thumb with the other, he had wished for a knife. But alas, it had been confiscated by the servants earlier. As blood oozed from the cut on his thumb. Sumu brought the ethereal blue identification stone close to the blood. Both Ailu and Queen Xini understood Sumu's intent. He aimed to demonstrate his magical affinity before them, but what significance did that hold? Could it be that Sumu could make the identification stone emit a spectrum of colors? Queen Xini found this amusing, her interest waning as she slouched back into her seat. After all, many noble offspring were rather boastful of their magical abilities, and she had seen countless such individuals. Queen Xini languidly sat in her seat. A sudden spectacle before her rendered her speechless. Even Ailu, standing beside her, was filled with disbelief. The moment the magical power identification stone touched Sumu's blood, it began to emit a radiant glow, shifting colors from red to blue, then white and black, before morphing into shades of yellow, green, and black. Under the dazzling display of colors, Queen Xini finally regained her composure, rising in astonishment. Ailu, her lips slightly parted, reached tentatively for the magical power identification stone, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Sumu, unfazed, smiled as he extended the stone towards Elias. She felt the intense warmth emanating from the stone. Gazing at the kaleidoscope of colors before her, she finally realized that this was no illusion. It was all very real. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the glow from the identification stone faded, transforming the once ethereal blue gem into a mere white lump of clay, which Ailu gently crushed into ashes with a light squeeze. "You are attuned to all 7 schools of magic." Upon seeing Queen Xini's expression shift from one of casual amusement to utter disbelief, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. "As you have witnessed, Your Majesty. Why have you never mentioned this to me before?" Ailu's tone was tinged with sadness as she stared down at the ashes in her hand. Sumu affectionately patted Ailu's head and replied, "Did I not just reveal it to you? If I had told you on the road that I could wield all 7 schools of magic, would you have believed me? Should I have purchased a magical power identification stone to prove it to you? That would be quite expensive, and I would not want to waste such resources. Had it not been for this audience with your majesty, I would have hesitated to buy it. Who exactly are you?" Queen Xini demanded loudly. Sumu was taken aback. "Why does your majesty ask such a question? Magic has existed in this world for centuries, and no one has ever been able to attune to all 7 schools. The most renowned sorcerers in history could only initially harness 4, later mastering 2 more, and even in their dying breath, they barely grasped 6. Yet here you are, a mere commoner, naturally attuned to 7 schools of magic. How is this possible? Your majesty, I cannot elucidate this for you, as I am equally perplexed." At last, Queen Xini scrutinized Sumu. Observing his brown cloak and hood, his piercing eyes and cold demeanor, she recalled Sumu's earlier words about the trouble he would cause her should he attend the Magic Academy. "No wonder you claimed that my visit to the Magic Academy would lead to great trouble for me. No wonder you sought to borrow the Royal Magic Awakening Stone," Queen Xini realized. If Sumu awakened the magical sigils at the Magic Academy, it would surely astonish the entire institution and shake the very foundations of the kingdom. "So, I wonder if your majesty finds this matter of interest." Sumu smiled lightly. "Indeed," Queen Xini replied, gripping her staff tightly as she approached Sumu. Watching the petite queen, who barely reached his chin, Sumu found himself momentarily entranced. Queen Xini possessed an enchanting beauty, and despite her youth, she exuded a unique allure characteristic of those in power. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the current ruler of the Kingdom of Xini, and my name is Xinia." Hearing Queen Xinia's calm tone, Sumu felt his jaw drop in astonishment. Could the implications of his attunement to all 7 schools of magic truly be so formidable? "Oh, I am Sumu. Let me confirm once more. Sumu, do you swear fealty to me?" Without hesitation, Sumu replied, "I pledge my loyalty to your majesty." Queen Xinia pressed her staff heavily onto Sumu's shoulder, her voice serious. "Kneel." Realizing his impoliteness, Sumu hastily knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his heart. Ailu still clutched the identification stone's ashes in her hand as she gazed at Xinia and Sumu before her. She felt an immense distance between herself and Sumu, a stark contrast to just a few minutes prior when they could easily reach out and grasp each other's hands. Now, it felt as if they were worlds apart. "I will recite the oath once. You shall repeat after me." "Yes." Sumu echoed Xinia's solemn words, each phrase resonating with weight and gravity. Humility, integrity, compassion, courage, honor. When faced with formidable foes, fear not, act decisively and loyally, remain true to one's beliefs, uphold righteousness, stand resolute even unto death, protect the weak, and transgress not the natural order. I vow to treat the vulnerable with kindness. I vow to bravely oppose tyranny. I vow to combat all injustices. I vow to fight for the defenseless. I vow loyalty to my kingdom. Well, Queen Xinia, upon hearing Sumu's complete recitation of the oath, felt a flicker of joy and murmured, "Sumu, your name truly sounds peculiar when spoken." Sumu, feeling slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and stood, "Your Majesty, what about the matter of the awakening stone?" "No problem," Xinia replied with a calm smile. Observing Sumu closely and finding him increasingly intriguing, she returned to her seat in the parlor, turned to Sumu, and with a shift in tone, asked earnestly, "Sumu, since you have pledged your loyalty to me, I can place my trust in you. Today, I bestow upon you the title of Captain of the Royal Knights. To safeguard the dignity of the Xinia royal family and defend the glory of the Xinia kingdom, that do you accept?" "What?" Sumu was taken aback. "Your Majesty, I have not even mastered magic yet. And furthermore, no need for further discussion. I only ask you this. Do you accept?" I accept." Sumu placed his right hand over his heart. "Good, since you are now the captain of my royal knights. I promise you all the privileges of nobility. Sumu, you may freely exercise your noble rights and privileges within the realm of the Xinia kingdom, aside from your duties and responsibilities as captain of the royal knights. All other noble obligations are temporarily waived. The formal noble oath will be held 2 years hence when you return from the Magic Academy, and I shall personally bestow upon you your title." Xinia gazed earnestly at Sumu, her tone steady and sincere. "As for your title and lands, those will also be granted when you return in 2 years." Sumu was utterly stunned. Just days ago, he had entertained the simple notion of colliding with the queen's procession. hoping only to become a knight candidate alongside Ailu and attend the Magic Academy, and then to utilize the Awakening Stone. After all, he felt inadequate, lacking the means for self-protection, and exposing his magical adaptability would bring him more harm than benefit. Yet, he never anticipated that Xenia would grant him noble rights and the position of captain of the Royal Knights. "You seem quite astonished," Xenia remarked, amused by Su Mu's typically indifferent demeanor, now replaced by wonder. "By the way, Your Majesty, does this mean I am a noble now?" "Technically, not yet. However, traditionally, the captains of the Royal Knights are nobles. I have granted you the position, but your noble title will come later. I have just conferred upon you all the privileges and rights of nobility." Xenia then recalled something. Regarding the Awakening Stone, I need to arrange matters discreetly, and today's happenings must remain unknown to a fourth party." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Ailu, who seemed lost in thought. Understood. Chapter 24. The mansion once Su Mu and Ailu departed. Tora returned to the parlor, his expression peculiar. Moments ago, he had attempted to probe the situation, but the parlor had been shrouded in a magical barrier, preventing him from discerning any details. Had he not sensed that the barrier was cast by Queen Xenia herself? He might have summoned others to breach it. "Your Majesty, did you really make those 2 knights in training?" "Indeed. Did I not mention this earlier? Have you forgotten?" Xenia replied, her gaze steady upon Tora. "By the way, the one named Su Mu is now the captain of the Royal Knights." Tora was struck by this astonishing revelation. And after a moment of silence, he erupted, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? How can you? Did those 2 say something to you?" "They indeed provided some very useful information, but that does not justify appointing him as captain of the Royal Knights. The Royal Knights are the face of the Xenia royal family and the protectors of your safety. How can a non-noble be placed in such a position?" Xenia reclined in her seat, lazily supporting her chin with one hand, casting a sidelong glance at Tora's furious visage, and smiled lightly. "Tora, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Tora was momentarily speechless, lowering his head. Tora would not dare. "You may leave. I am weary from today's festivities. Moreover, since today is a day of celebration, if you have the time, perhaps you should return to spend some moments with your family." "Yes," Tora replied, gritting his teeth as he bowed and turned to exit the parlor. Xenia regarded his aging figure as he departed, her brown-red eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Once around the corner from the parlor, Tora's humble demeanor evaporated, replaced by an expression of resentment. He muttered to himself, his words laced with bitterness. On the way back to the inn, Su Mu noticed Ailu appearing quite distracted, her head down and her mind elsewhere. "Ailu, what troubles you?" I'm fine." Su Mu observed Ailu's right hand still tightly clenched, and as he pried it open, he discovered the ashes of the magic identification stone still resting in her palm. He couldn't help but smile gently. "What is it that troubles you? Do you think I have deceived you?" Ailu looked up at Su Mu's somewhat apologetic smile, took a deep breath, and replied, "It's nothing, really. I just find it hard to believe that you can adapt to 7 types of magic. I've never heard of anyone achieving that, not just in the Xenia Kingdom but in the world." "I'm glad to hear that." Su Mu recalled something. "Speaking of which, how should we explain this to Sairita when we return? That will indeed be a bit difficult to articulate, right? We can't just return and cheerfully say, 'Hey Sairita, your brother has become a noble.'" Ailu chuckled at Su Mu's comment, covering her mouth. "I doubt Sairita would believe that. After all, Sairita expected my nobility to be 5 or 6 years away. She never imagined it would come to pass today. What has already come to fruition can no longer be deemed a fantasy. Besides, you are still not technically a noble." Su Mu scratched his head, realizing he hadn't fully comprehended everything Xenia had shared. After all, he had some resistance to the social hierarchy, thus failing to grasp it entirely. Noticing Su Mu's puzzled expression, Ailu explained, "As Queen Xenia just mentioned, the captain of the Royal Knights must be a noble to hold the position. However, since we are commoners, it is ordinarily impossible for us to attain that rank. Yet, from Queen Xenia's perspective, she has already promised you noble rights, which means that upon your return from the Magic Academy in 2 years, you will be granted a title and lands. At that point, you will truly be a noble. So, because I have been promised noble rights, I can be considered a future noble, thus eligible to serve as captain of the Royal Knights." "Precisely. Although you are not a noble in the strictest sense at present, you possess the rights to exercise noble privileges." Ailu pondered for a moment, elaborating, "Just consider yourself a noble, albeit one without a title or lands." "I see. As for Sairita, I think it's best you explain things to her carefully. I'm afraid she won't believe you and might think you're just trying to cheer her up." Sumu smiled and shook his head, suddenly recalling something. "Speaking of which, the task that Queen Xenia just entrusted us with, now that you are the captain of the Queen's Knights, it should not be called a commission. Rather, it is a mission." "Oh, a mission. By the way, don't you find it strange? Why are we to monitor her sister? Who is her sister?" Ailu glanced around to ensure no one was nearby and lowered her voice. "When the former king of Xenia was alive, there were only 2 princesses in the Xenia kingdom and no princes, which was quite unfortunate. The eldest princess is named Xenia, while the second princess is Xenia, the current queen. Although I am not well versed in the affairs of the Xenia royal family, the ascension of Princess Xenia to the throne a year ago seems rather suspicious, as according to the line of succession, Princess Xenia, being the eldest, should rightfully be the heir to the throne. She should have been the queen of the Xenia kingdom." "I hadn't considered it so deeply," Sumu admitted, his goals being quite simple: to learn magic and live comfortably alongside Ailu and Sairida. However, what transpired is of little concern to us. A cold breeze swept by, prompting Ailu to adjust her robe. "After all, we have now pledged our allegiance to Her Majesty Xenia." "Indeed." Sumu, somewhat bewildered, found himself appointed as captain of the Royal Knights, while Ailu explained that he was still a noble without a title or lands. Though he did not fully grasp the implications, it seemed he was in a rather impressive position. Regardless, living in the present was what mattered most. Upon returning to the inn, Sumu and Ailu found Sairida obediently seated in the lobby, gazing dreamily out the window at the bustling streets, clearly longing to join the festive crowd outside. Sumu smiled as he approached and gently tapped Sairida on the head, bringing her back from her reverie. The 3 settled into Sumu's room, with Sairida being the first to speak cheerfully. "Brother, you and Sister Ailu really confronted the queen during the parade, and you emerged unscathed. That's truly impressive." "You already knew about that." Sumu exerted pressure as he caressed Salida's head, saying, "Today you have been quite obedient, haven't you? After all, it is my brother's request, although Salida certainly finds it rather dull being alone in the inn and worries about you all, while I was lost in thought on the first floor. I overheard some conversations among the inn staff. Suddenly, someone mentioned you all, saying that my brother and Sister Ailu had clashed with the Queen's procession yet were exempt from punishment, and even the Queen desired to meet you privately." Salida, feeling the affectionate touch of Sumu's large hand on her head, seemed to relish this attention. "You all do not understand. When you returned just now, the guests at the inn gazed at you in bewilderment, as if you were jesters." Ailu smiled wryly and shook her head. "In truth, that is merely the tip of the iceberg." Salida suddenly interrupted Ailu, recalling something. "Brother, Sister Ailu, I just heard some people discussing something rather taboo. They were not particularly wary of me since I am just a child. Otherwise, I doubt they would have spoken of such matters in my presence." "What did they say?" "It was about Queen Xini," Salida whispered. "I overheard the inn staff mention that. A year ago, when King Xini passed away, the rightful heir, the eldest princess, was supposed to ascend the throne. However, it seems that the eldest princess suddenly went blind during those days, preventing her from taking the throne, which is why the second princess was able to assume power." Hearing this gossip from Salida, Sumu and Ailu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of shock. Moreover, there are even speculations suggesting that the second princess conspired to blind the eldest princess in order to usurp the throne. Sumu abruptly interjected, his voice firm. "Let us not speak of this matter any further." Salida was startled by Sumu's sudden interruption. Feeling confused and uncertain if she had misspoken, Ailu sighed internally. She was uncertain if Sumu had unwittingly embarked on a treacherous path. If the rumors held any truth, then Sumu had become a knight of the royal family, tasked with watching over the already victimized, blind eldest princess. Would that not be tantamount to aiding the oppressor? Ailu was inherently kind-hearted and upright, but Sumu was not. He cared little for whether Xenia had employed unscrupulous means to ascend as queen of the Xini kingdom. On one hand, he had sworn loyalty to Xenia, and as the captain of the royal knights, his interests were now intertwined with hers. On the other hand, his character was not one to view matters in stark black and white terms. As long as he could maintain control over the situation, he was willing to accept many things. Besides, he had heard numerous versions of the tale of power struggles for the throne, some far more thrilling than this. The veracity of the rumors remained uncertain. "Brother, did Salida say something wrong just now?" Salida timidly inquired. Sumu shook his head. "No, it is merely prudent to refrain from discussing such matters in the future, if we must speak of them. Let it be in private. In truth, something special has occurred today. Well, Your brother has now become the captain of the Xini Queen's Knights. Captain of the Knights? Sleta paused in surprise, then her expression shifted to one of incredulity. Brother. If you wish to amuse Sleta, you ought to provide a more convincing reason. Do not think Sleta is naive. The Queen's Knights are indeed royal knights, and only nobles can hold the position of captain. If you are the captain, does that not make you a noble? Ahem, your brother is indeed one now. Sumu began, but before he could finish, a knock echoed from outside the room. May I inquire if Lord Sumu resides here? Sumu cast a curious glance at Ailu, who smiled and shook her head as she rose to open the door, having had a premonition that someone would come searching for Sumu. Given that Sumu was now the captain of the Royal Knights and a future noble, it was improbable that he would still be lodged in an inn. Upon opening the door, 3 attendants clad in white entered, one of whom smiled and knelt before Sumu, bowing respectfully. Lord Sumu, Her Majesty the Queen has just instructed me to escort you to the estate. Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Are you implying that we have a residence where we can stay long-term? Indeed. You are the captain of the Royal Knights. How could we allow you to dwell in such uncomfortable quarters? Sleta listened to their conversation, feeling incredulous. Faced with the inexplicable, her sensitive nature instinctively recoiled in fear. And she whispered, since we are changing residences, allow Sleta to assist brother in packing. As Sleta approached Sumu's bedside to begin gathering belongings, one of the attendants rushed forward with a smile, saying, such menial tasks should not trouble the esteemed Lord Sumu's sister. Allow us to handle it instead. Sleta looked at the eager attendant before her, her eyes blinking in astonishment, as if she had discovered a new world. Chapter 25. The little master the attendants packed and organized the luggage for Sumu and the others before leading them out of the inn. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a carriage parked at the entrance. Constructed from fine wood that emanated a subtle blue glow, with an attendant standing by to assist, Sumu showed no signs of surprise as he entered the carriage, while Sleta appeared somewhat dazed, had it not been for Ailu holding her hand. She might have stood there in a stupor as the carriage rolled forward. Its interior was lavishly adorned, and merely sitting on the sofa felt akin to being cradled by a gentle, cool stream. Sleta gradually regained her senses, her small, adorable face flushed with excitement, clearly brimming with questions she wished to ask, yet she held back, wary of speaking out of turn in the presence of strangers. Fearing it might embarrass Sumu, noticing Sleta's unease, Ailu sat beside her, offering a reassuring smile that Sumu sat back, arms crossed, his mind occupied with contemplating the obligations of a knight captain and the changes in his life. Although he aspired to nobility, his ambition was primarily to fulfill Sleta's wishes and to better his understanding of magic. However, he remained utterly clueless about what one ought to do after attaining nobility. Furthermore, what exactly were the duties of a knight captain? He knew that a knight captain's fundamental responsibility was to protect Xenia, but what lay beyond that? Surely, there must be more than just that. Yet he had failed to investigate further, leaving him utterly confounded by the sudden gravity of the situation thrust upon him. The carriage traveled from the western city back to the northern city, stopping at the entrance of a courtyard, an area devoid of common folk, seemingly reserved for officials. As the 3 disembarked, Sleta's face flushed as she beheld the exquisite courtyard, and she instinctively drew closer to Sumu. Appearing obedient and understanding, the courtyard spanned a vast area, equivalent to 4 basketball courts, surrounded by iron fences, with numerous unfamiliar trees planted within. At the entrance, a path of flowerbeds led inward, and a glimpse of a pond could be seen not far from the entrance. Lord Sumu, from now on, this shall be your home. Although the attendant was guiding Sumu and the others into the courtyard, he dared not stand in front of Sumu, instead walking alongside him on his left. Careful not to exceed a certain distance, lest he provoke Sumu's displeasure. Aside from the sensitive Sleta, Sumu remained oblivious to these subtle details. Her Majesty the Queen has also arranged for some servants to assist you. They are already waiting in the courtyard hall for your arrival. The attendant's overly ingratiating smile made Sumu uncomfortable, but thankfully he could tolerate it. Noticing Sleta's excited expression, he smiled and ruffled her hair. Ailu followed closely behind Sumu, her gaze fixed on his back, lost in her thoughts. Upon entering the hall of the residence, the red carpet was laid out, and the splendid windows adorned the space. A line of servants stood in perfect formation, and as Sumu and the others entered, they all knelt on one knee in reverence. Sumu counted and found there were 8 servants. Her Majesty the Queen has arranged for 8 servants to attend to your daily needs, with the one at the forefront being the steward of your estate, followed by the chef responsible for your meals. and the remaining maids tasked with the routine upkeep of the courtyard. The attendant bowed with a smile. Should Lord Sumu find the number of servants insufficient, I can procure more for you. If you wish to replace them with familiar faces, that is entirely up to you. My esteemed Lord Sumu. Sumu scrutinized the servants before him, cleared his throat, and gestured for them to rise, feeling Sleta's hand gripping his tightly, her palm even damp with sweat, but he chuckled. Sleta, why don't you go upstairs and choose a room you like? Huh, brother, is that allowed? Of course, there should be plenty of rooms upstairs. Pick one that you fancy. Sumu affectionately tousled Sleta's hair. With a cheerful demeanor, Sleta dashed towards the wide staircase in the hall, her little footsteps echoing as she grew distant. Ailu? Sumu turned around to find Ailu in a daze, and he called out gently, What's wrong? You should go choose a room as well. All right. Ailu ascended the stairs with a lackluster demeanor. Sumu sensed something was amiss with Ailu, yet he hesitated to inquire further. Is there anything else? Yes, Lord Sumu. The attendant, clearly accustomed to serving in Xini's presence, cleared his throat and leaned in, producing a document from his pocket to present to Sumu. Her Majesty the Queen mentioned that Lord Sumu lacks proper etiquette and must undergo a refresher course on noble etiquette. There are also several lessons arranged by the Queen for you. You may take a look. The attendant feared that his words might incite Sumu's ire, for they were the Queen's own words. However, Sumu was not angered. He merely scratched his head as he perused the document. He was never truly a denizen of this world. The intricate customs of this alternate realm held no significance for him. However, as a member of the nobility, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the etiquette expected of his class to avoid any faux pas. The list before him contained not only noble etiquette but also teachings on swordsmanship, horsemanship, and more. Sumu found himself particularly intrigued by the art of swordplay. My Lord Sumu, these are the matters arranged by Her Majesty the Queen. If you require anything, your steward or servants can attend to it, the servant remarked. Noticing Sumu's lack of ire, the servant breathed a sigh of relief and retreated with a bow. Sumu turned to regard the trembling servants before him. Noting that only the steward and chef appeared somewhat at ease, I asked this what it means to exude the haughty air of the aristocracy. The corners of Sumu's mouth quirked upward. Enough. You may all leave and attend to your own duties. Yes, my lord. Sleta discovered a room on the second floor that pleased her greatly. The space was ample, allowing for at least 20 rolls from one end to the other. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the estate's garden, adorned with vibrant blooms and a serene pond, creating a picturesque scene. Sleta's cheeks flushed, her heart racing with exhilaration. She bounded to the lace-draped grand bed, the delicate fabric embellished with sparkling beads that shimmered beautifully. Alone in the room, her excitement bubbled over as she exclaimed, This is the lace-embroidered bed reserved for nobility. I have only ever heard of such a thing. Sleta knelt to touch the carpet beneath her, marveling at its softness, exclaiming, This carpet is not at all coarse, but rather plush. It is certainly not of inferior quality. And this exquisite fishing lamp, the crystals are polished to perfection. And their essay writing desk. I can ask Sister Ailu to teach me reading and writing. The flowers outside appear to be meticulously tended. How beautiful they are. I must explore them with my brother later. Sleta circled the room several times, her elation rendering her somewhat dizzy, and soon began to spin in place, marveling at the opulence surrounding her. Her laughter echoed throughout the chamber, initially joyous but gradually morphing into a high-pitched sound that became somewhat unsettling. Perhaps feeling lightheaded, Sleta paused, approaching a full-length mirror. Upon gazing at her reflection, she noticed something amiss. A fine sheen of sweat adorned her forehead, her complexion was flushed, and her bright eyes could not conceal her excitement, her smile stretching uncontrollably. Suddenly, she realized her garments had become disheveled during her twirls, causing a wave of panic to wash over her as she hurriedly attempted to straighten her attire. Once composed, she posed before the mirror, attempting to adopt an air of nobility, but dissatisfaction soon crept in. Sleta rushed to the mirror, gripping its frame, her reflection revealing a fierce expression. This will not do. I cannot bring shame upon my brother. He is a noble, and I am the sister of a noble. Stepping back, she took a moment to gather her composure and regulate her breathing. The excitement in her bright eyes faded, replaced by a calm indifference. The flush in her cheeks gradually dissipated, and her smile faltered. She turned slowly before the mirror, finally feeling some measure of satisfaction with her appearance. My brother is the captain of Queen Xini's knightly order. How can I speak ill of her or spread rumors in his presence? I cannot allow myself to make such a mistake again. It would not only bring shame to my brother, but could jeopardize his future. Sleta's eyes hardened, her small hands clenched, her voice resolute. Such behavior will not be permitted in the future. The fierceness in her gaze vanished as she regarded her reflection with a calm demeanor. Had the commoner Sleta finally perished? Suddenly, the door swung open, and a maid entered with a smile, carrying Sleta's belongings. "Sleta, I have brought your luggage," she announced. However, the maid's smile faltered, fear creeping into her heart as Sleta emanated an air of aloof superiority. Turning to glance at the maid, she coldly inquired, "What do you call me?" "Sleta, my lady. I, Erlin, have brought your belongings." Erlin, still young, had only recently begun her duties as a noble maid. She had observed Sleta cowering beside Su Mu, looking innocent and sweet, and subconsciously regarded her as a younger sister. Thinking Su Mu was not overly concerned with etiquette and that Sleta, being so young, would not mind such trivialities, she had crossed a line. Overwhelmed with trepidation, her body nearly weakened. "This time, I shall overlook it. Next time, if you do not knock, I will throw you out. Do you understand?" Sleta stated flatly. "Yes, you all represent my brother's honor. If any of you dare to tarnish his reputation, do not blame me for the consequences." "Yes, my lady Sleta." Erlin knelt, trembling in submission. "Well, never mind that. Do not address me in such a manner. My brother is the true master of this household." Remembering Su Mu's words from earlier, Sleta smiled gently. "Your name is Erlin, correct? Please inform everyone that from now on, you may refer to me as Little Mistress, for my brother is the master." "Yes, Little Mistress." Chapter 26. The roaring beast. Erlin was taken aback by the fact that she was quaking before a mere 10-year-old child. Unpacking the luggage, she prepared to arrange Sleta's belongings. Among the items was a square parcel, which Erlin cautiously opened to reveal a stunning black formal gown adorned with dazzling gemstones. The gown felt exquisite to the touch. Erlin recognized it as a garment befitting nobility. She carefully laid it out, intending to hang it in the wardrobe. "Wait. Yes." Erlin paused mid-step at Sleta's command. Approaching Erlin, Sleta reached out to touch the black gown, her expression one of nostalgia as she mused aloud. "When my brother commissioned this dress for me 4 months ago, he promised I would become a noble. Truly, my brother is remarkable." Withdrawing her hand, Sleta gestured for Erlin to put the gown away. Erlin released a breath of relief and swiftly hung the gown in the wardrobe. "Erlin, where is my brother?" "My lord has returned to his chamber." Erlin then recalled something and retrieved a form from behind her waist, presenting it to Sleta with both hands. "My lord instructed me to bring this form to you, Little Mistress, stating that you must also begin your studies." "Studies?" Sleta inquired, accepting the form. After perusing its contents, she noticed the prominent phrase, "noble etiquette," and could not help but smile. "Noble etiquette? Yes, it is indeed time I learned." "My lord also mentioned that you would find these courses quite enjoyable," Erlin carefully added, attempting to ascertain her young mistress's preferences. "I do indeed find them enjoyable." Erlin's eyes brightened at this revelation, realizing that Little Mistress had a genuine interest in these matters. No wonder she placed such importance on etiquette. It seemed she would need to pay closer attention moving forward. Meanwhile, Ailu was not as exuberant as Sleta in her own quarters, selecting a room that was far from lacking in opulence. Ailu, having once been a noble in the Kaler kingdom, was no stranger to such luxuries. However, she lay on the bed in a daze, her lovely features betraying a sense of discomfort, or perhaps loneliness. Though Su Mu and Sleta were nearby, Ailu felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Since returning from the Xini palace, Ailu had been absent-minded. It was not that she was displeased with Su Mu's newfound nobility. In fact, she was quite happy for him and looked forward to accompanying him to the Magic Academy. Yet, despite her joy for Su Mu, she could not shake the feeling of unease. Ailu's dark eyes were filled with melancholy as she stared blankly at the ceiling, as if Su Mu's confident figure, holding the magic identification stone, were right before her. For so long, she had believed Su Mu needed her, as she was the one who could impart magical knowledge among the three of them. Only she wielded magic and could alleviate their burdens in times of need. If not for her magical abilities, Sleta might not have been saved. Yet, despite all she had done, Ailu still felt a profound sadness, as if she were no longer needed by anyone. The revelation that Su Mu could adapt to all 7 schools of magic would undoubtedly catapult him to fame. After all, no one in this world had ever naturally adapted to all 7 schools before. Su Mu would be the first. Meanwhile, Ailu remained an unremarkable and lonely noble, capable of only basic and intermediate magic, with a singular affinity for fire magic. She knew she would never be as formidable as Su Mu. Would he still need her once he mastered magic? Ailu questioned herself, yet her heart answered with a resounding sense of despair. Upon learning of Su Mu's ability, Ailu felt no anger at his concealment of this fact. Rather, she feared she would no longer be needed, no longer required by those she held dear. The thought of Su Mu potentially casting her aside was a painful prospect. Would he still keep her by his side, as he had today, defying the Queen's protocol to ensure she could join him at the Magic Academy? Would he still do so? Ailu realized she had lost everything. Su Mu and Sleta were all she had left. No. Ailu was startled awake by a sudden thought that flashed through her mind. Rising from her bed, she made her way to her desk, where the dark magic tome lay quietly in a fit of displeasure. She had carelessly placed the book there upon entering her room. Her crimson lips parted slightly as her obsidian eyes fixated intently on the image of a roaring beast depicted on the cover of the dark magic book. Lost in contemplation, if only I could master the dark magic within its pages, might I not be able to assist Su Mu in the future? After all, Su Mu is destined to become the captain of the Royal Knights and will inevitably face numerous unforeseen challenges. If there are situations he cannot resolve, perhaps I could be of help with this book. Would he not perceive his own significance once more? If I were to wield dark magic, would Su Mu not come to rely on me? Ailu's heart was inundated with countless uncertainties, and the anxiety of feeling unneeded gnawed at her, rendering her mood unbearable. Trembling, she reached toward the roaring beast depicted in the tome. If Su Mu himself could not wield dark magic, then if I could, I would surely become indispensable to him. Just as her fingers were about to touch the ferocious creature, she hesitated. Ailu withdrew her hand and shook her head vigorously to no, this is wrong. Dark magic is forbidden. It is tainted, malevolent. My family has shunned the practice of dark magic for generations. How could I betray my principles for selfish desires? If I truly delved into dark magic, could I still be the virtuous girl Su Mu believes me to be? Biting her lip, Ailu rushed to seize the book and forcefully stuffed it beneath her pillow, resolutely deciding never to touch it again. Ailu, you must gather your strength. Even if you choose not to study dark magic, even if you fear being unwanted, you must strive for your own worth. Ailu sat on the carpet, cradling her shoulders, engaging in a soliloquy. You must learn to motivate yourself, Ailu. Both Sleta and Ailu were exceptionally intelligent. When selecting rooms on the second floor, they naturally refrained from taking the master suite, as it was intended for the head of the household. Unlike Sleta and Ailu, Su Mu experienced no such events in his bedroom that he relished moments of solitude, reflecting on problems and organizing his thoughts, planning both the present and future. His primary objective remained unchanged, studying magic at the academy alongside Ailu. However, his status had transformed. He was now the captain of Queen Xinia's Knight Order and a future noble of the Xenia Kingdom. Sitting in a chair, Su Mu stroked his chin, contemplating how life had undoubtedly improved. Sleta must be overjoyed, likely dancing in circles with glee. Having spent so long in this otherworldly realm, Su Mu had never encountered such a plethora of fortunate events, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The captain of the Royal Knights was primarily tasked with obeying Xinia's commands. It was not necessary for him to be at her side at all times. If Xenia traveled somewhere, did it mean he would have to follow like a loyal hound? While Su Mu had no qualms about safeguarding Xinia's life as a knight, he was unwilling to behave like a mere servant, trailing behind her with bowed head. Moreover, if rumors of Xenia having usurped the crown from the eldest princess were true, he would need to grasp the intricacies of political correctness. He hoped to avoid courtly matters altogether, as they seemed nothing but a nuisance. Life blooms for a season, and one lives, but once Su Mu had chosen to survive in this other world, aspiring to live with dignity and to strive earnestly. Now that his circumstances had suddenly improved, he found himself at a loss. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it too much. Tomorrow he would study noble etiquette and also observe the swordsmanship training. Su Mu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took a sip from the steaming cup of red tea before him, admiring the intricate patterns on the teacup. How beautiful it was to touch. This teacup now belonged to me. In the past, I would have schemed to stealthily pocket it. Alas, it seems my thieving skills shall not be needed in the future. Once the awakening ceremony is complete, I shall dedicate myself to the study of magic. The following noon, in the capital's Xenia Palace, Xenia donned a black robe and held a sword staff, leaning back in the main seat of the court. Visibly troubled, her expression one of extreme impatience. She glanced down at the group of noble officials kneeling before her in deference, petitioning her to retract the appointment of Su Mu as captain of the Royal Knights. Early that morning, these officials had gathered in the court to express their desire for her to rescind the royal decree she had issued the previous day, which had granted Su Mu the title of knight captain and noble privileges. Xenia was a woman of decisive action. Once she had made a commitment, she intended to see it through. Thus, after Su Mu and Ailu departed the palace, she promptly arranged for their accommodations. Additionally, today she had prepared both the appointment letter and the royal knight insignia for Su Mu, ready to send them forth. However, the officials before her had intercepted these documents. Their message was simple. They sought to have the order annulled. Their reasoning was equally straightforward. On one hand, Su Mu's origins were unclear. No one had ever heard of him, and it was perplexing that he had been favored by Queen Xenia on the other hand. Should Su Mu indeed be from the Kale Kingdom, there had never been a precedent for appointing foreign nationals as knights in the Xenia Kingdom, let alone one accompanied by a fallen noble from Kale. Ailu Xenia's chestnut eyes flicked to one side, where Tora stood, the corner of his mouth curving into a smirk. He was the chief minister, primarily assisting Queen Xenia in executing her decisions. Typically, such a person would be her trusted confidant. But was Tora truly her confidant? Xenia regarded the noble officials kneeling at her feet, a smile forming on her lips. Tora, oh Tora, do you truly believe I am unaware that these individuals were sent by you to collectively petition me to revoke my order? Yesterday you feigned compliance, yet your heart was already set on protest that I had instructed you to return home and spend time with your family. Why did you not heed my advice? Instead, you chose to correspond with these officials in dissent. Did you think I was oblivious to your schemes? The Royal Knight Order is intended for the first batch of your loyal knights, and I shall not allow you to succeed in this endeavor. Chapter 27. The Queen's favor. Xenia smiled faintly, shaking her head. In truth, when Su Mu and Ailu expressed their desire to become knight candidates, she had no intention of acquiescing. However, witnessing Tora's genuine anger and accusations had sparked her interest in appointing Su Mu and Ailu. After all, having her own people at the Magic Academy would facilitate her plans and provide assistance to her sister. Xenia at that moment. Xenia had been concerned that Su Mu and Ailu might be Tora's pawns, but upon observing Tora's anger and learning of Su Mu and Ailu's origins, her suspicions had diminished significantly. What truly convinced Xenia that Su Mu was unrelated to Tora was the magical aptitude stone. No one understood better than she what the adaptability to the 7 schools of magic represented. If one were to send someone as a spy, they certainly would not send someone with such extraordinary talent. If Su Mu, with his adaptability to the 7 schools of magic, were to grow and be utilized by her, she would gain greater control. Su Mu was destined for greatness. The captain of the Royal Knights must be his. Xenia would not be a beast bound by shackles. Even when restrained, she would struggle to rise, roaring to the heavens, making it known who held dominion over the land beneath her feet. Whose kingdom was it? Who was their true master? Enough. Xenia rose from her seat, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the officials, who dared not meet her eyes. I have made a promise. Not even the gods can compel me to break it. Tora's expression soured, and one official, sensing the tension, stepped forward to interject. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The implications of this matter are significant if word spreads that the captain of your royal knights hails from another nation. And what of it? Xenia raised her sword staff and struck it against the ground. The sound echoing through the hall. As the noise subsided, silence enveloped the room, and her voice rang out, cold and resolute. Though Su Mu is a commoner from a foreign land, his potential is immense. A fact I cannot disclose to you all. Regardless, I shall honor my commitment. Do you wish for me to be known as the queen who breaks her promises? Certainly not. The official, acutely aware of the anger in Xenia's words, hesitated, fearing further confrontation. Tora stepped forward. Your Majesty, it is essential to heed the concerns of the officials. Xenia turned to him, her chestnut eyes resembling the biting chill of winter, rendering Tora momentarily speechless. Of course, Tora does not wish for me to be a queen without integrity. However, Su Mu, as a foreigner and an ordinary commoner, has an unclear background. Even if you wish to promote him, it would be prudent to temper your approach. Perhaps he could start with a minor position within the palace. What do you think? Tora retreated a step. Oh, what suggestions do you have, Tora? Xenia replied with a faint smile, seemingly receptive to his proposal. Tora's brow furrowed as he forced a smile. Perhaps Su-mu could serve as a gatekeeper within the palace. It would also help refine his character. To assign a person with adaptability to the 7 schools of magic as a mere gatekeeper? What a ludicrously fortuitous suggestion. No need for that. Xenia turned her gaze back to the other officials. Su-mu's appointment remains unchanged. This matter is not to be discussed further. The appointment letter and insignia will be delivered to him today. Should anyone continue to obstruct this, they shall be deemed to underestimate the youthfulness and naivety of Xenia. Understood. Then proceed. Yes. The officials of the court dispersed, casting furtive glances at Tora as they departed. Tora's countenance was exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that Xenia would be so assertive today. This was not the first time she had behaved in such a manner. Typically, Xenia would show him some deference and take a step back. After all, her ascent to this position was not without merit on his part. Tora, Your Majesty. Xenia replied with a smile. How was your reunion with your family during yesterday's celebration? Tora's eyes widened before settling into a calm demeanor. In response to Your Majesty, the gathering was quite joyous. That's good to hear. Xenia ceased her engagement with Tora and, grasping her scepter, exited the court hall, trailed by several white-clad attendants who lowered themselves to lift the hem of her black robe. Tora, an elderly figure, stood silently in the hall, his eyes betraying a glimmer of resentment as Xenia stepped out of the court. A slight headache began to form beneath her golden tresses, day after day. It felt endless. Could the desire for power truly lead one to lose themselves? With a sigh, Xenia made her way towards the side courtyard. Not long after, she overheard voices emanating from a small side chamber. Furrowing her brow, she inquired of the attendant beside her, "Why is there anyone in that small chamber?" "Your Majesty, do you not recall? The Knight Captain Su-mu, whom you appointed yesterday, is currently training with his men in there." Xenia suddenly realized, they have been assigned to this space. However, I recall that this small chamber lacks heating crystals. Won't they be cold in this weather? Who arranged this? Your Majesty. It was the deputy of the etiquette officer who made the arrangements, claiming that a cold environment would help the trainees concentrate better, and that this deputy would also serve as the instructor for the noble etiquette lessons. Xenia stood in contemplation before she picked up her scepter and proceeded towards the small chamber, seemingly eager to witness the results of Su-mu and the others' training. Inside the small chamber, Su-mu was dozing, leaning against a pillar. Had he known that the study of noble etiquette would be such a tedious affair, he would have opted for sword training instead. That a man adorned in luxurious attire, with a prominent nose and a distinct mustache, was instructing Ailu and Sleta in noble etiquette. Ailu was already well acquainted with the subject, though she noted some subtle differences in the etiquette between the Kale Kingdom and the Xenia Kingdom. However, these were of little consequence. Sleta, on the other hand, appeared to be thoroughly enjoying her lessons, her excitement overshadowing the chill of the open door that left her cheeks flushed. Su-mu's lackadaisical demeanor was particularly irksome to the etiquette officer's deputy, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure, recognizing that he could hardly reprimand Su-mu. Thus, he allowed Su-mu to behave as he pleased, as long as he did not disrupt the proceedings. Ailu, who was familiar with noble etiquette, found no particular interest in it. She was merely accompanying Sleta and paying attention out of courtesy. Su-mu, feeling a sudden urge to leave, approached Ailu and stated, "I think I'll step outside for a moment. I'm feeling quite fatigued." Ailu could not help but chuckle, having noticed Su-mu's evident impatience. "Well, that depends on whether this gentleman is willing to let you go." Sleta, brimming with excitement, chimed in, "Brother, you will soon be a noble. How can you not study a bit? You two can manage just fine. The responsibility of maintaining our family's reputation will fall to you. I'll focus on earning a living." Ailu and Sleta ignored the phrase responsibility of reputation, having grown accustomed to Su-mu's occasional use of unfamiliar terms during their time together. They found it no longer remarkable, as they understood his meaning. "Lord Su-mu, what is your intention?" The etiquette officer's deputy inquired cautiously. "Oh, I need to step out for a while. You can continue teaching them, but that may not be appropriate. For Her Majesty has instructed me to ensure that Lord Su-mu receives proper instruction." Su-mu, growing impatient, interjected, "It's fine. Just assume that I've mastered it." At that moment, a voice from outside the small chamber interrupted. "Oh, what have you mastered?" The four within the chamber instinctively turned to see Xenia entering, her scepter in hand and draped in a black robe. The etiquette officer's deputy, terrified, rushed forward to kneel and pay his respects. "Long live your majesty." Sleta was taken aback at the sight of the queen of the Xenia kingdom. her excitement intensifying as she wished to immediately pay her respects. However, seeing that Ailu and Su Mu remained composed, she suppressed her eagerness and waited on the sidelines. "Come, let me see what you've learned." Xenia observed Su Mu with an unreadable expression. Clearing his throat, Su Mu awkwardly executed a bow, placing his left hand over his chest, his left foot stepping back as he bent slightly. "Your Majesty." The posture appeared quite clumsy, transforming what should have been an elegant noble bow into a comical display. Sleta, embarrassed for Su Mu, feared Xenia's displeasure, while Ailu remained unperturbed, knowing Xenia would not reprimand him. "Are you attempting to be a jester to amuse me?" Xenia remarked, both exasperated and amused. She was frustrated that Su Mu did not take his studies seriously, yet found his awkwardness undeniably humorous. Su Mu scratched his head. "Your Majesty, please do not make it difficult for me." Xenia shook her head in annoyance, seemingly reproaching Su Mu for his lack of progress. "Do you understand that as my knight, you represent my dignity? If you accompany me in such a manner in the future, will it not suggest that I am incapable of discerning talent and employing the right people? Simple enough. Should anyone dare mock your judgment, I shall knock out their teeth," Su Mu replied nonchalantly. Though he respected Xenia, he found it hard to feel intimidated by someone shorter than himself. Xenia felt an inexplicable fondness for his brash demeanor, and as she glanced around the chamber, she noticed a charming young girl beside Ailu. "Who is this child?" "This is my sister," Su Mu replied without hesitation. Gesturing for Sleta to step forward, Sleta timidly approached Xenia, her adorable face flushed as she lifted her skirt and curtsied. "Sleta greets your Majesty." Xenia's brown-red eyes sparkled in surprise at Su Mu's adorable and well-mannered sister. Observing Sleta's graceful curtsy was a delight, especially when juxtaposed with Su Mu's antics. Xenia smiled at Sleta, nodding in acknowledgement, before turning to her deputy. "You are the etiquette officer's deputy, correct?" "Yes, in this weather. How could you possibly arrange for them to be in this small chamber? Are you not concerned about the cold affecting Su Mu's sister? She is quite young. This seems ill-considered, da?" The deputy broke into a cold sweat, having previously reprimanded other nobles for similar issues, but had never seen Xenia take such care before. "Very well, I shall arrange for them to be moved," Xenia commanded. "Does my court lack even a decent room?" "Yes, your Majesty." Chapter 28. Buyers. Xenia cast a lingering glance at Su Mu and the others before turning to leave, but suddenly recalled something. "Deputy, if Su Mu wishes to forego studying noble etiquette, allow it. After all, if he ever dares to tarnish my reputation, I shall knock out his teeth." The deputy, witnessing Su Mu's favored status, felt another wave of cold sweat trickle down, hastily bowing in response. "Yes, your Majesty." Once Xenia departed, the atmosphere in the small chamber eased considerably. Although Su Mu felt little change, Sleta smiled as she grasped Ailu's hand. "Sister Ailu, it seems Her Majesty is quite amiable." Ailu shook her head with a smile. "That is only because she values your brother. Otherwise, such kindness would be rare. My brother is formidable. Is it not expected that he is favored by Her Majesty?" Sleta grinned widely, revealing her teeth, but suddenly recalled the decorum of noble women and quickly covered her mouth. Fearing she might embarrass her brother if Xenia were present, Su Mu shrugged, exchanging a few words with Ailu and Sleta before departing the small chamber. He had little interest in the useless noble etiquette. As a pragmatist, he would only engage in endeavors that were beneficial to him. After all, in the face of an enemy, would he perform a noble bow and expect them to spare him? Ridiculous. However, if asked whether noble etiquette was important, he would affirm its significance. After all, etiquette represented the dignity of a kingdom and embodied its cultural essence. Yet, Su Mu had no desire to learn it. He believed that as long as his other abilities were sufficiently formidable, Xenia would not mind his lack of etiquette proficiency. Though it was midday and the sun shone brightly, a biting wind swept through, causing those in light clothing to shiver. This resulted in a sparse crowd at the arena. But in one corner stood a gray-haired maiden clad in half-armor, a long sword at her waist, exuding an air of authority. Buyers sighed. Today she had finally accepted a rare task, to train a newly appointed noble in swordsmanship. This assignment could be considered a favorable one, as it promised ample compensation with minimal effort. After all, working for the royal family ensured that one would not be underpaid. And the reduced workload was a well-known unspoken rule among individuals of her standing. In the eyes of the nobility, magic reigns supreme. The art of swordsmanship, deemed inconsequential, garners little interest from the aristocrats, rendering the scheduled sword training sessions often devoid of attendees. Bars only needs to spend a day at the arena. And even if the noble destined for training fails to appear, she still receives her remuneration for the day. Yet, she does not find herself particularly elated, as she was once above such circumstances. Bars had formerly been a knight in the royal order, serving under the previous king. After his demise, the royal knightly order was disbanded and reorganized. Typically, some of the more distinguished knights from the former order would be retained by the newly ascended monarch as reserve knights. But it seemed that Xini harbored reservations, as he dismissed all members of the former royal knightly order without exception. Bars's family does not enjoy a superior status in the capital. Indeed, they rely on her modest knightly salary for sustenance. Following her dismissal a year ago, she became a veritable vagabond. Each day, Bars visits the guild in search of commission tasks to earn some money to support her family's expenses. However, the earnings from such endeavors starkly contrast with those she once received as a knight, leading to a gradual decline in her family's fortunes, which fills her with anxiety. Yet, such anxiety does not equate to a solution. Typically, knights of her standing, those not of noble birth, either serve as attendants to other nobles or work as professional hunters within the guild. Bars leans toward the former option. After all, it offers stability in pay and conditions, with diminished risks, thereby alleviating some concern for her family. While pursuing a career as a professional hunter is not out of the question, especially if she were to find a competent hunting party, where commissions can be lucrative. The inherent dangers of such a path are undeniable. As merely a swordswoman, she possesses a unique understanding of swordsmanship, yet this makes her one of the most vulnerable in terms of risk during assignments. Should calamity befall her, what would become of her family? It is not that Bars lacks magical abilities. Rather, her skills in magic are inferior compared to other knights. The time required to cast spells is lengthy, and her damage output pales in comparison to that of a true mage. Her proficiency in magic was achieved through diligent study and examinations, barely allowing her to graduate from the academy. It was only due to King Xini's recognition of her sincerity and dedication, coupled with her notable prowess in swordsmanship, that she was permitted to join the knightly order. However, she is no longer a knight, and while she longs to serve a noble as an attendant, her skills are largely unappreciated by the aristocracy. Had her other abilities been more commendable, many nobles would likely have been eager to retain her services. Alas, Bars holds firm confidence solely in her swordsmanship. Lost in thought, Bars sighed once more. She need not have arrived so early today. Sword training was scheduled for the afternoon. Yet, she dared not risk arriving at the last moment. It was wiser to come early, lest the noble scheduled for training decide to arrive unexpectedly and find her absent, sparking their ire. If such a noble were to unleash their fury upon her, she would find herself powerless. Earning a living is no easy feat. Thus, arriving early to enjoy the breeze is not without merit. Bars grasped the hilt of her unsheathed sword with one hand, instinctively drawing it to examine the blade, which gleamed with sharpness, reflecting the sunlight. This two-handed sword had accompanied her for many years, evoking a sense of nostalgia. She assumed a stance, gripping the sword tightly, her body slightly bent, the blade pointed downward. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, thrusting the sword with a swift motion, the sound of wind accompanying her strike. As the thrust extended, she suddenly pivoted and retreated, the blade arcing upwards in a graceful curve, creating a beautiful silver arc in the air. Just as she executed the maneuver, applause erupted nearby. Turning her gaze, she beheld a man cloaked in a short robe and hood, whose piercing eyes bore a smile as he approached, clapping his hands. I never expected to witness such exquisite swordsmanship in this world. Noticing that Su Mu's attire, while not tattered, was hardly noble, Bars frowned inwardly, feeling an instinctive displeasure. Exquisite. Do you not find it beautiful? The fluidity from the thrust to the retraction is a remarkable feat. Intrigued, Bars inquired. Have you studied swordsmanship? I have not, Su Mu replied, assessing the girl before him, who appeared to be of a similar age. What captured his attention was her striking gray hair, elegantly tied back, presenting a captivating sight. However, I practice daily, striking and thrusting with my sword hundreds of times. Is that so? Do you not find it monotonous? What of it? Su Mu shook his head. A sword is a weapon of death. My practice is not for aesthetics, but for self-preservation. After all, swordsmanship is a lethal skill. Bars felt a surge of joy at encountering a kindred spirit, for she too believed that swordsmanship is inherently a deadly art. Yet, the general perception of swordsmanship in this world is mixed. It seldom garners esteem. Curiously, she asked, "But you just praised my technique for its beauty." "Huh? Who says that a lethal skill cannot be beautiful? Beauty is beauty. There is no need to dispute it." With a gentle smile, Byers sheathed her sword and approached Su Mu, extending her hand. "I am Byers, formerly a member of the Royal Knightly Order, but of course, I am no longer one." Su Mu blinked, scrutinizing Byers, then reached out to grasp her calloused hand, only to be surprised by its softness. "Su Mu, captain of the Royal Knightly Order." The smile that had graced Byers' lips faltered, her expression frozen in shock as her mind grappled with the revelation. She quickly knelt on one knee. "I sincerely apologize. Byers has been disrespectful. I did not realize it was you." Su Mu, having anticipated this reaction, could only smile wryly, urging Byers to rise. "It's no matter. You need not feel constrained. You are no longer a knight of the order, and I have no authority over you." Yet, this had nothing to do with her status as a knight, since Su Mu was the captain of the royal order. He was undoubtedly a noble. Byers regretfully reflected on her earlier behavior, realizing that she had approached him and even extended her hand, an act perceived as disrespectful in noble circles. Moreover, the name of the noble for whom she was scheduled to train today was indeed Su Mu. What an unfortunate turn of events. Should Su Mu speak ill of her to others, her payment for today and future commissions would be jeopardized. "No, it is Byers' fault for failing to recognize you in a timely manner. I apologize for my rudeness." Su Mu shook his head, recalling how well he had connected with the gray-haired girl just moments ago, only to feel the weight of Nobility's expectations upon learning his name and title. "Enough, rise. Today, I merely sought my training officer, but it seems I arrived too early, as they have yet to arrive." Byers, slightly apprehensive, spoke up. "Lord Su Mu, I am your swordsmanship training officer for this afternoon." She cautiously raised her gaze to gauge Su Mu's reaction, fearful of his displeasure or anger, but to her relief, he appeared cheerful. "Oh, how delightful. I did not expect my training officer to be this gray-haired maiden. Having witnessed your skill just now, I believe your swordsmanship to be exceptional." Byers was astonished. It seemed Su Mu truly bore no ill will and did not resent her earlier lapse in etiquette. Chapter 29. The attendant. "Then, Lord Su Mu, let us commence today's sword training. However, Byers must first escort you to change into armor and select a sword." Leading Su Mu to the armory behind the arena, Byers explained the various types of armor. The simple armor, categorized as light armor, contrasted with her own half armor, while further back lay the heavy armor. Su Mu opted for light armor, perhaps accustomed to the agility of a thief. He preferred a lightweight option, which would serve him well even in retreat should a confrontation arise that asks for weaponry. Su Mu hesitated. Byers candidly acknowledged her own abilities, while she was not a master of every weapon. Training someone without any foundation like Su Mu posed no challenge that it ultimately depended on what Su Mu wished to learn. Even if he expressed disinterest in swordsmanship, Byers felt she could hardly object. Though Su Mu held a curiosity for other weapons, he favored sword-like instruments. Yet, he found himself torn between choosing a one-handed or a two-handed sword. Sensing his indecision, Byers stepped forward to elucidate. A two-handed sword is longer and wider than a one-handed sword, making it heavier. However, given your physique, Lord Su Mu, you should manage a standard two-handed sword without issue. The drawback of a two-handed sword is that it requires ample space to wield effectively, making it less practical in confined areas. Nonetheless, its destructive power surpasses that of a one-handed sword. In contrast, a one-handed sword is lighter and easier to carry. Its greatest advantage lies in its remarkable adaptability to a multitude of adverse conditions, whether amidst dense forests or rugged mountains. The characteristics of the one-handed sword can effortlessly manifest in virtually any environment. Moreover, the one-handed sword is notably lightweight, allowing for ease of evasion and attack during combat. But a more significant aspect is that the one-handed sword can be paired with a shield, which is not an option with a two-handed sword. Upon hearing Bales's explanation, Su Mu nodded in gratitude, leaving Bales somewhat taken aback. Although this was her duty, the nobleman before her was exceedingly gracious. "Then I shall choose the one-handed sword." Su Mu indeed wished to learn every type of weapon, as one can never possess too many skills. However, the training schedule provided by Xenia allowed for only a few days of swordsmanship training. Excellent. Having selected their weapons and armor, the two returned once more to the arena. Bales intended to advise Su Mu to warm up first, as training without proper preparation could lead to injuries. However, Su Mu had already begun to stretch on his own, leaving Bales in a state of astonishment. She had never heard of a nobleman warming up before training. She feared he might refuse, considering the warm-up positions were not typically accepted by the aristocracy. Yet, Su Mu not only warmed up with initiative, but appeared to execute the movements with a proficiency that seemed to surpass her own. After completing his warm-up, Su Mu inquired, "So, how shall we train today?" "My lord Su Mu, let us begin with slashing and thrusting techniques, so that Bales may observe your swordsmanship," she replied. That Su Mu, of course, had no objections. The two approached a set of battered wooden dummies, and without hesitation, Bales drew her spare one-handed sword, stepped forward, and thrust it with ferocity, embedding the tip 3 inches deep into the wooden target. Su Mu followed suit, stepping forward to thrust his sword as well, though his aim was slightly misdirected, striking the shoulder of the dummy instead. Nonetheless, his strength was considerable, securing the blade firmly in place. Bales nodded in affirmation. Though Su Mu's thrusting technique was not yet on par with the seasoned veterans of the guild, it was still commendable compared to the other nobles in the city. After all, most nobles practiced magic rather than honing their sword skills. Bales stepped forward to correct a few of Su Mu's errors, explaining that during a thrust, the shoulders should align with the hips. Su Mu quickly grasped the correction, adjusting his stance after a few attempts, which left Bales internally astonished. What was remarkable about this nobleman? It is well known that once one becomes accustomed to a certain method, it is challenging to alter it, especially for someone wielding a sword for the first time who may not fully comprehend the trainer's expectations. Yet, Su Mu had only needed a few brief instructions before recognizing his mistakes and promptly correcting them. How extraordinary! Su Mu found the training far from tedious. Rather, he reveled in the joy of wielding a sword and breaking a sweat. "My lord Su Mu, may I ask, have you never practiced any weapons before?" Bales ventured. Su Mu pondered for a moment before responding, "If we do not count my previous attempts, then no, I have not." Bales inhaled sharply upon hearing this. She observed with growing affection for Su Mu, who appeared genuinely pleased by his practice. It was unexpected to discover a nobleman who enjoyed sword training, especially one with such keen insight. Henceforth, Bales dedicated herself to teaching him wholeheartedly, sharing every little trick she had honed over the years without reservation. Su Mu's capacity for learning was remarkable. He absorbed everything like a sponge, even demonstrating an ability to extrapolate from theoretical concepts in swordsmanship, offering unique insights that further astonished Bales if she were to kneel before him. It would be out of genuine admiration, rather than mere deference to his noble status. After some time spent training, Bales began to feel fatigued. Noticing Su Mu's hair matted with sweat, she suggested he take a break. Su Mu nodded but did not rest. Instead, he continued to manipulate the one-handed sword, seemingly absorbed in thought. Bales, hesitant to disturb him, decided to fetch some water from the storage area at the back of the arena. However, upon returning, she was rendered speechless by the sight before her. Su Mu was bent slightly forward, his left hand positioned in front while his right hand held the one-handed sword, its tip directed downward. Suddenly, he took a decisive step, thrusting the sword forward with a swift motion, causing a gust of wind to stir. He then awkwardly spun, the sword tip rising, producing a somewhat ungraceful silver arc straightening up. Su Mu examined the sword in his hand and chuckled, shaking his head. "Indeed, this is quite difficult. Perhaps a two-handed sword would be better suited for this technique." A clattering noise caught his attention, and he turned to see Bales, who had accidentally dropped the water she was carrying, her face a mask of disbelief. "My lord Su Mu, did you just learn the yin fan technique by watching me once?" Bales exclaimed, rushing to his side, her expression a blend of excitement and incredulity. "Yin fan? Is that the name of that sword technique? It does sound rather melodious," Su Mu replied, noticing her peculiar demeanor. "I was merely attempting to see if the one-handed sword could perform this technique, and I gave it a try. What is the matter?" "No, my lord Su Mu, you are truly remarkable. Although the yin fan is not particularly difficult, it took me considerable time and effort to master its nuances when I first encountered it. I cannot believe you managed to grasp it in just an afternoon." Su Mu, feeling a bit bashful from the praise, scratched his head and replied, "It was nothing extraordinary. However, I did feel a bit awkward executing it. It should flow smoothly. Yet I sensed an inexplicable difficulty. That is because you have not fully comprehended the essence of yin fan. Could you teach it to me then? Of course, Bales instinctively began to agree, but then quickly shook her head. No, I am sorry, my lord Sumu, I cannot teach you this technique. Sumu, puzzled, inquired, why not? Bales retreated a step and knelt on one knee with solemnity. Because yin fan is a technique belonging to my family, and I cannot freely impart my family's sword techniques to outsiders. That I apologize, my lord Sumu. It is against my family's code, and I cannot contravene it. That I hope you can forgive me. Sumu felt a bit awkward. Realizing he had unwittingly learned a family sword technique, no wonder Bales had reacted so strangely. She likely had not anticipated this either. After all, Bales had only executed the technique once, and Sumu had only seen it once before managing to replicate it. Although his execution was lacking, the very fact that he could perform it was astonishing to Bales. Bales remained kneeling, her expression suddenly shifting to one of excitement. However, if my lord Sumu truly wishes to learn my family's sword techniques, it is not entirely impossible. Oh, Sumu felt a spark of joy. After all, there was indeed merit in Bales's family sword techniques. The yin fan was straightforward and devoid of frills, a technique designed for lethal efficiency. What would I need to offer in exchange for learning? My lord Sumu need not offer anything. Bales maintained her kneeling position. Lowering her head further, taking a deep breath, she earnestly stated, as long as my lord Sumu is willing to accept me as your retainer, allowing me to serve as your sharpest sword and your sturdiest shield, I am prepared to dedicate everything I possess to you. Sumu was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering such a situation simply by seeking to hone his swordsmanship. The distinction between a noble retainer and a servant was notable. It was akin to Sumu's loyalty to Xenia, but with a different power dynamic. Sumu pledged allegiance to Xenia, a noble to a royal, while Bales pledged allegiance to Sumu, a commoner to a noble. This difference in status was evident, yet they both represented the honor of their respective allegiances. For instance, Sumu's future conduct would reflect upon Xenia, while Bales would become a part of Sumu's reputation. Should Bales become Sumu's retainer, she would gain the right to bear Sumu's noble insignia, although he currently lacked such a title. However, becoming a noble retainer was not solely a one-sided gain. It required complete devotion, even to the point of risking one's life, though this did not include the retainer's family. If a noble desired it, the retainer's family could become part of the noble's domain. Given Sumu's future nobility and Xenia's prior assurances of his privileges and powers, accepting a retainer posed no issues. You were once a member of the Knight's Order. Is it truly acceptable for you to serve as my retainer? Sumu inquired. My lord Sumu, if I were still a member of the Knight's Order, it would indeed be impossible. However, I am no longer a part of it. Are you certain you will not regret this decision? Bales does not regret. My lord Sumu, the way you wield your sword fills me with faith that in this world, where many disdain swordsmanship, I find joy in the art of the blade. Having encountered you, my lord, your eyes reflect the passion I feel for swordplay. And I can sense it. To find someone who understands me is truly a rare occasion. As Bales spoke, her nose tinged with emotion, her gray hair billowed in the wind, and she lifted her gaze, revealing her reddened eyes. In the eyes of many, the sword is merely a plaything, and I believe this is unjust at my lord Sumu. What do you think? Very well, as long as you harbor no regrets. I am willing to accept you as my attendant. Sumu said with a gentle smile. Barris, you shall be my first attendant. Yes, my master. Chapter 30. Matters of attention in the Sumu household. A few days later, a silver-haired maiden, with a long sword at her waist and luggage in hand, stood nervously before the entrance of a luxurious courtyard. In truth, becoming an attendant did not necessarily require Barris to reside within the noble family's estate. Attendants to nobility come in various categories. For instance, those who are closely connected to the nobility, most of whom are trusted confidants and thus reside within the noble's household. There are also those of exceptional abilities who are kept nearby, primarily for the protection of their family or the nobility themselves. The rest are generally ordinary attendants, and whether they can stay within the noble residence often depends on the noble's disposition. Otherwise, they must seek accommodation elsewhere, which is still a place easily summoned by the noble. When Barris was taken on by Sumu as an attendant, her excitement led her to instinctively inquire about the possibility of moving in. But she regretted the question almost instantly, for such matters are typically arranged by the master, and it is rather presumptuous for an attendant to suggest otherwise. However, Sumu was unconcerned by these formalities. The thought of Barris living in his household pleased him, as it would allow her to practice swordplay at home each morning. Moreover, with so many vacant rooms in the house, they might as well be put to use. Furthermore, as he and Ailu were to attend the Magic Academy for their studies, it would be necessary for Sleta to remain behind to guard the home. With Barris present, at least there would be someone to protect and care for Sleta, preventing any potential bullying. Barris, feeling somewhat presumptuous for speaking out of turn, was taken aback when Sumu actually agreed, leaving her to wonder if she had somehow earned his trust. Otherwise, he would not have permitted her to reside in his home. This realization filled her with immense pressure, as being trusted by her master meant that she would be entrusted with many significant tasks in the future. Suddenly, Barris realized that aside from her swordsmanship, she seemed to lack proficiency in other areas, and her mind often betrayed her, leading her to speak without thinking. Taking a deep breath, Barris stepped forward into the courtyard. Due to a shortage of personnel, there were no guards stationed at the entrance. As she walked along the flowerbed path, she noticed a couple of maids tending to the flower beds and cleaning. Upon seeing Barris, the maids nodded and curtsied, seemingly aware of her arrival in advance. Although the status of an attendant is indeed higher than that of a maid, it does not necessitate kneeling in deference. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the house, Barris knocked on the door. Feeling somewhat anxious in this unfamiliar environment and new role, the door was opened by the butler, who wore a calm expression. Upon seeing Barris, he appeared unfazed. "You must be Lady Barris. Please come in. I am the butler assigned to serve the master of the household." "Butler, you are too kind," Barris replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Upon entering, Barris observed that the interior decor was no different from that of other noble households, though it could be said that the level of adornment was slightly inferior. The butler led Barris through the house and spoke slowly. "Lady Barris, the master resides on the second floor, so I can only arrange for you to have a room on the first floor. This should not be an issue, I hope." "Not at all. Please proceed with your arrangements, butler." As they walked, Barris found the house unusually quiet. Even when encountering a few maids, none exchanged greetings. All kept their heads bowed and walked silently, giving the atmosphere an air of somberness. Unable to contain her curiosity, Barris asked, "Butler, where is the master currently?" "The master is in his room reading." "I see." The two fell into silence once more, which left Barris feeling uncomfortable. "Butler, what should I be mindful of while in the household?" The butler suddenly stopped, considering Barris for a moment before responding. "Indeed, there are certain matters to be cautious of. Please do tell. You should have some understanding of the master. He is not particular about trifles and does not place great importance on formalities. While there are no significant taboos in your interactions with him, it is essential to fulfill your responsibilities well." "That is true." Barris felt a deep understanding of this. Sumu was indeed not one to overly concern himself with such matters. However, as Lady Barris in the household, you should pay particular attention to two individuals. "Two individuals? Who are they?" The butler glanced around before continuing. "One of them is the young master." "The young master?" Barris pondered for a moment before suddenly gasping. "Does the master have children?" The butler hushed her, signaling for silence. "Of course not. The young master is the master's sister." Realizing her misunderstanding, Barris felt a bit embarrassed. "I see. But what should I be cautious of regarding the young master?" "The young master has a somewhat peculiar temperament, which is difficult to articulate. However, one thing is certain. While the master is indifferent to formalities, the young master is quite the opposite. Therefore, Lady Barris, when you encounter the young master, you must exercise utmost caution and avoid incurring her wrath, for the consequences could be severe." The butler glanced around again and added quietly, "Previously, two maids were chatting and laughing in the hallway and were promptly expelled from the house by the young master." "Is that why the household is so quiet now?" Barris exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," the butler confirmed just as a small figure appeared at the staircase. Sleta, adorned in a yellow noble gown, which Sumu had taken the time to have custom-made for her, approached, accompanied by a small folding fan that Sumu had purchased for her at a jewelry store after observing her fondness for it. With graceful little steps, Sleta approached the butler and Barris, narrowing her eyes at the butler. "Butler, is the carriage ready?" The butler respectfully bowed. "Young master, the carriage is prepared and awaits in the back courtyard." "Excellent." Sleta, wearing delicate fur gloves, tilted her head to scrutinize Barris. "You are Barris, correct?" Barris felt uncomfortable under Sleta's gaze, as if her very being were laid bare before this young girl. "Yes, young master, I am Barris. My brother has mentioned you these past few days." "Indeed." Barris found herself at a loss for words in response. Very well. Sleta withdrew her gaze. My brother trusts you, and so I shall too, that I hope you do not bring shame upon him. Barris shall defend her master's honor. Sleta's adorable face broke into a smile. That is most delightful. With that, she stepped away. Watching Sleta depart, Barris couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, before she could fully relax, Sleta turned back to speak with her once more. Barris. Barris quickly bowed. Young master, you called? Since you have sworn allegiance to my brother, you will do anything for him, correct? Sleta's words were oddly phrased, and Barris looked up to see her squinting, as if confirming something. All of my master's requests are what Barris strives to fulfill. And what about mine? What of my requests? A strange and indescribable feeling surged within Barris, causing her to feel a chilling unease in her spine. Barris shall likewise honor the young master's requests. Oh, Sleta opened her small folding fan, obscuring the lower half of her face and revealing only her narrowed eyes, which seemed to gleam with mischief. Then what if I were to command you to commit murder and arson? Barris' heart raced, and she responded hastily. It would be my duty. That is splendidly agreeable, Sleta giggled, closing her fan and turning away with her dainty steps, finally leaving the hallway. Watching Sleta depart, Barris regained her composure only to realize beads of sweat had begun to form on her forehead. The young master's name is Sleta. Although she is not the master's biological sister, he dotes on her excessively. The butler observed, seemingly unfazed by the situation, and offered comfort to Barris. Butler, you mean to say that the young master is rather peculiar? Is that so? Barris replied with a wry smile. Indeed. I sensed that the young master did not seem to be joking just now. The butler appeared to ponder before affirmatively stating, it seems that the young master has yet to engage in jest with any of us servants. Barris took a deep breath. She was already in this predicament. And it was too late to turn back. She smiled and asked, earlier, you mentioned I should be mindful of two individuals, one being the young master. Who is the other? The other person is referred to as Miss A.I. Lu. You may address her as such. Lady Barris. And what is Miss A.I. Lu's relationship with the master? That is somewhat difficult to articulate at present. Barris raised an eyebrow. Difficult to articulate. Miss A.I. Lu shares a very close bond with the young master. The young master even refers to her as sister. However, Miss A.I. Lu's relationship with the master is also quite intimate. Though it is somewhat complex, at least, I believe it would not be surprising if Miss A.I. Lu were to become the lady of the house in the future, the butler remarked with a gentle smile. The lady of the house. Barris felt a twinge of astonishment. Indeed, considering a woman residing in a noble household who was neither a mere attendant nor a relative, it was highly plausible that she could be a romantic partner. Yet, she did not let her guard down. Quickly leaning closer to whisper, Butler, does that mean I should be cautious of Miss A.I. Lu as well due to her temperament? The butler smiled and quickly waved his hand, saying, Oh, not at all. Miss A.I. Lu is exceptionally amiable, a gentle and beautiful young lady who treats us all very kindly. My intention in advising Lord Byers was merely to make her aware of Miss A.I. Lu's status, to avoid any unnecessary awkwardness between you and Miss A.I. Lu. Just as he finished speaking, a graceful figure appeared on the staircase. Since Su Mu had ascended to nobility, A.I. Lu no longer donned her long robe and hood, opting instead for more ordinary yet attractive attire. However, her clothes lacked the exquisite elegance of Sleta's. Rather, they possessed a simplicity that made her appear exceedingly approachable and warm. A.I. Lu's chestnut red hair cascaded down, and beneath her bangs, her dark eyes were strikingly captivating, while her red lips seemed perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. A.S. Byers beheld A.I. Lu approaching them. A wave of nervousness washed over her. Truly, Miss A.I. Lu was a stunning beauty, and it seemed that she would not only be the lady of the house but also potentially the lord's mistress. Butler, has Sleta come down? A.I. Lu inquired with a smile. Miss A.I. Lu, the young master is already in the rear courtyard, and the carriage has been prepared. Thank you. A.I. Lu replied with a smile, then turned to appraise Byers, saying, You must be Byers, right? Su Mu has mentioned you. He spoke highly of your swordsmanship, stating that your skills are quite unique in the capital. It is the master who has praised me. Byers replied modestly. A.I. Lu's voice rang out like a melodious bird, pleasing to the ear, instantly dispelling Byers' earlier anxiety. You are too kind. I shall not detain you any longer. Sleta is waiting for me. Very well, Miss A.I. Lu. A.I. Lu gently bid farewell to Byers, and the butler smiled as they departed. Chapter 31. Insight. Miss A.I. Lu is truly affable. By the way, "Where are the young master and Miss Ilu headed?" Byers asked the butler. "They are off to the palace to learn the etiquette of nobility," the butler replied in a hushed tone. "There is something you will understand in time. So allow me to inform you in advance. They were once people of the Kale Kingdom, though they no longer are. Miss Ilu is a fallen noble from that kingdom. It is best that you keep this knowledge to yourself and refrain from speaking of it openly. Originally, Miss Ilu was not required to learn noble etiquette, but she is accompanying the young master." Byers was taken aback, nodding fervently in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Su Mu and his companions were from the Kale Kingdom. The thought was daunting. How could people from the Kale Kingdom become the captains of the Royal Knight Order in the Xini Kingdom? The butler then arranged accommodations for Byers, and shortly after, a maid led her through the house to familiarize her with her surroundings. The courtyard was quite expansive, and it was essential for Byers to be aware of certain rooms and locations. Once the various arrangements were complete, Byers was summoned by Su Mu to the rear courtyard. There was an open area separated from the rest, with a weapon rack nearby, where Su Mu was warming up without a care in the world. Byers did not dare to interrupt and waited patiently at the side. When Su Mu finished his warm-up, he approached her and saluted, saying, "Master, Byers has arrived." "Good. How do you find the environment?" Su Mu asked. "It is a tremendous honor for Byers to reside in the master's home. How could I possibly voice any objections?" Su Mu shook his head inwardly. He found this manner of communication rather discomforting. Nevertheless, the concept of social hierarchy was deeply ingrained in these individuals' minds, making it exceedingly difficult to change. Su Mu picked up a one-handed sword, caressing it gently with both hands. "Byers, after I participate in the magic awakening ceremony at the palace, Ilu and I will attend the Magic Academy to study magic. During that time, it will only be you and Sleta at home. By the way, you have met Ilu and Sleta, haven't you?" "Yes, Master. I have met both the young master and Miss Ilu. The young master exudes noble grace, while Miss Ilu is gentle and generous." "The young master, indeed," Su Mu chuckled, recalling a memory. "When I first arrived in the capital, I jested with Sleta, saying that once I became a noble, she would be the young mistress of the house. That I never expected that you all would come to refer to her thus. It's quite amusing." Byers remained silent, standing attentively at the side. "Once Ilu and I are at the Magic Academy, although I will have opportunities to return to the capital over the next 2 years, most of the time, it will just be you and Sleta at home." Su Mu swung the one-handed sword, finding its weight agreeable. "You should be aware that the three of us were once from the Kale Kingdom, and I have become the captain of the Royal Knight Order. To say that Queen Xini bears a great deal of pressure would be an understatement. After all, nearly all the officials of the Xini court are extremely opposed to my appointment. Were it not for Queen Xini's insistence, I would not have attained this position." Byers, recognizing her own limited intellect, nonetheless sensed the implications of Su Mu's words. "Are you suggesting that most court officials are highly dissatisfied with my presence? While I am relatively safe in the capital for now, out of respect for the queen, they do not confront me directly. Should conflict arise, it would reflect poorly on them with regard to the queen." Su Mu pondered for a moment. "Though this is merely speculation, I believe that once Ilu and I depart from the capital, these officials will certainly conspire against me in some manner. That I hope you will take good care of Sleta, although she can be somewhat temperamental and extreme. She is my sister and the most important person to me in this world. If it were appropriate, I would have taken her with me to the Magic Academy." Byers vowed earnestly. Byers swears on her life to protect the young master's safety. Su Mu chuckled at Byers' earnestness. In this world, the power of belief was palpably real. A mere vow, without any guarantees, could evoke a profound sense of inner strength in the listener. "Well, there is still some time before I may leave the capital. I will gradually share the details with you later." Su Mu raised his sword toward Byers, asking, "Byers, do you have the time to practice swordsmanship with me now?" "That would be my pleasure." As soon as the topic of swords was broached, Byers transformed, her demeanor shifting entirely in the days following Su Mu's appointment of her as his attendant. Byers began to share the techniques of her family's swordsmanship with no reservations. Su Mu possessed an exceptional capacity to absorb knowledge. He quickly grasped the swordsmanship principles Byers imparted, applying them in practice. Byers considered herself to have a high level of comprehension in swordsmanship, yet in Su Mu's presence, she felt overshadowed. It was not that Su Mu's skills were exceedingly refined. Rather, his rapid progress left Byers feeling somewhat inadequate as an instructor. Whenever Su Mu encountered any uncertainties regarding swordsmanship, He would pose questions and offer his hypotheses. Although many of his ideas were rather amusing and impractical, a small fraction proved applicable, revealing insights that even buyers had not previously considered. Buyer's family's sword technique possessed certain flaws, and Su Mu would proactively seek ways to improve them, which astonished buyers. The swordsmanship had been honed over generations, making it challenging to rectify any imperfections. However, when Su Mu successfully addressed the minor flaw of the one-handed sword's inability to execute the yin fan technique flawlessly, buyers was left astounded. Though she believed Su Mu had a high level of insight into swordsmanship, he himself did not share that sentiment. Concepts like inductive reasoning, reverse inference, and hypothesis formation were skills that had become second nature to students in his previous world. Yet this world had yet to establish such a framework of thought. Consequently, many individuals here exhibited rigidity in their thinking, making adaptability difficult. Thus, Buyer's comparative lack of insight became apparent when juxtaposed with Su Mu. What exactly is insight? In Su Mu's words, it is neither a tangible asset nor easily defined. Insight plays a role in the human cognitive system similar to that of the brain within the body. The brain itself lacks direct utility. While limbs and other organs, governed by the brain, possess clear functions, insight operates similarly. It is not a skill like swordsmanship or magic that one can simply acquire and utilize. Rather, it serves as a tool for learning and applying other skills. Su Mu's enduring self-confidence stemmed from his way of thinking and planning, rather than from swordsmanship, magic, or any individual around him. That to live wisely, one must understand their next steps. This is the most crucial aspect to grasp. As Su Mu and buyers began to practice sword techniques in the rear courtyard, sweat glistening on their brows, time passed swiftly. They hardly took a break until evening, when Lu and Sleta returned from their lessons at the palace. Observing the two as they trained, finally, after a sparring match, they concluded their training for the day. Buyers accepted a towel from a nearby maid. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she noticed Sleta beside Lu, laughing heartily, seemingly engaged in some delightful conversation. At that moment, Buyers found it curious that the strange aura she had sensed from Sleta earlier that morning had vanished entirely. It appeared that Sleta presented one version of herself in front of Lu and Su Mu, while another in the presence of others. At present, Sleta resembles an ordinary and charming little girl. Although her demeanor still exudes an aristocratic elegance, it lacks the prior air of aloofness and intimidation. Buyers returned to her room to bathe and, after changing into her home attire, was invited by a maid to dine in the banquet hall. The banquet hall was indeed splendid, with a long table adorned with exquisite delicacies. Candlelight illuminating the silver cutlery, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. Buyers felt a twinge of nervousness, not because attendants were prohibited from dining with nobles. Provided the host allows it, attendants can share the same table as nobles, especially during a family banquet where attendants are considered part of the household. However, if it were a formal gathering for other guests, etiquette would dictate that Buyers could not sit at the table. She chose a position that was neither too far nor too close, with a maid nearby attending to the serving, sparing her the need to serve herself. Su Mu sat at the head of the table, indifferent to the formalities, treating it as a local custom, especially as he observed Sleta reveling in the moment. "Brother, what is that on your table?" Sleta inquired, noticing a scroll and a beautifully crafted ornament gleaming under the candlelight before Su Mu. "Oh," Su Mu smiled, lifting the two items. "This is the appointment letter of the Royal Knight Captain and the insignia of the captain's authority. Brother has finally become the Royal Knight Captain." Sleta exclaimed joyfully, but suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "But isn't the appointment of the Royal Knight Captain a significant matter? According to noble etiquette, shouldn't there be a grand swearing-in ceremony? Why isn't there one?" "You wouldn't understand. These two items were not easily obtained." Su Mu scoffed lightly, gesturing with the items in hand. "These should have reached me a few days ago. But the court officials were not keen on my appointment as the Knight Captain. After all, you know many of the underlying factors. Queen Xini bore considerable pressure and criticism from the officials to ensure my appointment, even going so far as to confront them a few days ago, insisting that the appointment letter and insignia be delivered to me. Yet, it still took several days to arrive." Sleta furrowed her brow. "The court officials do not agree with brother becoming the Knight Captain?" Lu chuckled and shook her head. "Isn't it normal for them to disagree? Although we are now subjects of the Xini Kingdom, we were once citizens of the Kale Kingdom. This identity is something that must be navigated carefully if it weren't for the queen's regard for your brother. This matter wouldn't have been so straightforward. Chapter 32. Birthday. What about the swearing-in ceremony for the knight captain? Sumu explained. Of course, it has been cancelled. With Queen Xini's firm stance, the officials dared not persist in their opposition. Although they have tacitly accepted my position as knight captain, they remain internally unconvinced, so they would never allow the queen to hold such a grand ceremony for me. If it were to occur, the entire city would know that the royal knight captain of Xini is not a native of Xini, and the people of Xini would surely mock the court officials. This information was relayed to me by the servant who delivered the items today, particularly the protocol officer, who raised the loudest objections in the court, claiming my appointment would bring disgrace to the Xini court. Sleta's expression darkened, causing buyers, who stood nearby, to tremble slightly. Buyers observed Sleta's face shift like the turning of a page. From joyous to somber in an instant, Sumu and Ailu seemed unperturbed. Sumu, in particular, preferred to remain out of the limelight, finding no issue with the absence of a swearing-in ceremony. However, Sleta harbored different sentiments. She wished for Sumu's reputation to flourish in the city, for he was her brother, and she naturally desired his renown to be as grand as possible. These were merely Sleta's personal wishes, yet the significance of the royal knight captain's appointment was glossed over without any ceremony. When Sumu walked through the streets of the city, even if his name were mentioned, no one would recognize him, let alone associate him with the title of royal knight captain. This was not what Sleta desired. While Sumu's fame could remain modest due to his recent arrival, there should still be a semblance of recognition and ceremony, should there not? Sleta bit her lip in quiet frustration, resenting the Xini officials and the protocol officer. Sleta, what's wrong? Sumu noticed Sleta gazing down, lost in her thoughts, and inquired with concern. Sleta quickly composed herself, smiling as she replied, It's nothing, brother, I was just pondering something. Sumu, not giving it much thought, picked up the insignia to examine it. Ailu sensed Sleta's unease but dared not voice her uncertainty. Meanwhile, buyers, having recognized Sleta's distress, remained silent, focusing intently on her food as if to feign ignorance. Brother, this insignia is truly beautiful, Sleta remarked. If you like it, you can keep it, Sumu replied. Knowing Sleta's fondness for pretty items, he intended to hand the insignia to her. Cough, cough. Buyers, in the midst of sipping soup, suddenly choked at this remark and quickly apologized. I'm terribly sorry. Master, Buyers was rude. Ailu sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. Sumu, do you even realize what the insignia represents? You're just giving it to Sleta. Sumu blinked in confusion. Isn't it merely a representation of the royal knight captain's identity? Knowing that, yet still giving it to Sleta to play with. Ailu set down her utensils, earnestly admonishing Sumu. You must understand that the authority of the royal knight captain is immense. You can even adjust the personnel of the palace guards and increase or decrease their numbers. Moreover, you can command the guards of the city, and even further, you have the power to requisition the soldiers of the noble knights from various territories. You comprehend the gravity of this. Sumu's eyes widened in realization. The small insignia in his hand represented so much more than he had originally thought, as he had merely assumed it was a simple token of office. Then Sleta shouldn't he have it? Initially, Sleta had desired it, for she adored beautiful things, but now that she understood its significance, she hesitated to accept it. Sumu pondered for a moment, ultimately placing the insignia into Sleta's hands. I won't be needing this for now. Although I am already the knight captain, I currently have no duties to fulfill. As the knight order is not fully established yet, with only myself, there is little I can do. Furthermore, once Ailu and I leave the city, you will be home alone. Thus, I shall leave the insignia with you, so you may use it appropriately when the time comes. Sumu affectionately tousled Sleta's hair, cautioning, Of course, you must not use the insignia to bully others. Upon hearing this, Ailu shook her head, choosing to remain silent. She had grown accustomed to Sumu's indulgence towards Sleta and recognized that he indeed did not require the insignia at this moment. Once Sumu completed the magical awakening ceremony, they would promptly depart for the Magic Academy, leaving Sleta at home, which did cause her some concern. Initially, Buyers felt relieved upon hearing Ailu explain the insignia's significance, as it was certainly not something to be given away lightly, especially to such a young girl. However, as Sumu insisted on placing the insignia in Sleta's hands, with Ailu's tacit approval, Buyers' heart felt as if it were about to explode. The housekeeper had mentioned that the master dotes on the young mistress, and Buyers had assumed it was mere affection. Now, she finally grasped the full implication of this. Observing Sleta's adorable profile, Byers silently resolved to win the young mistress's favor, for if she were to incur Sleta's displeasure, the consequences would surely be dire. Sleta cradled the insignia, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. The insignia, crafted from a special magical crystal, boasted a smooth surface that resembled white jade, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the radiant, colorful brilliance emanating from within. It felt pleasantly cool to the touch. Brother, is this insignia truly for Sleta? Of course, just keep it safe and don't lose it. I certainly won tea. Sleta joyfully accepted the insignia. Her spirits lifted as she eagerly began to enjoy the delicious food on her plate. Sumu smiled faintly, turning to Ailu with a concerned expression. I've noticed you haven't seemed quite yourself lately. Is something bothering you? Ailu, momentarily taken aback while holding her utensils, quickly denied, not at all. I've been very happy spending time with Sleta. Is that so? Sumu recalled that Ailu had not seemed quite right since they moved in. And though he preferred to wait for her to express her thoughts, he felt a twinge of worry as days passed without her saying anything. It's best if there's nothing wrong. But if there is, do remember to tell me. Nothing is wrong. Ailu hesitated, her lips parting slightly. I just missed the days when the three of us went on adventures together. Upon hearing this, Byers perked up her ears, intrigued by the tales of the three masters' adventures. It is indeed a bit nostalgic. However, if I were to recall it in detail, my mind is filled with nights spent on vigil, hunting, and traveling. Thinking back on it gives me a headache. At least it was fulfilling. Right? Since coming to the city, we've finally found some peace. Now that we have time to spare each day, I'm at a loss for what to do, Ailu remarked with a smile. If you're feeling bored, why not take a closer look around our home and see what might be lacking? Your taste is impeccable. Perhaps you could help us acquire some necessary items. Moreover, I felt that our household seems a bit less populated lately. It seems we're missing 2 people compared to before. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Ailu's cheeks flushed involuntarily. However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, she couldn't help but chuckle, as she was already aware of the incident involving the 2 maids dismissed by Sleta. Sleta appeared slightly bashful, which left Sumu momentarily stunned. The butler, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Master, a few days ago, 2 maids resigned to attend to matters at home. Oh, I see, Belisi exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at the butler. Impressed by the revelation, Sleta scrutinized the butler with keen interest, while Ailu merely shook her head in silence. Once the trivial conversation concluded, the group commenced their formal dining. Sumu ate with remarkable speed, consistently finishing his meal before anyone else. After he completed his meal, he stood up to bid farewell to the others and departed, eliciting no reaction from anyone except Belisi. Unexpectedly, Sleta also rose, declaring that she had finished eating, quickly wiped her mouth, and hurriedly left the dining table. Belisi, though not a slow eater, was cautious during her first meal with Sumu and the others, refraining from eating too quickly, realizing that both the master and the young master had already left the table. She looked at the remnants of food on her plate and decided to rise and take her leave. Ailu found Sleta's rapid dining rather peculiar, since learning the etiquette of nobility. Sleta's pace at the table had slowed considerably, so it was surprising to see her eat so quickly today. With everyone else gone from the dining table, Ailu was left alone to eat tea this moment. The attending maid and the butler also took their leave, stating they had other matters to attend to and would return later to clear the table. Ailu was indifferent, acknowledging the current shortage of staff, and waved them off. Thus, the dining hall was left empty save for Ailu. Noticing the solitude around her, she couldn't help but sigh, her spirits suddenly appearing somewhat despondent. For the past few days, she had been putting on a brave front, concealing her distress from Sumu and Sleta. In truth, her mental state was quite poor, particularly with the approaching magical awakening ceremony and the imminent departure of both of them to the Magic Academy. Ailu's feelings were deeply conflicted. On one hand, she was genuinely happy for Sumu, who had expressed a fervent desire to learn magic since their first meeting, and this opportunity fulfilled his aspirations. On the other hand, Sumu's unique adaptability to magic left Ailu feeling powerless, even fearful of becoming insignificant among the 3 of them. Sleta was still a child, while Ailu was already an adult. How could she remain at ease beside Sumu without contributing anything? The longer she lingered near him, the greater her unease grew. In an effort to bolster her fire magic abilities, AI Lu had been diligently practicing over the past few days. Yet, such skills could not be conjured merely through desire. And after her efforts, an overwhelming emptiness washed over her. AI Lu stared blankly at the food on her plate, her expression devoid of emotion. Time passed, and suddenly, the candles in the dining hall extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Instinctively, AI Lu rose and reached for her waist, only to realize she had not carried a dagger with her. That, of course, she was at home. How could anything happen? AI Lu smiled wryly at her own nervousness. At that moment, the door to the dining hall swung open, and two figures entered, startling AI Lu. Sleta entered, carrying a large cake, her face alight with joy. AI Lu. Sister, happy birthday. You all. AI Lu, upon hearing Sleta's exclamation, suddenly recalled that today was indeed her birthday. Sleta approached her, placing the cake on the long table, its candles glowing warmly. The three of them gathered around the cake. And AI Lu's lips parted slightly, unsure of what to say. Surprised, aren't you? Sumu said with a hint of pride. When you showed me your identity proof at your estate last time, I noted down your birthday. AI Lu's eyes brimmed with tears. She could no longer hold back her emotions and covered her face as she began to weep. Chapter 33. The lady of the house. Sleta laughed as she tugged at AI Lu's sleeve. Sister AI Lu, why are you crying? Today is your birthday. You should be happy. You don't understand. This morning, when my brother took me out, we first ordered a cake for you. Look, the cake has a picture of you on it. It's a drawing my brother made himself, which the baker replicated. Sumu handed AI Lu a tissue. The reason Sleta and I ate so quickly was to prepare for this moment. So how do you feel? Surprised? AI Lu took the tissue, nodding vigorously. She looked at the cake adorned with her likeness and chuckled. The cake is rather poorly drawn. That's the baker's fault, Sleta agreed. Indeed, my brother's drawing of you is much more beautiful, almost indistinguishable from reality. I didn't know you could draw. Let us not dwell on that. Make a wish and blow out the candles, Sumu urged, nudging AI Lu. Sleta is eager to eat the cake. Brother, don't make it sound like I'm a glutton. Come on, today you were practically drooling over those pastries behind the counter. You're exaggerating. As AI Lu wiped her tears and laughed, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It turned out she was cherished by those around her. Under the watchful gazes of Sumu and Sleta, AI Lu clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed over the cake. Oh heavenly beings, I thank you for allowing me to meet the two most important people in my life during my darkest hour. AI Lu had no selfish desires. She simply wished for their well-being, that they might navigate challenges with ease and be surrounded by happiness. At last, AI Lu opened her tear-filled eyes and blew out all the candles. Sleta, moved by AI Lu's prayer, clapped her hands joyfully and then produced a gift box from behind her waist, placing it in AI Lu's hands. Sister AI Lu, this is your birthday present from me. Hurry and open it. Wiping her tears once more, AI Lu smiled as she unwrapped the gift, revealing a vibrant red magic crystal ring nestled within. What is this? I'm not sure what it's called, but I bought it at a magic equipment shop. The shopkeeper said this ring can enhance fire magic's potency, and since you're a fire magic user, I thought it would make a perfect birthday gift. Do you like it? I love it, but this must have been quite expensive. It is indeed pricey, but it's all right. My brother paid for it. The three of them joyfully cut the cake together. Since this was a private gathering of the family head, Sumu insisted they did not need any attendance, thus no one dared to interrupt them in the dining hall. Sleta devoured a substantial portion of cake, appearing quite satisfied. Before her bright eyes twinkled mischievously as she declared she had to leave, thereby leaving Sumu and AI Lu alone. The warm atmosphere that had enveloped the three of them shifted to something slightly awkward after Sleta's departure. AI Lu held the cake, gazing at the relit candles in a daze, lost in thought. That Sumu set down the cake and gently inquired, "Are you still unwilling to speak?" Huh? AI Lu blinked, turning to Sumu. Am I supposed to say something? We've been together for nearly 6 months. Is there nothing weighing on your mind that you're concealing from me? Surely I must understand. Sumu chuckled lightly. AI Lu's face flushed as she lowered her head, placing the cake down as well, her delicate fingers fidgeting, unsure of where to rest. Noticing her silence, Sumu assertively pulled AI Lu closer, positioning her directly in front of him, startling her. If you refuse to speak, I might get upset. AI Lu looked at Sumu's seemingly serious expression, and for some reason, all the grievances she had harbored melted away, tears spilling down her cheeks once more. After Sumu gently wiped her tears away, AI Lu finally voiced the insecurity she had been suppressing over the past few days. Su Mu had initially thought AI Lu was facing some significant difficulty. Little did he know her unease stemmed from feeling inadequate. Believing she could not support him, which had led to her sorrow, listening attentively to AI Lu's concerns, Su Mu found it amusing, yet the prevailing sentiment was one of warmth. This indicated how much AI Lu valued him. Looking at the gentle and endearing woman before him, he couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. Offering gentle comfort, AI Lu did not resist, seemingly accepting Su Mu's gesture. Inhaling the fragrant scent of AI Lu's hair, Su Mu smiled and said, "It seems I have overlooked something. I thought you were facing some grave matter, but it turns out to be this." AI Lu felt her face grow warm, bashfully burying her head deeper into Su Mu's embrace. "What, do you want to mock me?" "Of course not. I simply think that I've never expected you to feel obligated to assist me in any way. Besides, this household is not just for two but for three, that you have always been an integral part of our family, and I have never perceived your presence as anything less than natural. Which is why I never imagined you would feel so uneasy. You don't understand, Su Mu. You possess extraordinary magical talent and are bound to become renowned in this world, while I am merely a fallen and useless noble. Being beside you only highlights my insignificance. Previously, I thought my magic could justify my place by your side, yet I have come to realize that it does not." Su Mu gently replied, "You're mistaken. Have you not heard the saying, companionship is the most enduring declaration of love?" Upon hearing this, AI Lu felt her cheeks flush even more, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Mu's waist. "You are just spouting nonsense. Who declared their love to you? Since you feel incapable of being at ease by my side, what do you believe would make you feel more justified?" This question left AI Lu momentarily speechless. If she knew the answer, she would not have endured such distress over the past few days. Simply put, there is now a master in the house, as well as a young master, so don't you think we are missing a mistress? Upon hearing these words, AI Lu's body stiffened for a moment before becoming soft again. She did not respond, and after a while, tears began to flow. "What are you doing? Is this really crying?" Su Mu, not being a playboy, found himself flustered as he had just begun to like and trust a girl for the first time in this world. How could his first confession suddenly lead to her tears? "It's just that I find it somewhat unbelievable." "What is there to find unbelievable? You know my temperament is a bit peculiar. I seldom trust anyone easily. If it weren't for the time spent with you and Sleta, experiencing so much together, I wouldn't be sharing these feelings with you. But now you are a noble and the captain of the Royal Knight Squad at that. Surely, there will be more noble ladies, more beautiful than me, surrounding you in the future. I am merely a decorative vase." "What nonsense." Su Mu grasped AI Lu's delicate shoulders, gently pulling her away to look into her eyes. "In my eyes, you are the most gentle and beautiful girl. What you give me is something no one else can offer." "Really? Of course it's true. And stop calling yourself a decorative vase. I in this world. You and Sleta are the two most important people in my life. Just as you once said, both you and Sleta came from nothing. Am I not the same? Now I have both of you." AI Lu felt a sense of relief wash over her, realizing that everything was worth it. She leaned her head against Su Mu's shoulder. "What if one day you come to hate me? Then it would surely mean something is wrong with my mind." The moonlight spilled into the dining hall, casting a sweet atmosphere around the two figures tightly embracing at the dining table. At the door of the dining hall, there was a narrow gap where Sleta was bent over, peeking through, her lips involuntarily curling into an enigmatic smile. Byers, having nothing to do, wandered into the dining hall and was taken by surprise to see a little bottom raised high. Curiously, she leaned over and realized it was Sleta. "Little master, what are you doing here?" Sleta jumped in shock, turning to see it was Byers, her face instantly turning crimson with embarrassment. Feeling her image was tarnished, she snapped, "Nothing," and hurriedly stepped away. Byers, taken aback by Sleta's fierceness, stood momentarily stunned. Once Sleta left, curiosity got the better of Byers, and she peered through the gap, wanting to know what the little master was observing. Upon seeing her own face flushed with colored in a hurry, Byers closed the door and quickly departed. "Indeed, Miss AI Lu is the mistress." AI Lu composed herself, leaning softly against Su Mu, the subtle fragrance emanating from her enticing him. Su Mu gazed intently at AI Lu, who he adored for her eyes, gently asking, "Aren't you curious about the gift I bought for you?" Didn't you and Sleta buy me a ring?" "That ring was a gift from Sleta to you, not from me." AI Lu chuckled. But I thought it was a joint gift from both of you. After all, you are quite the spendthrift. How could you bear to buy me gifts twice? What nonsense, Sumu retorted playfully, then retrieved a gift box from his waist and handed it to AI Lu, urging her to open it. Upon opening, AI Lu discovered a stunning sapphire necklace within. Though it was magnificent, it seemed to bear no particular significance. You should keep that necklace your mother gave you. Leave it nearby as a cherished memento. AI Lu's lips parted slightly, touched by his thoughtfulness. I can't believe you remembered. I remember every little detail about you. AI Lu blushed, retrieving the necklace and returning it to Sumu. Sumu was taken aback. What are you doing? You silly. Help me put it on. Sumu then realized, smiling as he eagerly took the necklace, preparing to adorn AI Lu with it. AI Lu turned her back, lifting her chestnut red hair, revealing her flawless neck. As pure and delicate as lotus jade, Sumu inhaled deeply, savoring the enchanting fragrance of AI Lu, and gently placed the sapphire necklace around her neck. After she donned the necklace, AI Lu turned to Sumu with a smile. Is it beautiful? Sumu, who had encountered countless majestic sights, never expected to behold such beautiful eyes. He felt the moonlight outside dimmed in comparison. Though it may sound exaggerated, he genuinely believed AI Lu's eyes shimmered like a galaxy. Her expressive gaze, skin like congealed fat, exquisite features, and a smile on her red lips exuded an irresistible allure, akin to a delectable treat one wished to devour in one bite. My mistress, how do you manage to look so stunning? Sumu tenderly held AI Lu's soft hand. AI Lu, shyly murmuring, close your eyes. Sumu's heart raced with joy as he promptly obeyed. Closing his eyes like a child awaiting a reward, he sensed AI Lu's unique fragrance drawing closer, even feeling her breath on his face. A gentle, moist kiss was placed softly on the side of Sumu's face. When he opened his eyes, he saw AI Lu blushing adorably before him, and he felt no disappointment. The fact that AI Lu was willing to take such a step was already a considerable achievement. Sometimes, the meaning behind an action holds more significance than the action itself. Though AI Lu said nothing, Sumu felt as if he could hear her softly confessing her affection for him. That was enough. Chapter 34. The Awakening Ceremony. Since arriving in the capital, Sumu, you have become much more open and lively, unlike before when you were always so morose. Sumu and AI Lu stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. AI Lu, a girl fond of reminiscing, couldn't help but reflect on the changes from the past to the present. Really, Sumu, however, had not noticed much change in himself. You are busy every day. Of course you wouldn't feel it. AI Lu smiled, tenderly holding Sumu's hand. Though you were good to us before, you often chose silence over conversation. Yet since arriving in the capital, you seem much more at ease, even occasionally engaging in conversations with us, which is quite rare. Sumu pondered and realized that indeed, he had become more relaxed since coming to the capital. Perhaps it has something to do with my goals. When I first left the town where I met you, my initial thought was to find a secluded place, obtain an identity document, and then find a job to live comfortably. That I never expected to meet you. And we have been through so much together over the past 6 months. Regardless of everything, my spirit never wavered. Now that I am in the Kingdom of Xini, my efforts in learning magic have borne fruit. Sleta's wishes have been fulfilled, and you have not left my side. Perhaps this is why I have begun to change. AI Lu stifled a giggle. You always say that. What? Nothing. I just think you are wonderful. AI Lu leaned her head on Sumu's shoulder. You can always depict so many things in your mind from just a few details. Whether they have happened or not, it's like you can articulate your thoughts on your changes, causes, and effects just from a casual remark I made. That it's truly impressive. Although Sumu prided himself on his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush at AI Lu's compliments. Fortunately, in the dimly lit dining hall, AI Lu couldn't see his face, so it didn't matter. The two continued to lean against each other, sharing stories of their adventures from months ago. The candlelight casting a warm glow around them. What is love? Love is desire. Love is protection. Love is sacrifice. 5 days later, Sumu finally awaited the long-anticipated magic awakening ceremony. During these 5 days, he did not attend the chaotic lessons arranged by the queen at the palace, but instead practiced swordplay with buyers at home. Though just 5 days had passed, Sumu's swordsmanship had significantly improved, and his arm muscles had become more toned. In Buyer's words, Sumu could now challenge professional hunters at the guild without falling too far behind. Sleta, meanwhile, continued her studies of noble etiquette at the palace without fail, though no longer with the same excitement as before. Dai Lu and Su Mu often heard that sometimes Sleta would secretly glare at the etiquette officer's assistant with a look that seemed to say she wished to devour him whole. Su Mu remained observant but not overly concerned. He understood Sleta's peculiar temperament might serve her well in this world. After all, Su Mu was not a typical person and did not intend to mold Sleta into a conventional child. As long as Sleta did not resort to murder or arson, he would find her behavior acceptable. Moreover, no matter how poor Sleta's conduct might be, it could not compare to his own past as a notorious villain. What was so surprising about having a little wicked sister? Ai Lu wished to guide Sleta, but found herself at a loss and inexperienced. She genuinely hoped for Sleta to enjoy a joyful and carefree childhood, rather than becoming ensnared in the dark thoughts of her own mind, constantly overthinking and being suspicious. Consequently, Ai Lu worried about how Sleta would fare alone at the Magic Academy after leaving the capital. The Magic Awakening ceremony was held in secret. Though called a ceremony, it was merely two servants rushing to summon Su Mu to the palace's sanctuary as evening approached. Ai Lu, being in the know, accompanied Su Mu on the journey. The sanctuary of the Xini Palace was located at the farthest corner of the palace, and the servants who escorted them did not even dare to step into the sanctuary's vicinity, claiming that as unclean individuals, entering would invoke divine punishment. Su Mu and Ai Lu walked steadily towards the temple. The area within the temple was eerily empty, as far as the eye could see. Apart from the flickering candlelight, there was not a soul in sight. Neither Su Mu nor Ai Lu felt particularly perturbed by this, for it was only natural that Su Mu's awakening of the 7 elemental magics was something Xinaya would prefer to keep under wraps. The grand entrance of the temple loomed high, towering 2 stories tall, adorned with carvings of 2 winged maidens, one cradling a vessel of water, and the other holding a book. Both exquisitely beautiful, they pushed open the heavy doors. A blinding light spilled forth. Su Mu and Ai Lu were taken aback by the brilliance within, and it took them a moment to adjust their eyes before they noticed a young maiden standing at the forefront. Dressed in a flowing white priestess robe, she held a staff in her left hand and wore a gentle smile that radiated warmth, instantly making anyone who gazed upon her feel welcomed. "Are you Lord Su Mu and Miss Ai Lu? I have been waiting for you both for quite some time." Her voice was as melodious as a bird's song echoing through the mountains, instilling a sense of tranquility in one's heart, leaving no room for disdain. "I am the high priestess of the temple, responsible for all matters here." As Su Mu and Ai Lu approached the high priestess, they were struck by her amiable countenance, and both offered their respects. Ai Lu was particularly intrigued by the high priestess, stealing glances at her now and then. "Please follow me. Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you," she said. Without further ado, the trio navigated around the temple, making a series of turns until they arrived at a more spacious chamber. At the center of the room lay a black-green stone slab, roughly the size of a tennis court, glimmering with faint starlight. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a magical array inscribed upon it. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, realizing that this must be the famed Stone of Awakening. Meanwhile, Xinaya, cloaked in a black robe with a hood, had left her sword staff behind, likely sneaking away to this place. "You have taken your time," Xinaya remarked, visibly relieved to see Su Mu. "Those 2 attendants led me in circles. I wish to arrive sooner." Su Mu retorted nonchalantly. The high priestess was momentarily taken aback by Su Mu's boldness, as it was her first time witnessing someone speak to the queen in such a manner. Ai Lu, however, dared not mirror Su Mu's impudence, and quickly stepped forward to bow in respect. Su Mu, feeling somewhat compelled, managed a rather awkward noble bow. Unimpressed, Xinaya refrained from admonishing them further. "The high priestess has been my companion since childhood and is a trusted confidant. She will not disclose today's events." The high priestess, seemingly in agreement with Xinaya, smiled gently. "Xinaya, why have you arranged for the temple to be closed this evening?" "It is for this man before you. You must be aware that he is my captain of knights. Lord Su Mu is quite renowned among the officials." "So I am indeed aware. It is nothing extraordinary. I merely wish for you to discreetly activate the awakening stone, allowing my captain to awaken his magical adaptability. Of course, this must remain a secret." "That is certainly no issue," the high priestess replied, her eyes sparkling as she observed Su Mu closely. "Lord Su Mu, please step forward." Su Mu complied eagerly, filled with anticipation for the magical awakening. Suddenly, the high priestess lifted her priestess robe, and with a flick of her wrist, water splashed across Su Mu's face. The liquid was somewhat viscous, yet it soon felt refreshingly cool. Su Mu, bewildered, glanced at the high priestess, questioning her intentions that Ai Lu, sensing his confusion, chuckled and explained, "This is a blessing of water. It is quite common in the Xini temple. You should consider yourself fortunate. Few have received such a boon from the high priestess." Sumu responded with a quizzical expression, "This water tastes rather peculiar." Xini, with a hint of annoyance, cautioned, "Be respectful to the high priestess. Do not provoke her. If you dare speak ill of her outside, the people of Xini would not hesitate to boil you alive, and I would be unable to save you." Realizing that the amiable high priestess was a revered figure among the people of Xini, akin to a pope in the West, Sumu nodded in understanding. "Lord Sumu, please proceed," the high priestess urged, smiling as she guided him to the awakening stone. To Sumu's delight, the high priestess was indeed a pragmatist, and he appreciated her straightforward demeanor. Standing upon the magical array of the awakening stone, the high priestess offered gentle reassurances, encouraging him to remain calm before stepping back. "Xini, which elemental magic will he awaken?" she inquired. With a hint of pride, Xini declared, "All 7 elements." The high priestess was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Ai Lu in disbelief before asking, "Will 2 individuals awaken all 7 elements?" She initially assumed that Sumu and Ai Lu would awaken their magics collectively. While extraordinary, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility, as there were indeed innate 3 elemental magic adapters within the Xini kingdom. "No, it is my captain alone who will awaken all 7 elements." The high priestess was left speechless, her silence lingering for a while before she finally spoke. "Xini, you cannot be jesting with me. I have never deceived you, not once in our lives," Xini retorted with a hint of irritation. "If this were merely a standard awakening ritual, would I be so cautious? Consider the immense pressure I bear to have Sumu serve as my captain. Previously, I could not comprehend this. After all, opposing the officials is hardly advantageous, if what you say is true. It makes sense why you would take such measures." The high priestess regarded Sumu intently, who stood eagerly upon the magical array, seemingly ready for the awakening at any moment. "Let us proceed swiftly. The longer we delay, the more uncertainty we invite. That I have invested considerable effort into preparing for tonight's awakening ceremony. Is it truly possible for one person to innately awaken all 7 elements?" The high priestess pondered, her thoughts drifting. No one has ever demonstrated the capability to innately adapt to all 7 elemental magics in this world. Despite her musings, her actions remained swift. She raised her staff and waved it through the air. And soon, a brilliant white light enveloped the black-green awakening stone, swirling around it. "Great deities, heed my plea, and bestow upon this sincere individual boundless magic. Have you heard my prayer? Fiery god of flames, cool lord of waters." In the light of Chapter 35, innate magical bloodline, a blinding light erupted from the magical array on the black-green awakening stone, enveloping Sumu. Ai Lu remained unfazed. She had participated in awakening ceremonies before. Yet witnessing the 7 elemental seals manifest upon Sumu's form filled her with excitement. The high priestess closed her eyes, her hands gripping her staff as she stood resolutely, her priestess robe billowing without wind, revealing white magical seals upon her body. The light surrounding Sumu began to reveal a spectrum of colors. That a red magical seal, sharp as a blade, took form, radiating with heat like a roaring beast, exuding its might into the surroundings. Yet, as the red magical seal made contact with Sumu, its fiery energy suddenly dissipated, seemingly absorbed into his being. Xini looked up at Sumu on the awakening stone, a smile tugging at her lips. The fire elemental seal had been successfully absorbed, signifying Sumu's awakening of fire magic. Had Sumu been incompatible with fire magic, the searing seal would have consumed him. Thus Xini never feared Sumu would deceive her. Following the red seal, the blue magical seal representing water, the yellow for earth, and the purple for lightning were inscribed one by one, each absorbed into Sumu's essence. The awakening of all 7 elemental magics was a resounding success. The high priestess finally ceased her prayers, her expression a mixture of astonishment and contemplation. That it was an unprecedented experience to inscribe 7 elemental seals upon a single individual. She doubted she would ever encounter such a moment again. Once the ceremony concluded, Sumu examined his body. Externally, he appeared unchanged, yet deep within his mind, he sensed something amiss, something he could feel but not quite grasp. Stepping down from the awakening stone, Xini, crossing her arms, grinned. "So, how does it feel to awaken all 7 elemental magics?" "Nothing particularly special, yet there is a strange sensation within." Sumu replied, meeting AI Lu's delighted gaze as they exchanged smiles. The high priestess inhaled deeply and softly stated, Lord Sumu, please accompany me. I have something to discuss with you. Sumu, having no objections, followed the high priestess. AI Lu, sensing no reason to resist, assumed the high priestess wished to advise Sumu on the matters of magic, certainly a beneficial endeavor. They entered a small room, and the high priestess wasted no time, her smile unwavering. Lord Sumu, congratulations on awakening the 7 elemental magics. You are the first individual in centuries to achieve such a feat since the inception of magic in this world. Sumu held deep respect for those who aided him and sincerely expressed, your kindness is overwhelming. High Priestess. I truly thank you for today. The High Priestess regarded Sumu thoughtfully before slowly continuing. While awakening the 7 elemental magics is indeed a cause for celebration, you may not fully grasp the power of these seals. In the history of magic spanning several centuries, there once was a prodigious young mage who only innately awakened 4 elements. Through relentless effort, he later mastered the remaining 2, yet upon his passing, he had only achieved mastery over 6 elements. I am aware, Her Majesty the Queen has mentioned it to me. Even that prodigious young mage, benefiting from his innate gifts, found it not difficult to later complete the mastery of all 7 elements. However, do you know what? This gifted youth chose not to awaken the 7th element. Sumu was taken aback. While the ability to awaken all magic systems was undoubtedly advantageous, why would anyone hesitate to do so? Could there be an underlying issue? Lord Sumu, you ought to be aware that among the 7 magical systems, there are 2 pairs that are mutually exclusive, the Saintess remarked. Of course, I am aware, Sumu replied without hesitation. It is fire and water. Light and darkness, correct? Indeed. Setting aside these 4 magical systems, the remaining 3 systems can harmoniously coexist. That prodigious young mage awakened the fire, wind, earth, and lightning systems innately. There was no unusual occurrence when he first awakened the light system. But when he attempted to awaken the water system, the Saintess's expression grew grave. The fire magic mark, having been awakened innately and cultivated over many years, had amassed an overwhelming amount of energy. In contrast, the water magic mark awakened later was feeble. The young man had prepared for a clash between the 2 systems, yet he was utterly unprepared for the fire magic mark to completely overpower and devour the water magic mark. Sumu was astonished. As a result, the young man suffered severe physical and mental injuries from the loss of the water magic mark. It took him 5 years of recuperation to restore the foundation of the magic mark and his body, the Saintess side. That young man spent nearly 20 years to allow both the fire and water magic marks to coexist within him. However, you are different from that young man. You have innately awakened all 7 systems. Although these 4 systems are antagonistic, I believe that as long as you maintain control, it should not have a significant impact on your body. Sumu nodded, indicating his intention to take this matter seriously. And then there is the situation with Xini's queen. She finds herself constrained by many things. She often regrets her lack of autonomy and decisiveness, which has led to the current state of her sister, Xini. Princess E, what has happened to Her Majesty's sister? Noticing Sumu's confusion, the Saintess sighed. Never mind, since you do not understand yet, I shall say no more. In any case, Xenia will eventually reveal it to you. Once you become the captain of Xenia's knight regiment, she will trust you, and it is only a matter of time before you learn of these matters. I can only tell you now that Xenia and her sister, Xini, are not as the rumors suggest. The Saintess fell silent, and Sumu did not press further. It appeared that Princess Xini's blindness at the time of her ascension was not due to a struggle for the throne with Xenia. And he dared not ponder deeper. The Saintess then continued to impart knowledge about magic, sharing both what AI Lu had mentioned and what had not been mentioned before. Sumu listened attentively, absorbing the information. Meanwhile, AI Lu and Xenia were alone together. AI Lu felt an indescribable awkwardness, as one was a queen and she was but a girl of uncertain status. In any case, they have matters to discuss. And I also have something to speak with you about, Xenia said, gazing deeply at AI Lu. In truth, even if you had not come today, I would have summoned you to the palace tomorrow. AI Lu's heart raced. She had not anticipated Xenia would seek her out. Given that Xenia had always treated her as if she were invisible, never once engaging her proactively. Your Majesty, AI Lu replied. Xenia smiled and asked, this is the first time I have had a conversation with you. To be frank, I am quite interested in the history between you and Sumu. Would you mind sharing it with me? Your Majesty, I certainly do not mind, AI Lu replied, and proceeded to recount how she and Su Mu had met and embarked on adventures together. Although she mentioned the commissions they undertook, she fabricated a story about wanting to return to her fief, omitting the true reason for seeking something there. After AI Lu finished her tale, Xenia nodded affirmatively. My people have finally gathered information regarding Su Mu, Sleta, and your matters over the past few days. While the details are incomplete, they largely align with your account. If you dare deceive me, I will keep a mental note of it. AI Lu would not dare, she responded. The adventures of the three of them held little that required concealment, with the sole exception being the matter of the dark magic tome. Xenia pondered, seemingly deliberating how to broach a subject, and soon asked AI Lu, have you heard of the Betty family? AI Lu furrowed her brow, unsure of Xenia's intent, and replied, to answer your majesty, I am indeed aware of the Betty family. In the centuries since magic originated in this world, there arose a genius young mage from that family. I recall that this young man was recorded in the Book of Magical Origins, which I am aware of. Correct. The world-renowned genius young mage is indeed from the Betty family. However, you should also know that the Betty family is a noble lineage of the Kingdom of Xini. AI Lu acknowledged this, having heard that while the Betty family was noble, they showed no interest in the kingdom's political affairs. And in fact, none of their members resided in the capital. AI Lu, do you know of the innate magical bloodline theory? The innate magical bloodline theory? I have read that book, though not in great detail. The innate magical bloodline theory posits that individuals innately compatible with multiple magical systems should ideally select partners who are also compatible with multiple systems. Only when both partners possess such compatibility can their offspring inherit superior magical adaptability. Xenia scrutinized AI Lu's expression closely. Once, that genius young man was able to innately awaken 4 systems. But at that time, the concept of the magical bloodline theory did not exist. He chose to marry a person compatible with a single system. Consequently, the child born from that union lacked 1 system and could only innately adapt to 3 systems. In simpler terms, the Betty family ought to have been innately compatible with 4 systems, but due to that oversight, generations of Betty children could only innately adapt to 3 systems. Although being innately compatible with 3 systems is still quite extraordinary in this world. AI Lu's face revealed disbelief as she cautiously confirmed, Your Majesty, are you implying that? You are a clever girl, Xenia replied, retracting her gaze. I know that you share a close bond with Su Mu. He willingly carries you with him wherever he goes, which speaks volumes of his regard and care for you. AI Lu felt a tremor run through her body. Her lips parted as she struggled to find words. Xenia sighed. Though the Betty family is loyal to me, we have established certain agreements. Firstly, they shall not involve themselves in the political affairs of the Kingdom of Xini, although they will provide military support. Secondly, the royal family shall not interfere in the management of the Betty family. Thirdly, it is a requirement from the royal family that the spouses of the Betty family's children be chosen by the royal family. So, Your Majesty, do you mean to say that you want Su Mu too? Yes, that's Su Mu, who is compatible with all 7 magical systems, possesses an innate bloodline no less remarkable than that of the Betty family. Therefore, he would undoubtedly be the most suitable match for a spouse from the Betty family within the Kingdom of Xini. Moreover, it is likely that the children born of Su Mu and the Betty family will give rise to a new lineage. Xenia's eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce glint. This new lineage will undoubtedly become the sharpest sword in my grasp. I have faith in Su Mu's loyalty, and thus I trust the future lineage of his family. The children born of Su Mu and the Betty family will not only maintain his mastery of all 7 systems, but may even possess 6 or 5 systems. That would be an unparalleled achievement. AI Lu lowered her head, saying nothing, her hands clenched tightly, embodying a sense of unwillingness. Xenia turned around and, upon seeing AI Lu's demeanor, understood her feelings. I could see your feelings for Su Mu clearly when I first encountered you in the palace. We are both women, and I can easily discern the affection in your eyes. However, AI Lu, you must understand that if I recall correctly, you are innately compatible with a single system. If you and Su Mu were to have a future together, would you not feel remorse if your child's bloodline were to be affected? The weight of remorse struck AI Lu's heart heavily, causing her previously clenched fists to loosen. Do not take my words harshly or too directly. Your magical abilities are rather average, and you may not be able to assist Su Mu much while by his side. You should also realize that Su Mu's future development is not to be underestimated, barring unforeseen circumstances. He is destined to shine brightly in this world. His magical prowess will undoubtedly be unparalleled. He will bring renown to the Kingdom of Xini. Your Majesty, AI Lu understands. AI Lu, you truly comprehend, perhaps in the past. You could indeed aid Su Mu to some extent, but now the situation is changed. Being by Su Mu's side now may only hinder him, or perhaps it would merely hold him back. You cannot escape this predicament. Xenia shook her head. Unless you are willing to remain by Su Mu's side as a mere ornament, burdening and troubling him. AI Lu raised her head, her eyes reddened yet resolute, her expression displaying both pain and strength. I understand, Your Majesty. You may arrange everything as you see fit. Sensing AI Lu's determination, Xenia felt a pang of guilt within her heart. She sighed. This matter is my fault toward you, and I will compensate you in other ways if you do not mind. Once you return from the Magic Academy, I shall grant you a noble title and a fief. At that time, you can also naturally move away from Su Mu's home. AI Lu forced a smile. Have you already planned how I will leave Su Mu's side? Your Majesty? Xenia did not respond. After a moment of silence, she regretfully said, Lu, I am sorry for you. However, I am a king, and my actions are not entirely my own. That I do not expect you to understand my predicament. Nor do I ask you to consider my position. You may hate me, you may resent me, but I still wish to say that it is best for you to distance yourself from Su Mu. There is a young lady in the Betty family named Bettina, who, fortuitously, has already gone to the Magic Academy for further studies last year. This time, I plan to introduce Su Mu to her, Your Majesty. You may arrange as you see fit. Lu is unwell and will take her leave now, Lu said before exiting the temple, leaving Xenia staring blankly at her sorrowful figure. Xenia murmured to herself, have I truly made a mistake? Essentially, every noble in the Kingdom of Xini had the Holy Maiden to inscribe magical seals. After all, nobles required special treatment. The Holy Maiden believed that having encountered numerous so-called magical prodigies, she was witnessing someone with an innate affinity for all 7 types of magic for the very first time. Thus, the Holy Maiden found herself engaging in more conversation with Su Mu, eager to discern the differences between him and others. Her understanding of magical knowledge was no less than that of the mentors at the Magic Academy. Su Mu expressed the questions that plagued his mind, as some magical queries were beyond Lu's capability to answer. Despite never having studied magic, Su Mu harbored numerous speculations and hypotheses about it, which the Holy Maiden found intriguing. That as such, the two conversed for an extended period, until Su Mu suddenly realized that others were still waiting for them outside. Upon exiting, they discovered that Xenia and Lu had already departed, leaving behind a note stating that they had returned. Su Mu thought little of it, and, after expressing his gratitude to the Holy Maiden, left in haste. Upon returning home, Lu was engulfed in profound anguish within her room. In certain circumstances, a person can gain a clear understanding of oneself. One is when they are fervently striving, and the other is when they dare not strive any longer. Initially, Lu was determined to exert herself, for she longed to assist Su Mu, wishing to stand confidently by his side with her own abilities. However, Su Mu's progress and potential only served to cast her further behind, leaving her to futilely chase after him, praying that he might pause to glance back at her. Yet now, Lu found herself unwilling to exert effort any longer. Su Mu had better options, as Xenia had said, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Su Mu was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Lu was merely a fallen noble girl, possessing nothing but her kindness and gentleness, a smattering of basic and intermediate magic, and ultimately, nothing of substantial value. Unlike Barris, who wielded extraordinary swordsmanship to protect those around her, or Sleta, who possessed a keen intellect for subtle maneuvering, Lu was simply an ordinary girl. On her birthday a few days prior, Su Mu had shattered all her grievances and insecurities, yet now those remnants were formed like a hard stone, suffocating her heart. Sitting on the carpet, leaning against her bed, Lu buried her head in her knees. She endeavored to console herself, striving to be stronger, to bolster her own spirit. 6 months ago, I had nothing. In truth, I have merely returned to the beginning. Lu did not realize that this was a rather lamentable form of self-consolation. After all, whether in terms of time spent or the emotions invested over these past 6 months, it was indeed difficult to dismiss it all with a simple back to the beginning. Lu sought to comfort herself. However, tears silently fell, and she thought, if only she had perished in her fief for months ago, Su Mu would not have to face such a dilemma. He could heed Queen Xinia's advice and choose a more suitable partner. Every choice bears its own price, and accepting the consequences is a quality expected of an adult. Ailu felt that her choice to be with Su Mu was a gamble she was willing to take, aware that she might lose. Yet when the time came for her to step away, she found herself at a loss. The unwillingness was palpable. Why must it be her who must depart? At that moment, Ailu jolted awake, suddenly recalling that object. She hurriedly retrieved the pillow from her bed. Swiftly extracting the dark magic tome from within, cradling this roaring beast in her hands, she gently traced the ebony patterns on its cover. If only I could wield dark magic. Ailu understood all too well that, with her current capabilities, catching up to Su Mu was akin to climbing a mountain. But must she truly delve into dark magic? In the eyes of this world, dark magic is considered filthy and corrupt. Anyone who utilizes it is destined for damnation. The Magic Academy of Kale Kingdom had once imparted this lesson to its students, and Ailu had etched those words deeply into her memory. I cannot learn it. Should I pursue dark magic? Su Mu would no longer cherish me. I would become tainted, and the world would cast me aside. Just as Ailu took a deep breath, preparing to return the dark magic tome to its hiding place, the words of Xinia echoed in her mind. Your magical abilities are mediocre. You may be of no help to Su Mu. Being by Su Mu's side will only hinder him, or rather, drag him down. You cannot escape this predicament, unless you are willing to remain a decorative vase beside Su Mu, burdening him, troubling him. Ailu's eyes gradually shifted from a state of numbness to clarity. What is love? Love is desire, love is protection, love is sacrifice. Ultimately, the dark magic tome in Ailu's hands opened to its first page. After a century, the dark magic tome had never been turned, yet now it faced the world once more. As Ailu opened it, she felt her mind clearer than ever before. Her resolve solidified in that moment. Even if Su Mu ultimately does not choose me, even if I must inevitably part from Su Mu, I will not concede so easily. Su Mu once stated that while dark magic is indeed perilous and murky, it ultimately depends on the wielder. Ailu. Not that the dark magic I learn will only be used in times of necessity and will never harm another's life. Upon returning home, Su Mu learned that Ailu had already retired to her room for rest. He contemplated awakening her to share his joy, yet at such an hour, it would carry an air of intrusion. After some deliberation, Su Mu opted to return to his own chamber, as he had matters to attend to. That was to experiment with magic. Su Mu felt like a child who had just acquired a long-desired toy, and thus, he was eager to play. Once back in his bedroom, he settled onto his bed, closed his eyes, and attempted to connect with the 7 magical seals within him. Shortly, 7 colored magical seals began to materialize around Su Mu, swirling in a dance. Upon sensing the change, Su Mu opened his eyes and beamed at the vibrant spectacle before him. The energies of the 7 seals did not possess the same potency as when they were first inscribed. Instead, they felt somewhat diminished, akin to newborns who had just obediently formed a circle around Su Mu, only to suddenly break loose and scatter in chaos. The seals were no longer orderly, but rather, they darted about like mischievous children, relishing in their playful antics, yet remaining tethered to Su Mu. Su Mu attempted to establish contact with them, but received no response. These 7 unruly seals completely ignored him. Frustration welled within Su Mu, though he inwardly consoled himself. After all, they were his seals. He should be more indulgent with them. Chapter 37, The Fire Seal. Just as Su Mu was adjusting his mindset, an unexpected event occurred. The confined space around him was limited, and the red and blue seals inadvertently collided. It seemed as if an unseen force compelled them, and they instantly became entangled, akin to 2 rowdy children in a scuffle. Seeing this, Su Mu rushed to intervene, only for the white and black seals on the other side to collide as well. Joining the fray like the previous pair, Su Mu felt a rush of anxiety. Sensing that the energy from the 4 entangled seals was gradually waning, this was not a good omen. Should any one of those seals deplete its energy, it would be Su Mu who bore the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, the other 3 seals sat quietly to the side, munching on treats, observing the chaotic tussle. After much effort, Su Mu managed to separate the red and blue seals, only to find them exchanging hostile glances before re-engaging in their brawl. Su Mu could feel perspiration on his forehead. No wonder the Holy Maiden advised that if the 4 seals were not well trained, it was best to keep them apart. However, due to Su Mu's innate affinity for the 7 magical systems, the 4 seals that were at odds within him did not cause any upheaval. Otherwise, like the young prodigy from the Betty family, the innate fire seal and the acquired water seal would have clashed violently within his body. Yet, these 2 seals remained calm within Su Mu, But once they exited his body, it became a life-or-death struggle. As Sumu found himself powerless to separate the feuding seals, he decided to withdraw all 7 magical seals back into his body. Out of sight, out of mind, and at least they couldn't fight if they remained within him. After a brief respite to regain his composure, Sumu took a deep breath and summoned the seals once more. However, this time he only called forth the fire seal. The fire seal materialized before him, twisting and turning in a rather anthropomorphic manner, seemingly in search of the water seal it had just battled. Noticing the fire seal's energy was somewhat diminished, Sumu felt a pang of sympathy. He began to instruct the fire seal, yet before he could utter more than a few words, the fire seal turned tail and fled, completely disregarding him. At last, the fiery magic seal darted around like a mischievous child, while Sumu's mind trailed behind like a weary father, incessantly nagging, hoping that the fire magic seal would heed his words. Time passed unheeded, and as Sumu's mental state deteriorated and neared exhaustion, the fire magic seal finally came to a halt, seemingly ready to listen to what Sumu had to say. Upon realizing that he could finally establish a connection with the fire magic seal, Sumu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Subsequently, he engaged with the fire magic seal in a manner akin to a father nurturing his child. Although the fire magic seal was rambunctious, it gradually became more obedient. The saintess had previously informed Sumu that if he wished for the magic seal to assist him in casting spells, he must cultivate a sense of intimacy with it, fostering trust. This was the first step in utilizing magic. Furthermore, to wield higher-level spells, such as mid-tier and high-tier magic, the magic seal would need to grow stronger. Only with a robust energy reserve could it unleash such powerful spells. The energy reserve of the magic seal was fundamental to a person's ability to use magic. If the magic seal's energy were depleted through spell casting, the master could choose to either cease the magic or continue using it. However, persisting in casting spells after the magic seal's energy was exhausted would be akin to exploiting the seal itself, which could severely harm it and even adversely affect the master's mental state. For instance, for months prior, the Ilu magic seal had been compelled to use healing magic to save Sleta despite its already limited energy, resulting in Ilu suffering from persistent headaches and fatigue for several days, needing nearly 2 months of recovery to regain her vitality. The distinction between single-type and dual-type magic seals goes beyond the mere ability to cast spells from different schools, under consistent cultivation. Those with dual-type seals can wield double the magical energy compared to those with single-type seals. This means that if a person with a single-type magic seal can cast 7 fireballs, a dual-type seal user can cast 14. Although the attributes of the seals do not intermingle, the energy within them is interconnected. This explains why most individuals aspire to possess multi-type magic seals. However, it does not imply that single-type magic users cannot defeat their dual-type counterparts. As long as they cultivate their seals effectively, their magical energy reserves can also become substantial. The challenge lies in the fact that as a magic seal matures, every fraction of growth becomes exceedingly difficult, making the awakening of an additional type of magic seal the most prudent choice for rapidly enhancing one's power. Sumu, having innately awakened 7 types of seals, found himself at a higher starting point than others, as his magical energy reserves vastly surpassed those of others just beginning their journey, by a factor of 7 or more. Theoretically, Sumu could deplete his opponent's magical energy with even the simplest attack spell, thus achieving victory. However, in reality, numerous factors must be considered. The true terror of a 7-type magic user lies in their ability to employ the most suitable spell for any given situation or environment. Some spellcasters, due to their magic seal affiliations, may find themselves unable to utilize spells from other schools in specific situations, often resorting to carrying scrolls of alternative spells. Sumu, however, harbored no such concerns. After enduring Sumu's ramblings for a considerable duration, the fire magic seal finally became compliant, growing closer to him and beginning to respond to his requests. Sumu sighed with relief upon witnessing this transformation. The reason he prioritized the cultivation of the fire magic seal was straightforward. He could only currently cast fire spells, all of which were taught to him by Ilu, leaving him unfamiliar with spells from other schools. With his left hand cradling the air, he silently recited the incantation for the fireball spell. Soon, he felt a searing energy coalesce in his palm, swirling as if it were on the verge of taking physical form. Just as Sumu anticipated the birth of the fireball, the intense energy dissipated entirely before he could revel in his achievement. Stunned, he turned to the side to observe the fire magic seal. Noting that its energy had not diminished significantly, it was evident that casting a basic fireball spell would not drain its energy. Why, then, had the fireball not materialized? Suddenly, a thought struck Sumu. Ailu had previously mentioned that when she first invoked the fire spell, the incantation was not merely for aesthetics but was intended to strengthen her bond with the magic seal and enhance the spell's potency. Typically, when the connection with the magic seal is weak or when casting magic for the first time, reciting the incantation proves beneficial for both the user and the seal. "O great god of flames, grant me the power of fire magic." Sumu awkwardly articulated the peculiar incantation, feeling quite out of place as he was not a native of this world and struggled to recall commonly used prayers. He found the act of reciting the incantation to be exceedingly embarrassing. While uttering the incantation, Sumu did not forget to attempt the fireball spell once more. This time, the searing energy began to pool in his palm again, becoming increasingly potent and, unlike before, it did not vanish. Ultimately, the swirling energy in his palm transformed into a tangible flame, its core resembling a round orb, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the room. Sumu felt the heat of the fireball on his face and could not help but smile. The process of casting the fireball spell typically involves 4 steps: creation, maintenance, movement, and explosion. This signifies that the fireball is born from the incantation, maintained to prevent its energy from waning, directed towards a target, and finally detonated upon impact. Sumu, however, neglected to recite the maintenance incantation, causing the fireball to extinguish shortly thereafter, wasting energy in the process. A smile crept upon Sumu's lips, filled with joy at having successfully cast magic for the first time. Realizing that this was the sensation of wielding magic, he glanced at the red magic seal nearby, noting a slight depletion in its energy, and promptly summoned it back into his body to recuperate and replenish its energy. Cultivating a magic seal is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day. It requires patience and gradual progress. The most crucial task at hand was to ensure that the other 6 magic seals listened to him, just as the fire magic seal had. For what use were numerous seals if they did not heed their master's commands? Subsequently, Sumu summoned the water magic seal, which had just engaged in a playful tussle with the fire magic seal, and began his paternal admonishments once more. Sleta found it rather peculiar that after Sumu and Ailu returned from their outing the previous night, both had suddenly become reclusive. Although Sumu was not one for frequent outings, he typically joined everyone for meals and practiced swordplay with Bales in the backyard daily. Yet today, he had barely ventured out of his room, with the sole exception being a brief appearance driven by hunger. Sleta observed Sumu's poor state, dark circles forming under his eyes. However, what puzzled her even more was Ailu. Ailu had not emerged to join her for lessons in court etiquette, instead secluding herself alone in her room with an air of mystery. Had Sleta not received a response when she knocked on Ailu's door, she might have feared that Ailu had taken up residence in someone else's bed. Sleta was a self-sufficient and independent child. Even without Ailu's company, she was content to travel to court alone to learn etiquette. However, she was deeply concerned for the two of them, as their behavior had been exceedingly unusual. Sumu was one thing. She had never considered her brother to be entirely normal, and she could accept his eccentricities, but Ailu's sudden change was a source of worry for Sleta. Fortunately, 2 days later, Ailu appeared before Sleta, her demeanor restored to normal as she resumed attending court etiquette lessons with her, choosing not to mention her 2-day seclusion. Sleta, attempting to probe her for answers, noted Ailu's unyielding silence and serene smile, as if nothing had transpired, leaving Sleta hesitant to press further. Could it be that her brother and Ailu had quarreled? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she promptly dismissed it. How could her brother possibly have a falling out with Ailu? Chapter 38. Departure. A few days later, the queen's servant arrived at Sumu's residence. It was only upon the servant's reminder that Sumu realized it was time to head to the Magic Academy. Recognizing that cultivating magic seals was a gradual process and that he had perhaps been overly eager, after adjusting his state of mind, Sumu accompanied the servant to the Xini palace, where Queen Xini had matters to discuss with him before his departure to the Magic Academy. As he prepared to leave, Sumu contemplated inviting Ailu along, but she declined with a smile, and he did not press the issue further. In the personal library of the Xini palace, surrounded by a plethora of bookshelves, Queen Xini, draped in a black velvet robe, stood at a table, engrossed in writing. "Your Majesty, Sumu, you've arrived. How have you fared these past few days? To be honest, I've been embroiled in a battle of wits with the magic seals, nearly reaching the brink of mental collapse." Xini regarded the man before her, who seemed oblivious to the concept of reverence, with a hint of exasperation. "The second batch of knight candidates departed a few days ago, and here you and Ailu remain at home. Speak, when do you plan to set off? Isn't there some preparation to be done?" "I estimate it will take 2 or 3 days." Xini frowned, disapproving of the lengthy preparations. I've arranged for the carriage and essential supplies to be ready in advance. You are to depart tomorrow. Sumu raised an eyebrow in surprise. What's the rush? There are matters that require your attention. Xini paused her writing, seemingly having completed her task. Do you recall the initial assignment I entrusted to you and Ailu? Sumu furrowed his brow. Is it regarding Princess Xini? Indeed. Xenia pressed her exclusive seal onto the documents she had written. There are 2 letters. One is for you to find my sister at the right moment and deliver it to her. Su Muchi paused for a moment before asking, Isn't the princess blind? Xenia shot Su Muchi a glance. It's nothing. You'll understand when the time comes and you deliver the letter. All right. And what about the other letter? This one is somewhat special. I need you to assist me in delivering it to a girl named Bettina. Bettina. Su Muchi was hearing this name for the first time. What is so special about this girl? Indeed. There is something special. Do you remember the prodigious young mage I mentioned before? I do. The one who awakened 4 types of magic innately and later mastered 2 more on his own. Su Muchi smiled. If Her Majesty wishes to discuss the relationship between magical seals, there is no need. The Saintess already informed me about it some time ago. I trust the Saintess with her endeavors. Naturally, she wouldn't repeat what she has already said. What is it? That prodigious young man is from the Bettina family, who pledged allegiance to the Xenia royal family over a century ago. Oh, so you mean to say that the Bettina girl you mentioned also has an innate awakening of 4 types? The Saintess also spoke to me about bloodline inheritance. Xenia shook her head, neatly packaged the 2 letters, and handed them to Su Muchi. No, Bettina has only awakened 3 types innately. Su Muchi felt somewhat puzzled. Yet he refrained from inquiring further, waiting for Xenia's subsequent words. After all, it couldn't merely be about delivering a letter. Bettina is a good girl, gentle and composed, and the Bettina family serves as a crucial support for our Xenia royal family. I need you to foster a good relationship with her. Su Muchi, holding the 2 letters, asked curiously, Is that all? Of course, just remember not to bully her. I have a feeling you wouldn't be able to. Anyway, Xenia chuckled and shook her head, seemingly reluctant to divulge more. Don't forget, maintaining a good rapport with her is beneficial for both of us. Su Muchi nodded, deciding to address it later. After all, asking too many questions now would be futile. Once he arrived at the Magic Academy, he would have the final say. After all, you are the captain of the Royal Knights. Once at the Magic Academy, you will encounter many knight candidates. If any catch your fancy or seem useful, you can determine their fates. Su Muchi felt quite confident regarding this matter. As captain, it would be remiss of him not to assess the knight candidates thoroughly once at the Magic Academy. After all, one should fulfill their responsibilities. After listening to a few more of Xenia's reminders, Su Muchi took his leave. Xenia allowed him only a day to prepare, so he needed to manage his time wisely. As they were to depart the following day, upon returning home, Su Muchi gathered the other 2 members of his small team, informing them of their imminent journey to the Magic Academy the next morning. Ailu and Sleta seemed to have mentally prepared themselves and were not surprised. Ailu then retreated to her room to pack her belongings, while Su Muchi kept Sleta behind, earnestly advising her not to allow anyone to bully her while they were away. Sleta nodded vigorously, like a woodpecker. Su Muchi also handed Sleta the key to his small vault in his bedroom, instructing her to take money from there if she needed it. Upon hearing this, Sleta nearly drooled. Su Muchi had saved quite a sum over the past 6 months, and Sleta had a rough idea of how much that was, at least 300 gold coins. While this amount might not be significant to other nobles, it was a considerable fortune for Sleta, especially considering the minimal expenses for the staff in the courtyard. This money would suffice for her needs. Su Muchi then called for Barris, instructing her to take good care of Sleta. Barris swore once more on her life, which reassured Su Muchi greatly. He also reminded her to send urgent letters to him if anything were to happen. Once everything was arranged, Su Muchi finally sighed in relief. After all, he had left Sleta with the power emblem, sufficient funds, and with Barris to guard and protect her. There shouldn't be any significant issues. Upon returning to his bedroom, the first thing Su Muchi did was not to pack but to sleep. These past few days had been exhausting, tormented by the 7 magical seals, and now he could finally enjoy a good rest. As for his luggage, he trusted Ailu to pack it for him ahead of time. The next day, the carriage prepared by Xenia was waiting at Su Muchi's doorstep. The accompanying servants dared not rush Su Muchi and his companions, merely smiling apologetically and saying there was no hurry. However, Ailu was aware that they were already running late for their journey to the Magic Academy. The second batch of knight candidates had already arrived there, and with their departure still pending, it was indeed somewhat irregular. Prompted by Ailu, Su Muchi finally got up just in time to board the carriage. Accompanied by Sleta and Barris, the carriage rolled away from the capital. The carriage was modestly decorated but not as lavish as the one that had previously taken them to Sumuchi's home, as it was intended for long-distance travel, where practicality took precedence over opulence. The sofa inside the carriage was quite comfortable, enveloping one in a refreshing embrace akin to a cool stream. Alu, glancing at Sumuchi, stifling a yawn, casually inquired, "By the way, what did the queen say to you yesterday?" Sumuchi had not given it much thought. In his eyes, it was only natural for Ailu to inquire about his affairs, nothing much. Just some talk about the princess and a girl named Bettina. Upon hearing Bettina's name, Ailu's heart skipped a beat, yet her expression remained unchanged. "Oh, what about Bettina? Looks like you know her." Ailu smiled. "I don't know Bettina personally, but the Bettina family is quite renowned in the Xenia kingdom. How could I not be aware of them?" Sumuchi blinked. "Well, the queen didn't mention anything specific about her. She just gave me 2 letters. One for the princess and the other for that girl named Bettina. The queen also mentioned that building a good relationship with Bettina would be beneficial for both of us." Ailu sighed internally. "Is that so?" Sumuchi seemed completely oblivious to Xenia's intentions. But perhaps ignorance was bliss. Sitting side by side with Ailu, Sumuchi turned to her and said, "Could you sit a bit further away?" Ailu was taken aback. Could you just sit a little farther?" Hearing Sumuchi's words, Ailu felt a pang of hurt. Did he really want to distance himself from her? Amid her swirling doubts, Ailu dejectedly moved a bit further away, taking a seat closer to the carriage window. However, Sumuchi simply tilted his head and rested it on Ailu's lap, using it as a pillow. Ailu was astonished, while Sumuchi wore a look of nonchalance, inhaling Ailu's delicate fragrance and smiling. Concerned, "Your thighs aren't very fleshy. You should eat more." Ailu's face flushed crimson, and after a moment of silence, she gently ruffled Sumuchi's hair. "Being plump doesn't look good. Don't be ridiculous. You'd look good even if you were a bit chubby." Sumuchi felt Ailu's tenderness and asked, "By the way, why have you been cooped up in your room for the past few days? Sleta was quite worried about you." Ailu smiled softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was just working hard like you. After all, your growth rate will surpass mine in the future, and if I don't put in some effort, I might just get left behind." "Don't say that. I would never abandon you." Ailu felt a swell of emotion at his words. "Then why did you ask me to leave 4 months ago? That was different. That was then. And this is now. Just look at our current relationship." Ailu's heart raced, seemingly seeking confirmation. "Then what is our current relationship?" "Well, you are the mistress of our household, so what do you think our relationship is?" Sumuchi felt a bit bashful. If he were bolder, he would have called her his girlfriend, mistress? Hearing Sumuchi's affirmation, Ailu felt a surge of sentiment. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I will strive to be better." "What do you need to work hard for? You're already doing well." Ailu chuckled. I will work hard to be a good mistress of our home." "You silly." At this moment, Ailu felt a renewed sense of confidence, not because she intended to compete with Bettina for Sumuchi, but because she believed Sumuchi held her in his heart. She felt that all her efforts were worth it, regardless of whether she would still be by his side in the future. She would not regret the choices she made or the pages she turned. Sumuchi reached out and gently grasped Ailu's delicate hand, expressing concern. "Honestly, I am still somewhat worried about leaving Sleta in the capital. You left her the power emblem, provided sufficient funds, and Barris is there to protect her. What else is there to worry about? I'm worried she might be bullied. You know how those officials in the Xenia court feel about me." Ailu shook her head with a smile. "You underestimate Sleta. I think it's remarkable that she hasn't bullied anyone. How could she possibly be bullied herself?" Chapter 39. Unable to wait as Sumuchi and Ailu departed. The invisible shackles that bound Sleta dissipated like grains of sand, quietly scattering. Wearing black velvet gloves, with a hat too sophisticated for her age perched atop her small head, Sleta clutched the small fan Sumuchi had gifted her. After watching Sumuchi and Ailu leave from the courtyard entrance, she stood there, lost in thought. The butler, Erlin, and Barris, who had come out to see them off, waited nearby, somewhat apprehensively. With the departure of Sumu and Ailu, it can be said that no one is left to restrain the young master. The servants and bells remain entirely unaware of what reckless decisions Sleta might make. Sleta had not commanded them to return, leaving everyone to wait in the courtyard, too fearful to move. Setting aside everything else, Sleta's status already places her among the ranks of the aspiring nobility. Once Sumu returns in 2 years to be granted his title and lands, she, as his sister, will naturally become a member of the aristocracy, not to mention that these servants were specifically hired to attend to them. "Bells. Young master." Sleta, tapping her small fan, inquired with a smile, "Do you remember the promise you made to me?" Bells paused for a moment before responding. "Previously, Bells vowed to protect you with my life, without any pretense. That is not what I meant. What then? Bells asked, perplexed. Sleta cast a sidelong glance at Bells. When we first met, you said you would be willing to kill and set fire at my command. At this revelation, the nearby servants bristled with alarm, and Bells stared in shock. However, after a moment, she spoke with conviction. Naturally, the words I have spoken are not to be regretted, regardless of what the young master asks of me. Even if it involves killing or arson, I shall never decline. Good. Sleta turned and commanded. Butler, I require a carriage prepared for my outing before dusk, and Erlon shall accompany me. The butler acknowledged her request and immediately set off to make the necessary arrangements. Bells, I have heard that your family is not faring well in the capital. Indeed, there is no one particularly outstanding in my family. When I was a knight, my meager salary was all we had to live on. But now, Bells spoke with a hint of shame. Not to worry, how many men in your family can afford weapons now? Bells hesitated. If we gather them, there are nearly 20. Young master, what do you mean? What are they all doing in the capital now? They are mostly assisting in various shops and some serve as servants in other households. Sleta looked at Bells and smiled. Then go back and tell these men that if they are willing to serve the Sumu family, I will provide for their food and lodging. Bells was taken aback, furrowing her brow. Young master, what exactly do you wish for these people in my family to do? Nothing much. Just look. Sleta gestured towards the courtyard entrance. Do you not think there are too few people here? Did not my brother mention just a few days ago that the courtyard feels rather sparse? A courtyard this large ought to be lively. A sense of foreboding crept into Bells' heart. Everyone knew Sleta cherished tranquility. Even when she first arrived at the Sumu residence, a mere brief conversation with the butler had earned her a disdainful look from Sleta. The notion that Sleta enjoyed a lively atmosphere was simply preposterous. Bells, look, the entrance to the courtyard lacks guards, and the rear courtyard also requires personnel to be stationed. The flower beds have not been kept clean lately. Sleta began to pick apart the aspects of the courtyard that displeased her. Moreover, since my brother trusts you as a sister, I shall naturally trust you as well, and I believe in your family's loyalty. Thus, I am offering you this excellent opportunity, for I do not wish to recruit some unknown individuals from outside. If only it were that simple. Bells sighed internally. Although she could be rather obstinate, she was not foolish. Sleta appeared to be plotting something, but this did not concern her too much, for as Sleta had said, this was indeed an opportunity. Working for the nobility would yield a decent salary, and with Sleta promising to cover food and lodging, it was simply too good to refuse. Moreover, they would be serving their own master. Bells bowed. Very well. Young master, I shall make the arrangements. If you lack armor and weapons, go purchase some. You may seek funds from the butler. As Bells prepared to leave to make the arrangements, she hesitated and mustered the courage to ask, Young master, is that all? Sleta was momentarily taken aback by the question. She opened her fan with a somewhat enigmatic smile. Of course, it is not that simple. I hope you can arrange everything quickly. It should not be a problem before dusk, for I find myself rather eager. Not a problem. Bells, unnerved by Sleta's smile, turned and hurried off. With those nearby now preoccupied, Sleta returned to Sumu's bedroom to retrieve 50 gold coins, tossing them to the butler to manage her arrangements. She then returned to her own room, sitting comfortably in a chair as she gazed at the courtyard scenery with a sense of leisurely contentment. She softly addressed Erlon beside her. Erlon, young master, what do you think? What does one seek in life? Erlon, puzzled, contemplated before replying, I cannot speak for others, but I simply wish to have enough to eat and sleep well, and perhaps find a good family to live with for the rest of my days. Is that so? Sleta appeared taken aback. Once, I was like you. When I was hungry, I only wished for a bite of bread. When thirsty, just a sip of pure water. When cold, merely an extra tattered cloak. Erlon knew that Sleta, Sumu, and Ai Lu hailed from the Kale Kingdom, but was unaware of their past lives. Hearing her noble young master recount such memories was indeed astonishing. That Sleta's expression of self-satisfaction faded, replaced by a more neutral demeanor. Had it not been for my brother, I would not be here today. Once, I sought only temporary sustenance, but now I long for something I cannot see, touch, or even comprehend. Listening to Sleta's musings, Erlon felt a surge of fear, yet this was the first time she was close enough to hear Sleta's soliloquy clearly. Finally, before dusk, Bells returned with a dozen men. These were all men from Bells' family, ranging from those in their 40s to those just 16, each clad in light armor. Perhaps due to Bells' ancestral swordsmanship, they all wielded hefty two-handed swords. The men lined up in the courtyard, awaiting Sleta's arrival. The men wore expressions of joy. After all, Bells had pledged allegiance to the nobility, and as the captain of the Royal Knights, her future prospects were promising. The opportunity to guard the Sumu residence was truly exceptional. If their relationship flourished, Bell's family could become affiliated with the Sumu family. With the support of a noble house, their family's future would undoubtedly improve. Yet, Bells found it difficult to share in their joy. It was not fear that troubled her, but rather her inability to fathom Sleta's intentions. From her understanding of Sleta, she was certain that Sleta would not engage in meaningless endeavors. If it were merely to conform to the customary nobility's need for guards and servants to enliven the courtyard. Such arrangements should not have been delayed until now. That if Sleta had mentioned Su Mu's observation of the courtyard sparsity a few days prior, why had she not arranged for it then? As Bells pondered, Sleta stepped out through the grand entrance. Bells approached and bowed. "Young master." The men in line behind her looked up in surprise, taken aback by the realization that the so-called young master was so young. Sleta nodded. Upon seeing the young master's cherubic visage, the men felt a twinge of oddity within themselves. When Bells had summoned them, she had spoken of a command from the young master that must be obeyed. They had expected the young master to be at least 15 years old. Yet here stood a girl who appeared barely over 10. Sleta's expression remained impassive as she surveyed the men before her, gesturing for a few to step forward. Though they found the situation peculiar, they maintained their respect. Despite her youth, she undeniably exuded the inherent pride of nobility. "Those I have indicated will be arranged by the butler. The rest shall accompany me on my outing." Sleta did not address the men directly, but merely turned to Bells and instructed her. Afterward, she ascended into the carriage awaiting her at the courtyard entrance, accompanied by Erlon. Seeing this, Bells had no choice but to finalize the personnel and line them up to begin their duties beside the carriage. Once they were aboard, Erlon prepared to set the carriage in motion. Sleta had already provided her with the destination. As the carriage rolled forth, 2 lines of light-armored guards followed behind, with Bells by the carriage side, ready to respond at Sleta's signal. Before long, the carriage halted in front of an opulent inn in the northern city. Erlon promptly disembarked, assisting Sleta down from the carriage. The men behind them, though they did not whisper amongst themselves, exchanged glances, uncertain of the purpose of their visit to this establishment. This inn was among the finest in the northern city, renowned for its exquisite cuisine and top-tier service. And they were left wondering what the young master had in store for them. As Sleta alighted from the carriage, Barris could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to inquire eagerly, "Young master, what exactly are we to do today?" Sleta, clutching a delicate fan, appeared lost in thought as she gazed at the opulent hotel before her, and replied nonchalantly, "Today, we are here to smash this establishment." Chapter 40. Disguising as nobility. Barris could hardly believe her ears. "Young master, what did you say?" Though Elon, standing nearby, was also taken aback. She felt an odd sense of acceptance. It seemed that whatever this young master decided to do would no longer astonish her. "Smash?" Sleta scoffed. "I have long yearned to demolish this shabby place. Had it not been for my brother's knighthood still being in the process of bestowal and his presence in the capital, I would have done so already. Otherwise, on the day I am ennobled, this establishment would have faced my wrath. Barris, do you have any idea how long I have borne this? I have ruminated on it day and night, even losing sleep over the desire to raise this place. But young master, it seems that there are several court officials behind this hotel. Are you truly serious?" Barris, unaware of the events that transpired within the hotel, instinctively cautioned against such recklessness. "Oh." Sleta raised an eyebrow. "Court officials? You say? That only strengthens my resolve." She recalled how the court officials had vehemently obstructed Su Mu's appointment as captain of the knightly order, igniting her fury. Although he had been appointed, the most fundamental ceremony of investiture had yet to take place. The guards nearby began to whisper amongst themselves. They were about to destroy the very hotel they had never even had the means to patronize before. The young master is not afraid, but rather perplexed. Sleta looked up at Barris and nodded. "It is only natural for you to be bewildered. When my brother, Sister Ilu, and I first arrived in the capital, we sought out this very hotel. However, it refused to accommodate outsiders, and we were unaware of this beforehand. The innkeeper did not inform us directly, which might have been inconsequential, but alas, the innkeeper dared to insult my brother. He claimed my brother was a country bumpkin and that we had never seen the world. He even said my brother would never become a noble." Barris was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an incident. At that moment, I publicly vowed that if I were to become a noble, I would certainly demolish this establishment. Thus, I have come today," Sleta huffed. Had my brother been here to witness my intention to destroy this place, he would undoubtedly have joined me. However, I do not wish to put him in a difficult position, as such matters are ultimately not fitting for nobility. Therefore, I deliberately awaited the departure of my brother and sister before acting. After all, I am but a child. They cannot hold my brother accountable for my actions. Understood. Young master, Barris comprehends. Upon learning the reason behind the animosity towards Sumu, Barris felt a swell of indignation. After all, Sumu was the captain of the Royal Knightly Order, representing the dignity of the Xini royal family and, moreover, her loyal master. My brother has always stood by his word, and I, Sleta, shall do the same. Barris, would you have me become a disloyal noble? Barris bowed respectfully. I shall surely safeguard the dignity and honor of the young master. Fear not. I shall bear the burden of this matter alone. Sleta's eyes gleamed with determination. Barris nodded and turned to command the guards. Barris, is the young master jesting? To smash this establishment, a young guard, somewhat familiar with Barris, stepped forward to inquire. Is there a question? Barris retorted sternly. Though they were all from her family, she rarely saw most of them, and their relationships were not particularly deep. Do not jest. How could we heed the words of a mere child? The young guard, unable to contain his concern, added, we must not bring shame upon the family. Before he could finish, Barris slapped him across the face, leaving the nearby men stunned. If you are afraid, then leave. Barris glared. This is the young master's command. And thus it is my master's command. If you cannot comply, then get out. Do not worry that fleeing will earn the master's ire. I will intercede for you. The young master will not blame you. Even if blame must be assigned, I shall bear it alone. I ask you once, will you comply or not? If not, then leave. Having spent a considerable amount of time at Sumu's home, Barris had done little besides accompany Sumu in sword practice. And after his awakening ceremony, he spent all his days in his chamber nurturing his magical seal. This cessation of training left Barris feeling unproductive, unable to showcase her worth. And she could not let Sumu and the others see her capabilities. This left her feeling uneasy. Alu required nothing of her, nor did Sumu. Now, with the young master needing her, she vowed to act, no matter how unreasonable the task. The men of the family, despite doing nothing, could not sway her loyalty and devotion. The young guard, bewildered by the slap, had never seen Barris so resolute. Yet now their statuses had shifted. He was merely a hired guard, while Barris was a noble's attendant, wielding the privilege of bearing the noble insignia. Barris, we are willing. Tell us what you wish us to do. A slightly older man stepped forward, pulling the young guard along and offering an apology. It is the young master's wishes that you shall follow. Barris hissed. Her teeth clenched in anger. If the young master commands you to prostrate on the ground and bark like dogs, should you dare to frown, I shall sever your heads. Do not let me appear foolish in front of the master. I do not wish for those I called here from home to be so cowardly. Yes. Sleta observed closely, nodding at Barris' words and actions. No wonder Sumu placed such trust in Barris. The opulent hotel was lavishly decorated, surpassing even some noble residences. The surfaces glimmered with tiny magical crystals, and the candle flames on each table emitted a soft glow, creating a beautiful ambience. The first floor was spacious, divided into two areas, one for dining guests, bustling with patrons as evening approached, and the other, a dedicated counter for handling guest affairs. Laughter and merriment filled the air, though the sounds were subdued. At that moment, the hotel doors swung open, and a throng of individuals poured in. Leading the charge were two squads of light-armored guards, each bearing heavy two-handed swords, their expressions grave and serious. The light-armored guards cleared a path, standing to the side as diners looked on in curiosity. Such a display was quite rare in the North City, particularly since it belonged to the Xini court, and most nobles would refrain from presenting such an imposing formation, as it could be seen as ostentatious. The counter staff exchanged apprehensive glances with the hotel owner. Just then, three figures appeared at the entrance. The forefront was a very young child, Sleta, adorned with a black flat-brimmed hat and dressed in a black formal gown that Sumu had purchased for her in Ilu's territory. Her small hands were encased in black fur gloves, and she clutched her fan. Following her were Barris and Elon. It was Elon's first time attending such an event, and compared to the other guard's solemnity, she appeared somewhat anxious. Barris, on the other hand, wore a mask of indifference, scanning the hotel patrons with the fierce demeanor of a guard dog. Sleta approached a table, her petite stature barely reaching its height, and felt a surge of anger as she extended her hand to topple it. However, upon exerting herself, she realized she lacked the strength to budge it. With a huff, she stepped back, calling out, Barris, Varys understood Sleta's intent immediately. She rushed forward and, with a swift motion, flipped the table over, sending it crashing to the floor, scattering its contents in all directions. The hotel owner, initially expecting a noble patron to pass through, had just begun to muster a conciliatory smile when the scene before him froze his expression in alarm. Varys shouted, "Who is your owner? Come forth." The hotel owner, sensing impending doom, hurried over. "I am." Varys seized the innkeeper by his collar, berating him. "Is it you who had the audacity to insult my master?" The innkeeper, taken aback by Varys' accusation, hastily waved his hands. "Madam, you must be mistaken. I do not know you, nor do I know your master." "Oh." Sleta unfurled her fan, coldly inquiring, "Innkeeper, do you remember me?" As Varys released the innkeeper's collar, he lowered his gaze to Sleta, squinting as he recalled her familiar visage. Though he had thought her a mere travel-worn girl not long ago, he now recognized her as the noble child before him. Exclaiming in astonishment, You are that rude child from that day." Varys pushed closer. "Who do you dare to call rude? Mind your words, or I shall have your tongue severed, and ensure your eyes are fixed properly. My master is the captain of the Royal Knightly Order, and this young lady is my master's sister. And the reason we have come today is to fulfill the vow once made by our young master." The innkeeper appeared somewhat bewildered. Glancing around, "Madam, are you jesting? You claim that the girl I saw over 10 days ago is now a noble?" At that moment, the innkeeper suddenly noticed the light-armored guards and the furious female warrior before him. Neither of them bore any noble insignia, and even the noble gown worn by Sleta displayed no such emblem. "Good heavens, now I understand. You are mere pretenders to nobility, without even a single insignia," the innkeeper exclaimed, drawing the attention of the nearby diners. Bar shouted in anger, "Do you even know what you're saying?" The guards of the North City had been stationed nearby, having witnessed Sleta and her entourage's imposing demeanor. Yet they remained still, observing the unfolding scene without intervening. The innkeeper caught sight of the guards and hastily waved. "Guards, there are commoners masquerading as nobility. This is a capital offense. Come, seize them." Chapter 41. Smash it for me. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. However, the innkeeper remained oblivious to their strange behavior, laughing heartily at the diminutive Sleta. "I see now. You thought to impersonate a noble and bring along hired help to disrupt my establishment? Tell me, little girl, have you lost your wits? I let your earlier rudeness slide, but you ought to know that the first batch of knight recruits has yet to return from the Magic Academy. How could Queen Xini appoint a knight captain? If you must lie, at least choose a more credible identity. Guards, come quickly and apprehend these miscreants." Yet the guards still did not move, merely watching. The innkeeper, unaware of Su Mu's recent appointment as knight captain, was oblivious to the fact that the guards were already privy to some information, although they did not know whether the captain was indeed the brother of the girl before them. They were aware that the knight captain had been bestowed his title just days ago. Until the situation was fully clarified, they dared not take action. Barz's brow furrowed, her eyes aflame, for no one could insult her master in her presence. Drawing her longsword, she pointed its tip at the innkeeper, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The innkeeper, seeing this, prepared to flee in terror, but Barz's movements were abruptly halted by Sleta's command. "Byers, stand down." Byers hesitated, her disappointment palpable as she turned to Sleta. "Young master, this. Return to my side." Reluctantly, Byers sheathed her sword and rejoined Sleta. The innkeeper, sensing an opportunity to call upon the guards for aid, recalled that Byers had indeed threatened him. However, upon looking at the guards, his expression shifted to one of sheer horror, for he saw the guards' faces etched with uncertainty, as if they were apprehensive of something. Could it be that this girl's brother was truly the captain of the Royal Knights? Impossible. The first batch of knight recruits had not even returned. How could a knight captain emerge from that? Yet if that were not the case, why did the guards appear so fearful? Sleta closed her folding fan. Erlon seemed to have anticipated the course of action, retrieving a beautifully crafted box from her bosom. Kneeling before Sleta, she opened the box to reveal a stunning badge that radiated a myriad of colors. Captivating in its brilliance, Byers, understanding the significance, hurriedly took the authority badge and gently affixed it to Sleta's chest. While the others were oblivious, the guards of the capital could not possibly fail to recognize the authority badge of the Royal Knight Captain. And their expressions grew increasingly peculiar, their gazes towards the innkeeper now akin to that of a corpse. Sleta glanced at the authority badge upon her chest and turned to the guards, inquiring, "Guards, you recognize this badge, do you not?" "Most esteemed lady, The guards responded with deep respect. Indeed, you are the bearer of the Knight Captain's authority badge. Then, I kindly request that you disperse all individuals within this inn. Sleta smirked. Of course. The innkeeper need not be included. I have matters to discuss with him privately. Understood, esteemed lady, as the bearer of the Knight Captain's authority badge, we shall naturally comply with your command. Upon concluding this, the guards began to execute Sleta's orders, dispersing the patrons and staff, while others ascended the inn's upper floors to usher out the guests, their demeanor exceedingly proper. The accompanying light-armored guards wore expressions of disbelief, astonished that such a young girl held the authority badge reserved for the royal knight captain. It was well understood that possessing this badge granted access to any location within the Kingdom of Xini, including the royal court itself, as long as the holder's identity was sound. Sleta, perplexed, observed the guards carrying out their orders, her thoughts momentarily adrift. Is this what it feels like to wield power? Previously, in the courtyard, Sleta had merely issued commands to her servants, who were merely hired help and thus obliged to obey. Yet these guards of the capital were not her subordinates. They were the very guardians of Xini City. Now, with the authority badge in hand, she could effortlessly command them to act on her behalf, and they dared not voice any dissent. The intoxicating thrill of power coursed through Sleta, rendering her spirit as buoyant as a babbling brook. Clutching her folding fan, she reveled in the sensation of authority. The crowd gradually thinned as patrons were urged to leave, and the innkeeper's once brazen demeanor dissolved into sheer terror. He could scarcely fathom that this young girl possessed an authority badge, and that she was indeed the sister of the royal knight captain. The disrespectful words he had uttered just moments ago could have cost him his life at the hand of any noble, including this seemingly innocent girl. Why you? You cannot kill me. This establishment is not mine. It is a joint venture of several officials from the Xini court who asked me to manage it. You cannot kill me. It would tarnish your brother's reputation at court, and the officials would surely take issue with him. Byers charged forth once more, landing a fist squarely on the innkeeper's mouth, causing him to spit out 2 bloodied teeth, groaning in pain as he fell to the ground. Mind your tone. This is my second warning to you. No commoner may speak to my young master in such a manner. Sleta regarded the innkeeper, who writhed on the ground, with a gaze as cold as ice. The officials of the Xini court. It is you who have allowed my brother, as knight captain, to remain utterly obscure among the citizens of the capital. Had I not been astute enough to bring forth the authority badge, I might not have been able to prove my identity. The people of Xini City are entirely unaware of the knight captain's appointment. Well met, officials of Xini. Well met. Sleta gritted her teeth, approaching the innkeeper with a commanding presence. I shall not kill you, for that would sully my brother's reputation in the capital, especially considering you humiliated him when we were still commoners. As for your previous rudeness, I shall choose to regard it as mere ignorance. The innkeeper's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this, and he promptly knelt, banging his head against the floor, blood seeping from his mouth where his teeth had been. Thank you. Thank you, esteemed lady. However, Sleta's voice was deliberate. Each word weighed heavily. My brother has always kept his promises, and as his sister, I shall do the same that I vowed to return one day and demolish your wretched establishment. You remember this, do you not? The innkeeper trembled, fear gripping him as he stammered. No. Please, this inn does not belong to me. It is a partnership with several officials from the Xini court. If you destroy this place, they will surely drag me to the execution platform. Sleta, keep my word. When I said I would demolish this dilapidated inn, I meant it. Sleta shouted. You keep mentioning the Xini officials, thinking to intimidate me with them. Do you believe I would fear them? Of course not. I recall you once said that if I were to come to destroy this inn, I should notify you in advance, and you would welcome me warmly. Sleta turned to one of the guards, beckoning. Come here, take this man aside, and ensure he smiles as he watches this and be demolished. If he cannot manage a smile, I shall have your head. The guard, taken aback by this command, was nonetheless compelled into action, trembling at the latter part of her statement, and promptly escorted the innkeeper to a nearby pillar. The guard's expression was grim as he forcefully slapped the innkeeper's cheek. We are merely following orders. Do not make this difficult. Smile for me. If you cannot, I will make you wish for death. The innkeeper, terror-stricken, wore a grotesque expression, caught between laughter and tears, unsure how to appear. Perhaps even the demons of the underworld would not look so wretched. The patrons had long since fled, leaving only the guards of the capital, who stood by, trembling in fear, astonished by the fierce demeanor of this young girl. Guards, I thank you. Please step outside. We have matters to attend to. Yes, esteemed lady. The guards, feeling as if they had been liberated, hurriedly exited the inn. Sleta waved her small folding fan and coldly remarked, My guards, what are you waiting for? Have you not been pondering the purpose of my bringing you here? Well, now you know. The guards, not daring to hesitate, quickly bowed in response. Yes, young mistress. Byers raised her hand in anger and commanded, Smash it, not just this floor, but the rooms above as well. Do not allow anyone to secretly hoard anything from this inn, if the master's reputation is tarnished. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Understood. As soon as the words left her lips, the accompanying guards sprang into action. While they might not be adept at constructing inns, when it came to destruction, it was simply a matter of having hands. They overturned tables, shattered ornaments, and kicked down doors. Erlin, being considerate, managed to save a chair and brought it over for Sleta to sit upon. But yes, Sleta settled into the chair. Waving her small fan and watching her guards diligently wreak havoc, she turned her gaze to the innkeeper beside her. The innkeeper wore a grotesque expression, caught between a smile and tears. The guards were anxious, for they desired to see the innkeeper smile. Otherwise, the misfortune would fall upon them. Why are you not smiling? Did you not say you would treat me well? Is this how you welcome me? Sleta laughed merrily, her teeth almost gleaming with delight. I can't smile, the innkeeper replied, his eyes reddening with tears, and he genuinely began to cry. Upon witnessing this, Sleta could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. You, of all people, find yourself in this predicament. Just over 10 days ago, when you humiliated my brother, you were not smiling like this. Guards, since he cannot smile on his own, find a way to make him laugh. The guards, perplexed, nodded reluctantly. Yes. Erlin coughed softly and whispered in Sleta's ear, Young mistress, shall we try tickling his toes? Sleta nodded in amusement and instructed, Guards, tie him to a pillar, then remove his shoes and tickle his toes. The guards, initially troubled, immediately brightened at Sleta's suggestion and complied. The innkeeper was bound by the guards, who then crouched down to remove his shoes, showing no hesitation as they reached out to tickle his toes. At that moment, the innkeeper perceived Sleta as a devil. He had encountered peculiar and domineering nobles before, but none so young and audacious. As he was tickled, tears streamed silently down his face. He envisioned the aftermath of the destruction of the inn and felt as though his life had come to an end. Yet, the tickling sensation on his soles provoked an involuntary struggle, and his lips curled upwards against his will. Thus, he found himself both laughing and crying. Destruction proved to be swifter than repair, and soon enough, the entire establishment lay in ruins, once a lavishly adorned inn. It now resembled nothing more than a dilapidated hovel. The innkeeper witnessed the transformation from prosperity to ruin, tears mingling with laughter, as his weeping grew ever more intense and uncontrollable, observing that the inn had been thoroughly demolished. Sleta, with a delightful leap from her chair, waved her small fan, feeling quite at ease, and exclaimed, I have endured this for over 10 days. How liberating. Byers, witnessing this spectacle, loudly commanded the guards to return and line up. Sleta approached the innkeeper once more, gesturing for the guard who had been tickling to step aside. Though her own toes were no longer being tickled, the innkeeper's face still bore a ghastly grin, his facial muscles evidently frozen. My brother once said he would burn your establishment to the ground, she stated, causing the innkeeper to stare in shock. Of course, my brother also mentioned it was merely a jest. Therefore, since it was a joke, I shall not be providing you with the renovation funds he had promised. Sleta covered the lower half of her face with her folding fan, letting out a giggle. But do ensure you restore this place properly. Who knows when I might feel displeased enough to return for another round. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's anger flared, his mouth slightly agape, yet he could utter nothing before his head lolled to the side, and he fainted. Sleta, witnessing this, shook her head in amusement and led the group away from the ruined inn. As they emerged outside, they were met with a throng of onlookers forming circles within circles. Some were merely passers-by drawn by the commotion, while others were recent patrons who had been dining inside the inn. A layer of guards encircled the scene, seemingly wary of any potential escalation. Unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon her, Sleta waved her small fan and, accompanied by her entourage, made her way to the carriage for their return home. At that moment, a jarring voice pierced through the crowd. I was just wondering who was causing such a ruckus in the inn. It turns out to be a little girl from a neighboring kingdom. Sleta frowned and turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. A man clad in noble attire, his face flushed, likely having indulged in too much drink, and appearing to be a recent diner at the inn. Beside the inebriated man stood another, wearing a fawning expression. Desperately trying to restrain him, apologies. He has had too much to drink. Buyers, disregarding their pleas, rushed over and seized the drunken man, tossing him to the ground. The inebriated man, lacking any strength, tumbled clumsily to the ground. The guards, witnessing this, dared not intervene. The drunken man's companion attempted to approach to apologize, only to be met with a fierce glare from buyers, which sent him recoiling. Rising from the ground, the drunken man bellowed, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Sleta shielded her nose with her small fan, wrinkling her brow as the stench of alcohol assaulted her senses. Erlin gently pulled her aside. The guards, now alert, squeezed closer, seemingly ready to confront the inebriated man. Buyers, observing Sleta's expression, seized the drunken man once more and hurled him backward. You, I am the nephew of the etiquette officer of the Xini Palace. You dare to lay a finger on me? And do you not realize that this inn is also affiliated with the etiquette officer? You filthy little girl from a neighboring kingdom, daring to smash an inn. You and your rustic brother can expect trouble. The drunken man's words struck fear into the hearts of the guards. But they did not intimidate Buyers or Sleta. They scrutinized the man's attire and discovered he bore no noble insignia. Perhaps he was indeed the etiquette officer's nephew, but such a connection was likely tenuous. Otherwise, he would not be without a crest. Moreover, with the inn already in shambles, the revelation of its ties to the etiquette officer only served to satisfy Sleta's desire for retribution. Buyers stepped forward, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap across the drunken man's face. Unlike the innkeeper, the man gasped as he was sent crashing against the wall of the inn, collapsing like a heap of mud. I care not who you are. To insult my mistress and young mistress in public is to invite death. The drunken man's friend hurriedly approached to apologize. I sincerely apologize. He is truly intoxicated. Please, kind lady, spare him. He really is the etiquette officer's nephew. It would be best for everyone to avoid conflict. Buyers frowned at this. For while she yearned to behead the drunken man, the ensuing complications would fall upon Sleta and Sumu, unless Sleta consented to it, in which case she would not hesitate. Sleta's expression darkened, while she could tolerate disdain directed at herself. She could not abide insults aimed at Sumu, especially considering Sumu had once mentioned that the loudest protests against his appointment came from the etiquette officer. How could she not be incensed? Sleta approached the drunken man, catching the scent of alcohol, and furrowed her brow. Do you comprehend the words that escape your lips? The drunken man, still reeling from the slap, felt a buzzing in his head. Hearing Sleta's words, he began to curse from the ground. You think a mere few country bumpkins from a neighboring kingdom can intimidate me? Do you truly believe that your brother's connection to the queen will shield you? Today, your attendants have struck me and destroyed an inn funded by several officials. Just wait. When the officials come down on you, let us see if you can withstand the consequences, you country peasants from a neighboring kingdom. Thinking that wearing a badge makes you untouchable. Sleta's countenance darkened further. She snapped her folding fan shut, her eyes as piercing as the biting cold of winter. This drunken man had not only insulted her, but had shown utter disrespect towards her brother and even dared to threaten them. The drunken man's friend, sensing the shift, felt his legs weakened. He attempted to approach, but was halted by the guards, who stood firm. He cried out, "Lady, please spare him. He is truly intoxicated, and he genuinely is the etiquette officer's nephew. It would be unwise for either side to escalate matters. Buyers, dispose of this fly." Without needing Buyers to intervene, the drunken man's friend was forcibly ejected into the crowd by the guards. Upon realizing Sleta's murderous intent, he promptly turned to flee, seemingly in search of help. The drunken man raised his head, gazing at Sleta's youthful visage, and chuckled. "What's the matter? Lost your tongue? Are you frightened?" Sleta regarded the drunken fool before her, silent for a moment before replying in a frigid tone. "You and your ilk have never truly suffered. Nor have you known real pain. Do you understand what suffering feels like? You bask in the privileges bestowed by your elders, your worldview undeveloped, yet profoundly ignorant. Know this. Wealth does not equate to righteousness. And individuals like you, devoid of aspirations for wealth or power, what can you truly offer your forebears? It is the likes of you who ought to be the first to perceive the world's truths. Yet you remain devoid of intellect. Your mockery and words cannot harm me, for you are akin to a fool, rudely prattling like a noisy child before me." Her words were heavy and composed, striking a stark contrast to her diminutive frame. Yet to all who heard, there was nothing incongruous in her delivery. "Although I shall not lower myself to the level of a fool. You have stated that you are the nephew of the etiquette officer. While I may not be well acquainted with the etiquette officer himself, I am rather familiar with his deputy. By rights, they ought to be your elders, and I presume they have imparted to you the knowledge of noble etiquette?" The inebriated man spat on the floor with clenched teeth, turning away and ignoring Sleta. Belize rushed forward and kicked the man in the stomach, furiously admonishing, "The young master has inquired of you. Respond." The man felt as though all the air in his lungs had been expelled, choking violently, saliva stringing from his mouth. "Answer me, or I shall sever one of your fingers." Belize menaced, drawing her long sword with fierce intent. Realizing Belize was not jesting, the man hastily replied, "Cough, cough, I have learned it." "What of it?" Sleta sneered coldly. "I perceive that your studies were rather lackadaisical. Are you aware that I am no longer the country girl you speak of, but the sister of the captain of the royal knights of the Xini kingdom, soon to be a noble of that realm? Can you not discern the insignia I bear? Your disrespect towards me shall not be brushed aside due to mere drunkenness, while I am indifferent to the likes of you. Noble etiquette remains noble etiquette. Rules are rules. What do you intend to do?" The man trembled at Sleta's words. "I am the nephew of the etiquette officer. Even if I err, it is not for you to punish me." "Oh no, I certainly shall not punish you. However, I am quite well acquainted with the deputy of the etiquette officer, and I think it would be prudent to refresh your memory on what noble etiquette entails." How shall we review it?" Sleta mocked, her eyes glinting mischievously. "Perhaps I shall engrave noble etiquette into your mind, ensuring it never slips your memory." "Are you jesting?" "Do you believe I jest?" Sleta laughed as if she had heard a splendid joke. "Just look at those around me. They are well aware that I—" "Sleta, never jest." The man appeared genuinely frightened, meekly stammering, "Then what do you truly wish to do? Did I not make myself clear? I intend to etch noble etiquette into your mind." Sleta gestured for her guards to step forward, instructing several of them to pin the man against the wall, preventing him from flailing about. "What are you planning to do?" The man struggled futilely against the guards' firm hold, unable to match their strength. Sleta tossed her small folding fan into Erlin's arms, revealing a hidden pocket in the waistband of her elegant black gown from which she produced a dagger. Not only Belize, but the guards and Erlin were completely taken aback that Sleta carried a weapon. "What do you intend to do?" "Guards, hurry. Save me. I am the nephew of the etiquette officer. If you do not assist me, I shall have the etiquette officer hold you accountable." The guards dared not move, well aware of the man's identity. Yet they also recognized the formidable girl before them who bore a badge of authority. Who would dare intervene? To do so would be to court death. Chapter 43. Gazing into the distance, Erlin had never felt such terror as she did now, witnessing Sleta brandishing a dagger. Seemingly poised to act, clutching her folding fan, she trembled in place. Belize furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to intervene, fearing that such matters would tarnish Sleta's hands. Yet, seeing Sleta's resolute and icy demeanor, it seemed she had made up her mind, leaving Belize reluctant to step in. Sleta, with an adorably tilted head, withdrew the dagger, its blade sharp and evidently well-maintained. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon Sleta's dagger, creating a dazzling reflection that struck terror into the man's eyes. "What do you truly intend to do? Release me, or else?" The man's threats faltered as a crowd outside parted, revealing a group led by the deputy of the etiquette officer accompanied by several servants. Sleta recognized him well, having been instructed in noble etiquette by this very man for over 10 days, yet she harbored no gratitude towards him. "Sleta, what are you doing? How can you threaten the nephew of the etiquette officer with a weapon? Put it away at once." The deputy approached, only to be blocked by the guards. "I must remind you, sir, that you are merely the deputy of the etiquette officer, not a noble. You taught me noble etiquette, and I have already afforded you the courtesy of addressing you as sir. Let us not forget that we are not within the confines of the royal court. This is the outside world. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Sleta smiled coolly. "Have you forgotten the noble etiquette you imparted to me?" The deputy's face paled as he recognized the colorful insignia adorning Sleta's chest. His heart racing. How could Sumu's badge of authority be upon his sister? "If you find yourself too proud to greet me, then kindly distance yourself. Do not impede my affairs, or I shall take you into custody as well." The deputy's entourage exchanged anxious glances, unsure of how to proceed. Among them was a friend of the inebriated man, who tugged at the deputy's sleeve. Pleading, "You must save him. If something goes awry, the etiquette officer will hold us all accountable." The deputy knelt hesitantly, his voice trembling. "Noble Lady Sleta, I beseech you to spare him. I am willing to apologize for his rudeness and offer compensation. Your attitude is commendable. Yet I shall not accept." "What?" Sleta chuckled, delighting in the moment. "You think I would simply raise my hand at your behest? Do you not know that I, Sleta, never jest? I mean what I say. Stop joking. He is the nephew of the etiquette officer. If you harm him, it will surely bring trouble upon your brother." The guards, understanding Sleta's resolve, rushed forward, commanding silence. The deputy and his companions fell silent, for their own status was not significantly higher. While the deputy held a position, he could not rival Sleta, who bore the badge of authority. Furthermore, the etiquette officer and his nephew were not particularly close, and blood ties alone did not confer the privileges of nobility. Thus, the nephew, unless granted a badge by the etiquette officer, held no noble status or privileges. Although he had acted disrespectfully towards Sleta, she could not take his life. Despite not being a noble, the connection to the etiquette officer afforded him some protection. Yet, the gravity of this incident lay in the fact that the etiquette officer's nephew had publicly insulted Su Mu, the captain of the Royal Knights. If one wished to berate him, they could do so in private. But this was a public affront, and Sleta bore the badge of authority. Should Sleta truly wish to take a life, the etiquette officer's nephew would surely perish. "Deputy, save me. This girl is serious." The man, unaccustomed to such dire circumstances, typically surrounded by sycophants, trembled in fear. Though the etiquette officer may not have favored him, his relationship provided him some degree of security. The deputy gritted his teeth, bowing his head, praying that Sleta would relent, too terrified to speak. The guards seemed ready to silence anyone who dared intervene. Sleta scoffed, approaching the man with the dagger in hand that he struggled violently, but the guards held firm. Bound by their duty to obey their master's commands, Sleta, gripping the dagger, pointed it at the man's forehead, signaling for someone to hold him steady. A guard, understanding the situation, stepped forward to secure the man's head, preventing any further movement. "Please let me go," the man pleaded, yet Sleta paid him no mind, positioning the dagger against his forehead. The awkwardness of wielding a weapon was apparent, as she had little experience with it. The dagger's sharp tip grazed the man's skin, causing him to shudder, the ground beneath him growing warm as he lost control of his bladder. The stench of urine filled the air, prompting Sleta to curse under her breath. She had never complained during her own suffering, nor had she flinched when cut, yet this man was utterly pathetic. "I had intended to slice open your scalp, to carve a few words into your skull, but it seems that before I even began, you have soiled yourself." Sleta wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Very well, we shall change our approach. Please, let me go." The man's pleas barely escaped his lips before Sleta had already found her stance and thrust the dagger forcefully into his forehead. He felt the cold steel pierce through his scalp, his body going rigid, his pupils dilating as he struggled in vain. Sleta discovered that the dagger met resistance against his skull, and with a determined grit of her teeth, she pressed harder. The man attempted to cry out for help, but a clever guard clamped his jaw shut, muffling his cries to mere whimpers. Erlin, unable to bear the sight any longer, dared not turn away, fearing Sleta's ire, and instead closed her eyes, bowing her head in submission. Belaze's expression was remarkably composed. She merely felt that involving Sleta in this matter was decidedly inappropriate. With all her strength, Sleta thrust the dagger, only to find it had penetrated the skull merely a fraction, utterly unable to pierce through. She shook her pained hands. Despite Sleta releasing her grip, the dagger remained steadfastly lodged in the man's forehead. Seeing Sleta let go, the man desperately attempted to cry out for help. Sleta furrowed her brow at this sight and stepped back a few paces, calling out, "Belaze." Belaze smiled, finally finding her moment to shine. With a swift and graceful spinning kick, she expertly propelled the dagger deep into the man's skull. The dagger pierced through the bone, obliterating his brain. The man, forcefully pressed against the wall, trembled violently a few times before succumbing to a final stillness. The assistant to the etiquette officer observed the unfolding events with a ghastly expression, while the commoners and guards in the crowd dared not utter a sound. Some noblemen, brazen as they were, had not hesitated to take lives in the streets before. Yet, none had ever witnessed someone like Sleta, who so audaciously plunged a dagger into another's head under the pretext of instilling noble etiquette, inscribing such lessons in the very fabric of one's mind. At this thought, the guards nearby trembled. After all, This was the sister of the captain of the knightly order. If she was capable of such acts, one could only imagine what her brother was like. As the guards released their hold, the man's lifeless body crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag, his head landing at an angle upon the very puddle of urine he had just released. Causing Sleta to grimace, she extended her hand towards Alwan, who, momentarily stunned, quickly realized the gravity of Sleta's cold gaze and handed over her small folding fan. Sleta unfurled the fan and, with Alwan's assistance, climbed into the carriage, instructing the driver to turn around and prepare for their journey home. Just as they were about to depart, Sleta called for the carriage to halt, drawing back the curtain. She addressed the etiquette officer's assistant, saying, "Sir, that dagger was the very first gift my brother bestowed upon me. Though its material worth may be negligible, it holds immense sentimental value for me. Once you have concluded your business, I would appreciate it if you could clean the dagger and return it to my home, ensuring it is neither soiled nor lost." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the crowd shifted drastically. While the assistant's face turned ashen, akin to someone who had just consumed a handful of rotten insects, yet he could only acquiesce with a bow. Thus, the carriage, bearing Sleta and Alwan, trailed by 2 ranks of light-armored guards, departed the scene with an air of calm. Sumu and Ailu had lingered in the carriage for several days before finally arriving at the territory of the Xini Magic Academy. However, as they disembarked and sought a place to rest, 2 riders approached them, messengers dispatched to deliver news. Prior to their departure, the coachmen had hastened their journey at Sumu's behest. Otherwise, these messengers would have intercepted them long before. After accepting the envelopes, they bid farewell to the 2 messengers. Sumu opened the letters and began to read. Observing Sumu's peculiar expression as he perused the letters, Ailu poured him some water and inquired with a light-hearted tone, "What troubles you? Your face seems rather odd. You previously mentioned that Sleta would not bully anyone, so how could she possibly be bullied?" Sumu pushed the letters towards Ailu. "Now, I find myself believing otherwise. Sleta has caused some trouble," Ailu exclaimed, her concern evident as she picked up the letters to read. One could say it qualifies as trouble. After reading the letters, Ailu's expression mirrored Sumu's perplexity. "This is rather unfortunate. I had forgotten about this matter. It is entirely my fault. I had promised Sleta I would accompany her to destroy that shop, but in the ensuing practice with the sword and the cultivation of magic seals, I completely overlooked it. That I never imagined Sleta would hold such a grudge about it, and on the very day we departed, she would take belays to smash that establishment." Sumu let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "This is trivial. After all, it was merely a shop, and the owner did indeed speak disrespectfully. Given Sleta's elevated status now, it is not unreasonable for her to teach him a lesson. However, the incident involving the etiquette officer's nephew and his demise does raise some concerns." Ailu placed her hand atop Sumu's, offering comfort. "But is this not a trivial matter? Although the etiquette officer is seeking an audience with the Queen regarding this, with the Queen's protective presence and her regard for you, how could Sleta be wronged?" As the letter states, Sleta was summoned to the palace by the Queen for personal instruction. "I certainly understand this," Sumu replied. "Yet I can't help but feel I failed to notice Sleta's distress. Had I been more aware, I would never have allowed her to undertake such perilous actions alone." Ailu smiled wryly. "Why is it that you seem solely concerned for Sleta's safety and not her temperament? Perhaps in your spare time, you should guide her more. She is far more inclined to heed your words than mine." Sumu paused, taken aback. "Why should I change her? On the surface, Sleta may indeed appear ruthless. But every action has its cause. Were it not for the innkeeper's ill treatment of us, Sleta would not have been so determined to destroy his establishment, and had that etiquette officer's nephew not insulted Sleta and me, she would not have contemplated his death. I believe Sleta has acted correctly. I merely regret not being by her side." Ailu found it difficult to accept, her perspective differing from Sumu's. What if Sleta's temperament becomes tyrannical in the future? That would be inconsequential. At least she would not direct her wrath towards us. Sumu shook his head, clasping Ailu's delicate hand. "We cannot allow her to become like you, a kind-hearted fool who is easily victimized. Throughout existence, it is the kind-hearted who suffer the most. Having you as my dear fool is sufficient. Must I endure another?" Ailu, on the verge of retorting, fell silent at Sumu's remark about being easily bullied, recalling her private conversations with Xenia. "Very well. Since the Queen is watching over Sleta, we should find solace in that." Indeed, when Sleta was taken away by the Queen's entourage, it startled Belays quite a bit. Look, Belays' letter and the Queen's letter, how amusing. Sumu tightened his grip on Ailu's hand. Now that we have arrived at the territory of the Xini Magic Academy, let us focus on how to excel in our magical studies. Agreed. Even as the world grows increasingly desolate and human connections wane, Sumu, AI Lu, and Sleta will ultimately become each other's steadfast supporters. As Sumu often says, it matters not if Sleta behaves oddly or diverges from the norm. He will always stand by her side. The same is true for AI Lu. Sleta may not be selfless, yet she is not selfish either. Everything she aspires to do, in her heart, is for the home she has painstakingly established. They share a common habit, a tendency to gaze longingly into the distance. Chapter 44 points at the Magic Academy. The territory of the Xini Magic Academy is vast, so much so that from the highest building within the academy, one can behold every corner of its expanse. Enclosed by towering walls, the academy stands sentinel over the town that serves as its adjunct, where the majority of the townspeople attend to the academy's myriad affairs. The academy, in turn, provides protection against wild beasts, boasting its own law enforcement team dedicated to patrolling the outer town, ensuring the safety of its citizens. Thanks to the academy's might, the townsfolk enjoy a sense of peace and security unparalleled in other regions. The internal layout of the academy resembles a magic circle, divided into several distinct areas, each with its own rules and functions. In one of the classrooms, the instructor stood at the podium, introducing the new students who had just arrived that day. Now, would the two of you kindly introduce yourselves? The instructor wore a gentle smile and a magical hat, exuding a warm demeanor. However, Sumu held a differing opinion. As the saying goes, a smile can often conceal intentions. Those who appear amiable may, in fact, become the most perilous in times of crisis. Dressed in the academy's student uniform, Sumu stood at the podium and scanned the classroom. The tiered classroom was designed for the convenience of all students, ensuring even those at the back could view the front. Though the decor was unremarkable, it sufficed. Each row of desks accommodated 3 students. Yet the current distribution of students seemed rather peculiar. Sumu spoke in a nonchalant manner. I am Sumu. AI Lu. With a gentle smile, added, I am AI Lu. The instructor chuckled lightly. It appears our new students are rather aloof. Just as Sumu found himself growing bored and wished for the instructor to hasten the introductions, a male student suddenly stood up. This boy, evidently well-groomed and exuding an air of confidence, bore no insignia or badge on his chest or shoulders, suggesting he was a knight in training. With a charming smile, the refined young man addressed AI Lu. Might I inquire, lovely lady, from which part of the Xini kingdom do you hail? My name is Tiango. Hailing from the capital of Xini, I have never encountered a lady as enchanting as yourself. Would you grant me the honor of your acquaintance? AI Lu, blessed with striking beauty, especially her expressive dark eyes that radiated warmth, wore a subtle smile that inspired familiarity and comfort, a stark contrast to the friendly facade of the instructor. Sumu felt a profound sense of discontent within himself. He detested this method of flirtation, yet it seemed to be remarkably prevalent in this world, a notion that utterly baffled him. If a man harbored feelings for a woman, he would typically approach her openly, displaying his elegance and courtesy. However, the majority of women in this world appeared to relish this approach, deriving joy from the notion that a man publicly honored them, feeling valued by others. Of course, AI Lu was not an ordinary girl. She smiled and shook her head, saying, I was born in the Kale Kingdom, so you may not be familiar with my birthplace. When Sumu first arrived at the Magic Academy, he and AI Lu had agreed that there was no need to conceal the fact that he hailed from the Kale Kingdom, for he would eventually have to confront the people of this nation with that identity. The students in the classroom were not all interested in Sumu and AI Lu, but when AI Lu mentioned her birthplace, the attention of everyone shifted towards them, even causing the man who had initiated the flirtation to freeze in surprise. I, too, was born in the Kale Kingdom. Is this student similarly intrigued by me? Sumu chuckled. The flirtatious man sat down, crestfallen, while the instructor, though surprised, quickly instructed Sumu and AI Lu to find their own seats. The seating arrangement in the classroom was peculiar, with certain areas conspicuously empty. Sumu and AI Lu chose a vacant 3-person seat without any fuss. As they settled in, Sumu remarked, this is quite exclusionary. I almost thought the Kale Kingdom was at war with the Xini Kingdom. AI Lu did not seem perturbed. She had anticipated such a scenario. When we were in the capital, didn't the court people also ostracize us? After all, we are foreigners, and it is quite normal to be shunned. For me, this is a blessing, as it saves me the trouble of cultivating social connections. Focusing on my studies is what truly matters, Sumu replied. AI Lu smiled and shook her head, remaining silent. Sumu scrutinized the classroom's occupants again, puzzled. Why are these people clustered together? AI Lu explained, noble students study alongside the knight candidates. Noble students have a 5-year program, while we knight candidates are on a 2-year track. See here, the uniforms of the students have sections on the chest and shoulders left blank, specifically for displaying badges and embroidered crests, allowing them to showcase their noble status. Upon closer inspection, Sumu observed that the nobles were indeed seated at the center, while the knight candidates, who bore no insignia, surrounded them. He inquired, "Is this forming cliques?" Not quite. After all, knight candidates are not nobles. Being in the same space as them requires one to be mindful of their demeanor. To avoid being bullied by the nobles, knight candidates often align themselves with a noble, essentially to curry favor, which helps them avoid harassment from other nobles. AI Lu elucidated. Sumu was taken aback, recalling that AI Lu had also spent a year at the Kale Magic Academy. Did you experience this as well? I dislike that feeling. Being surrounded by others who follow your every move can be quite bothersome. However, they are not seeking anything malicious. They merely wish to find a comfortable place to study magic, and their actions do not reflect on me if their presence beside me allows them to learn magic peacefully and become excellent knights. Then I find it acceptable, AI Lu replied. Sumu teased, AI Lu, you truly are a kind-hearted girl. AI Lu blushed. Yes, kind people often bear the brunt of mistreatment. The classroom was not solely populated by groups of nobles. There were also individual knight candidates scattered throughout, mostly alone. What about these knight candidates? Sumu inquired. They usually fall into 2 categories. One group lacks social awareness and does not seek to attach themselves to any noble, while the other group has been ostracized, leaving them without any support, AI Lu explained. Ostracized. Sumu paused, a smile creeping onto his face. So, we would belong to the latter category? AI Lu had already sensed the peculiar glances directed at them from various students. This is an unavoidable reality. Exclusion exists everywhere. By the way, what shall we do next? Sumu pondered over the 2 letters he held and replied, after our lunch break, let us seek out that girl named Bettina.as for the queen's task. I shall consider it tonight. AI Lu nodded obediently, refraining from further questions. Sumu retrieved a deep blue crystal card from the pocket of his academy uniform. The card emanated a soft blue glow, devoid of any other markings. This blue crystal card was issued to every student entering the Magic Academy, containing their information and magical points recorded through magic. These magical points could be utilized within the academy for various activities, such as borrowing books from the library, which required magical points. Upon entering the academy, knight candidates received a starting balance of 100 magical points, seemingly a privilege for them. In the Magic Academy, students did not possess textbooks. The magical books seen on some students' desks were typically borrowed using their magical points. As the instructor noted that it was time to begin, the lesson commenced. The genial instructor lectured on the birth spell of fire magic, as it is the most challenging and crucial incantation in all of magic. If one could master the birth magic, subsequent spells would be significantly easier. However, the birth magic could be perilous if a practitioner became anxious or failed to communicate effectively with their magical imprint. The magic might not manifest at all. If it were to partially materialize and then explode due to errors in the practitioner's mindset or incantation, the consequences could be dire. Sumu listened intently, thoroughly enjoying the lesson, even though he had heard AI Lu discuss these topics several times before. Each time he encountered knowledge about magic, he felt a rush of excitement. AI Lu, noticing Sumu's earnestness, felt a surge of happiness within her. What delighted her even more was Sumu's choice to accompany her. Each cohort of knight candidates entering the Magic Academy underwent an assessment of their magical aptitude, followed by an awakening ceremony. However, since AI Lu and Sumu arrived late, they missed this lively event. Upon hearing that AI Lu and Sumu had already awakened their magic, the other students sighed in relief, acknowledging that it was unnecessary to make a fuss over the 2. Given Sumu's ability to adapt to all 7 types of magic, although others might not understand, AI Lu did. Sumu could choose to study any of the 7 magical disciplines, yet he opted for fire magic instead. Though Sumu said nothing, AI Lu understood his true intention. He simply wished to stay by her side. As Sumu absorbed the magical knowledge imparted by the instructor, he found himself engaged, despite his dislike for the genial instructor. However, he could not deny that the class was indeed captivating. When one immerses themselves in a subject, time tends to pass swiftly. The Magic Academy. Students attended 2 classes each in the morning and afternoon. With the remaining time left for self-directed study as the morning session concluded, Sumu felt a twinge of disappointment, as he believed he could easily continue listening for several more hours. Oh, such naivety! Some students, perhaps influenced by their nationalistic sentiments, began to mock Sumu as they passed by him after the instructor left. The initial lessons had been exceedingly simple, and the knight candidates had arrived with a basic understanding of magical concepts. Witnessing Sumu's serious demeanor only fueled their disdain. Ai Lu frowned and looked up, noticing a male noble, flanked by a group of knight candidates, exuding a formidable presence. Chapter 45. Bettina. Sumu seemed oblivious to the mockery. His arms crossed as he contemplated the instructor's earlier teachings. The noble students, seeing Sumu's lack of response, assumed he was wise enough not to retaliate, as he was merely a commoner from the Kale Kingdom. The noble student led the way out, and the knight candidates followed suit, their expressions unfriendly towards Sumu, for he was not one of their OW, and it was only after most of the students had vacated the classroom that Sumu realized he was ready to leave. Noticing that Ai Lu's expression was somewhat troubled. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Ai Lu chuckled softly at his confusion. "It's nothing. Let us go." Sumu, still puzzled, did not dwell on it. His purpose for attending the Magic Academy was clear: to study magic diligently. As for everything else, he would take it as it came. Each day at the Magic Academy consisted of 2 classes in the morning and afternoon, with the remainder of the time available for students to manage as they pleased. Now it was lunchtime, and most knight candidates either returned to their dormitories to rest or followed the nobles around, hoping to ingratiate themselves with them. Sumu and Ai Lu were not so aimless. Navigating such a vast academy and finding someone was no simple task. However, perhaps due to the recent emergence of a magical prodigy from the Bettina family, coupled with their allegiance to the Xini kingdom, the Xini kingdom placed a heightened emphasis on magic compared to the other nations. As a direct descendant of the Bettina family, Bettina undoubtedly held considerable renown within the academy. After Sumu shamelessly inquired about Bettina's lifestyle habits by pulling a few people aside, he learned some details about the girl's daily routine, which was not particularly private information, as many students were already familiar with it. The Magic Academy boasts a designated relaxation area where Bettina would invariably retire for afternoon tea and snacks following her morning classes. A pastime seemingly adored by every noble girl. Sumu and Ai Lu soon arrived at this rest area of the academy. The relaxation zone was expansive, featuring not only an open-air tea house, but also various recreational activities. Sumu even spotted a corner where some were grilling meat. Upon reaching the open-air tea house, Sumu promptly intercepted a maid. Inquiring whether Bettina was present, the maid appeared somewhat surprised. After all, Bettina was quite renowned, and hardly anyone was unfamiliar with her. With a discreet glance towards a corner of the tea house, the maid gestured towards Bettina's location but hesitated to lead Sumu there herself, as she did not know him. Following the maid's gaze, Sumu observed 2 noble girls gathered around a table, engaged in conversation, yet they were without their usual entourage of knight candidates, though few in number. The striking presence of the 2 noble girls rendered them the most captivating figures in the open-air tea house. Sumu approached them with Ai Lu without hesitation. The tabletop was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Among the noble girls, one was animatedly conversing with her companion, while the other maintained a serene smile. Quietly listening. As Sumu and Ai Lu arrived at the table, the talkative noble girl ceased her chatter and looked up to see who had interrupted them. Bettina was seated comfortably in an armchair, adorned with a small flat cap atop her long, straight black hair. Beneath her bangs were a pair of pale blue eyes, framed by delicate features and fair skin. She had discarded her academy uniform jacket, revealing a pristine white shirt with lace trim and a black leather bracelet that appeared to be for support. At that moment, as Bettina raised her elegant teacup, she suddenly caught sight of Sumu and Ai Lu approaching her. Sumu and Bettina exchanged scrutinizing gazes, after which Sumu smiled and inquired, "You must be Miss Bettina, correct?" The noble girl seated to Bettina's right glanced at Sumu's academy uniform, which bore no noble crest, and immediately became indignant, exclaiming, "Commoner, how dare you speak here?" Sumu, taken aback by the noble girl's outburst, retorted, "I am merely looking for Bettina. What concern is it of yours? Are you? Mel," Bettina interjected, grabbing her irate companion, and calmly addressed Sumu. "I am indeed Bettina. May I ask what you need?" Sumu found Bettina to be quite agreeable. She appeared composed and mild-mannered. He retrieved a letter from his pocket and placed it on the table before her. However, before the letter could touch the surface, it was snatched away by Mel. "You ought to consider your place." Mel rolled her eyes. "Do you know how many wish to pursue Bettina? they could line up to the academy gates. Who do you think you are? Realize your status. In this day and age, is there still someone writing love letters? Sumu was momentarily taken aback by Mel's actions, while Ai Lu stood by, uncertain of how to respond. Bettina felt her cheeks flush at Mel's words, though the color quickly faded as she assessed Sumu's astonished expression, realizing he was not there to deliver a love letter. She then glanced at the letter in Mel's hand. Upon seeing the royal seal, Bettina's eyes widened in shock. Mel, give me the letter, da? Mel turned, puzzled. You can't be serious. You want a love letter from a commoner? Sumu regained his composure, understanding it was imperative to maintain a good rapport with Bettina per the Queen's instructions, and he was reluctant to argue with a girl at his side. This is not a love letter. Not a love letter. Mel expressed disbelief. Mel, it truly is not a love letter. This is a letter from Her Majesty the Queen. Mel was taken aback, quickly examining the letter to confirm the royal seal of the Xini royal family. Oh my goodness. Mel carefully unfolded the letter, realizing she had crumpled it during her earlier seizure. Though unintentional, if news of her mishandling the Queen's letter spread, it could reflect poorly on her. While she believed the Queen would not hold it against her, she knew her elders would certainly reprimand her. Since the letter has been delivered, let us leave it at that. Bettina responded politely. Thank you. Sumu took another moment to assess Bettina, smiling in acknowledgement before turning to depart. Ai Lu also found a favorable first impression of Bettina, despite a strange feeling upon meeting her. She maintained a courteous smile and nod before following Sumu away. Wow, that person wouldn't he go back and tell Her Majesty? Would he? Mel anxiously handed the letter to Bettina. You too. Don't let your temper flare so much next time. Bettina accepted the letter with a smile. Mel retorted, Isn't it utterly rude to speak to him like that? He.S. just a commoner. Bettina shook her head at Mel. How could someone entrusted to deliver a letter from Her Majesty be merely an ordinary commoner? Mel pondered for a moment. That's true. Bettina then opened the letter and began to read its contents. Mel, out of courtesy, refrained from peering over, despite their close relationship. As Bettina read, her previously calm demeanor shifted to one of surprise. Upon finishing, she immediately lifted her gaze, searching for Sumu, but his figure had already vanished. Bettina, what's wrong? Mel asked, having rarely seen Bettina display such an expression. Bettina lightly furrowed her brow before relaxing it. It's nothing. Mel wished to inquire further, curious about the content of the Queen's letter, yet she refrained from doing so out of respect. Bettina, still holding the letter, appeared somewhat lost in thought. The letter contained only a few brief lines, primarily praising Sumu as a trusted individual of exceptional ability and pleasant temperament. Curiously, the letter did not clarify Sumu's status, suggesting the Queen intended for him to reveal it himself, as it was deemed polite among nobles to disclose one's identity in the presence of a lady. This was akin to the initial encounter when male students attempted to engage Ai Lu in conversation. To gain favor, one must be forthcoming about their background. Xenia had anticipated a normal exchange between Sumu and Bettina, yet she had underestimated the situation. The modest and courteous Sumu regarded the act of delivering the letter as merely a task, while his intention to foster a relationship with Bettina was as simple as considering her a friend, someone to greet in passing when the opportunity arose. For deepening their connection, Sumu believed that was not his concern. Bettina tucked the letter into her uniform, feeling a whirl of emotions within her. As a member of the Bettina family, she had long understood that her future partner would not be of her choosing but rather selected by the Xini royal family. Now, having read this letter, she pondered the Queen's true intentions. The astute Bettina was far from oblivious. She did not doubt the authenticity of the letter, for the royal seal was not something that could be easily forged. Mel observed Bettina's peculiar expression but refrained from questioning her, recognizing it would be impolite at that moment. A man's voice interrupted. Bettina, are you in trouble? The speaker was none other than the nobleman who had ridiculed Sumu in class. With a self-assured flick of his hair, he was followed by several knight candidates. No trouble at all, Filte. What's the matter? Bettina composed herself, reverting to her usual demeanor, her face still radiating tranquility. Oh. Filte smiled warmly. I just saw that foreigner approach you, and Mel seemed a bit flustered. I thought perhaps he had caused some disturbance. Mel, puzzled, asked foreigner. Yes, you may not know, but they are new students who just transferred today and introduced themselves as hailing from the Care Kingdom. Bettina's heart raced upon hearing this. What was happening? Why would Xenia seek a suitor for her from another country? Mel, incredulous, exclaimed, could it be? How can someone from another nation come to our Xini kingdom to become a knight candidate? Filte shrugged. Who knows? But I do hope you two will be cautious around them. Thank you for the warning, Filte, Bettina replied, taking a deep breath and smiling. Filte gazed at Bettina with a hint of admiration. Bowing slightly, no need for thanks, my ladies. With that, he turned with an air of elegance, followed by his entourage. After Filte had distanced himself, Mel could not help but comment, honestly, does Filte really think of himself as your future fiancé? Bettina smiled lightly and shook her head. I can't blame him for thinking so. The agreement between the Bettina family and the Xini royal family is well known among the people of Xini Kingdom. The children of the Bettina family naturally awaken innate triad magic, which is indeed remarkable, but it does not imply that no one else in Xini Kingdom can possess innate triad magic apart from us. One could indeed consider Filte a prodigy of magic, for he is the only one among the younger generation of Xini who, like myself, possesses innate awakenings in 3 magical disciplines. Indeed, Mel remarked with a dismissive expression, given the agreement between the Bettina family and the royal family. Your chances of being together with Filte in the future are not insignificant. I must confess, I harbor no fondness for Filte. Although he appears courteous, his inner arrogance is quite pronounced, with his innate mastery of 3 systems. He seems to believe he is the most formidable in the Magic Academy, which I find rather hard to tolerate. Bettina chuckled. Certainly, the Xini Magic Academy is teeming with talent. I wouldn't dare assert that I could secure a place in the top 10. You are being modest. I believe that Bettina's magical prowess would easily place her among the Academy's top 10. Bettina smiled gently, shaking her head as she gazed at the azure sky, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sumu, having delivered the message, took Alu to find a place to enjoy lunch. As they dined, Alu recalled her recent encounter with Bettina. A wave of discomfort washing over her. If Bettina were not exceptional and merely arrogant, Alu would certainly not feel this way. Yet, having only met Bettina once, even her instincts suggested that the girl was quite amiable. What more could be said of Sumu? Alu's mind wandered, and Sumu caught her distraction. What is wrong with you? Even during a meal, you seem absent-minded. Alu snapped back to reality, hesitating before smiling and asking, what do you think of Bettina? Bettina? Sumu glanced at Alu with a hint of curiosity. Why do you ask? I was just wondering. After all, didn't the queen instruct you to cultivate a good relationship with her? Sumu pondered for a moment. I feel that this girl is quite decent. She is not impatient in her dealings with others. And her demeanor is pleasant. She appears rather gentle. Upon hearing Sumu praise Bettina, Alu felt an even greater discomfort. Is that so? Though she may seem fine, it would be best to keep our distance when we meet again. Alu looked up, puzzled. Why do you say that? Isn't it obvious? Sumu rolled his eyes at Alu. Did you not hear what the noble girl beside Bettina said? There's a queue of admirers waiting to court her right at the gates of the Magic Academy. It's no surprise, considering Bettina's looks and her amiable nature. It's only natural for someone to be drawn to her. Although the queen instructed me to maintain a good rapport with Bettina, we must be mindful of the circumstances. At worst, we can remain ordinary friends, exchanging pleasantries while minimizing interactions to avoid any trouble. After all, we are currently posing as mere knight candidates, and if the nobles take offense and seek to cause me trouble, it would be a hassle that I would rather spend that time cultivating my magical seals in my room. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Alu's earlier discomfort dissipated, and she found herself giggling behind her hand. What are you laughing at? Just eat. Sumu replied gruffly. Alu had been wrestling with whether to clarify Sumu's true mission as instructed by Xenia. While she had indeed nodded in agreement to Xenia, seeing Sumu's ignorance about the matter stirred a selfish impulse within her, compelling her to remain silent. She feared that if she revealed the truth, it might jeopardize their future together. As Alu gazed at Sumu's resolute expression, warmth spread through her heart. She decided it was best to let things be. Even if the truth might eventually come to light, she could delay it a little longer. After all, there were still 2 years ahead. She believed that even the divine would forgive her small selfishness. This feeling of happiness and warmth was something she did not wish to relinquish easily. Alu. Sumu's voice broke her reverie. What is the matter now? You're the one who seems off. How can you zone out twice during a meal? That's not like you. Alu shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. By the way, are you interested in the library at the Xini Magic Academy? Of course. I am. However, I heard that only knight candidates receive 100 magical points upon entering the academy, while the nobles do not. That's because nobles have other activities in different academies to earn magical points. Knight candidates can only stay in the academy for 2 years, and the magical points are directly linked to our success upon graduation. If we fail to meet the required points each year, we risk being advised to withdraw. Alu was quite knowledgeable about these matters. Is that really the case? Sumu expressed surprise. Yes. If knight candidates wish to earn magical points, they must participate in academy-organized activities and written examinations. There are also practical assessments, with rewards of magical points for those who excel in the top ranks. Sumu scratched his head, finding the process somewhat cumbersome. However, if you wish to visit the Academy's library, you can take my crystal card with you. Since you have a fondness for magic, your own 100 magical points may not suffice. Sumu inquired, and what about you? Alu shook her head. I will pass. Your progress is far more important than mine. Alu spoke the truth. Sumu possessed remarkable magical talent. Not only was his aptitude high, but his comprehension of magical knowledge was also exceptional. The magical tomes within the library were crucial for him, especially as he adapted to the 7 magical systems. How could he master them without a deeper understanding of magic? Isn't there a standard for the graduation points after 2 years for knight candidates? How will we handle that? Sumu furrowed his brow, halting mid-sentence as he suddenly felt a bit foolish. You call me foolish, yet you still haven't caught on to this. Have you truly taken yourself for a knight candidate? Alu laughed like a blooming flower. You were born a noble. Studying magic at the academy for 5 years would pose no issue at all. That is true. As for Alu's fate 2 years hence, to Sumu, she was the most important person in his life, the mistress of his home. Should Alu desire it, he would not hesitate to bestow upon her a noble title. Alu, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She merely felt that if the queen were to grant her a noble title and lands in 2 years, her status as a knight candidate would be inconsequential, even though the price of such a title and lands would be substantial for her. After finishing their lunch, Sumu and Alu returned to the classroom to await the commencement of their afternoon lessons. The magical points for knight candidates primarily stemmed from practical assessments and written exams, with additional opportunities arising from academy-hosted activities. In contrast, the noble students had a different experience. They were not required to take written exams and could even opt out of practical assessments. Their magical points were automatically credited to their crystal cards each month, and regular attendance in classes would also earn them points. Furthermore, noble students had a key source of magical points, the ranking battles. After these battles, a leaderboard of the top 100 would be established, with the top 10 automatically receiving generous magical points each month, and so forth, with the points diminishing for those ranked lower. The top performer in the ranking battles would also receive finely crafted magical crystal equipment from the academy. Of course, knight candidates could also register for these ranking battles, but participation was mandatory for noble students. While knight candidates had the option to choose, the afternoon class featured a new instructor, discussing the birth incantations of fire magic. Each instructor had their unique insights into the spells, and Sumu diligently listened, subsequently determining what would best suit him. Time passed swiftly, and as the class concluded, Sumu and Alu stood to return to their dormitory, only to encounter Filt once more, this time accompanied by a group of followers. Filt, brimming with arrogance, leaned on the table with one hand, raising an eyebrow. Commoner, recognize your place. I shall pretend not to have witnessed what transpired at lunch today. You see, Bettina is to be my future wife. Next time, keep your distance, or you shall regret it. Before Sumu could respond, Filt snorted disdainfully and departed with his entourage. Sumu stood in shock before turning to Alu, saying, See, I told you trouble would arise. We should definitely keep our distance from Bettina next time. Alu felt her anger surge at Filt's arrogance. But upon hearing Sumu's words, her fury subsided. You decide what to do. By the way, does Bettina already have a fiancé? This is news the queen never mentioned to me. If she had informed me earlier, I would have sent someone else to deliver the message, avoiding this entire mess. Sumu shook his head, feeling somewhat irked by the confrontation. I don't believe that man is Bettina's fiancé. Alu pondered this possibility and found it unlikely. If Xenia had indeed chosen Filt as Bettina's match, there would have been no conversation between Xenia and her that night. Never mind, it's not important. Let us head back to the dormitory. The dormitories of the Magic Academy were comprised of several expansive lofts. Due to the separation of genders, Sumu and Alu did not reside in the same loft. However, knight candidates and nobles shared the same loft, as each occupied a separate room, minimizing potential conflicts. After parting ways with Alu, Sumu returned to his own room. The space was rather small, measuring around 15 square meters, and included a bathing area that made it feel even more cramped. Outside the window, he could see the scenery behind the academy's lofts. A desk was placed beneath the window, beside a soft and comfortable bed. Sumu had heard that noble students enjoyed better accommodations. But as a knight candidate, he considered himself fortunate to have such a room. He then sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to guide the fire magic seal. The fire-type magic seal materialized beside Sumu. Upon realizing its emergence, it appeared eager to frolic about. Yet upon meeting Sumu's gaze, it obediently stood still. Sumu understood the seal's intentions clearly. He recognized that this newly born magic imprint resembled a child, requiring ample time for its gradual development. Amongst Sumu's 7 magical seals, the fire type had been nurtured for a longer duration than the others, thus rendering it superior, primarily because Sumu had only learned fire magic from Ilu. The Saintess had once conveyed to him that magic seals merely served as a medium, a bridge connecting the magic user with the 7 elemental forces. Essentially, for Sumu to wield magic through the seal, he must first attune himself to the elemental energies of the world, as humans inherently lack the ability to perceive these elemental powers. Moreover, enhancing one's connection with the elements would inevitably empower the magic seal. Sumu extended a finger and gently tapped the fire-type magic seal, which immediately split into over a dozen identical seals, swirling around him. With his eyes closed, he began to attempt connecting with the fire element through the seal. Chapter 47. The Guardian of Xini. When Sumu opened his eyes again, the outside world had plunged into darkness. He retracted the magic seals back into his body and stood up to stretch his limbs. Such occurrences had ceased to astonish him. It seemed that time accelerated whenever one entered the realm of elements. Back in his home, he had often found that upon opening his eyes, an entire day had swiftly passed. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, and upon answering the door, he found a maid awaiting him. The maid was employed from the towns surrounding the Magic Academy, dedicated to assisting with various tasks within the academy, including attending to the daily needs of the students. She had merely come to inquire if he required a change of clothes, as nobles never washed their own garments. These maids were scheduled to collect laundry at regular intervals. After dealing with the maid, Sumu remembered he still had a letter in his possession that needed delivering. Princess Xini certainly would not reside in the student dormitory, despite the swirling rumors surrounding her forced abdication. Her status remained unassailable. Xini dwelled in a more secluded section of the Magic Academy, within a specially designated residence attended by servants. Rather than being cared for, it felt more akin to being under confinement. Although Sumu was not well acquainted with Xini, his conversations with Xenia had revealed certain veiled truths. Moreover, according to the Saintess's earlier remarks, it seemed that Xini's predicament was not merely an unfortunate occurrence. If given a choice, Sumu would prefer to steer clear of any matters pertaining to the royal family, for the depths of their complexities were daunting. Once one stepped in, extricating oneself could prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, he had no recourse. Having pledged his loyalty to Xenia, he had become a confidant of the Xini royal family, making it imperative that he engage in this matter, whether he wished to or not. As night fell, the various regions of the Magic Academy illuminated brightly, showcasing a lavish use of magical crystal stones. Numerous students filled the pathways, many nobles or knight candidates seizing the opportunity to indulge in the nearby towns. Sumu shook his head at those seeking revelry, then, dismissing further thoughts, he proceeded deeper into the Magic Academy. Following the address provided by Xenia, he walked for quite some time before finally arriving at a courtyard. The courtyard was modest in size. By the standards of a royal princess, it could even be deemed quite small. Surrounded by iron railings, 2 armored guards stood at the entrance, their noble crests not belonging to the royal family, but rather to some noble faction within the Xini kingdom. Sumu frowned at the sight. While meeting Xini would not be particularly challenging, he need only disclose his identity and present his credentials. His choice to accompany Ilu and conceal his identity was precisely to avoid unnecessary complications. To arrive here only to have to reveal his identity felt rather disheartening. Moreover, unlike his meeting with Bettina, he lacked a valid reason to see Xini. How could he expect the guards to grant him passage? Furthermore, since the people of the Xini kingdom were well aware of Xini's blindness, approaching with a letter to request an audience would likely result in his immediate dismissal by the guards. Feeling somewhat helpless, Sumu circled the small courtyard, discovering it was meticulously designed, lacking even a back entrance. Only the main gate permitted entry. Just as he contemplated abandoning his endeavor and returning to the dormitory, a mature woman's voice called out from beside him. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Turning to face the source of the voice, he beheld a woman clad in half armor, appearing somewhat older. likely beyond 30. The armor bore a resemblance to that of Bale's, and beneath her neatly cropped hair were a pair of piercing eyes, reminiscent of a lighthouse in the night, exuding an imposing presence. The aura she radiated was distinctly that of a soldier. "I'm simply taking a stroll," Sumu replied. The woman, with her right hand resting on the hilt of her long sword, took a step closer. Her tone stern. "A casual stroll in the princess's courtyard? Do not deceive me. If you continue to lie, do not blame me for being unkind." Just as Sumu was about to concoct an excuse, he suddenly noticed the crest engraved upon the woman's armor. It was indeed that of the Xini royal family. Could she be a member of the royal household? Yet, who could she possibly be? The woman scrutinized Sumu, observing his attire as a student of the Magic Academy, yet noting the absence of any crests or insignia on his chest and shoulders. She furrowed her brow. "A knight candidate? Who are you, really?" To avoid complications, Sumu fabricated a half-truth. "My name is Sumu. I am a new student who just enrolled in the academy and happened to lose my way." "Sumu." The woman expressed surprise. "Are you the current captain of the Royal Knights?" Sumu was taken aback. "How do you know?" "The princess mentioned you to me." The woman's stern demeanor transformed into a more amiable countenance. "You are here to see the princess, are you not?" Sumu, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. While the woman no longer harbored hostility towards him, her gaze now bore a hint of scrutiny. "My name is Anna. I am the princess's personal guard." She then extended her hand, offering to shake hands with Sumu. Sumu found this behavior rather curious. Under normal circumstances, a typical guard aware of his status as the captain of the Royal Knights would have saluted him. Yet this woman was exhibiting an unusually friendly demeanor. Though perplexed, Sumu did not refuse her handshake, and after they exchanged pleasantries, he inquired, "I noticed the crest on your armor belongs to the Xini royal family. I was curious if you were recently appointed as a knight by the queen? Royal guards must be selected from the royal knights, correct?" Anna smiled. "That is a lengthy story. Allow me to take you to see the princess first." With that, Anna led Sumu towards Princess Xini's courtyard. And upon their arrival, she seemed genuinely pleased to see him. Just as they approached the courtyard's entrance, the two guards stationed there suddenly obstructed their path. "Lady Anna, who is this person?" "He's a friend of the princess." "What is the matter?" Anna's previously amicable expression shifted dramatically, her tone now laced with authority. The guards, sensing the pressure, maintained their resolve. "It is rather late. We cannot allow outsiders to disturb the princess. As the princess's personal guard, do I need to consult with you before delivering a message?" "That is not the issue. We cannot be held responsible for allowing an outsider in." "I do not require your responsibility. Step aside." Under Anna's unwavering insistence, the guards reluctantly parted, allowing Sumu and Anna to enter the courtyard. As they traversed a short distance, Sumu could not help but furrow his brow and ask, "They are not from the princess's retinue, are they?" "Indeed not. They are guards assigned by various nobles." Anna sighed. "Your identity seems not to have spread due to the Xini court officials. It is perhaps a blessing that no one is aware of your true identity. I trust you do not mind." "Of course not. I originally came here as a knight candidate. However, I suspect there are still those in the Magic Academy who recognize me." "That is certainly the case, yet those old-timers are reluctant to provoke the ire of the Xini court officials. While they may know your identity, they will not disclose it." Anna referred to those aged sorcerers in the Magic Academy who maintained close ties with the officials, wielding some influence within the Xini court. Intrigued by Anna's knowledge, Sumu candidly inquired, "You cannot be an ordinary guard. Who exactly are you?" After a moment of contemplation, Anna revealed, "I was actually the former captain of the Night Squad." Sumu was taken aback. "I devoted my life to the late king and the royal family. Even when the queen took office and chose not to retain me, opting for a complete restructuring of the Night Squad, I would not abandon the royal family. Logically, you should also be a noble." "Correct. I once was. I am not anymore." A hint of weariness crossed Anna's features. "With the late king's passing, the queen did not retain me for succession. However, when the princess's health deteriorated, I chose to remain by her side. Yet the officials forbade it. For various reasons, I later swore an oath to the queen, sacrificing my title and lands to secure the position of the princess's personal guard, without being considered part of the Night Squad." Upon hearing this, Sumu's perception of Anna elevated significantly. To sacrifice everything, even her noble title and lands, to protect Xini was not a decision made lightly. "But how do you know about me? Moreover, you mentioned the princess often speaks of me." Given that Xenia and Xini's public relationship was strained, and Xini's blindness precluded any written correspondence, how could Xini possibly know of Sumu? Anna smiled. "You can ask the princess about that later." Sumu nodded in agreement. Anna guided Sumu into the room. which was a single-story dwelling with a rather peculiar layout. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at the door of a chamber. Anna knocked and called out, "Your Highness, Su Mu has arrived. Come in." A calm and gentle female voice responded from within. Anna opened the door for Su Mu, who noticed that Anna did not follow him inside. "Aren't you coming in?" he inquired. Anna smiled and replied, "No need. I will wait here." Su Mu immediately understood. The room was adorned in a manner typical of noble households, and he had anticipated a decor akin to that of the Xini palace. Given that Xini was a princess, Xini sat on a single armchair, her back turned to Su Mu, preventing him from seeing her features clearly. "Are you Su Mu?" she asked. "Yes, Your Highness," Su Mu replied. "Do you have a letter from Xenia?" "I do. Please bring it here." Su Mu retrieved the letter from his pocket and approached Xini to hand it to her. However, upon finally seeing her face, he was taken aback. Unlike her sister Xenia, who possessed golden hair, Xini had a mane of snow-white locks. Her complexion was pale, almost sickly so, with thin lips tinged faintly red and a pair of light blue eyes that appeared unsettling. Exuding an air of emptiness and detachment, Xini's posture was dignified. Although she was alone in the room, her demeanor radiated the essence of someone in a position of power, perhaps due to the intimate setting of her bedroom. Her attire was modest and homey, lacking in opulence. Yet Su Mu felt that anyone who beheld Xini would inevitably perceive her as a true sovereign. Xini slowly extended her hand, signaling Su Mu to present the letter. Not daring to show any disrespect, Su Mu offered the letter with both hands. Even though Xini said nothing and made no move, a sense of reverence welled up within Su Mu. Chapter 48. The drugging before Su Mu. Xini opened the letter. He found himself wondering how she could read it. Given her blindness, she extracted the contents. Su Mu realized there were no words written on the letter, only a large seal, the emblem of the Xini royal family. Xini delicately traced the seal with her slender fingers, seemingly confirming something. She then raised her hand towards Su Mu, saying, "Help me up." Su Mu cautiously assisted Xini to her feet, her arms delicate and soft, the fine hairs on her skin visible to him. "Su Mu, the first book on the left of the third shelf in the bookcase, please retrieve it." Without hesitation, Su Mu approached the bookcase and pulled out the specified volume. Just as he was about to return it to Xini, he suddenly noticed a lever hidden inside the bookcase. "What is this?" he asked. "Pull the lever down." Xini instructed that Su Mu reached out and easily pulled the lever down. To his astonishment, the bookcase began to move. It shook briefly before gliding smoothly to the right, making hardly any noise. Once it shifted aside, a concealed door was revealed, small but sufficient for two to pass through. "Help me down," Xini requested. Su Mu hurriedly assisted her, and together they stepped through the darkened doorway, soon arriving in a dim chamber. The space was small, illuminated only by a few flickering candles on the walls, with a large mirror and two chairs occupying the center, nothing more. The enormous mirror captured Su Mu's attention. Standing 3 meters tall, it was intricately framed with finely carved magical crystals that emanated a soft white glow. After helping Xini into one of the chairs, she spoke softly, "You may sit as well." Su Mu complied without hesitation, taking a seat in the other chair. Upon hearing him settle, Xini let out a light laugh, her thin, red lips reminiscent of clouds at dusk, truly lovely. "You certainly live up to what my sister described. You are indeed a rather curious individual." Su Mu scratched his head. "Did the queen speak of me to your highness?" "What did she say? I recall she hasn't traveled far, has she?" Xini sat poised, her expression serene. "It is this very mirror before us that allows me to converse with Xenia, who is 100 miles away." Su Mu couldn't help but raise his gaze to examine the grand mirror more closely. Xini gently lifted her hand, a white magical seal appearing around her, multiplying in number as she muttered an incantation. An invisible force of magic surged toward the mirror. If it were an ordinary mirror, it would likely shatter under such magical pressure. Yet this enormous mirror absorbed the magic Xini emitted instead. "All right, when Xenia notices the anomaly in the mirror, she will contact us," Xini said. Clasping her hands in her lap, she softly remarked, "Typically, if a normal person were invited to sit before me, they would be filled with trepidation, often refusing several times before acquiescing. Yet you, rather effortlessly, took a seat." Su Mu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Clearing his throat, "Your Highness, I must admit, I am not well versed in such courtesies. I tend to be rather straightforward. I hope you can forgive my lack of decorum." Truthfully, Su Mu felt two distinct emotions when interacting with Xini and Xenia. Xenia, being the queen, commanded respect, And while he knew he ought to maintain a sense of reverence, he often neglected the superficial formalities when faced with her lively demeanor. It wasn't that Xenia lacked the aura of authority. Rather, she exuded a vivacious spirit, her reddish-brown eyes sometimes betraying a mischievous glint that hinted at her wandering thoughts. In contrast, Xini possessed an inherent gravitas, despite her silence. Her mere presence imposed an undeniable pressure on those nearby, something Xenia could not achieve. Moreover, Xini maintained a serious and upright posture, regardless of being alone in the room, unlike Xenia, who would have relaxed comfortably in such a setting. If Xenia's aura radiated warmth and passion akin to flames, Xini felt like a cold, unyielding glacier descending from the heavens. Despite the warmth of light emanating from her, Xini remained silent, and Sumu found himself growing increasingly awkward, scratching his head. He attempted to change the subject. When the queen asked me to deliver the letter, she mentioned your highness's eyes were not well. How could you read the words? I did not expect you to perceive the letter in this manner. The letter bears a seal exclusive to the Xini royal family. It was originally with me, but after I departed the capital, I entrusted it to Xenia. Thus, any significant matters could be conveyed to me through letters bearing this seal, confirming their authenticity. Ah, I see. After a moment of contemplation, Xini inquired, you met Anna just now, did you not? We spoke for a while, Sumu readily admitted. Anna is a remarkable person. Indeed, Xini replied, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. I was once the first heir to the throne. Accompanying my father across the realm, when the southern nobles revolted, I stood by my father's side. When colossal magical beasts emerged along the western coast, I accompanied him then too. Anna, as the captain of my father's knight order, has been a long-time acquaintance. Sumu nodded, recalling that Xini could not see. Anna mentioned that she cannot let go of your highness, sacrificing everything to remain by your side. Yes, it is true that she could have chosen not to do any of this. While I am touched, as a friend, I wish for her to pursue a better life. Xini paused, then sheepishly added, Sumu, I apologized. I rarely have the opportunity to converse with others, and I find myself speaking more than I intended since your arrival. I hope you don't mind. Your highness, you are too kind. It is an honor to converse with you, Sumu said, his curiosity piqued. By the way, isn't Anna usually by your highness's side? Don't you chat with her to alleviate your boredom? Xini gently shook her head. It is not the same. Anna invests her heart and soul into me. If I were to reveal my vulnerabilities, it would only worry her. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I refrain from discussing anything with Anna, despite her being a trusted friend. Indeed, the burdens of authority are not easily borne, Sumu mused, recognizing that even with a friend at hand, she could not share her troubles for fear of causing concern. Since Xenia will take some time to arrive. Sir Sumu, would you mind if I spoke a bit more? Xini's tone suddenly grew solemn, the atmosphere shifting to one of seriousness. Of course, that would be no trouble at all, your highness. You should know that a year ago, I was the one destined to ascend to the throne of the Xini kingdom. I am aware. So why have I not ascended? Sumu noted that Xini did not continue, and he steeled himself to respond, because your highness has been unwell. You may speak candidly about the rumors circulating outside the kingdom without reservation. Seeing no other option, Sumu spoke frankly, though my time in the Xini kingdom has been brief. I have heard whispers regarding your highness's failure to ascend. It is said that the reason for your inability to claim the throne was that the queen drugged you just days prior to your coronation, causing your blindness. Do you believe that? Sumu hesitated, then said slowly, the saintess once told me that the relationship between the queen and you is not as the outside world claims. Indeed, my relationship with Xenia is not poor. However, it is true that she poisoned me, leading to my blindness. Sumu's mind was as if struck by lightning, filled with disbelief. Is this true? Indeed. Of course, Xenia did not intend for this to happen. Xenia appeared to be reminiscing, her expression calm. When our father departed, I became preoccupied with matters of succession, which took a toll on my health. Xenia, aware of my discomfort, sought out medicine from the palace physicians. She brought the potion to me. And without a second thought, I drank it, and then you know what happened. Initially, like everyone else, I believed Xenia was scheming to ascend to the throne and had poisoned me, despite her desperate apologies and tears. My blindness was a reality, and it was true that I could not become the king, and she would have to take my place on the throne. Xenia sighed softly. I entrusted the royal seal to Xenia. Though she pleaded with her fragile voice for me to stay by her side, expressing her fear, I chose to leave, for I truly did not wish to remain in the palace. Subsequently, I moved to reside within the Magic Academy. Sumu swallowed hard, his mind racing, not expecting such a turn of events. Xini continued. Upon arriving at the Magic Academy, I still believed Xenia had intentionally betrayed me, until half a year ago when Anna, unable to succeed, abandoned everything to come to my side. It was then that she brought news from the capital, and I learned the truth. What was it? Xenia ascended to the throne but was rendered powerless, unable to accomplish anything daily. Even the entire knightly order that served our father was sent home, and even Anna, renowned for her honor and achievements, was unable to succeed. To outsiders, it appeared as if Xenia had ordered this out of fear of the knights aligned with me. But through Anna, I discovered that none of this was decided by Xenia herself. Sumu, being astute, grasped the implications of these revelations, his expression turning grave. Is it true that Her Majesty the Queen has been sidelined by officials? And that the so-called palace physician replaced the medicine with poison under their orders? Xenia has spoken of you, saying you were quite clever. You were correct, Xenia said, a hint of self-mockery in her smile. In the 6 months prior to Xenia's ascension, she accomplished nothing. The only act she undertook was to order the execution of all palace physicians. Even now, there remains no official overseeing the physicians within the palace. Xenia's actions were born of resentment. Yet to outsiders, it appeared as though she was silencing her enemies. She is still too young. Who could it be? Sumu pondered aloud. If the officials dared to act in such a manner, there must be someone leading them. Who could it be? Suddenly, he recalled an old man and murmured, Tola. Chapter 49. The Oath. Have you figured it out? Xini chuckled. Sumu's gaze turned icy. The first time I met Her Majesty the Queen, that old man was by her side, claiming to be the Prime Minister. I hadn't thought much of it at the time, but in hindsight, I realized that Tola often interrupted the Queen, appearing to be looking out for her, while secretly manipulating her every move. You truly are perceptive, Xini sighed. As the first heir to the throne, I was raised under our father's tutelage. In Tola's eyes, I was a troublesome figure he could not control, which is why he conspired against me, placing the young Xenia on the throne. Sumu nodded, for this was indeed the truth. Xenia's demeanor exuded the majesty of a ruler, every gesture commanding respect, while Xenia, in contrast, fell short. Though I am uncertain whether Tola covets the throne or has other motives, the throne is not something just anyone can occupy. Perhaps he wishes to be the king beneath the ruler. Xenia sighed heavily. It is also a burden for Xenia. I have spent my youth traveling alongside our father, leaving her alone in the palace. Fearing Xenia might grow bored, our father summoned noble girls from outside to keep her company as she grew. I see. The Saintess was one of them, correct? Indeed, but also Bettina from the Beatty family. Bettina? Sumu exclaimed in astonishment. It seems you have met her today? Xenia appeared intrigued. The Saintess's status is special. She cannot engage in palace politics. The children of the Beatty family are likewise bound by a previous agreement that prevents them from participating in court affairs. This is why our father selected the two of them to accompany Xenia, resulting in their lifelong friendship. I understand now. So, what do you think? Bettina is quite a good girl, isn't she? Xenia mentioned your interactions with her. Sumu found Xenia's remark puzzling. She is a very nice girl. But what could possibly transpire between us? Today, I merely delivered a message to her from the Queen, so we are just acquaintances. The Queen even suggested I build a good rapport with her, saying it would benefit me. Alas, it is not that simple. This afternoon, I was even threatened by her fiancé, warning me not to seek out Bettina in the future. Fiancé? Xenia was taken aback, then realizing who it was, she smiled. It must be Filt. I do not know him. Do not pay him any mind. He is merely a self-important young man. You likely did not reveal your identity. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen in your presence. Sumu chuckled bitterly. I originally intended to come to the Magic Academy to study diligently, not think too much of these matters. Xenia suddenly sensed something and asked tentatively, do you perhaps not know why Xenia asked you to deliver a message to Bettina? Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it simply delivering a message? Xenia fell silent, and after a moment, she sought to explain thoroughly to Sumu, when the enormous mirror before them suddenly transformed. Sumu looked up at the mirror, where ripples began to dance in its center, producing the sound of dripping water. Before long, images began to materialize within the mirror. In it, Xenia donned a long black fur robe, her golden hair cascading freely over her shoulders. She blinked her chestnut-red eyes and, upon spotting Sumu seated calmly in a chair, exclaimed indignantly, upon seeing me, you still do not kneel in greeting? Sumu, upon witnessing this, smiled wryly as he began to rise to bow, only for Xenia to dismiss him. Enough. Enough, such a perfunctory gesture. Sit down. Hearing her sister's voice, Xini couldn't help but smile. Xenia, how have you fared during this time? What can it be? Same as always, sister. Thankfully, it hasn't been particularly dull. Having Sumu's sister by my side provides some companionship. Sumu. Upon hearing this, hurriedly inquired, is Sleta all right? What could possibly be wrong? Xenia laughed and shook her head. Even if you have been granted a title and have truly become a noble, your sister could smash 7 or 8 shops. And it would matter not. There are plenty of nobles in the capital far more arrogant than Sleta. However, as long as your title remains unbestowed, they will have reason to trouble you. In truth, the incident with the shop was not a significant issue. I have heard that the innkeeper once spoke ill of you, and as my knight captain, it is not unreasonable to retaliate when insulted. As for the etiquette officer's nephew, what is he? Your sister did him a favor by eliminating him, sparing other girls in the capital from his vile behavior. Sumu noticed that Xenia became particularly talkative in her sister Xeni's presence, which was quite different from his previous impression of her. Perhaps it was the so-called sense of security that Xenia provided. Previously, Xenia had struggled to articulate even a single sentence. It is good that Sleta is fine. I have troubled Her Majesty the Queen. No worries. Your sister is well-behaved and sensible, which I appreciate. Xenia smiled, crossing her arms and turning to Xenia. Sister, Sumu hasn't done anything disrespectful, has he? If it had been just Xenia, Sumu would have retorted long ago, but with Xenia present, he could only smile wryly and remain silent. No, Sumu is of common birth. His lack of etiquette is not of great consequence. His rare intelligence marks him as a valuable individual. Moreover, he has adapted to all 7 schools of magic. Choosing him as your knight captain is a splendid decision. Hearing Xenia praise her choice, Xenia could not help but beam with a youthful smile, which was the first time Sumu had witnessed such a sight. Sumu, your Majesty, what do you wish to convey? Do you know why I wanted you to meet my sister? Sumu pondered for a moment. Realizing that what Xenia had just discussed was not the crux of the matter, he replied, I am not entirely sure, but as you command, I will certainly do what I can to assist the Queen. Even if I commanded you to ascend to the heavens to pluck stars for me, you would soar into the sky. What do you mean by what you can do? Xenia spoke fiercely. This time, I am jesting with you. Sumu cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and nodded. Your Majesty, please instruct me. I need you to swear that if anything happens between my sister and me, I require you to protect us with your life. Sumu did not hesitate. Of course, as the captain of the Knight Order, I will surely protect you and Her Highness. No, that is not what I mean. Xenia's expression grew serious. I mean, if something were to happen to me, I need you to care for my sister and then seek retribution against the corrupt officials and nobles of the Xini kingdom. This, Sumu furrowed his brows in confusion. Your Majesty, I do not understand. Believe me, my sister has likely spoken to you about certain matters concerning the royal family. Although I am unsure how much you know, I must convey this to you earnestly. Xenia's eyes were cold and indifferent. In the 6 months preceding my ascension to the throne, Tora had already rendered me powerless. I was unable to make any political decisions, as the majority of officials in the Xenia court had defected to Tora. If it weren't for Anna's return to my sister after her dismissal, revealing my predicament, I might not be living so comfortably now. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that Tora harbors rebellious intentions? Sumu's expression grew grave. This was no idle jest. He had barely begun his studies in magic, and was now contemplating warfare. Ah. Sumu, you are quite astute, Xenia said, drawing her black robe closer around her, her expression tinged with self-deprecation. Initially, my sister traveled extensively with our father, witnessing numerous affairs within the kingdom. She had long harbored thoughts of reforming the corruption and inaction among the nobility. However, any attempt to reform the nobles would undoubtedly encroach upon many vested interests, which is one reason why so many officials defected to Tora a year ago, even turning a blind eye to Tora's schemes against my sister. As Xenia spoke, she could not help but feel a sense of lamentation, while Xenia's countenance soured, as if a painful truth had been touched upon. Perhaps her ideals were too idyllic. Xenia recognized that while the noble system had its merits, its flaws were equally significant. The common folk in many fiefdoms suffered in silence, and as the future heir of the kingdom, she could only watch helplessly as the nobility acted with impunity in their domains. It was also because of Xenia's youth that upon the passing of our father, she boldly declared her intent to reform the nobility within the court, which only intensified Tora's desire to undermine her. After all, there were officials willing to assist Xenia at that time, and Tora could not confront her alone without taking action. Yet, Once Xini made her declaration, the situation shifted. No one wished for their share of the pie to diminish, nor for their power to be usurped, especially those accustomed to the privileges of nobility. This was the true reason behind Xini's entrapment. Tora, under the guise of duty, rallied others to protect their noble privileges from my sister's potential infringement, clandestinely supporting Tora's machinations. It is also my fault for being so naive, placing too much trust in those around me, and foolishly believing the physician's prescribed remedies. Xenia lamented, lightly biting her lip. Tora spent 6 months rendering me powerless, and I panicked, unsure of how to proceed. However, 6 months ago, my sister contacted me through this mirror, and with her assistance and advice, I gradually managed to regain a foothold within the court. Sumu looked at Xini in astonishment. Sensing his gaze, she smiled and explained, "This mirror is unknown to Tora. It was originally a magical artifact of the headmaster of the Magic Academy, intended for communication with my father. When Anna returned to my side and learned of the situation in the capital, she understood that Xenia did not intentionally betray me, that I then requested this mirror from the headmaster, using my magic each night to activate it, hoping that Xenia would notice my plight." Xenia sighed. "At that time, I was rendered powerless and spent my days idly in my chamber, which is how I noticed the peculiarities of the mirror. Otherwise, my sister would not have been able to assist me so much." It turned out that 6 months prior, Xini had been the one orchestrating events behind the scenes, while Xenia provided insight into the situation and challenges faced by the court officials. Xini, in turn, aided her sister in resolving these issues, offering the best possible solutions. With Xini's support, Xenia ultimately attempted to reassert her authority and control over the court officials in the latter half of the year. Chapter 50, A Stroll. When you and Ilu claimed to be from the Kale Kingdom, and Tora reacted with fury, I concluded that you had no ties to Tora. I felt that you two might be of use to me, especially since there are few I can rely on at present. "I appreciate your Majesty's trust," Xenia replied with a smile. "Speaking of which, I previously asked you to vow that should anything befall either me or my sister, you would protect the other and mobilize forces against the officials of the Xenia court, particularly against Tora. Is it true that Tora harbors treasonous intentions?" Sumu was taken aback. In this world, a king is not simply appointed. Even if the court officials support him, the people must also be on his side. The subjects of this kingdom have lived under the rule of the Xenia royal family for over a century. Such entrenched sentiments cannot be changed lightly. Having served as one beneath the one, I am now gradually reclaiming power with my sister's assistance. How could he possibly be content to submit to me, whom he once commanded? Xenia scoffed. If he remains passive, once I regain the support of half the officials and restore some trust among the nobles, I shall bring my sister back to the capital. At that point, Tora will have no chance to rebel. Did you just say for me to mobilize forces? Sumu looked at Xenia with confusion. Where would I procure an army? Upon your return from the Magic Academy in 2 years, I shall bestow upon you a title and grant you a substantial fief near the northern border, encompassing several towns. However, I require you to prepare personnel and train soldiers within your fief, for when I need them. Sumu realized, I understand now. The reason I asked you to vow is not due to distrust, but rather to provide you with a token of assurance. Sumu felt perplexed. At that moment, a magical seal suddenly appeared beside Xini, spinning as she prayed that a crystal ball materialized in her hand, and she directed her magical energy towards Sumu, sending the crystal ball his way. He caught the crystal ball, noticing that it appeared unremarkable, yet emanated a soft blue glow. What is this? This is a memory projection crystal ball. Just now, my sister condensed our conversation into an image. If you ever need it, you can activate the crystal ball with your magic, and it will present our discussion and its contents. Xenia seemed somewhat fatigued, pinching her brow with her finger. If one day something happens to me or my sister, and you need to mobilize forces against Tora, he will undoubtedly incite the nobles to obstruct you. With this crystal ball, you can reveal Tora's vile nature. However, it is a one-time use, so think carefully before employing it. Couldn't he, the princess, just create a few more for me? Xenia was rendered speechless. You think it's that simple? If you think so, then you can do it. Xini stifled a laugh. Sumu's casual demeanor, as if he did not regard himself as an outsider, endeared him to her. Perhaps it was this very quality that made him deserving of their trust. After a few more exchanges, Xenia decided to return to her rest. Seeing that it was getting late, Sumu prepared to leave for his dormitory. Xenia performed some unknown action on the other side of the mirror, causing the scenery of the Xenia court to vanish. and the mirror returned to its ordinary state. Sumu kindly assisted Xini to her bedroom, ensuring the bookshelf was returned to its original state. Your Highness, should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Sumu assisted Xini into a chair in her bedroom. What could possibly arise? Even if something did, I would simply ask Anna to handle it. Xini smiled, blooming like a flower on a high peak. If you have some free time, do come by occasionally to chat with me. That is certainly agreeable. After Sumu and Anna departed, Xini suddenly tilted her head, as if pondering something, murmuring, "It seems I have forgotten something." Anna deliberately escorted Sumu outside, and they exchanged glances, neither speaking first. Sumu, while I am unaware of your abilities, the princess trusts you, and the queen holds you in high regard. So I, Anna, shall also place my faith in you. Anna smiled, the wrinkles on her face revealing her age. If you encounter any troubles at the Magic Academy, feel free to seek me out. Although, I believe, as the captain of the night squad, you should not encounter much trouble. Thank you. You are my senior, and I have much to learn from you. Sumu effortlessly delivered these flattering words. After bidding farewell, Sumu cradled the crystal ball in his arms and began his walk back to the dormitory. Just as he had previously stated, he had come to the Magic Academy to earnestly study magic. Wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications, however, after his encounter with Princess Xini, his simple and innocent aspirations were shattered. While he could still focus on his magical studies, he now bore the weight of responsibility for both Xenia and Xini. Perhaps Sumu had initially perceived his duty as captain of the night squad to solely ensure Xenia's safety, but now he found himself entangled in matters concerning the Xenia royal family's throne. Though he had no experience in such affairs, he had read many stories where a single misstep could lead to complete ruin. Yet, Sumu did not feel fear. After all, he had pledged his loyalty to Xenia, sharing a common fate with her. Even if he were to betray her and proclaim to the other officials, "I no longer wish to be the captain of the knights. I want to return home to farm," the Xenia officials would surely seize any opportunity to eliminate him. Gazing at the repulsive, greasy moon above, Sumu sighed, aware of the heavy burdens that lay ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alu had just finished her dinner, which the maid had brought, and was contemplating a stroll outside. She knew that at this time, Sumu was either practicing his magical seals or seeking information about Xini. However, Alu did not wish to lag behind and refrained from troubling Sumu. Instead, she chose to study dark magic alone in her room. Yet, each time she delved into the tomes of dark sorcery, an unbearable restlessness would surge within her, leaving her quite distressed. Thus, it was better to step outside for a leisurely stroll. Coincidentally, just as Alu exited the dormitory, she spotted Bettina returning alongside Mel. The three exchanged glances, and Alu took the initiative to greet them with a smile, although she did not harbor any animosity towards Bettina. She felt a certain wariness. Aware that Sumu was oblivious to the nature of her relationship with Bettina, she felt an unusual sense of guilt towards Bettina. Bettina responded with her own smile, prompting Alu to make a quick exit from their company, but Bettina unexpectedly called out to her, "Excuse me, student, could you wait a moment?" Alu stiffened, turning to face Bettina, uncertain of the reason for her summons. Bettina gently urged Mel, "You may go back now. I have a few words to share with her." Mel glanced at Alu and retorted, "What is there to discuss with a commoner from the Kyrie kingdom?" With that, Mel turned away without a hint of courtesy. Bettina, upon witnessing this, offered Alu an apologetic smile. Alu waved dismissively, indicating that she bore no ill will. Approaching Alu, Bettina inquired with a smile, "We met today, did we not?" "Indeed. I delivered a message to you alongside Sumu earlier today," Alu replied, a touch of nervousness in her voice. "What is your name?" "My name is Alu." "Alu, what a lovely name," Bettina remarked, her demeanor calm and gentle. Before extending an invitation, "I have heard that you are relatively new to the Magic Academy. Would you care to join me for a stroll? I can show you around the academy." Despite the imposing walls surrounding it, there are indeed some beautiful spots within. Alu instinctively fidgeted with her fingers, contemplating before mustering the courage to nod. "Of course, it would be my honor to accept your invitation." "Miss Bettina, just call me Bettina," she replied warmly. Alu felt an inexplicable discomfort at Bettina's graciousness as they began to walk outside. At various locations, Bettina would eagerly share the history and names of the places they visited. And to an outsider, Alu and Bettina appeared to be close friends. After exploring several sites, Alu observed that Bettina was not particularly loquacious, mirroring her serene exterior. Bettina persistently attempted to initiate conversations, seemingly eager to forge a closer bond with Ailu, which left Ailu feeling quite uneasy. In truth, Ailu was reluctant to grow too close to Bettina, regardless of the future between her and Su Mu. In her eyes, for the next 2 years at the Magic Academy, Su Mu still belonged to her. Yet, if Bettina were to develop an interest in Su Mu, and their union were to be a decree from Her Majesty the Queen, what position would she have to stand beside Su Mu? Ailu, I heard you and Su Mu are from the Kairi Kingdom. Ailu's heart tightened, knowing that Bettina could no longer contain her curiosity. Once, perhaps, but not anymore. Bettina smiled, seemingly unfazed, and inquired, It appears you are quite close with Su Mu. You must have known each other during your time in Kairi Kingdom. What is your relationship? Ailu felt flustered, but managed to respond. We did meet in Kairi Kingdom. However, our relationship is rather ordinary. We are merely friends. Ultimately, Ailu told a white lie, fearing to divulge her true relationship with Su Mu in front of Bettina, for she dared not admit that they were more than friends. Oh, God, forgive my cowardice, she sighed softly to herself. Bettina seemed to accept Ailu's words without suspicion, her gentle smile unwavering as she asked, Would you mind sharing what kind of person Su Mu is? Ailu was taken aback, puzzled, and quickly asked, Did not the Queen mention anything about Su Mu in her letter to you? Bettina furrowed her brow. You are aware of the contents of the letter? Ailu cursed internally, realizing she had been too candid. Just as Ailu contemplated whether to lie or confess, Bettina pressed further, Who exactly are you? Or rather, what is the truth regarding Su Mu? Bettina's expression turned serious, her tone shifting to one of interrogation. You hail from the Kairi Kingdom, yet have earned the trust of Her Majesty the Queen. You must be extraordinary. Ailu, in turn, felt perplexed. Bettina, did the Queen not elucidate Su Mu's identity in her letter? Seeing Ailu truly appeared to be in the know, Bettina composed herself and fell silent for a moment. Indeed, the Queen's letter did not elaborate much. If you do not mind, could you share some information with me? Ailu suddenly recalled something. Although Su Mu was unaware of such social etiquette, it did not mean she lacked understanding. The omission of Su Mu's identity in the letter from Xini likely aimed to encourage Su Mu to be forthright about his identity when befriending Bettina. As this was a part of noble etiquette, Xini probably believed Ailu would relay this intent to Su Mu, unaware that Ailu had chosen to conceal it, contemplating whether to divulge this to Bettina. Ailu hesitated, knowing Bettina had already surmised Xini's main intent. Bettina merely lacked certainty. Should she deceive Bettina, claiming Xini had no such intentions? This alarming thought plagued Ailu's mind at that moment. A figure approached them. What are you two doing here? Turning to see who it was, Ailu and Bettina were taken aback to find Su Mu standing before them, but Su Mu frowned slightly, surprised to see Bettina and Ailu conversing privately. From a distance, he observed them engaged in lively conversation. Su Mu, Bettina said, her gaze shifting to regard him intently, for it was her first time examining Su Mu so closely. Clad in a well-fitted student uniform, his brows were like swords, and his eyes, like stones, gave the impression of a resolute and steadfast individual. Su Mu, feeling more relaxed among acquaintances, still held suspicion towards most of the world. However, upon learning that Xini and Bettina were childhood companions, his demeanor softened considerably. Bettina, why are you with Ailu at this late hour? Su Mu glanced at the flustered Ailu. Though he was unaware of the circumstances, he inferred that Bettina had sought out Ailu. After all, Ailu was not the type to take the initiative. She typically consulted him before undertaking any endeavors. Bettina replied with a soft smile, Oh, it was merely a chance encounter with Ailu. We decided to take a stroll and chat, exploring the academy together. No wonder you ventured so far, Su Mu observed. Noting the two seemed to be merely enjoying each other's company, after a moment of silence, he added, Bettina, though it may not be appropriate to say this, and it contradicts Her Majesty's wishes, I would prefer if we could simply greet each other when next we meet. Should you need any assistance, feel free to let me know. I shall help in any way I can, as you are one of the Queen's few friends. Bettina paused, taken aback. You are aware of this? After all, this was a matter from their childhood, and the adults around them had not given it much thought. No one expected that Xini, the Saintess, and Bettina would continue to maintain their correspondence into adulthood. However, Su Mu's knowledge implied that the Queen's trust in him was profound. Yet, it puzzled Bettina why Xini had not forewarned her about Su Mu. Well, I only learned about it recently, since you are a friend of Her Majesty. I trust you can understand my position, Su Mu smiled. I prefer to avoid complications. My primary purpose at the Magic Academy is to study magic diligently. Today, your fiancé even came to threaten me, warning me not to get too close to you. Fiancé? Filth. Bettina exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. Bettina's expression turned cold, her lips pressing together in irritation. Does he truly believe I am his possession? Sumu, sensing that Bettina's demeanor had shifted, wondered if his presence had soured their relationship. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, I am not afraid of him, but I do wish to avoid trouble. So Bettina interrupted him. Phil is not my fiancé. Then why did he? Sumu realized the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted, and he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Let it be as it is. Regardless, we can consider ourselves friends. If you ever need my help, do not hesitate to reach out. Without waiting for Bettina's response, Sumu took Ailu's hand and led her away. Ailu was suddenly flustered as Sumu grasped her hand in front of Bettina, feeling an urge to pull away. She glanced back at Bettina, only to find her expression had turned strangely peculiar. Bettina stood silently, watching Sumu lead Ailu away, her heart swirling with conflicting emotions. What did Xenia truly mean by that letter? Upon reaching a secluded corner of the Magic Academy, Sumu recounted to Ailu his encounter with Princess Xini and the subsequent events. Initially, Ailu had felt a sense of unease due to her interactions with Bettina. But upon hearing Sumu explain the true reasons behind Xini's transition of power with Xenia, she was left utterly astonished. However, Ailu couldn't help but feel that Xenia's profound trust in Sumu, and her encouragement for Sumu to be with Bettina, was perhaps a strategic move aimed at securing the support of the Bettina family. After all, the Bettina family refrained from meddling in court affairs, yet their military prowess could undoubtedly provide substantial backing to Xenia. This thought filled Ailu with a sense of guilt as she grappled with her own selfishness. Xenia placed immense faith in Sumu, while she herself was consumed by her own self-interest. Yet, Sumu was not one to afford her the luxury of such ponderings. He abruptly snapped Ailu out of her reverie, assuming her surprise was merely a reaction to the news. Don't overthink it. I merely wanted to inform you. Besides, this is just the beginning. The possibility that the Queen mentioned may never come to pass. Our purpose for coming to the Magic Academy may seem complicated, but it hasn't changed at its core. Study diligently, strive for progress, transform yourself, and start anew. Noticing Ailu's distracted demeanor, Sumu initiated a series of inside jokes that only he could comprehend. I understand, Ailu replied, reflecting that, regardless of the complexities, she was content to remain by Sumu's side. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, Sumu retrieved a crystal ball from his pocket and placed it in Ailu's hands. You should keep this for me, he said. Ailu nodded, then produced a crystal card from her belongings, smiling as she offered it to Sumu. Here, take it. Sumu accepted it without hesitation, affectionately ruffling Ailu's hair. That eye in Sumu's eyes. The future, though intricate and unpredictable, would not hinder his progress. Rather, it would only serve to fortify his resolve. Ailu, on the other hand, found herself entangled in a web of complicated emotions. Although she possessed a kind heart, she acknowledged her own selfish tendencies. If any future decisions could benefit Sumu, she would not hesitate to make sacrifices for him. Dark magic, after all, was not something to be flaunted. Using it in public would only tarnish Sumu's reputation. She hoped merely to stand by him in her own unique way, without becoming a burden. Perhaps this was because they both valued companionship above all else. Sumu, of course, welcomed the intimacy between them. Yet he believed there would come a time for them to pause and cherish the moments together, watching the sun rise and set, sharing sweet moments of closeness. Ailu, however, yearned for the opportunity for continued companionship in the future, rather than fleeting intimacy. Moreover, she was not the type to take the initiative. If Sumu did not act, she would naturally refrain from pursuing him. After Sumu offered a few more words of encouragement and playfully pinched Ailu's cheek, they made their way back to the dormitory loft together. As the saying goes, if love is to endure, the removal of garments is of little consequence. The little cat napped, and life continued. Their stride towards the future must not falter. The next morning, as the birds began to sing, Sumu was already preparing to embark on his journey. Today, he intended to explore the so-called Xenia Magic Academy library. It was rumored that the library housed a vast collection of magical tomes from across the kingdom, where one could find knowledge on virtually any aspect of magic. Sumu had hoped to go with Ailu, but she declined, explaining that her own magical abilities would not significantly improve by visiting. She felt she had already learned all she needed to know, and what she truly lacked was time to nurture her magical imprint. Previously, her magical imprint had suffered damage, and while it had since healed, advancing further remained a challenge. The location of the Academy's library had been mentioned by her mentor, and Su Mu traversed 2 sections of the Magic Academy before finally reaching the library. Unlike the ornate decor of other towers, the library's entrance was surprisingly modestly situated within the wall. The tall yellow wooden doors stood prominently, and had it not been for the words "library" inscribed above, Su Mu would have doubted that he was in the right place. After all, a library is an immensely important establishment. And while it need not be ostentatiously decorated, it should certainly exude an aura of gravitas and secrecy. To his astonishment, the library's entrance was so openly placed within the wall that Su Mu observed several students and mentors gradually making their way inside, and promptly followed suit. Initially, he felt only a sense of peculiarity regarding the surface appearance, but upon stepping into the library, the surroundings morphed before his eyes, transforming into a multi-storied library filled with towering bookshelves brimming with an abundance of books. Was this a teleportation spell? Su Mu realized that the entrance by the wall was, in fact, a magical array. In such a case, should any unexpected events occur, the magic array could be deactivated, leaving the true location of the library a mystery. Su Mu's interest in the library surged, and he stepped further inside. Numerous students and mentors surrounded him. The mentors primarily sought specific information, while the students navigated the shelves with familiarity, searching for the tomes they desired. Su Mu discreetly observed that the majority of the students were nobles, making his presence as a knight candidate particularly conspicuous. This was an unavoidable circumstance, for the magic points of knight candidates were hard-earned, leading them to conserve their points in hopes of excelling in written and practical examinations, ultimately returning to the capital as knights, an ideal conclusion for them. Yet Su Mu was different. He was a noble by birth, merely choosing to conceal his identity. Chapter 52. 3 questions. Su Mu wandered through the nearby shelves, clutching 2 crystal cards. Initially, he assumed the shelves would be organized by the 7 schools of magic, but soon discovered this was not the case. The 7 schools encompassed more than mere destructive magic. For instance, alchemy belonged to earth magic, levitation was part of wind magic, and shadow clouds were significant in dark magic. These magical disciplines were notoriously difficult to master and comprehend. Without sufficient understanding, even with ample magical energy and knowledge of the incantations, the success rate of casting these spells would be low. Fortunately, Su Mu regarded magic as an academic pursuit and did not find it daunting. He approached a bookshelf and casually pulled out a tome. The book, framed in ebony, was quite heavy, and aside from the intricate carvings, it bore no title. Just as Su Mu pondered this, magical energy began to emanate from within the book, coalescing into text on the cover. Theory of Light Element Evolution, the historical development and significance of light elements from their inception to the present. Viewing, 40 magic points, borrowing for 1 day, 100 magic points. Su Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The content seemed overly academic, yet he found himself intrigued. After all, he had never encountered such material before. Su Mu's previous studies had been tedious and unappealing, but now, while the magic theories appeared chaotic and lengthy, his yearning for magic prevented any feelings of aversion from surfacing. Unfortunately, it's still a bit too early for me to delve into these theoretical concepts. I don't even know the most basic incantations for light magic. Perhaps I should pass for now. Su Mu chuckled, shaking his head as he returned the book to its shelf. He continued to weave through the various bookshelves, primarily searching for text related to fire magic. Before long, he held 2 books with crimson covers, Practical Spells of Fire Magic, and Analysis of Fire Magic Incantations. Though Ai Lu had taught him much about fire magic, this substantial tome on fire spells was evidently more comprehensive and complete. It would serve as a valuable supplement for review. However, it was customary for practical books to require more magic points than theoretical ones. Yet, to his surprise, that was not the case. For instance, the second book on fire magic incantation analysis demanded 80 magic points to view and 200 magic points for a 1-day rental. Meanwhile, the first book required only 20 magic points to view and 60 magic points for a day. The stark contrast in the magic point requirements left Su Mu somewhat taken aback. However, this disparity only heightened his curiosity about the second book. What theoretical knowledge could warrant such a high cost for access? Yet the expense was daunting, causing Su Mu, who was already short on magic points, to hesitate. After considerable contemplation, he decided to return the second book to the shelf. Although he was intrigued, the high cost dissuaded him. Holding Practical Spells of Fire Magic, Su Mu attempted to open the crimson-covered tome, but found it stubbornly resistant to his efforts. It seemed there was a different method to unlock it, though he was unsure what that was, just as he scratched his head in contemplation. A familiar, sweet voice broke through his thoughts. You need to take out your crystal card, input your magical energy into it, and then transfer the points into the book. To view it for a day. Simply input 20 magic points. Turning to see who had spoken, Sumu was pleasantly surprised to find Bettina. Her long, dark hair cascaded elegantly, and her striking blue eyes momentarily captivated him, with her delicate features adorned by a gentle smile. She embodied the essence of a graceful young lady. Sumu cleared his throat. Bettina, what brings you here? What, is the Magic Academy library yours to command? Why shouldn't I come? Realizing he had blurted out a rather foolish question, Sumu quickly corrected himself. No, I meant that the nearby shelves specifically contain books on fire magic, and I recall you only specialize in wind, lightning, and earth magic, right? You even know that. Bettina turned her body and unexpectedly picked up the second book that Sumu had just set down. She gazed at the book titled Analysis of Fire Magic Spells, lost in her thoughts. The Queen had spoken to me about certain matters regarding you. However, it seems that the Bettina family has a long-standing tradition of awakening the 3 schools of magic. I find it rather uncomplicated to know such things. Yet, the Queen has never mentioned you to me. She has not shared any information regarding your identity. Sumu felt a twinge of curiosity. Did the Queen's letter not contain anything about me? It mentioned a bit, but it lacked detail. Upon hearing this, Sumu's heart began to race. Had he been too presumptuous? He had assumed that Bettina and Xenia, being childhood companions, shared a close bond, and coupled with Xenia's insinuations, he unconsciously believed that their relationship remained strong. Was it possible that their connection was not as he imagined? Was that why Xenia had not disclosed his identity to Bettina in her letter? Had he been overly sentimental and misstepped? If Bettina and Xenia were at odds, then why would Xenia encourage him to foster a good relationship with her? The more he pondered, the more perplexed and anxious he became. If he had truly erred in his assumptions, potentially jeopardizing Xenia's subsequent plans, it would indeed be a grave mistake. Sumu sought to ease his inner turmoil and shifted the conversation, glancing at the book in Bettina's hands, saying, "This book pertains to fire magic. It holds little value for you." "Does it?" "Not necessarily. Knowing more is always better than knowing less. What do you think?" Bettina replied with a gentle smile. "However, Sumu, you do not think I am following you, do you?" Sumu was taken aback. "How could that be? The way you were looking at me just now was rather peculiar." Bettina shook her head. "You should know that it is quite rare for a knight candidate to be seen in the library. Are you unaware of how conspicuous you are here? For knight candidates, every bit of magical energy is hard-won, and they cherish it dearly, especially considering the implications for their future careers. I remember that new knight candidates each receive only 100 magical points. And yet here you are, using them in the library after just a few days. That not a bit hasty. Although I do not believe you are an ordinary knight candidate. It's fine. Alu lent me her 100 points. Though 200 magical points may not be much and cannot compare to you noble students, it suffices for me," Sumu said, narrowing his eyes at the book he had yet to open. "Consider it an initial experience." Sumu produced a crystal card from his uniform and activated the magical energy within it. Transferring it into the card, in a moment, the card began to tremble, displaying the number 100. He then pressed the card against the cover of the book, channeling the energy into it. The number on the card gradually decreased until it reached 80, and then stopped. Sumu returned the card to his uniform, and upon attempting to open the book again, he found it easily yielded to his touch. A smile crept across his face, and he expressed his gratitude to Bettina, saying, "Thank you." Bettina remained silent for a moment before speaking. "You seem to have a good relationship with Ailu. She was willing to lend you her 100 magical points. We share a bond that transcends boundaries," Sumu replied with a smile as he spoke of Ailu. "Regardless, thank you for teaching me how to read in the library." Seeing the happiness on Sumu's face, Bettina furrowed her brow slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. It was as if, despite never having possessed it, she felt she had lost something. Sumu, book in hand, was about to find a place to sit in the library when Bettina abruptly stopped him, an action that appeared somewhat intimate to onlookers. Waving the book Analysis of Fire Magic Spells, she asked Sumu, "You wish to read this book too, do you not? Why not take a look?" Sumu nodded. "While I am eager to read it, it is rather expensive. Perhaps I shall consider it for later. I can cover the magical points for you to read this book, but it would be a transaction." Sumu's interest was piqued at the thought of reading the book. "Oh, what kind of transaction?" "I will pay for your reading, but you must answer me a few questions." Sumu blinked, sizing up Bettina. Bettina felt her face flush under Sumu's unabashed gaze. A few questions, Sumu inquired. 3. I must clarify that if your questions prove difficult for me, I reserve the right to decline to answer, but you must still pay the magical points for me to read the book. Bettina was taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone making such audacious demands in her presence. As Sumu had put it, he could choose not to answer the 3 questions, while still requiring Bettina to pay for the book. How brazen of him. Bettina gritted her teeth. No problem. Ah, quite decisive. Please help me unlock the restrictions on this book first, Sumu said, his expression one of mischievous triumph. Bettina, slightly exasperated, retrieved her crystal card. As her magical energy flowed into the card. The number displayed on it astounded Sumu. A wealthy individual indeed. Bettina unlocked the book's restrictions and handed it to Sumu. Is that sufficient? May I pose my question now? Sumu, cradling 2 books in his hands, was quite pleased, casting sly glances at Bettina. Pondering her thoughts. No rush, no rush. Let us find a place to sit first. Once they secured a spot in the library, Sumu noticed the surroundings were clear of onlookers and cheerfully said, Miss Bettina, you may ask your question, however. I must reiterate, if I find your question to be challenging or if I am unaware of the answer, I can choose to remain silent. I understand. Bettina took a deep breath, hesitating for quite some time, her tone somewhat peculiar as she slowly asked, Did Her Majesty the Queen instruct you to convey any other matters when she sent you to meet me? Sumu pondered deeply. He had mentioned these matters to Bettina casually yesterday, and now it seemed harmless to reiterate them. The Queen asked me to deliver a letter to you, encouraging me to befriend you, stating that a harmonious relationship between us would be beneficial for Her Majesty and for me as well. Bettina hurriedly inquired, Did the Queen specify if this friendship meant we should become friends or? Chapter 53, Spell Analysis. Ah, that makes it the second question, Sumu said with a sly grin, not waiting for Bettina's response. Of course, it is about us becoming friends. After all, you are the daughter of the Bettina family and a childhood friend of Her Majesty. Cultivating a good relationship with you would undoubtedly benefit everyone. What, do you perhaps think the Queen introduced me to you as a potential suitor? At this jest, Sumu could not help but laugh heartily, while Bettina felt her cheeks flush at his assertive words, lowering her head in contemplation. However, I must say, when it comes to choosing a partner, it is crucial for a girl to follow her heart. Especially since you are the daughter of the Bettina family. We are, after all, friends now, so I will speak freely. You should listen. If you ever encounter someone you truly like, seize the opportunity. Do not wait for your family to arrange things for you. Given your background, you might find yourself entangled in some political marriage, which is quite undesirable. Be cautious not to fall for some unscrupulous man. You could jeopardize your happiness for a lifetime. Sumu shrugged, adopting a serious demeanor. Especially that fellow you mentioned yesterday. Was it named Fired? I don't think he is suitable. Although he may be handsome, charm alone cannot sustain a relationship. You must not let his good looks blind you. The character of your partner is equally important. Bettina's mind was in a whirl, struggling to decipher the true meaning of Xini's letter. However, hearing Sumu's words, she could not help but chuckle. This was the first time she had heard such sentiments expressed. Choosing whom to love? Yet, being the daughter of the Bettina family, I find myself devoid of such opportunities, Bettina thought with a bitter smile. Well then, what will your third question be? Seeing Sumu so confident about the Queen's intentions, Bettina felt it unnecessary to overthink. Furthermore, reflecting on Ailu's close relationship with Sumu, she realized that Xenia would undoubtedly be aware of it. She adjusted her uniform and smiled, saying, No need for that. Let us leave it at this. If I have any questions in the future, I will come to ask you. That's perfectly fine, Sumu replied, a gleam in his eye. I can also extend credit. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. 50 magical points per question, a fair and honest price. Listening to Sumu's nonsensical banter, Bettina shook her head in amusement as she departed. After Bettina left, Sumu turned his attention back to the books. Delving into their contents with earnestness, he embarked on a journey through the ocean of magical knowledge, hoping merely to avoid drowning in its depths. The first book contained various practical fire magic spells, such as Fireball, Fire Scroll, Firewall, and others that Ailu had previously taught him. However, this book encompassed spells ranging from basic to advanced levels without detailed categorization. Among its pages was a particularly practical high-tier spell, which even a novice like Sumu could wield. This spell was called Magic Self-Detonation. In truth, it involved triggering the magical seal, causing all of its energy to be released. Upon seeing this spell, Sumu lacked the courage to even silently recite it. He hurriedly turned the page to explore other content. Subsequently, Sumu gazed at a fire-based spell known as the Fire Dragon Technique. Feeling a surge of excitement, however, the incantation for this spell was lengthy and intricate, rendering it somewhat obscure and difficult to comprehend. Although the Fire Dragon Technique was classified as a mid-tier magic, its power rivaled that of high-tier spells. This was primarily because the casting of the Fire Dragon Technique required not only the incantation, but also a fire magic crystal, if the crystal used for the invocation possessed sufficient energy. The resulting Fire Dragon Technique would be even more formidable. Should the fire magic crystal be the size of Sumu's fist, it would be entirely feasible for the Fire Dragon Technique to surpass the power of high-tier magic. The thought of summoning a colossal dragon wreathed in flames to assail his adversaries filled Sumu with yearning, as he found the notion quite impressive. He indeed possessed fire magic crystals. Though they all belonged to Ai Lu, who, fearing that she might need them in the future, would purchase a few whenever she encountered them for sale along their journey. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu shamelessly appropriated several for himself. After perusing the first book for quite some time, he realized that many of the fire magic incantations were somewhat challenging to memorize. Truly mastering and understanding them would require a considerable investment of time. Sumu turned his attention to the remaining volume. Recalling that it contained an analysis of fire magic incantations, he was eager to see what kind of knowledge one could glean from a book that required 80 magic points to access. Upon opening the book, Sumu quickly grasped its contents. It turned out that each category of magic incantations constituted a unique language of its own. A renowned magician had categorized the incantations of the 7 magical elements into 7 distinct languages. In other words, if one were well versed in the language of a particular magical element, studying the incantations of that element would be akin to a fish returning to water. This book focused exclusively on the language analysis of fire magic incantations, piquing Sumu's interest further, compelling him to read attentively. After approximately an hour, Sumu withdrew his gaze from the book, rubbing his sore eyes. The author of this tome was indeed talented, treating fire incantations as a language of fire, articulating the concepts in a straightforward and comprehensible manner, which Sumu found exceedingly practical. He then opened the first book, eager to see how fire magic incantations transformed into their corresponding fire language. The incantation for the fireball technique translates to fiery elements. Hasten to my hand. This language was remarkably easy to understand. Fire incantations were the language of fire elements, comprehensible solely to them. When humans wield magic, they silently recite the fire incantation and use fire magic seals to establish a connection with the fire elements, resulting in the manifestation of magic only when both parties have established rapport. Sumu's understanding of magic deepened further. He continued to flip through the pages, comparing various magic incantations. The incantation for the fire whirlwind technique translates to mighty fire elements. Swirl around me in my grasp. Despite both being beginner-level magics, a subtle shift in tone began to emerge. Sumu turned the page. The incantation for the fire wall translates to, O magnificent fire elements of heaven and earth, please safeguard me in your presence. The fire wall was classified as a mid-tier magic, and its tone differed from that of beginner-level magic, seeming to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Sumu speculated about this and hurried to examine the incantation for the Fire Dragon Technique. Eager to validate his hypothesis, if he was correct, the incantation for the Fire Dragon Technique would undoubtedly exhibit even greater respect than that of the Fire Wall. The incantation for the Fire Dragon Technique translates to, esteemed fire elements of heaven and earth, you who are mighty and fervent, I present to you a fresh magic crystal. Please manifest around me in the form of a colossal dragon. Sumu was delighted to find that his conjecture was accurate. The more powerful the magic, the more respectful and polite the incantation became. What about the self-detonation magic? Sumu could not help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding the language of self-detonation magic and quickly flipped to that section. The incantation for self-detonation translates to fire element. You big idiot. Despite having risen early that day, the time spent studying had swiftly elapsed. In a moment of distraction while learning, Sumu realized that the morning classes were about to commence. He glanced down at the 2 books, knowing he had only skimmed them and had not fully absorbed their contents. If he were to return the books now and wish to read them again in the future, he would have to expend magic points anew. Without Bettina's assistance to unlock the second book, Sumu decided to return the first, which only required 20 magic points. However, the second book demanded 80 magic points. He truly desired to finish this book in one sitting. Otherwise, he would need to spend another 80 magic points to revisit it, which felt excessively wasteful, especially since he was not as affluent as Bettina. After some internal deliberation, Sumu resolved to skip today's classes. Thoroughly understanding the second book was his utmost priority. Indeed, regardless of the location. A life devoid of skipping classes ultimately felt unfulfilled. In any case. The Magic Academy did not impose strict attendance requirements on its students. Noble students accrued magic points by attending classes, while those who did not would forfeit them. Knight candidates who attended classes would gain additional knowledge to better prepare for written examinations. Whereas those who chose not to attend bore the consequences of their decisions. The issue was that if Sumu left the library, he would have to return the books to the shelves, given that he lacked sufficient magic points to borrow them for a day. However, if he chose to remain in the library, AI Lu would undoubtedly become anxious and worry upon realizing he had not attended class. He needed someone to inform AI Lu and reassure her. Sumu pondered who could assist him and promptly rose to seek out Bettina. Bettina was also in the library studying. If he could enlist her help to convey a message to AI Lu, it would be ideal, though he was uncertain whether she was still in the library. Sumu was fortunate. He found Bettina just as she was returning her books to the shelves. Preparing to leave the library for class, Sumu, unashamed, approached her and explained his predicament. Bettina, taken aback by Sumu's request for a noble to assist him, found it somewhat absurd. However, since her initial impression of Sumu was not overly negative, and given that he was a confidant of Xenia, she saw no reason to refuse his request. I can help, but it will cost you 20 magic points, fair and square, Bettina stated, extending her hand as if to mock Sumu's earlier statements. Sumu exclaimed, Lady Bettina, I was mistaken. From now on, I shall not charge you for any inquiries. Bettina rarely jested with others. As the daughter of the Bettina family, her demeanor required a certain decorum. Yet, in Sumu's presence, she felt more at ease. That's more like it. I will inform AI Lu about your situation shortly. You can focus on your studies in the library, she replied. All right, thank you. Lady Bettina. In my next life, I shall work tirelessly for you. Bettina chuckled and shook her head as she departed the library. With the matter resolved, Sumu quickly found a seat and resolved to thoroughly digest the contents of the second book. Chapter 54. So handsome AI Lu appeared somewhat fatigued as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, standing in the corridor outside the academy classroom, after returning to her dormitory the previous evening. She had spent some time perusing a book on dark magic. Although the experience was quite unpleasant, she persevered through her inner aversion and resistance. From the dark magic tome, AI Lu had indeed learned some unique spells from this world, though she had not yet had the opportunity to attempt casting them, nor did she wish to. Her motivation for studying dark magic was simple. She hoped to enhance her abilities to keep pace with Sumu. If she were to focus solely on fire magic, it would be impossible for her to catch up to him. As for whether she would ever have the chance to use dark magic, that was a matter for the future. Even if she did, it would have to be under dire circumstances. AI Lu did not want anyone to know about her proficiency in dark magic. Not even Sumu or Sleta, for she feared that their perceptions of her would change. She wished to remain in their eyes as a kind and gentle girl, particularly in Sumu's gaze. After all, AI Lu was quite attractive, and noble students and knight candidates passing by would often cast glances her way. However, upon recognizing her as the well-known student from the Kale Kingdom, their expressions would shift to something more peculiar. The Magical Academy's grounds were vast, yet the internal space was relatively small, and the fact that AI Lu and Sumu were foreign students quickly spread among the populace. Though AI Lu was beautiful, those who gazed upon her did not always exhibit kindness. Some arrogant individuals even scoffed as they passed by her. AI Lu chose to ignore their disdain, as she had grown indifferent to such matters, especially after a 6-month journey that had humbled much of her pride. Just as AI Lu began to grow impatient waiting for Sumu, she noticed that many students in the corridor were parting to make way for someone important. She subtly shifted to the side to remain inconspicuous. This was not a deliberate action. Rather, these instinctive self-protective behaviors had become ingrained in AI Lu's being. She raised her eyes to see who was at the center of attention and was taken aback to find it was Bettina. Bettina moved gracefully, her steps slow and poised, every gesture seemingly capable of being immortalized in a beautiful painting. Stirring admiration in those who beheld her, AI Lu found it odd. She recalled that there were no classes on earth, wind, or lightning magic in the nearby classrooms. Was Bettina perhaps seeking Sumu? While AI Lu pondered this possibility, Bettina had already approached her, and halted in front of her. Ailu met Bettina's pale blue eyes with her own dark ones. Their gazes entwining, Bettina scrutinized her, while Ailu found herself momentarily entranced. "Are you waiting for Sumu?" Bettina's question caught Ailu off guard. "Bettina, do you know where Sumu has gone?" "Of course I do." Bettina adorned her serene smile. "That's what he called me over for." "He called you over?" Ailu was even more puzzled. "He went to the library today. And coincidentally, I did as well that we bumped into each other and chatted for a bit." "Is he still at the library?" Ailu exclaimed, realizing that the time for their mentor to arrive in the classroom was drawing near. "Yes. He asked me to tell you that he would be studying at the library, so he won't be attending this morning's class." Ailu was taken aback, unable to fathom that Sumu would skip class after only one day. Fortunately, Bettina discerned Ailu's confusion and explained Sumu's absence. After listening, Ailu finally understood. It was due to the magical point system for library books that had compelled Sumu to weigh his options and ultimately decide against attending class. With Sumu's absence, Ailu's enthusiasm for the lesson waned. Initially, the course content was quite simple, something she was already well-versed in. Thus, it mattered little if she didn't attend, that a desire to return to her dormitory began to stir within her. However, Bettina suddenly had an idea and smiled as she grasped Ailu's hand. "Let us attend class together. I haven't had much experience with fire magic lessons." Ailu was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Bettina, didn't you say you didn't need to study this? Learning is boundless. It's worthwhile to grasp a bit of knowledge about fire magic." Bettina's enchanting eyes made it difficult for Ailu to refuse. Ailu felt an increasing pressure, sensing that she was under Bettina's scrutiny. She had always been apprehensive about being near Bettina, not only due to the external gaze, but also because of the internal conflict and embarrassment it stirred within her. The surrounding students, not merely the nobility but also the knight candidates, were utterly astonished, as Bettina and Ailu appeared to be close friends, linking arms in an intimate manner. Did Bettina truly not know that Ailu hailed from the Kale Kingdom? With this thought, a noble student, eager to showcase themselves, stepped forward with a smile, bluntly revealing Ailu's identity. Intending to make Bettina aware of Ailu's unique status, Ailu's expression soured upon hearing these words. It was one thing for them to gossip privately, but it felt like mockery when they confronted her directly. Even with her typically gentle demeanor, she couldn't help but feel displeased. Bettina, with a graceful arch of her brow, calmly stated, "I am well aware. However, Miss Ailu is now a knight candidate of the Xini Kingdom, and thus one of us. Even if she once belonged to the Kale Kingdom, that is no longer the case. Am I mistaken?" The noble student, encountering Bettina's unwavering stance, quickly retreated, realizing he had misstepped. Although he too was of noble birth, the distinction of titles among nobles meant that Bettina's hereditary title far surpassed his own. Thus, Bettina led Ailu by the hand, and the two entered the classroom, appearing remarkably close. The other students had no choice but to follow suit. Regardless of the circumstances, today's class was destined to be lively, as some self-important students were eager to showcase their magical prowess in front of Bettina. Meanwhile, Felt, who fancied himself Bettina's betrothed, lingered in his dormitory, his noble student attire deliberately altered to be more extravagant and luxurious, adorned with numerous accessories. He ran his fingers through his hair, adjusting his bangs with a casual flick. With a smirk, Felt inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of his cologne, relishing this unique sensation. "Ah, such a handsome face I possess," he mused, caressing his fair, elongated cheek. "What a pity, such a striking visage, yet I cannot kiss it." After indulging in self-admiration for a while, Felt decided it was time to head to class. After all, attending classes meant accruing free magical points, which was undeniably beneficial. Once he had gathered enough, he could exchange them for superior magical equipment at the academy. As Felt strolled confidently with his hands in his pockets, a familiar noble student greeted him. "Hey, Felt." Upon recognizing the student, Felt responded with a nonchalant smile. The noble student scrutinized Felt, his smile turning somewhat sinister. "Felt, I think you should take a trip to the library if you get the chance. I saw Bettina and that Kale Kingdom boy together today." "What did you say?" Felt perked up at the mention of Bettina's name. "I saw Bettina at the library today. But she was rather close to that Kale Kingdom student, even sitting together and appearing quite cheerful." The noble student's gaze was mocking, as Bettina was the object of many admirers, and Felt had consistently proclaimed her to be his fiancée. Now, the thought of his fiancée mingling with another man was enough to provoke a sense of disgust towards Felt. "Are you referring to Sumu?" Felt questioned, incredulous. "Sumu? Why would I care about his name? The noble student scoffed, patting Felt on the shoulder as he departed, leaving behind a parting remark. Watch your back with your fiancé. Once the noble student left, Felt's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face flushed with anger. The thought of having warned Sumu yesterday to keep his distance from Bettina, only to find them together at the library today, ignited a fury within him. The more he considered it, the angrier he became. Bettina is my fiancée. She belongs to me. Only I, Felt, am worthy of her in the entire Xini kingdom. Sumu, what a worthless fool. Chapter 55. The tailgater. Felt's expression was exceedingly grim, his handsome features contorted in frustration. He stepped out of the student dormitory, ignoring the greetings from familiar peers. This time, he lacked the inclination to engage with them. Other students, accustomed to his arrogance, were not surprised by his silence. A group of tailgater night candidates had been waiting outside the dormitory, eager to please Felt by following him to class. Should Felt choose to skip class, they would be left waiting in vain. Upon seeing Felt emerge from the dormitory, the tailgaters hurried to greet him. However, they quickly sensed something was amiss. Felt's countenance was exceedingly poor. Did something happen to his father? The tailgaters began to feel anxious, fearing that Felt's displeasure might be directed at them. Yet Felt did not unleash his ire. He merely cast a cold glance at the group of self-proclaimed knight candidates. Follow me. Yes. The knight candidates dared not merely nod. They responded earnestly. Felt led them through the corridors of the magical academy. The knight candidates, relieved that Felt was not venting his frustration on them, began to feel at ease. However, as they continued, they noticed something was off. Their path did not lead to the classroom, but rather deeper into the academy. The knight candidates dared not voice their concerns until they were further from their classroom. One knight candidate, who considered himself somewhat familiar with Felt, couldn't contain himself any longer and asked, Lord Felt, where are we headed? To the library. Felt's voice was cold and laced with anger. Had someone dared to bully Felt? Were they seeking retribution? But who would have the audacity to challenge Felt? Even if someone could. The knight candidates knew they could do little to assist. The inquisitive knight candidate longed to ask another question, but he ultimately refrained, wary of provoking Felt's wrath. The group arrived at the Magical Academy's library. Standing at the entrance surrounded by walls. It was already class time, and the library was devoid of foot traffic. Felt stood among them, gazing at the magical array at the library's entrance, taking a deep breath. I warned that boy from the Kale Kingdom yesterday to keep his distance from Bettina. Yet he disregarded my warning. Today, he dares to engage with Bettina at the library. In Felt's eyes, he believed Bettina would never seek out Sumu. The disparity in their statuses and Bettina's naturally reserved nature led him to assume Sumu had approached her. The other knight candidates, upon hearing this, finally grasped the reason behind Felt's foul mood. It became clear that this foreigner had dared to harass Bettina despite prior warnings. That person knows Lord Felt will one day be Bettina's fiancé, and yet still dares to bother her. He must be courting death. One knight candidate quickly chimed in. Indeed. Lord Felt, you mentioned that foreigner was at the library, right? Let us go in and confront him. Hearing these words, Felt's expression lightened considerably. He surveyed the knight candidates and nodded slightly. Let us refrain from a confrontation within the library. We wouldn't want to face the wrath of the Academy's deans for causing a ruckus. Then, Lord Felt, what shall we do? Simple. You go inside and locate that foreigner. His name is Sumu, and bring him out. We'll settle this outside. Furt let out a cold chuckle, recalling a reminder. Remember not to clash with him in the library. A knight candidate finally mustered his courage. Thumping his chest, no problem, Lord Furt, I will go in and call him out. All right, off you go. The simplicity of the task was snatched away, causing some displeasure among the other knight candidates, that they concealed their feelings. If Furt was pleased, he might reward them with coins or magical points, which would be most advantageous. A group gathered together, beginning to hurl insults at Sumu, deriding him for his audacity as someone from the Kale Kingdom, among other disparaging remarks. Meanwhile, Furt was already contemplating how to teach Sumu a lesson, his imagination running wild to the point that the corners of his mouth twisted upwards. However, what everyone anticipated to be a smooth endeavor turned out otherwise, not long after. The knight candidate who had entered the library to find Sumu emerged looking dejected. This candidate approached the group, his expression peculiar. Furt snapped back to attention, surveying behind the knight candidate and inquiring, where is he? Lord Furt. He refuses to come out. Furt's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A nearby knight candidate interjected. Did you not mention that it was the esteemed Lord Furt seeking him? Does he not understand the decorum of nobility? When a noble seeks him, he must come forth to receive them. Lord Fürt's visit today is already a favor to him. How dare he not emerge? The onlookers nodded in agreement. The knight candidate who had just returned from the library sighed in resignation. I did. I certainly did, but this fellow named Sumu completely disregarded me. He was engrossed in reading 2 books, and when I interrupted him to speak, he chastised me, saying he was reading and to not disturb him. Even when I mentioned that Lord Fürt sought him, he bluntly replied that if there was something to discuss, Lord Fürt should come in and talk to him. This foreigner, how outrageous! How dare he defy a noble's command? Fürt's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that a mere foreigner would so brazenly disregard him. He roughly shoved the returning knight candidate, commanding, "Go back in. Tell him I have urgent business, if he does not come out. Do not blame me for being ruthless. At that point, I will make it so he cannot remain at the Magic Academy." Understood. The knight candidate, receiving the order, hurriedly turned to leave, but after a few steps, he hesitated and turned back to ask, "Lord Fürt, what if this foreigner truly refuses to come out? Then you find a way to make him come out. If he does not emerge, do not return." The knight candidate shuddered in fear. Quickly nodding and rushing back into the library, Fürt let out an angry huff, feeling his reputation had suffered a blow, and he worked to calm his temper. Yet, the thought of Sumu's audacity only fueled his anger further. What audacity? When you finally come out, just wait and see how I deal with you. Daring to harass my fiancée and so blatantly disrespect me. Does he truly believe that just because he is at the Magic Academy, I would not dare to act against him? Chapter 56. Friends. During class time, there were not many students in the library of the Magic Academy. Sumu sat quietly in a corner, holding 2 books, occasionally comparing their contents, murmuring to himself with a focused expression. Suddenly, a knight candidate approached Sumu, his expression dark and his tone somewhat rude. "Sumu, Lord Fürt requests your presence. He has matters to discuss." Sumu frowned. Irritated at being interrupted during his studies, he lifted his gaze and fixed a cold stare on the knight candidate, causing the latter to flinch, startled by such a gaze for the first time. "Did I not say I am reading? If that Fürt fellow has urgent business, he can come in here and speak to me. Why should I go out? You are merely his lackey. I am not." Sumu was not one to shy away from trouble. But he was not afraid of it either. If trouble truly sought him out, he had a simple response: to walk away. Some individuals should not be given too much face. It is Lord Fürt. Lord Fürt is a noble. Mind your words. Do not think that just because you are at the Magic Academy, as a knight candidate, a noble cannot lay hands on you. That if you continue to disrespect Lord Fürt, you shall face consequences. The knight candidate's voice rose, yet Sumu remained unfazed. Sumu chuckled softly, sizing up the knight candidate before him. "I recall that knight candidates, upon graduating from the Magic Academy, are to pledge allegiance to the Xini royal family. Why then do you speak like a sycophant to Fürt? If you wish to be a dog and lick your master, please seek your master elsewhere and do not embarrass yourself before me." The knight candidate was taken aback by Sumu's retort. After all, those who were chosen as knight candidates typically had passed etiquette standards. He pointed a finger at Sumu. "You, get lost." Sumu, feeling increasingly vexed by the knight candidate, shot him a fierce glare. "If your master truly has business, let him come in to find me. If he insists that I go out, then he can wait at the door. I need to finish my reading and still have to eat. Naturally, I will go out when I am done." The knight candidate's face flushed crimson. It seemed he had no words to respond. Looking around the library, he noticed several students and instructors beginning to stare. With a huff, he found a spot nearby to sit, appearing to wait for Sumu to finish reading. Sumu, witnessing this, scoffed and shook his head, returning to his book. As the captain of the Royal Knight Squad, he had direct authority over these knight candidates. If not for his desire to conceal his identity, he would have sent this knight candidate packing. Such sycophants, clinging to the nobility and wielding the power of the Xini royal family, how much loyalty could they truly possess? Who could say? Sumu's standards for knight candidates differed from those of his previous captain. Ability was not the most important criterion. In fact, the virtue and loyalty of the knight candidates were Sumu's primary considerations. Individuals who were mere flatterers to their superiors, even if they could wield all 3 types of magic. Sumu would not accept as for Fürt. Sumu was not afraid that on one hand, students at the Magic Academy were prohibited from using magic to settle personal disputes without the approval of the enforcement team and instructors. Should they defy this rule, not only knight candidates, but even nobles would find themselves facing dire consequences. On the other hand, Sumu had no reason to fear a noble. After all, he had emerged from the bloodshed of countless lives. How could he fear a mere flirt? Others may not know of his position as captain of the night squad, but Sumu was aware that his actions represented the Xini royal family. If he behaved timidly and in fear, it would only bring shame to Xenia. Across the classroom, Bettina and Ailu sat together, and no student dared to approach them. Bettina scanned the room, noting that the instructor had arrived, but the arrogant troublemaker Fjord had not come to class, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, during her time at the Magic Academy, Bettina had come to regard Fjord as her future fiancé, as he was the only one among her youthful peers with magical abilities and potential that approached her own. Because of this, she did not resent or feel troubled by Fjord's attentions and harassment. Rather, she accepted them all. Moreover, Fjord's presence deterred the advances of others, providing her with a quiet and comfortable environment for her studies. However, after Sumu's incident these past few days, especially after hearing his words early that morning, she found herself touched by the sentiment. When seeking a future partner, it is most important to like them oneself. Reflecting on this statement, Bettina let out a quiet sigh, questioning herself. Did she truly like Fjord? Fjord was outstanding in ability, striking in appearance, and his noble status was not much inferior to her own family, the Betty family. Yet, why did she not feel any sense of affection? Bettina was a reserved girl who loved reading, often frequenting the library. In fact, her room was filled with various novels from foreign lands, many depicting love stories and romantic encounters. Bettina held a certain longing for these tales and questioned whether she felt any of the emotions described in them towards Fjord. At a quickened heartbeat, a flushed face, a chaotic mind, filled with fantasies. She felt none of these. Sitting gracefully, she turned her head to find Ailu occasionally glancing her way. With a gentle smile, she asked, "Do you have something to inquire of me?" Ailu hesitated for a moment before asking, "You came to accompany me to class for some other reason, did you not?" Ailu was no fool. She did not believe Bettina's claim of wanting to study more. Bettina gazed at the instructor lecturing at the front, her eyes narrowing slightly. After all, Sumu and I can be considered friends. However, as friends, my understanding of him is rather limited. Yet, as a noble girl, it would not be proper for me to frequently pester him, lest rumors begin to spread. And you, Ailu, are Sumu's close aide. Your status in his eyes is certainly not low. Thus, I thought it would be beneficial to grow closer to you. This, Ailu hesitated. Moreover, both of you are trusted by the Queen. Do not deny it. Even without having seen Her Majesty's letter, you already knew the situation beforehand. How could your relationship with the Queen be ordinary? Ailu pondered this and couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, it was not ordinary at all. Bettina turned to Ailu, her face adorned with a gentle and serene smile. Regardless, I hope you will look out for me more in the future, my friend. Ailu forced a smile in return, nodding. Due to her own selfishness and concealment, the relationships around her began to grow complex and chaotic. Ailu felt a deep sense of guilt, especially upon meeting Bettina, which made her feel even more ashamed. She is a selfish deceiver, a wicked girl who dabbles in dark magic. She believes she is deserving of standing beside Sumu, a sentiment born from their shared experiences and romance. Yet, she feels she pales in comparison to Bettina. The disparity between their statuses is vast, and even their magical abilities cannot be equated, despite Ailu's studies in dark magic. She feels her skills are inadequate. In truth, Ailu yearns to confess everything, to reveal to Bettina that Sumu and she are not merely friends. Chapter 57. Entanglement. The morning classes were a torment for Ailu. Previously, sitting beside Sumu, even the most familiar of knowledge was rendered bearable by his mere presence. However, this time was different. She found herself next to Bettina, who was not the object of her affections but rather someone who made her feel an instinctive guilt. Fortunately, Bettina showed no intention of making things difficult for Ailu. In fact, she seemed genuinely interested in fostering a good relationship with her. During class, they exchanged a few casual remarks, their interaction appearing to outsiders as that of close friends. Field was absent from class, and the men in the classroom began to turn their attention to Bettina. The topics presented by the instructor were rudimentary, and when he posed a few minor questions, the noble students rushed to answer, eager to impress Bettina. Little did they realize that such behavior struck her as rather childish. Both genders possess a desire to conquer one another. To capture a girl's attention is to assert dominance. Yet, these noble students seemed oblivious to this truth. Finally, after a grueling morning, the class came to an end. It was not that Ailu had a poor opinion of Bettina, but rather that guilt weighed heavily upon her heart. making it difficult to engage earnestly with her. Ai Lu stood, preparing to bid Bettina farewell and retreat to her dormitory to rest, and read. A commotion arose outside the classroom. Voices in the corridor grew loud enough to filter into the lecture hall. Hey, Field is blocking the library with a group. Oh, what's he up to? Not sure, but I heard he's confronting a knight candidate from the foreign kingdom of Kale. A knight candidate from Kale? Isn't she in this class? That's not the point. Field is blocking a male. And it has nothing to do with that foreign girl. Oh, I see. But what's the story behind it? Did that foreigner offend Field? A few students conversed in the corridor, one of whom seemed to be in the know. Boasting? You guys wouldn't understand. It's supposedly about Field's fiancée, Miss Bettina. Before he could finish, he met the cold, indifferent gaze of light blue eyes, causing him to falter. Miss Bettina. He quickly bowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had never expected Bettina to be in this fire magic class. Bettina glanced at them with a frigid expression and said, Field is not my fiancé. Do you understand now? Yes, Miss Bettina. Upon hearing them mention the foreigner, Ai Lu felt a surge of anxiety. She squeezed her way to Bettina and urgently inquired, Are you saying Field is blocking Sumu in the library? Bettina furrowed her brow. Contemplating, Please inform us of this matter. Well, the informant scratched his head, nodding. I only heard that Miss Bettina was seen with that foreigner, Sumu, in the library this morning. Bettina replied coolly, His name is Sumu. Yes. Yes, that I heard that you and Sumu had some interaction this morning. And then some noble students saw him and started to pester you, which eventually reached Field's ears. Field couldn't stand it and went to confront Sumu in the library. He cast a furtive glance at Bettina. Hearing this gossip caused Bettina's cheeks to flush. As the person involved, she knew the reality better than anyone. It was not Sumu who was pursuing me. Rather, I approached him with some inquiries. The informant fell silent. Feeling awkward and unable to respond, Ai Lu, now frantic, asked, What is happening now? Well, nothing much yet. That I heard Field sent someone to call Sumu out of the library, but Sumu insisted on finishing his reading first and told Field to wait outside. So, Field is likely fuming at the door. After all, no one dares to keep Field waiting like that, especially for so long. That it's been a whole morning, but Sumu did say he would come out for lunch. And it seems the time is approaching. Upon hearing this, Ai Lu immediately turned and squeezed her way through the crowd toward the library. Bettina, displeased, found her opinion of Field diminishing and followed Ai Lu's lead. The informant, witnessing Bettina's departure, sighed in relief and quickly asked someone nearby, Hey, why is Miss Bettina in this class? You don't know? Today, Miss Bettina actively sought out Ai Lu and attended class with her. They seem to have a good relationship. What? The informant was astonished. As the crowd absorbed this news, expressions varied, and the realization dawned. If Bettina was indeed the one pursuing Sumu, and she maintained such a close relationship with Ai Lu, could there be something special about these two foreigners? Intrigued, the crowd began to flock toward the library to witness the unfolding drama. After a considerable amount of running, Ai Lu finally reached the vicinity of the library, breathless, her bangs sticking to her forehead with sweat. She paid no mind to wiping her brow. Her sole concern was whether Sumu was in trouble. Meanwhile, Bettina, witnessing Ai Lu's distress, felt a surge of longing and envy toward the bond between Ai Lu and Sumu. Hastening her pace to catch up with Ai Lu, from a distance, they spotted a throng gathered at the library's magical array exit. Initially, it was just Field and his entourage, but as more passers-by lingered, drawn by the commotion, they learned that Field was seeking trouble with a foreigner and chose to stay and watch. Some knight candidates even joined Field's group, eager to display their allegiance against foreigners. Embodying a sense of collective animosity as Ai Lu approached, panting, she noticed Sumu was absent from the crowd, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Bettina squinted, gazing toward the front of the throng where Field stood. His expression one of irritation and impatience, his handsome brows furrowed in anger. After all, he was a noble seeking out a knight candidate personally, demanding Sumu's presence. To his dismay, Sumu was ignoring him completely, leaving Field without any semblance of respect. If they were outside the academy, Field would have the authority to punish Sumu, but within the confines of the magical academy, no one dared to defy its regulations. As Ai Lu contemplated entering the library to find Sumu, a figure emerged from the magical array entrance. This figure was tall and imposing, exuding an air of indifference, striding forward with a resolute gait. akin to an unyielding boulder perched atop a cliff, radiating an aura of determination and aloofness. Recognizing Su Mu, AI Lu's worry compelled her to rush forward. Chapter 58. The commoner, just as AI Lu was about to dash ahead. Bettina restrained her. AI Lu looked at Bettina, puzzled by her intent. Bettina smiled gently. You needn't worry. Why do you say that? The Magical Academy prohibits students from using magic without permission, despite Field's numbers, if it comes down to it. They can only cheer from the sidelines. AI Lu remained unconvinced. Regardless of the Academy's rules, her concern for Su Mu persisted. Had she not been aware of the situation, or had she been elsewhere? It might have been different, but now that the matter unfolded before her, how could AI Lu, who had always stood by Su Mu, simply watch from the sidelines? I will not allow Su Mu to face this alone, regardless of the outcome. I must stand by his side. AI Lu's response was resolute. Bettina was momentarily taken aback. Her primary intention was to gauge Su Mu's reaction to the situation, although she bore a significant portion of the responsibility for the incident. She still wished to observe before taking further action. If you go up there, you will only complicate matters for him. Why bother? Even if it escalates, what do you think you can do to help? As AI Lu prepared to leave once more, Bettina's words struck her silent. After a moment, she turned to Bettina, her dark eyes filled with determination. I once thought the same way, but later I only regretted having that thought. Perhaps I will be a burden to Su Mu. But he would never perceive me as such, and likewise, he is not a burden to me. With that, AI Lu sprinted towards Su Mu, leaving a somewhat stunned Bettina behind. As Bettina regained her composure, she shook her head with a smile, finding AI Lu and Su Mu quite amusing. Yet, deep within her heart, a twinge of envy and jealousy stirred. If only she too could have such a steadfast and devoted partner. Perhaps her life would be infused with more anticipation. With this thought in mind, Bettina set off to catch up with AI Lu. As she walked, her gaze drifted towards Su Mu, who was gradually approaching the crowd, her eyes narrowing slightly. After all, they were friends. There would surely be opportunities to test the waters later. Perhaps this was simply not the right moment. At the forefront of the crowd stood Filt. His brows furrowed. Upon seeing Su Mu finally emerge, his eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he spat. Su Mu, you have kept me waiting for far too long. Su Mu, unfazed, stepped forward and appraised Filt from head to toe. It must be said, Filt was indeed quite handsome. He glanced back at the throng and noticed numerous knight candidates among them, evidently gathered to support Filt or lend a hand, all of whom were his adversaries. After all, he was a citizen of the Kale Kingdom. Su Mu scoffed, responding coolly. Oh, I just finished my reading and stepped out because of hunger. And here you are, Lord Filt, waiting at the entrance to greet me. What is it? Are you inviting me to lunch? You think too highly of yourself. You believe I would treat you to a meal? You should take a good look at your own standing. Filt retorted angrily. Standing? What standing do I have? Su Mu feigned surprise. You are merely a knight candidate, a commoner, an outsider. I may not know how you managed to become a knight candidate, but I assure you that in 2 years, or perhaps even sooner, you will no longer be able to remain at the Magic Academy. Su Mu was intrigued, surveying the agitated crowd around him. I can't help but wonder. I neither steal nor cheat. And I certainly have not violated any Academy rules. My magical performance may not be extraordinary, but spending 2 years at the Academy should not pose a problem. What have I done to hurt the delicate feelings of the esteemed Lord Filt? Did I cause you to forsake your morning classes and gather a crowd to confront me at the library, merely to utter these amusing words? Filt, growing more enraged by Su Mu's indifference and lack of fear or remorse, fumed. I told you yesterday, Bettina is to be my future wife. You must keep your distance from her. If you obey, I would not bother you, this insignificant commoner. But this morning, you had the audacity to harass Bettina. Are you challenging my boundaries? Su Mu paused, realizing the matter likely pertained to Bettina. However, he had only exchanged a few casual words with her that morning. He had not anticipated that news would spread so swiftly. Nonetheless, Su Mu felt no obligation to explain. Is this your boundary? He chuckled, crossing his arms. The crowd, witnessing Su Mu's brazen demeanor, seethed with resentment. A commoner from the Kale Kingdom, what gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? If it weren't for the Magic Academy, I would have dragged you into an alley and beaten you up. Listening to the crowd's remarks, Su Mu shook his head, realizing that the youth of the Xini Kingdom were rather pathetic. If Xenia ever sought to seize power relying on such individuals, it would indeed be a farcical endeavor. So, dear Lord Filt, are you here merely to utter threats against me? Filt, furious, retorted, if it weren't for the Academy's prohibition on students using magic privately, I would have already sent you flying. Your repeated provocations and utter lack of respect for my noble status would warrant your demise outside the Academy. You should be grateful you are within the confines of the Magic Academy. And so, Sumu shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Since I cannot openly attack you, I shall resort to more covert methods. I advise you to be cautious within your dormitory and refrain from wandering out at night. I will have someone watch you day and night. Sumu found this notion rather amusing. If these were indeed covert methods, what was the point of Filt mentioning them? Was he attempting to instill fear in him, to showcase his prowess? Then do as you wish. Seeing Sumu unperturbed and utterly fearless, Filt felt his pride wane. After all, when he had brought a crowd to the library, he had not devised a concrete plan against Sumu. Many actions were forbidden within the Magic Academy, and he could not simply unleash his followers to beat Sumu senseless. Should the Academy's elders learn of such an incident, his future would undoubtedly be bleak. Filt had initially believed that by asserting his noble stature and parading a group before Sumu, he could compel the commoner to apologize and humiliate him, teaching Sumu a lesson about the heights of the world. Yet, upon arrival, he found Sumu showed him no respect, even when he ordered the knight candidates to call Sumu out. Sumu refused to budge, brazenly proclaiming that Filt could seek him out should he have any matters to discuss. Even now, Sumu continued to disregard him, even though he was a noble. And his magical abilities were exceptionally remarkable among the younger generation. Even the Academy's instructors treated him with deference. Yet this commoner, Chapter 59, the duel with weapons, the more Filt pondered. The angrier he became, though he had not entirely lost his wits, clenching his fists to suppress his rage. At that moment, Ai Lu approached Sumu with a worried expression. Are you all right? Seeing Ai Lu's anxious concern warmed Sumu's heart. He looked into her eyes, filled with his reflection, and smiled. What could possibly be wrong? Look, I am perfectly fine right here with you. Ai Lu's tense demeanor did not ease. She glanced nervously around the crowd, seemingly apprehensive, and instinctively tightened her grip on Sumu's hand, hesitating to speak. Bettina. It was then that Sumu noticed Bettina trailing behind. Filt, overhearing Sumu's words, erupted in fury. You think a commoner like you can utter Bettina's name? Do you not realize she is my fiancée? Bettina frowned, visibly displeased. She regarded Filt's somewhat grotesque visage with disdain. Filt, when have I ever been your fiancé? Filt, consumed by anger, struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Bettina, you know very well that among the young generation, I am the only one worthy of your qualifications. If you are not to be my fiancé, then who else could it be? I am not your fiancé, at least not now, and perhaps never. Bettina replied coldly, her tone as chilling as winter. Sumu is my friend, and I will not allow you to treat him this way, especially not with the vile means you speak of. Do you take pride in using such tactics as a noble? He is your friend, Filt exclaimed, taken aback, before bursting into laughter as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. Bettina, what are you thinking? You would befriend a commoner, and one from the Kale Kingdom no less. Filt, mind your words. Who I choose as a friend is my decision, not yours. You do not represent me. Right now, you are making me feel quite disgusted. Upon hearing Bettina's words, Filt felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. The pain was profound. He had not anticipated that the usually demure Bettina would speak up for such a commoner. His furious gaze shifted to Sumu, and he bellowed, Sumu, if you are a man, do not hide behind Bettina. Sumu scoffed, and what exactly do you intend to do? Filt, like a petulant child, removed his noble gloves and threw them down with force, pointing an accusing finger at Sumu. I challenge you to a duel. Before Sumu could respond, Bettina interjected, are you joking? The Academy forbids private duels. And do you truly intend to use magic to bully a newly arrived knight candidate? Filt, infuriated by Bettina's defense of Sumu, retorted, what does it matter? I can forego magic. I will duel you with weapons. The most honorable way to determine our victor. Bettina was about to argue further when Sumu raised his hand to silence her. He scrutinized Filt, noting that his hands did not appear accustomed to wielding weapons, and could not help but chuckle. Lord Filt, I have no objection to your notion of a duel, but should I lose, what then? Upon hearing Sumu's words, Ai Lu seemed to catch on to his thoughts and sighed, gripping Sumu's hand even tighter. If you lose, you shall not come within a step of Bettina. Whenever you see me and Bettina, you must keep your distance. And if I win, Su Mu inquired with a smile. No, I will not lose. Disregarding Felt's arrogant proclamation, Su Mu continued, if I win, I demand 2,000 magic points. What say you? The crowd gasped at this declaration, particularly the knight candidates. After all, 2,000 magic points were no small sum. Should Su Mu indeed emerge victorious, he could smoothly navigate the next 2 years at the Magic Academy, as long as he did not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. Even if he failed the practical assessments, he could still graduate normally. Su Mu observed Felt's momentary shock, and a suspicion arose. Could it be that this fellow lacked such magic points? However, upon reflection, it seems rather implausible. After all, today he encountered Bettina, whose crystal card boasted thousands of magical points. Fearing that Felt might hesitate to engage in the duel due to excessive concerns, he only reported 2,000. So, it appears you are attracted to the points on my crystal card. That is quite acceptable. Very well, I shall agree. There are no restrictions on weapons, and if you wish to wear armor, that is also permissible. 1 hour hence, we shall meet at the dueling arena of the academy. Felt replied with a cold smirk, then turned to Bettina and spoke in a different tone. Bettina, this commoner is a foreigner, and he is not worth your advocacy. You must understand that our future prospects are significant, and I do not appreciate your interactions with other men. My feelings should be evident to you. Bettina remained silent, her expression appearing quite uncomfortable. Observing Felt's overconfidence, she felt an urge to unleash her wrath, yet her rationality ultimately led her to simply close her eyes and turn away. Of course, you need not worry about the academy punishing me. The academy merely forbids students from using magic in private, and though it is also stated that students should not engage in brawls, I am confident that my duel with Su Mu, as a gentleman's agreement, does not constitute a violation, right? At that time, I will also summon a mentor to witness. With these words, Felt departed, seemingly preparing for the so-called dueling arena as soon as he left. The crowd erupted in commotion. My goodness, Felt is going to duel that foreigner with weapons. There will be quite a spectacle. What is there to see? It will undoubtedly be one-sided. That foreigner is bound to lose. Oh, what makes you say that? Don't you know? Felt trained in fencing during his youth and is quite renowned for his swordsmanship in the capital. However, fencing is still somewhat unrefined. He practiced for only a few years before abandoning it. Yet he should have no trouble bullying this foreigner. Fencing, indeed. After all, magic is the ultimate skill. Listening to the crowd's remarks, Ailu felt increasingly anxious. She could surmise Su Mu's intentions, knowing that his acceptance of Felt's duel stemmed from a desire to acquire those 2,000 magical points to spend time studying in the library. Otherwise, he would not have skipped class today. Ailu was well aware of Su Mu's swordsmanship. From the very first day they met, he had practiced sword strikes hundreds of times daily, and after becoming a noble, under the tutelage of Barris, his skills had reached new heights. Although he had somewhat neglected his training lately, he was more than capable of dealing with a noble who hardly wielded a sword. Thus, upon hearing that Su Mu accepted the duel, Ailu felt only tension, not worry. However, when she learned that Felt had also practiced fencing for a few years, her concerns began to mount. Unlike Ailu, Su Mu felt invigorated by the knowledge that Felt was skilled with weapons. For him, a duel against someone who did not wield weapons would be dreadfully dull. Chapter 60. Master, if Felt were to mercilessly dominate him in the arena, Su Mu would feel somewhat guilty for bullying him. Yet, upon hearing that Felt was adept in fencing, he felt a surge of excitement, as if he had rekindled the state of mind he had during his recent training sessions with Barris. He could hardly contain the urge to rush over and deliver a strike to Felt's head, making him aware of the heights of the heavens. Su Mu, do exercise caution during the duel. Ailu recognized that the situation was beyond redemption. She bore no blame towards Su Mu and could only advise, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, conceding is acceptable, don't injure yourself. Su Mu gently squeezed Ailu's delicate hand, smiling softly, do not fret. Fencing is not entirely foreign to me, Barris taught me a bit. Although I am still mastering the technique, I can certainly hold my own. You know my swordsmanship is quite commendable, especially since Felt has not practiced in years. Ailu shook her head, seemingly at a loss. Su Mu glanced at Bettina and noticed her distressed expression. After all, Felt's public demeanor towards her was unacceptable for any woman that in private. Felt was quite humble before her, though his words occasionally bore an arrogant undertone. However, it appeared that he had allowed his anger to cloud his judgment, speaking to her in such a manner, considering the formidable family power backing Bettina, which Felt could never hope to confront. Thank you, Bettina. Bettina regarded Su Mu with a questioning gaze. What do you thank me for? For speaking up on my behalf, Of course, what else would it be? Did you not say that we are friends? It is only natural to speak a few words for a friend. Noticing Bettina's discontent, Sumu chose not to prolong the conversation, but Ailu could not resist inquiring. Bettina, is Felt's fencing truly formidable? Sumu smiled, unperturbed by the question. Bettina furrowed her brow, deep in thought, before responding. When Felt was in his early teens, he studied fencing under a renowned master in the capital. Within less than a year, he had bested numerous noble youths. And I have yet to hear of his defeat. Therefore, I hope Sumu will exercise utmost caution in the upcoming duel. Ailu's concern deepened upon hearing this. Sumu asked with a grin, why wait an hour to fight? Does he intend to pray in a chapel beforehand? Certainly not. Bettina shot Sumu an exasperated glance, noting his apparent indifference toward the duel. She sighed. He is undoubtedly spreading the word, since he dares to instigate this affair and is unafraid of the Academy's repercussions. He likely seeks to draw a crowd of students to witness. Although squabbles among students do occur, they are typically resolved outside the Academy. Felt's decision to challenge you to a weapon duel in the arena is quite unprecedented. Had you been a typical knight candidate, the Academy would have never sanctioned Felt's request. However, as a representative of the Kale Kingdom, the Academy is unlikely to afford you the same protections that they would a local knight candidate. Many foreign knight candidates do not last beyond 2 years before withdrawing. Bettina fell silent, and Sumu could infer the implications. The derisive glances cast his way in recent days had been more than sufficient. He was certain that the mentors at the Xini Magic Academy would not extend any undue favors to a foreigner like him. Of course, if you wish. Bettina glanced at Ailu and Sumu. I could plead with Felt on your behalf. I trust that once he calms down, he will heed my counsel. Ailu's interest was piqued, and she quickly looked at Sumu. He waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. I am quite eager for those magical points. Bettina shook her head at this, offering a few final words of caution before departing, as her presence with Sumu and Ailu drew too much attention. Once Sumu had left, Ailu quickly urged, Sumu, what if something goes wrong? If it comes to it, I could spread the word about your identity right now. What of it? We have fought our way to this point. He is merely a noble, and this is just a weapon duel. Ailu, your concern is understandable, given your unfamiliarity with weapon techniques. Sumu gently tucked a strand of Ailu's hair behind her ear, soothingly saying, perhaps Felt was once quite skilled, but swordsmanship is a skill that withers without practice. Just look at his soft, uncalloused hands. He has undoubtedly not trained in years. Although I have never received formal instruction, I have never fully abandoned my sword training, and he will not best me. While I cannot guarantee your safety, as blades can be unpredictable and injuries are a common occurrence, I promise not to disappoint you. After all, with you by my side, if I were to embarrass myself, it would be an affront to your dignity as well. Ailu felt the tension in her heart dissipate upon hearing Sumu's words, her cheeks flushing, and her dark eyes no longer clouded with worry. If I lose face, then so be it. As long as you remain unharmed, that is all that matters. Although I often claim that I wish to avoid trouble at the Academy as I merely want to study magic in peace. When challenges arise, I am not so weak as to shy away. Sumu scoffed at the thought of Felt. I merely exchanged a few words with Bettina, and Felt has become so enraged. If this is how the young nobility in the magical community behaves, it seems the youth of the Xini Kingdom are quite lacking. Upon hearing this, Ailu quickly pressed her hand to Sumu's lips, shaking her head. Once she realized that no one around had heard his words, she sighed in relief. Sumu spoke freely in Ailu's presence, unafraid of backlash. After all, his status as a knight captain afforded him a certain level of confidence. He genuinely held a low opinion of the nobles and knight candidates who had just mocked him. Pulling his hand away from Ailu's delicate grasp, he remarked, Felt is simply stirring up trouble. I suspect he might be a descendant of Aristotle. Genemaster. Moreover, consider this. If I win, I shall acquire those 2,000 magical points. That would be enough for us to study for quite some time. You cannot comprehend how many invaluable books await in the library. After finishing those 2 today, I felt immensely enriched. Ailu did not grasp Sumu's unique humor and shook her head with a light laugh. Well, if you win, you may keep the points for your studies. I shall forgo them. Sumu contemplated persuading her further, but, upon seeing Ailu's indifference, decided against it. By the way, please keep an eye on the knight candidates trailing behind Felt. If you have the opportunity, try to gather their names and jot them down. Ailu was taken aback. What do you intend to do? As a knight captain, it is only fitting for me to eliminate some dead weight, is it not? Well, primarily, it is because I find them displeasing. On the other side, Felt, after much persuasion, finally secured permission from the Academy's mentor. After all, the prestige of the Felt family had to be acknowledged, as it was merely a matter of bullying a foreigner, albeit one who was a knight candidate. However, this was of little consequence. The rules of the Magic Academy were primarily established for the noble students of the Kingdom of Xini. Ultimately, knight candidates were merely commoners, and it was not uncommon for some noble students to bully these commoners behind closed doors. Such behavior was considered normal, having obtained the usage certificate for the dueling arena. Felt turned around with excitement to address the knight candidates who had been trailing behind him. With a grand wave of his hand and an animated tone, he declared, "Spread the word about my duel with Su Mu throughout every corner of the academy. I want all the students to come witness my battle with him at the dueling arena. That I want everyone to see Su Mu's defeat. I aim to ensure he can never show his face here again." Yes. Chapter 61. Cold Sweat Obeying Felt's Orders. The knight candidates dispersed throughout the Magic Academy to disseminate the news. It was just after the morning classes, coinciding with the lunch break. Many students either returned to their dormitories for rest or sought leisure in the Academy's common areas. Largely feeling quite bored. As the knight candidates spread the word about Felt's impending weapon duel with the foreigner Su Mu. Interest peaked among the students. It was well known that previous foreign knight candidates had been bullied to the point of being unable to care for themselves. And publicly, no one had shown them any respect. However, Felt was now openly bullying a foreigner, which was undeniably amusing, prompting the idle students to flock towards the dueling arena, within less than half an hour of the news spreading. The stands of the dueling arena were already packed. Typically, without a significant event, the students of the Magic Academy would not gather in such numbers. The highest point of the dueling arena was a special viewing platform that appeared to be just another wall from the outside. Yet within its confines, one could see the scene outside with perfect clarity. Seated on the inner platform were three elderly men clad in golden magical mentor robes, their white hair contrasting sharply with their bright, piercing eyes. The three occasionally exchanged glances, yet none spoke first. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, as if whoever spoke first would lose everything. However, this tension was soon broken by the arrival of a mentor at the entrance of the inner platform. This mentor was the one who had granted permission for Felt's duel and the usage certificate for the dueling arena. Upon entering and seeing the three elderly men, he felt a shiver of trepidation. "Greetings, directors." The three seated elders were the three directors of the Xini Magic Academy, their renown in the Kingdom of Xini rivaling that of the magical prodigy from the Beatty family. The Kingdom of Xini, owing to its ties with the Beatty family, held magic in even higher esteem than other kingdoms. Magic was paramount. It was singularly revered, often surpassing even certain positions within the Xini court. Fortunately, the Xini royal family was not foolish. The three directors, much like the Beatty family, wielded influence but held no real power, having no say in court politics. Nikon, the elder seated in the main position, spoke first. "I hear you permitted this duel." "Yes, indeed," Nikon replied, somewhat fearful, knowing that the directors typically did not involve themselves in such matters. Yet today, all three directors were present. Was there something about the situation below that concerned them? "I recall that the Academy strictly forbids dueling among students." "Correct?" "Yes." Nikon glanced nervously around, quickly adding, "However, this instance is somewhat different. I have heard that the students Felt and Su Mu agreed to a friendly weapon spar, not involving magic, and both possess a spirit of contract. If Su Mu were to lose, he would avoid Felt from then on, and should he win, he would gain 2,000 magic points from Felt's crystal card." The elder to the left scoffed. "Indeed, there is no rule in the academy against students gambling in duels." Nikon found himself bewildered by the director's intentions. Reluctant to speak further, the elder in the main position began to tap his fingers on the armrest, appearing quite displeased. After a moment, he said, "Let this one slide, but if such a situation arises again and you allow it to happen, you will no longer have a place in this academy." Upon hearing this, Nikon felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. Hastily nodding in agreement, he wished to excuse himself immediately, yet the three directors showed no intention of letting him leave. Instead, they beckoned him to sit at the front of the platform. After Nikon repeatedly declined, they insisted he stand. "The academy is closely tied to the Kingdom of Xini, yet we must maintain a clear distinction from the Xini court. I believe I have reminded you of this more than once." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Nikon had never anticipated the directors would hold him accountable for such a trivial matter. He dared not deflect. "Yes, the Felt family is quite prominent and may even unite with the Beatty family in the future, but that bears no relevance to our academy. The elder on the left scoffed again. I know you agreed to this duel primarily due to Felt's lineage. And secondarily because his opponent is a foreigner. Am I correct? Yes. The elder on the right, who had remained silent until now, suddenly erupted, his tone fierce. Do you even realize who that foreigner is? You permitted a duel with someone of such stature without understanding his identity. Do you wish to bring trouble upon the academy? You fool. Nikon was struck with fear, his mind racing. Could Su Mu's identity be of such significance, perhaps even comparable to Felt's? Old Imo, calm down. The elder in the main position chuckled heartily. Then turned to Nikon with a dispassionate gaze, pointing toward the dueling arena outside. He said flatly, it is true that the Felt family is exceedingly prominent in the Kingdom of Xini. A little face-saving is acceptable. But when it comes to principle, I expect you to know how to act next time. Furthermore, the student named Su Mu possesses a rather unique identity. Cautiously, Nikon inquired, what exactly is Su Mu's identity? He is the captain of the Royal Knights of the Xini royal family. What? Nikon stiffened in shock, then quickly realized he had been quite rude, lowering his head in apology. That cannot be. Su Mu hails from the Kale Kingdom. How could he be the captain of the Knight Squad? Is he falsifying his identity? No, he is not lying. He indeed comes from the Kale Kingdom, perhaps merely omitting certain details about his identity. Nikon pondered for a moment, but still found it hard to believe. Shaking his head vehemently, I beg the directors to forgive my abruptness, but I still question the veracity of this matter. I have never heard any news about a captain of the Knight Squad. Especially since the first group of Knight candidates will not return to the capital until next year. How? Indeed, when I first learned of this, I too found it hard to believe. However, when that official document landed on my desk, I had no choice but to accept it, the elder sighed. I do not know why Su Mu was appointed as the captain of the Knight Squad, nor do I wish to know. And I certainly do not want to be involved in it today as for why news of his appointment has not spread. Perhaps you should use your brain to think or consult a few veteran mentors. You will understand. After all, those mentors are quite familiar with the court's nobility. As he spoke, the elder's tone grew heavier, tinged with an odd flavor. Nikon began to grasp what the director was implying. Just then, he recalled that if Su Mu was indeed the captain of the Knight Squad, and Felt was challenging him, the nature of the situation had changed dramatically. A noble scion was daring to challenge the captain of the Royal Knight Squad, especially since this duel was one Nikon had sanctioned himself. Cold sweat began to bead on Nikon's forehead once more. Chapter 62. Deceit. So let this matter slide this time, but do not let it happen again. Nikon understands. Nikon fell silent for a moment before anxiously inquiring, what shall we do about this incident? What is there to do? The director smiled as he gazed at the lively dueling arena outside. The news has spread to this extent. It is midday, and nearly all students have abandoned their rest to gather at the dueling arena, all in anticipation of the weapon duel between Felt and Su Mu. Can you really send everyone back? It is their free time. They can go wherever they please. As mentors, can we stop them? Especially since you agreed to the usage of the dueling arena, you represent the academy. Since you consented, you should not retract that permission. Nikon lowered his head. I apologize, director. It is nothing. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as it is not a grave error or leads to further missteps, the three of us old men will forgive you. The director turned his head, casting a deep gaze at Nikon. Just hope you do not follow in the footsteps of those veteran mentors and stray from the right path. Nikon bowed his head even lower. Nikon understands. Let us speak no more on this. We shall simply observe for now. The elder to the left appeared quite intrigued by the events unfolding in the dueling arena. I am eager to see what this knight captain is capable of. The elder on the right scoffed. If possible, I would prefer Su Mu to emerge victorious. Should he lose, who knows what may transpire. At this moment, Nikon began to connect the dots. Su Mu represented the face of the Xini royal family. If he were to win, it would be expected, given his position as the captain of the Knight Squad. However, what if he were to lose? The occurrence of this matter could have been nipped in the bud. Yet due to his personal reasons, it was allowed to unfold. If the royal family were to pursue the issue, would the Felt family truly stand up for him? Su Mu may be concealing his identity, but he has not gone to great lengths to hide it. Observing the dean's demeanor, it was evident that this was a matter easily clarified with a little inquiry. With this thought, Nikon felt a wave of fear wash over him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. That he hastily disregarded etiquette and took his leave, seemingly to prepare for something. Once Nikon departed, the three elderly deans fell silent, as if bearing deep-seated grudges against one another. They had appeared quite harmonious moments before, but now, in solitude, none would utter a word. They simply sat in silence, gazing at the lively duel arena outside. Sumu and Ailu had fewer complications compared to the Felt family. And before engaging in battle, they undoubtedly planned to share a meal. Sumu had originally left the library with the intention of dining. Upon their arrival at the dining area, they found it surprisingly deserted. Curiously, they inquired with a maid, who informed them that everyone had gone to the duel arena to watch the fights. Sumu could not help but chuckle. It appeared that, as Bettina had suggested, Felt intended to tarnish his reputation. However, who would ultimately be the one to face disgrace remained to be seen. Ailu, having reached this point, showed no signs of hesitation, his expression cold and silent, after their meal. The two lingered comfortably in the rest area, sipping tea and enjoying pastries, before eventually making their way to the duel arena. As Sumu and Ailu arrived at the entrance of the duel arena, they were met with a cacophony of noise emanating from within, indicating a substantial crowd. Sumu smiled and remarked, "Could it be that all the students from the Magic Academy have come?" Ailu replied with annoyance that Felt, "Enough worrying. Trust me, it remains to be seen who will be embarrassed." While the two conversed at the entrance, a figure clad in a mentor's robe suddenly leaped towards Sumu, startling him so much that he nearly swung a punch in response. "You must be the student, Sumu." The sight of a mentor prompted Sumu to restrain his instinctive reaction. "Mentor? Is there something you need?" "Indeed. My name is Nikon. You may call me Mentor Nikon." Nikon flashed a self-assured smile. "Oh, Mentor Nikon, what brings you here?" "Well, as fate would have it, you are scheduled to duel shortly. And I am in charge of this duel that I have been searching for you to guide you to the preparation room." Sumu was taken aback and whispered to Ailu, "Is it typical for Magic Academy mentors to be so trivial? Shouldn't this task be beneath them?" Ailu glanced at Nikon and shook his head slightly, indicating uncertainty. Nikon, sensing Sumu's hesitation, despite not catching all that was said, dismissed his concerns. "Time is of the essence. Let me escort you to the preparation room. I have some important instructions to impart." Sumu had no choice but to part ways with Ailu temporarily. Instructing him to find a seat in the stands, Nikon guided Sumu through a maze of corridors within the duel arena, eventually arriving at a secluded alcove filled with various weapons and equipment, all coated in a layer of dust, suggesting a long period of neglect. Weapons in the duel arena are seldom used, as students rarely engage in combat with them, Nikon explained enthusiastically. "Sumu, which weapon do you plan to use?" Although Felt may exude confidence, his skills with the rapier are formidable. It is true he hasn't practiced in years, but do not underestimate him. His rapier techniques once bested all the noble scions in the capital. Sumu blinked. Not rushing to respond, he typically exhibited a lively demeanor only around familiar faces. In the presence of strangers, his expression remained rather monotonous. Noticing Sumu's lack of response, Nikon felt a surge of pressure and smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret, I am not here to sabotage you. My intention is solely to assist you." "Assist me," Sumu replied flatly. "There is no need. I am indeed unfamiliar with rapier techniques, but I possess skills with other weapons that I appreciate your goodwill." "Mentor Nikon." But Nikon rubbed his forehead. "Sumu, you must listen to me. Felt's rapier skills are genuinely impressive. While I am uncertain of your proficiency with weapons, I do not wish for you to lose. Rather, I want you to emerge victorious." "Oh, why is that?" It was known that he hailed from the Care Kingdom, yet someone wished for his triumph. Nikon sighed and quickly began weaving his prepared lies. Explaining everything to Sumu. The end, Sumu grasped the situation, though he did not fully believe it. Nikon revealed that the permit for the duel arena had been issued by him and candidly admitted that Felt had deceived him, claiming he was merely borrowing the arena for a weapon experimentation with friends, which led to Nikon's consent. Subsequently, Felt spread rumors about wanting to spar with Sumu, causing Nikon to panic. This news reached the higher-ups at the academy. And realizing his negligence, Nikon contemplated holding Felt accountable. However, his immediate goal was to ensure Sumu's victory over Felt, allowing Felt to suffer the consequences of deceiving a mentor. Nikon candidly expressed that, given the power of the Felt family, he could not afford to confront Felt openly, hence his discreet support for Sumu. Chapter 63. Refusal. Sumu listened, taken aback by some of the claims, questioning the veracity of certain aspects. Yet, the sincerity in Nikon's desire to assist seemed genuine, so he chose to tentatively believe him. Observing Sumu's willingness to entertain his words, Nikon exhaled in relief. Thankful for the fabricated story he had concocted, Otherwise, he would have lacked a foundation for assisting Sumu. Nikon then began to explain the swordsmanship style practiced by Felt, detailing the strengths and weaknesses of the rapier technique. Sumu listened attentively. He did not perceive this as cheating, for intelligence is a vital component of battle. After a considerable discussion, Nikon retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, proceeded to unlock a cabinet in the back of the alcove, and extracted a two-handed magic crystal sword. Sumu accepted the weapon Nikon offered, lifting it to inspect. The blade was broad, exuding a faint crimson hue, suggesting the presence of other special materials within. Under Nikon's explanation, Sumu learned that this was a two-handed sword tempered with fire element magic crystals. Equipment refined with magic crystals is referred to as magic crystal gear, known for its formidable power and the ability to emanate energy from the magic crystal itself. Furthermore, a unique property of magic crystal gear is that any wound inflicted by it, if not treated promptly with healing magic, would be corroded by the energy of the magic crystal, making subsequent healing efforts with magic or potions exceedingly difficult. Thus, magic crystal gear is standard issue for military operations. Holding the magic crystal sword, Sumu observed Nikon's excited expression, puzzled. Am I to use this against Felt in our duel? Will he also wield magic crystal gear? Nikon paid no heed to Felt's potential use of such equipment, believing Sumu should simply assert that the sword belonged to him. After all, using one's own weapon was not unreasonable, and even if an accident occurred, Felt would not be able to implicate Nikon. Should the Felt family seek to hold Sumu accountable, they would inevitably uncover Sumu's true identity, a predicament they would have to endure. He was determined to ensure Sumu's victory. If Sumu won, Nikon would face no repercussions. However, should Sumu lose, he could find himself in a precarious situation. There is no need for magic crystal gear in the duel. After all, magic crystal gear possesses immense power and corrosive properties. If we inadvertently injure one another without immediate magical healing, our bodies may not return to their original states. Nevertheless, I originally intended for Felt to endure some hardship, and a two-handed sword holds a significant advantage over a rapier. Nikon maintained a faade of concern for Sumu. Moreover, as the duel is under my supervision, should injuries occur, I will be ready to intervene. Are you suggesting that the duel will utilize conventional weapons? Yet you want me to enter with magic crystal gear. Since I possess a magic crystal weapon, it would naturally overpower conventional arms, especially a two-handed sword against a rapier. If I can disable Felt's weapon and then injure him, victory will be mine, correct? Sumu's expression turned peculiar. While he appreciated the quality of the weapons, his mood soured. Precisely, Nikon responded cautiously, a sly grin forming. This is for your benefit, after all. You are a commoner, and I do not wish for you, as a knight candidate, to be bullied by noble students. The bullying of knight candidates by noble students is not a new phenomenon. However, as a mentor, my duty is to guide you all. Yet, in private matters, if they are not reported or do not occur under my supervision, I cannot manage them. This time, I hope you can serve as a warning to those arrogant noble students, allowing them to experience some hardship and deter future bullying of commoners. Observing Nikon's seemingly caring demeanor, Sumu felt increasingly uncomfortable with his condescending tone and rhetoric, which was not unfamiliar to him. Sumu abruptly tossed the magic crystal gear back into Nikon's arms, stating coldly, I do not require this. Nikon was taken aback. What? I said, I do not require it. Sumu, why not use it? I will defeat Felt using my own abilities. Not through these underhanded means. You comprehend? Nikon was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Moreover, do you believe I would take everything you say at face value? I detest being used as a pawn. Should you speak candidly and honestly with me, I may consider heeding some of your advice. However, judging by our recent interactions, your words hold little weight, perhaps not even a third of their intended impact. Upon meeting Sumu's indifferent gaze, Nikon involuntarily trembled, forcing a smile as he retorted, Sumu, what are you saying? Why would a mentor deceive you? Do you truly believe your words are particularly clever? Sumu scoffed, I am no naive child. My gratitude goes to Mentor Nikon for his suggestion. Time is of the essence. Once I have selected my equipment, I shall take to the arena. As for the outcome of the duel, it shall be determined by skill alone. Nikon fell silent, raising a finger to point at Sumu, only to reconsider and quickly lower it, grinding his teeth in frustration as he turned away. Muttering under his breath, Sumu watched him depart, shaking his head in bewilderment. He could not fathom what this so-called mentor was thinking, but he would not easily trust the goodwill of others. After all, It was a rare feat for someone like AI Lu to exist in this world, and he refused to believe that the mentor before him was of the same ilk. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would cleave through them with his sword. Approaching the weapons rack, Sumu selected a suitable one-handed sword, brushing off the dust and swinging it a few times before deciding it would suffice. Then made his way outside. Armor was unnecessary. He trusted that Filte would not don any either. The nature of a thrusting sword demanded speed and ferocity. Wearing armor would only hinder one's swiftness. Sumu was confident in his abilities. While he had no fear of injury in heavy armor, he would not allow himself to be outmaneuvered in the arena. Filte had toppled noble scions of the capital at a young age, and his experience in weapon duels was not to be underestimated. Although Sumu believed Filte's swordsmanship had waned considerably, perhaps even falling short of his own, he remained resolute in treating his opponent with the seriousness he deserved. The stands of the arena were teeming with spectators, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the duel. In the very center of the expansive arena stood Filte, his slender sword sheathed at his waist. A white pauldron draped over his right shoulder. His expression radiated confidence as he adjusted himself for the bout. It had been some time since he had last wielded a weapon in combat, and now, as he prepared to reclaim his thrusting sword, he felt no trepidation, only exhilaration. His opponent was merely a commoner. What could they possibly offer in terms of challenge? How dare they demand 2,000 magic points? How dare they show him disrespect? How dare they attempt to entangle themselves with Bettina? This time, he would demonstrate to them the meaning of nobility. At that moment, a tremendous uproar erupted in the arena, causing Filte to squint as he lifted his gaze. A figure emerged from the entrance to the duel arena, moving with a steady gait, their demeanor as solid as stone, approaching like a boulder rolling forth. Filte smirked. He had arrived. Chapter 64. Sword Duel. The duel arena itself was not particularly large, and even with the surrounding stands, it could not accommodate all the students of the academy. This arena was designed for small-scale duels. Nikon had not anticipated that Filte would summon such a crowd for his duel with Sumu. The academy boasted larger arenas for team battles and the like. Among the throng of spectators, two exceptionally striking noble girls caught the eye, particularly one whose pale blue eyes seemed to cast a spell over those nearby, exuding an aura of serene elegance as she sat in her seat. Bettina, I heard you attended the fire magic class today alongside that commoner girl named AI Lu. Mel inquired from her perch in the stands, pondering the matter. Bettina replied with a faint smile, Indeed. Mel's tone was tinged with jealousy. She's merely a commoner. Why would you bother? You are Bettina, after all. Does that girl possess some extraordinary quality? Bettina shook her head. Not at all. AI Lu is a gentle and considerate girl, but she is merely someone close to Sumu. I thought I learned more about Sumu through her. Mel's eyes widened in surprise, and she whispered, Bettina, you don't have feelings for Sumu, do you? Bettina paused, turning to Mel with an exasperated look. I am merely observing that Sumu and AI Lu are the Queen's envoys, and they hail from the Care Kingdom. Their appointment as envoys suggests a significant background. Hence, I wish to learn more. What are you imagining? Mel playfully tapped her head. Ah, my mistake. I suppose it is only natural. Sumu is just a commoner. How could you possibly like him? Bettina smiled faintly, shaking her head as she gazed toward the arena below. If you ask me, while Filte may be arrogant and conceited, he at least has the merit to back it up, though I do not particularly care for him. I personally feel that the chances of you two ending up together are quite high. Upon hearing Mel's words, Bettina felt a sudden wave of discomfort. Mel had expressed similar sentiments before, which she had dismissed with a laugh. For the matter was not hers to decide. Now, however, the prospect of her and Filte being together loomed large, and she found herself growing increasingly averse to the very thought. Yet, what could she do? The children of the Bettina family had no say in choosing their partners. This was a truth she had understood since childhood. Mel noticed something and exclaimed, Sumu is coming. Bettina instinctively lifted her gaze toward the entrance of the duel arena. Sumu was not clad in armor. He still wore the academy uniform, though the collar and wrist buttons had been undone, perhaps to allow for greater freedom of movement. He strode confidently into the arena, making his way toward the center where Filte awaited. Instantly, the students erupted in raucous cheers, hurling insults at Sumu, urging Filte to defeat the foreigner. The animosity between nations was palpable, and Bettina found herself at a loss to discern right from wrong. Hey, Bettina, do you think Sumu will win? Bettina shook her head, indicating uncertainty. In my opinion, Filtay will undoubtedly emerge victorious that I witnessed him duel other noble scions in the capital, and his thrusting sword technique is impressive, swift, and fierce. Sumu appears to be slightly stronger than Filtay, but I doubt he has trained extensively with weapons. Even if he has, he likely hasn't reached a high level, especially considering that those who can wield magic usually excel at it. Bettina furrowed her brow, responding softly as she focused intently on the two figures below. Filtay and Sumu met in the center of the arena. Filtay, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, wore an expression of haughty arrogance. Tilting his head and squinting at Sumu with unmistakable disdain, his ostentatious demeanor was evident, and while he indeed had the credentials to be so, Sumu maintained a calm smile that conveyed either confidence or indifference. Though his eyes sparkled with a hunger for battle, his resolute shoulders instilled a sense of reassurance. In that fleeting moment, the juxtaposition of the two formed a vivid tableau that etched itself into Bettina's memory. Her heart fluttered, as if a small creature were leaping about within her, causing her pulse to quicken and her cheeks to flush. Struggling to regain her composure, she found herself perplexed by sensations she had never encountered before, akin to those she had only read about in her bedroom novels. Truthfully, Bettina had to admit she was drawn to the aura that Sumu exuded. He resembled someone who had weathered great storms, yet remained as calm as if merely caught in a light drizzle. Such a character was resolute and courageous, imbuing him with a tranquil strength that felt both gentle and unhurried. Perhaps it was simply that Sumu, by virtue of his presence, offered her a sense of security that Filtay could not provide, even though she had no true understanding of Sumu's capabilities. If she were to isolate Sumu from this scenario, she might not have felt this way. However, in stark contrast to the arrogant and conceited Filtay, the disparity between the two only heightened Bettina's admiration for Sumu and intensified her disdain for Filtay. This strange fluttering in her heart was bewildering to Bettina, leaving her feeling flustered. Her pale blue eyes trembled slightly, her lips parting as she declared, "I believe Sumu will win." "Really?" Mel turned her head, astonished, but she noticed Bettina's flushed face and uncertain gaze. This was a first for her, prompting a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Below, Sumu and Filtay faced one another, appraising each other with unwavering gazes. Sumu remained unfazed, while Filtay's irritation grew. What commoner dares to look at a noble in such a manner? "Sumu, you arrived quite late, didn't you? I almost thought you wouldn't show up," Filtay remarked with a sneer. Sumu scratched his face nonchalantly. "Well, waiting is waiting. You managed to wait outside the library for quite a while. What's an extra moment?" Filtay laughed derisively. "I sought you out at the library today solely to issue a warning. Yet here we stand on the duel arena instead. Sumu, consider yourself fortunate. You have the rare opportunity to compare your swordsmanship with that of the esteemed Lord Filtay." Indeed, Sumu replied dismissively, wishing he could roll his eyes but refraining due to the crowd's presence. Seeing that Sumu was utterly unfazed, Filtay's frustration mounted, and he slammed his hand against the sword's hilt. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. However, before we draw our blades, I must forewarn you, should you be injured or maimed, do not blame me. After all, a mentor will be there to save you with magic if you fear the pain. Then surrender early, especially considering you are unarmored." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Filtay," Sumu replied with a smile. At that moment, Nikon approached the two individuals, casting a profound glance at Sumu. He sighed and recited some formalities, essentially stating that taking the life of one's opponent was strictly forbidden. Having concluded his remarks, he withdrew, casting several lingering glances at Sumu, seemingly harboring a sense of reproach. However, Sumu had no time to attend to such matters. His sole focus was on how to emerge victorious in the impending duel. Sumu and Filter stepped back from one another, and then Filter unsheathed his rapier. The hilt of the rapier resembled a large spoon, with the blade tapering to a sharp point, its length remarkable. As he brandished it, the blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Though the rapier appeared slender, it was evidently specially crafted, resilient against damage. In contrast, Sumu drew a one-handed sword from his waist, standing firm. Compared to Filter's rapier, Sumu's sword seemed somewhat unremarkable. Aside from its sharp appearance, it bore no distinguishing features, and the hilt showed significant wear. Filter sneered, "You've chosen a one-handed sword, unworthy of even a shield. How ignorant. I'll allow you but one hand." Upon hearing Sumu's words, Filter's fury ignited, and he lunged at Sumu with his rapier. Filter moved with remarkable speed and agility, his attacks methodical, clearly the result of rigorous training. The rapier thrust upward and in the sunlight. Its chilling gleam struck first, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind to Su Mu, yet to engage in combat, felt a subtle sense of astonishment. From these movements alone, he discerned Filter's undeniable prowess, while an outsider might merely enjoy the spectacle. Su Mu, having practiced swordsmanship himself, recognized the strengths and weaknesses of Filter's technique. Barry's had taught Su Mu that a rapier primarily focuses on offense and feints, and due to its unique design, it could strike with great speed, making it difficult to parry with a one-handed sword. However, the rapier's drawback was that it too could not defend against attacks. Thus, offense must serve as defense. Su Mu raised his one-handed sword, resolutely charging at Filter with a downward strike aimed at his adversary. The spectators who had been raucous fell silent, holding their breath as they beheld the duel unfold. The clash of weapons produced a jarring sound that was uncomfortable to the ears. Within mere moments, Su Mu and Filter exchanged several blows before distancing themselves once more. Filter, secretly astonished, recognized that this commoner Su Mu dared to duel him was no jest. His footing was steady, his strikes decisive, even daring to meet sword against sword. Just as he aimed to pierce Su Mu's shoulder, Su Mu astonishingly did not evade or block, but instead thrust his sword toward Filter's throat. Filter's rapier was swift, and he believed he could injure Su Mu first. However, Su Mu's counterattack would undoubtedly reach Filter's throat as well, rendering such a switch unrealistic. Observers in the duel arena, understanding the intricacies of the combat, began to regard Su Mu with newfound respect. This Su Mu clearly possessed a profound understanding of life and death struggles. After exchanging several blows, Su Mu, though not at a disadvantage, recognized that he had been on the back foot. After all, the initiative still lay with Filter. The long-forgotten thrill of combat ignited a fire within Su Mu's veins. As his body grew warm, he twisted his neck and crouched slightly, charging directly at Filter. This time, he would seize the initiative for himself. Chapter 65. Are there magic users who cannot engage in close combat? Su Mu endeavored to claim the offensive. The one-handed sword had few advantages, yet it bore almost no disadvantages. In contrast, the rapier was restricted to assault and feints. Barry's had previously explained to Su Mu that a rapier must perpetually pursue the path of offense. If it relinquishes the initiative, its advantages dissipate. With a series of downward slashes, lunges, and upward thrusts aimed at Filter, Filter dared not parry or counter, fearing entrapment by Su Mu, from which escape would prove challenging. Su Mu pressed forward relentlessly. Attacking as if wielding a rapier himself, Filter found himself retreating under the relentless pressure, a result that shocked everyone in the duel arena. Nikon, observing from the sidelines, felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing perhaps he had been overly concerned. After all, how could a man who led the Royal Knight squad lack skill? On stage, Mel's expression was one of astonishment. Could it be that Su Mu is truly on the verge of victory? Bettina shook her head. This is only the beginning. Weapon duels are not like magic. In magic, a slight advantage can be magnified infinitely until victory is achieved. However, weapon duels differ. While Su Mu currently holds a significant advantage and Filter is retreating, it is entirely possible for Filter to find an opportunity to counterattack. Is that so? Weapon duels are not merely about who possesses superior swordsmanship. One must also consider weapon advantages and weaknesses, as well as mistakes and the right timing. In a close-quarters weapon duel, any factor could lead to the opponent's downfall. Amidst the discussions, Filter recalibrated his stance, deftly evading Su Mu's downward strike, then leaping back to thrust at Su Mu's chest. Su Mu smirked slightly. This was precisely what he awaited. He leaned back to avoid the rapier, then twisted the momentum from his earlier downward strike to slash at Filter's arm. Filter let out a cold huff, transforming his thrust into a slash. The initially direct rapier now swept horizontally. With a sharp sound, Su Mu's shirt was cut open, revealing his skin beneath, and he was even grazed by the blade. Crimson blood seeping forth. In contrast, Filter's feigned attack allowed him to evade Su Mu's counter, sustaining no injuries. Su Mu stepped back to re-establish distance, his left hand brushing against the wound, staining his palm with blood. He was momentarily taken aback, for he had believed he could evade that strike, only to realize he had miscalculated. His own abilities were still lacking. Filter swiped at his rapier and chuckled. I did not anticipate that a commoner like you could possess such impressive swordplay. Managing to exert this degree of pressure on me, I suppose it's my fault. I haven't practiced with the rapier in quite some time. Had I maintained my prowess from years ago, your injury would have been far more severe. Sumu, unfazed, smiled as he wiped the blood from his palm onto his uniform. Come, let us continue. Filter, seeing that Sumu remained undeterred despite his injury, felt invigorated, as though the wound were merely a light bite from a mosquito. Even with the cut, Sumu felt no fear. Rather, he was further fueled by adrenaline, bending his body and once more charging at Filter. Resembling a ferocious tiger from the mountains, Ailu, witnessing Sumu's injury from the stands, clasped her hands together in fright, lowering her head and silently praying. Reminiscent of the time she waited for Sumu to return from the woods months prior. Meanwhile, Bettina, upon seeing Sumu wounded, felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, her pulse quickening once more despite having previously calmed it. Sumu, do not falter. The spectators in the duel arena held their breath, refraining from loud exclamations. What was initially perceived as a one-sided slaughter by Filter had transformed into a back-and-forth contest. Those who had previously cheered for Filter to mercilessly defeat Sumu now dared not utter a word. The battle had reached a point of entanglement once more. Sumu desperately sought to press the attack, yet Filter, knowing he must not allow Sumu to close in, retreated while countering, forcing Sumu to strike air repeatedly. After being pursued for an extended period, Filter could no longer contain himself. He leapt back a step, holding his sword before him, the tip of the rapier aimed at the advancing Sumu, and shouted, "Sword technique, falling silver." Sumu, momentarily taken aback by Filter's proclamation, halted his advance. If you wish to employ sword techniques, then do so. What necessity is there to announce their names? Is that truly required? On the platform, Mel gasped in astonishment. That's the falling silver technique. It's the signature move of the renowned rapier master from the capital. I wonder if Sumu can withstand it. Bettina's heart tightened, her concern for Sumu intensifying as her pale blue eyes remained fixated on his form. Just as Sumu began to voice his thoughts, Filter unleashed his technique. Initially, the assault of the rapier had appeared as mere starlight before him, but now it was a dazzling display of countless gleaming points. These flickering lights radiated with chilling brilliance, causing Sumu's hairs to stand on end. How could this be accomplished with only one rapier? Filter managed to unleash so many strikes in an instant, creating a bewildering spectacle before Sumu's eyes. Sumu attempted to retreat, only to find he had no time left. No, amidst the multitude of rapier's glimmers, some of these must be feints. This technique is an offensive display of numerous feints intermingled with real strikes that end any weapon assault. The primary targets remain the chest and vital areas, even if I cannot evade entirely. As long as I guard the crucial spots, I shall be safe. Sumu raised his sword, beginning to dodge and deflect. However, the rapier's speed was extraordinary, and with Filter employing his technique, Sumu soon found himself suffering numerous cuts. Fortunately, Sumu diligently protected his vital areas, sustaining only minor injuries. After all, this technique emphasized speed. As long as critical areas remained unharmed, other wounds were merely superficial, though painful and bloody. They posed little threat. Filter's technique persisted for some time before he finally retracted his assault, stepping back, his complexion pale and sweat pouring down. The falling silver technique was immensely taxing. Had he been in his prime, he could have executed it twice in a single duel, yet now, after using it just once, he felt as though all his strength had drained away, leaving him gasping for breath. Fortunately, Sumu had already sustained considerable injuries, and if Filter wished to avoid death, surrender would be his only option. Otherwise, excessive blood loss would have consequences that not even healing magic could fully remedy. Sumu held his sword horizontally across his chest with one hand, his uniform tattered and torn, his body marred by numerous wounds from which blood quietly seeped. Fortunately, none of the vital areas had been compromised. Sumu raised his gaze to Firot, his eyes cold yet resolute. And even Firot could sense the fervor burning within Sumu's stare. Months ago, as Sumu cradled the slumbering form of Sleta, he had silently vowed to himself he would never yield again. For to relinquish would mean that those dear to him might suffer. Firot, it is my turn. With the ferocity of a raging tiger, Sumu lifted his sword once more and charged towards Firot. Yin Fan,